In.
Alrighty, guys, this is going to kick off the next match here. We got Sean Wilkie versus Derek Daya. Going to be lagging from the other side here. Who do you guys think is the favorite of this match here?
Well, there's only one local favorite for me.
Right.
Sean Wilkie a bit of a favorite on paper, but Derek Daya definitely can play with him, not afraid, and it is a bar box. Not a whole lot in this, but I think you give the slight nod on paper to Wilkie.
He's won the lag. I think Derek Daya's got the lag. Bad lag by both players, but
Derek Daya
speedy
here this weekend without his road dog. Shout out to Tim Tanana, always here, but not this time.
Where little Timmy T's at, man?
Yeah.
Why didn't you come out, Tim? I know you're watching. I know you're watching your horse.
Chopping meat.
Speaking of what,
chopping the meat, you see your box out.
Just switched over to YouTube, I believe.
Yes, we did.
So make sure you guys share again.
YouTube's.
Where were we before?
We had switched it over to Facebook. I was wondering if maybe it would be a little bit more shareable on Facebook. I felt like I wasn't seeing what I was expecting. So
some engagement.
Yeah, we swapped it up a little bit, but I think ultimately YouTube it's just so much stronger of a platform. We're going to be able to stream to both in the future, but for right now in this event, there's just too many moving pieces for me to get that rock and rolling. So.
That's right. The numbers should creep up for this. Yeah, Wilkie's always a good guy to watch. Plays with a lot of flair, and he's got a monster break, which we'll see in a bit with the alternate break format.
Yeah, real nice compact cue action. Stroke by Sean Wilkie, gets through the cue ball as good as anybody you'll see.
Absolutely.
Very, very tough to beat on the bar box. Strong 9-foot player as well. I just think on the bar box, he plays so much on the bar box compared to other players at his level that he just very, very strong.
Agreed. It's going to come down to a break contest, I think, because they both play equally well on the bar box. That's the first time I've seen someone hit that really soft. That was like a soft break. I don't like that at all.
Yeah, right down the center of the table as well. You see the cluster there above the side pocket, no ball down, so...
Maybe he wanted the clusters. What do you think? I'm not going to break wide open for you, bud. Almost like a safety break.
Yeah, it'd be weird to see.
Figure it out.
It'd be weird to see the first rack go that way, but definitely a strategy you can employ if you're struggling with a break, I suppose.
Yeah. Not something I would have done. Well, it may exist.
Yeah, so Josh, I came up with my latest excuse for why I went 3 and out in the tournament. My shoes for day 2 were not to dress code, so had to get out of the tournament.
It's because you didn't deflate them a little bit.
Right,
if you would have
exactly.
deflated them a little, you would have had better traction. Maybe the color would have changed.
Joey K adjusted his laces, let some pressure out.
That was hilarious.
Just ran the rack out, didn't he?
That was great.
I like this play. I like finishing where he's just queued up there. He's going to make the 8 off the 3. That'll open up some traffic.
Does the 3 go by to the corner?
I don't believe so.
No, he does call the 8.
Thought he might finish the other side of it because he's going to have to control the line of the 3 now. That's going to be tough.
Looks like it wants to go kind of between the 9-10 a little bit, maybe more at the 9 a little bit.
Oh, I think he can hold it actually.
Right at the 9, yeah.
Oh, perfect.
I can still see it.
Yeah, you can still cut it too and get above the 4. A little bit of check side here. I think you're going across the table twice up to the head rail and above the 4 for the corner. If he takes the shot on, he doesn't have to.
So you can find a second contact point right here.
But that is what he's looking at, is the 2, possibly the 3rd rail shape for the, actually 3, possibly 4th rail shape for the 4 ball here.
Yeah, he's not afraid to let it go, Sean. I think that's a good call. And doesn't want to be too straight. I don't think he wants to be too straight on the 4. Needs a bit of angle to get out for the 5.
Check side is a European lingo also, isn't it?
For inside English, correct.
Yeah. So.
Oh, he's hit that wonderfully well.
Yeah, he did.
He can actually come down, maybe for the combo, or he can come down for the side pocket. I like the side pocket. He may elect just a bump on and off.
Played on the side. No, he was queued up real funny there. Sometimes he doesn't.
His stroke is so compact it can be hard to read it sometimes.
Yeah, he looked like he was cueing low. I thought for a second he was playing it on the side and coming over, but no, absolutely not.
There's almost no practice strokes, is there? It's just kind of like straight in and deliver.
Never with Wilkie. Never a practice stroke.
It is pretty amazing how much power he gets out of it with that.
Yeah, just with the punch stroke, right?
Yeah, stuns almost everything. Plays with, I believe, a medium tip because the way he likes to play the cue there. So almost every shot he stuns.
Oh, he's on the wrong side of this, though, because that 9 doesn't go.
You can drag it straight down.
Think you can drag it?
You draw below the side to avoid?
Yes.
Above the side.
Ooh,
See where the side pocket said there? That was the angle.
That's what I was wondering, is do you intentionally take a tougher cut on the 9 by hitting above the side, or do you just draw below, commit to the draw?
Yeah, I think he needed to draw it more, yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit of a stun draw, and he went right in the drink.
That's where his stroke can kind of let him down with that sort of short, punchy, because you need to, like Jeremy said, it needed to drag.
Yeah, and so if you're used to punching everything, you kind of just do it automatically when you
don't have that soft drag in the locker when you need it. Well, he obviously does, but
not that he can't. It's just you don't think about it sometimes.
Correct.
So a big break there for Derek to get the first one up on the board, and that'll do a little bit to calm the nerves of Derek. I mean, not that Derek, he's a seasoned player, but we've seen even from Rob Court, another great player, but get on the stream table in a big spot like this against a slightly better player. A lot of nerves can creep in, so Derek settles into the match, gets an easy one up.
Agree. Most importantly, too, is that he held his serve. And I think Wilkie's racked them wrong. He's racked the 4 and the 5 the wrong way around.
I think the 9 was in the wrong spot, too. I think he might have just completely forgot about the pattern there for a second.
54, 68, 79, so he's got it there.
Oh, no, I apologize. There's a different pattern today.
That's right.
That's another factor of me going 3 and out. I have no idea what the pattern for today is.
There's something about participating, Jeremy. You're here. You made the choice.
Yeah, well, I told these guys I like the commentary better, so.
That's nice, man. I like what you've been doing on the interview side and the sweat that people can follow on Facebook as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I enjoyed doing the interview, but I'm not the most composed I don't believe I've ever been. I was fangirling a little bit. It's
all right to fangirl.
That was a tough spot for me. It's the first time I've seen Shane in person, and he's been my favorite player for a long time. So
nice, man.
I told everybody else. I don't know if you'll get this reference, but I was telling everybody I sounded like Donnie Thornberry in there. That's a 90s kid American cartoon reference, so that may be way out of the ballpark for you there, but.
I don't know, man. I think you did well. I think anybody's gonna be fangirling meeting SVB for the first time, especially if you're an avid pool player and you look up to the man.
Oh, of course.
So I was very happy to see him stay and play with everybody and be a part of it and let the kids jump in and play with them and all that. It was so much fun to be able to watch and see.
That was awesome.
He does enjoy that. This is the right play from Derek. He's going to play for the gap. I would actually take it all the way to the rail, just because it affords me better shape. I know I can get it flat on the rail rather than
straight into the 6 here.
That's probably what he's playing for the gap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well done.
You hit it perfect.
Yeah. How about perfect? Yeah.
It's just a hair funny here, because he kind of doesn't necessarily need the 2 to throw, but it's easier to roll this forward than it is to draw it back and bump the 5 a little bit. Just a bit touchy with the reach and cueing past the 6.
I think he can draw it to where, ideally where the cue ball is now.
You think he'll come that far?
I do. It doesn't really matter if he doesn't.
That's what I thought. He'd just nudge the 5 just a hair, because I thought he was going towards the 5 a bit on that.
Does he have to take the side pocket now, or does he still have enough to?
No, he can go long still, I think. Ideally, he would like to go long.
From this angle, it doesn't look like he has the corner pocket, but he's really giving it a good look.
Yeah, he's geared up for it right here, which is way better for positioning the 4 to be able to take this corner. That 5 ball almost made this rack so much tougher. You see a bobble there.
Yeah, he didn't like that. You see him jump up on the shot just a touch.
Yeah, just a hair. It looked like he pulled out of it just a bit.
That was an important shot.
A couple ways you could have played that. He takes the real simple check side. It just comes straight down, takes the 9 out of play, takes the 6 out of play. Real prime position here to get this one up on the wire and take an early 2-0 lead.
If you're good with geography, we joke and we call it Sparta Prague in the UK. It's the Czech side.
I'm not that good with geography. I know my state capitals. I don't know if that counts for anything.
I remember my state capitals long enough to pass the test. And if I've lived there, I remember all of it. If I have not lived there, I remember none of it. It's pretty bad, actually.
Del, you've missed
for technology.
You've missed the couple times in the box here that Josh has referred himself to as a low-key or sneaky nerd. I guess he thought nobody knew.
Yeah.
Low-key nerd?
I thought it was well, a lot of people just don't realize the level of involvement that I have with BSN because of what I do behind the scenes. And that's, it's changing over time. It's okay.
Oh man, I'm just blown away. Just finally getting to sit back here behind the desk and see everything that goes into it, seeing the screen that you're looking at, just watching you, all the navigation through the different applications and programs that you're using. Yeah, very, very impressive, awesome professional stream that you guys have going here, and I'm absolutely thrilled and honored to be a part of it.
Thank you. Appreciate it, brother, man. I really do. He's going to land on top of this 10 ball, isn't he?
Yeah, this is almost the same shot that Dylan left himself against Brandon yesterday, and like I said then, I'll say it now. The good players make this shot every time.
Yeah, it's one that you really can't mess up at this level. If you're going to be playing here, there's no way that you should be missing this off the spot. I mean, it's off the spot, effectively, but yeah, too easy. Too easy. Pool's easy, just people make it hard.
Yeah, they're all straight in, right?
They are, pretty much. Think about it, it's just science. It's just physics, right?
There you go.
Which is easier than, European geography, in my opinion.
Fair enough.
Yeah, we'll take our strengths and weaknesses, don't worry. So we must be down to, the last 20 now? Last 20, 21?
Actually, might be able
For those that can see on the bracket.
I actually was just about to, before we went live with this, I was preparing to make a point here. I had been looking at the flow chart, and we've been talking all along about the junior players, and I just went through and counted. There are, of the 20 or 21 players that are left in this tournament, there are 7 players below the age of 22.
Wow. That's a good point to make.
And a great handful of those are below the age of 18.
Yeah, a couple of juniors still hanging tough. Dylan Spohr. He's still under 22, right? Thomas Haas.
Yeah, Thomas Haas, Dylan Spohr,
Garrett
Landon, Garrett, Nathan Childress, Shane Wolford still on the winner's side.
How old is Childress?
17?
17,
Okay.
18. I think he might be 17 or 18, yeah.
And I feel like we met Garrett Vaughn. I don't know if we said that. Yeah, I believe there's
Landon.
7, 22 or less.
It's amazing. It's so amazing to see.
A strong last 8 there with Rafael v. Shane Van Boning versus Matt Krah and Joey Korsiak, Kevin West. That's a very strong last 8 there.
Yeah, nothing easy about any of those matches there. You're gonna whoever makes it through is gonna be playing at a very high level.
Indeed. Let's have a look at Derek's break again, see if he changed anything up at all. Nope. Still the sound of dryness.
Yeah, and worse than that, straight in for Wilkie on the 1 ball here. Shot of the rack will be the 1 to the 2 here. If you get the 2 ball down, the rest of the rack is very wide open.
Yeah, just needs to avoid the 5, and where his cue is there, doesn't need to do too much because it's a bar box. People forget. It looks big on the screen, but when you're up there, you're only talking about a 6-foot table.
Yeah, so he'll take the long, straight-ish shot on the 2 and kind of just stun into the 8 here and have the shot for the 3. And like I said, if you get this 2 ball down, the rest of the rack is fairly straightforward. Didn't hit the 8 as full in the face as he would have liked to there, but he's going to get away with it. He's got a shot.
Wilkie loves it, doesn't he? He absolutely loves it. You can tell he just likes enjoying being out there, competing. He's full of energy. You see him, he jumps up and down. He's like a bag of energy.
Yeah, got to be a little amped up here. Wilkie never goes this deep into a tournament without having already played at least a match on the stream table, so
Agreed.
Great chance here to showcase his abilities as he normally does. And right in line here, big favorite to get out in this spot.
Yeah, he always goes deep, especially with Maryland events, I always find. He's somewhere around the last 8 most times.
Yeah, so another point, I mean, we're at a different venue than the Maryland State events have been over at Brews and Q's, but the comfortability of Sean Wilkie playing at Brews and Q's is the nuts for the reader. Like you,
exactly, it's his home venue. It may as well be playing in his basement, right?
Yeah, so not just as strong as he always plays on any bar box anywhere, but if you get him at Brews and Q's, there's just that added comfortability that is just, it's really tough to beat him there.
That's a good point to mention, and he hasn't traveled very far to be here today either, just 20 minutes away.
Yeah, still the hometown favorite here.
It's the same with the other guys that you look at. They're always deep into the tournament. Matt Craw.
Flirting with another side pocket there, but he's going to be okay.
Yeah, still these ones, you don't want these ones to test you. You need to get a point on the board. Nothing worse than hanging this one up and going 3 down.
I'd be surprised if this one brushes a rail.
Do you want to play it?
And you know, one of the great things about Sean that kind of doesn't get talked about a lot is there are spots that are a little bit nervy, and he recognizes them so well. Like, you'll see him as fast as he plays, when he finally gets that one shot that's just a little bit of a nervy stroke, he really takes his time and collects himself and puts a good stroke on it and gets it down.
Yeah, I do like that. I think that's a good way of looking at it. I see the fans are slowly rolling in. 136 on there. If you've got a question for us, guys, ask away. Please do. We do like to engage with the comments and see who's out there watching. If there's a favourite, who do you like? Sean, do you like Derek? Or do you like Josh? There you go, Josh. I threw one in for you, mate.
Hey, I'm down with it. I'm down with it. The way they can show me that they like me is go ahead and hit that thumbs up button on the YouTube. Share it. Tell everybody that we're live. Let's get some viewers in here, guys. We're keeping it at the low cost of free, so all you got to do is pay us by hitting that like button.
Does it cost anything to share?
Absolutely not.
Also free.
Just yeah, completely free. Actually, you know what? I think there might be a little bit of tax on that one.
There's a bit of tax on that one.
Yeah, there might be some tax. A couple items.
I'll take a beer, sure. Is that what you said?
Quick check around the room on the junior players. Landon Hollinsworth already a 9-4 winner over Jeff, advancing to the next round of the B side.
Very nice.
Thomas Haas a 7-2 lead over another great player, Eric Highland. Garrett Vaughn on the wrong side of a 7-4 score against a great player in Chip Klein, but right in the thick of it. Dylan Spohr a 6-2 lead over Fred Chrislip, and Nathan Childress locked at 5-5 with the strong shooting Mike Saleh. And of course, and actually already into the next round, Landon Hollingsworth with an early 3-2 lead over Scott Haas.
Early favourite as well. Scott Haas went for 800 or so, was it?
Yeah, Scott Haas always a factor in all of these tournaments for sure.
Yeah, Derek with a great opportunity here. He's going to look to extend. We're just going to adjust our score to 2-1 because it is 2-1. Over to Wilkie.
Yeah, and he had to create a little bit of an angle with the cue ball there, and consequently, you know, with the draw stroke and having to rub the one a little bit, it kind of bobbled off that outside jaw there.
He'll be super disappointed with that, though. I think there was a little bit of tension in that stroke. I don't think it was as difficult as some of the shots he's already played.
Yeah, if you hit that one smooth, it'll brush and go in. And Wilkie with a good attempt at the kick, but the ball's very, very deep.
It's deep in the pocket there, right? Ball in hand, you've got to favour Derek from this position. Just needs to come out middle of the table. Anywhere middle of the table would be perfect.
Yeah, plenty of room there past the 7 to cut the 2 into the corner pocket. The only problem is with the steepness of the angle you're going to have to take this 2 ball at, and there's a lot of traffic, you're not going to really be able to travel up and down the table for the 3, so probably lagging in a cut shot here on the 2, unless you can get to a good angle to spin it with inside off the rail. That would be ideal, I think.
Yeah, I don't like the way he's going. I would zigzag towards the 8 ball, so put it on the bottom rail, put it on the end rail, and then come 2 rails and back to the center of the table.
Yeah, I think I agree with you because of how close the 1 is to that far jaw there. It's a little bit easier to beat the point coming out that direction than the way that he's looking at it now.
I'm in agreement. Either that or just draw it straight back. Even though with ball in hand, you should never do straight draw, I'm told. So yeah, he's probably just trying to leave a positive angle, but don't think about this one too much, otherwise you'll get in your own head.
You got to really figure these shots out, though. When a ball's hanging in the jaws on a diamond table, it does play tough.
Now he's going to try and draw up the line of the yeah, I didn't like.
He's not going to like that. He came up out of that shot a little bit too, it looked like.
I mean, the angle just wasn't there.
Does he have a bit of a gap here? A gap for a one-rail kick, maybe? I think
he has the full ball. I think he has the potting angle.
Man, it's really tough to tell. I can't see it.
Can't see it. I think from there, we call it commentator's eye. I'm pretty sure he can just drag this one in. He's been very fortunate if he has.
From this angle, I agree with you. It looks like he does. The other one looks worse.
Now he's just going to say, like, well, how far do I have to play up? But the way he's looking at it...
He's looking at it like he has to bank it out of there and play safe. Like he has just enough for the full ball hit and not a cut.
Yeah, he didn't have it. You were right. But a great safety.
Wow, he hit that really, really well.
Wow.
It's a good recovery, though.
He's cut off some of the channels too. The 8 ball cuts the channel and the 5 cuts the channel the other side. So this isn't an easy hit at first glance.
Yeah, I think really asking a lot to lengthen it out around the 8, but maybe if you go 2 rails around the 8. So above the 8 and then above the 10 second rail and catch the 2. I don't know. He's looking at something else right now.
If we look at the overhead, he might be able to squeeze it by the 8 with draw. So come underneath and
bend it backwards
and be able to use draw just to shorten the angle.
Oh yeah, he could. Okay, so I didn't see that he could get to the bottom side of the side pocket. It's still going above the 8. Yeah, that's there. It's almost natural. Just shorting it a little bit.
Short it too much. Sold it out.
Can still get a roll here.
New subscriber alert.
It's not supposed to be any.
2 ball, I believe, passes to the side pocket here. Long way for the cue ball to go, and it's some traffic to get through.
It is dangerous because even if you get by the 10, the 9's huge.
Yeah, I agree. This is pretty hairy here. In a perfect world, you're going out of the corner between the 9-10, between the 9-5, and out for the 3. But you're asking a lot.
That is asking a lot, I'm afraid. Still worth the risk, in my opinion. I don't see a good safety.
Yeah, I suppose if he really wanted to, he could play some check side, thin the 2, and try to use the 10 for the cue ball.
Yeah, he's pointing at the 10. He knows the 10 is hard enough in itself to get by here.
And if you hit the left side of the 10, you would come out okay, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, he did.
Wow, he hit the left side and came out okay the other way, which I did not see happening.
And still got there, yeah.
He might have gone too far, to be honest.
No, he's good. I don't like the 4. I don't like the 4 carom combo, whatever.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the 7 passes behind the 6, so still some work to be done here.
Agreed. If you guys check out the bracket, it is live scoring and live updates, and it does have what table they're shooting on at what time. So if you do want to follow up on a player, please go there.
Yeah, and because of that, I see that Landon has another one up on the wire, takes a 4-2 lead over Scott Haas. No fear in any of these kids, man. It's we've talked about it so much, but you just can't say it enough. No fear, and they play so well.
Yeah, I had that till I found alcohol and girls.
And missed enough.
Oh, yeah, then I started missing.
Yeah,
I realized what pressure was.
Yeah. At some point, you figure out that you can miss, and it's a very rude awakening.
Yeah, it is. It can be. I mean, this might squeeze, I wonder if he can squeeze this. Or is he just going to try and hold and keep the cue ball down there and create separation? I don't really see anything good from here.
Are you saying that he can go by the 8 and clip the edge of the 4?
I think he can, yeah. Okay. I think he can see that.
I have a little bit of a harder time seeing the angles from the overhead. A lot of the matches that I do commentary on, we have the foot rail angle. I see him pretty well from there. But
I'm also behind it, so I know that he's got the edge.
I got you.
That's why I like to be able to see the table. So Josh has the best view.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, Josh has been able to talk a lot about players' body language and facial expressions and reactions to shots, and I don't get any of that from over here, but
I try to use this lower angle a lot to be able to capture some of that for the viewers. And then I like to flip to the overhead right when they're about to shoot so we can see what's going on, but he's going to elevate.
Is he thinking about jumping this? This is almost suicide. Look at the distance between the cue ball and the 8 ball. I mean, he can see the edge of it, right?
Go big or don't go.
He can see the edge of it, so I don't know why he wouldn't just thin it, but maybe he wants to try and... Has he called a ball at all? Wow. Oh my God. No way is he scratched from there.
Sure did.
Got to
Guess
be
he
kidding
just
me.
didn't like what the thin hit afforded him, and he needed a fuller hit to do what he had in his head, you know? I think I agree with you. If you see an edge there, there has to be some kind of a way to play safety.
Yeah, I mean, he could have, he could have created separation. Put one on the rail and the cue ball on the other side rail.
But sometimes, like even looking right down the line from back here, it can look like he has it, and you get out there, and that 1 millimeter makes a difference.
Derek's had a lot of chances very early on, and really needs to capitalize if he's going to make a dent, because Wilkie will take 2 and 3 in a row before you've even known it in a blink of an eye. Sometimes he can be very, very quick to get ahead or come back at you.
Yeah, when a guy makes the game look so easy, it's incredible how fast he just gets him up on the wire, and you don't even realize what happened, and he's won 5 racks in a row.
Indeed. So Zach Strong's asking how you did in the tournament, Jeremy.
Tell him about how I did against him when we played a challenge match a couple weeks ago.
Same result. There you go, sir.
So I played real strong in my first match, 9-3 victory over, from what I understand, is a pretty good player, Rob Metz. Played real strong in that match, but the next 2 didn't go my way. Pretty frustrating results. Didn't quite play up to par with what I would like to get out of my game most of the time. So across the line here on the 6, this is not ideal for Derek. I think he can still pocket the ball, but even that's actually a little bit tight now.
I like to go for a little Gucci shot here. Drift it up underneath the 8 ball. Loads of left-hand spin, and then when it catches that second rail, all the way behind the 9. So play a low left English, try and just hit before the side pocket, and then twist, and then back up to the 3rd diamond.
Yeah, and that's assuming that he has enough of this to make the 6.
I think so. I think the 6 is leaking out just enough there for him to be able to do that.
Yeah,
also, by putting left-hand spin, he's going to impart right spin on that ball, and that should twist it in if there is, a fraction of the ball.
And he's playing with some inside here. He's coming straight back out 1 rail.
See, that's too simple for me. That's probably why I'm back in the booth.
Oh, man. Yeah, I know you don't believe in the commentator's curse.
I don't. No.
I got you real good yesterday.
Did you?
I don't know if you knew.
I haven't watched it back. No, I'll watch it back.
You didn't feel the tingle while you were lining up?
I'm sure you remember the shot where you scratched 1 rail in the side pocket when you're running out to, I believe, make it 5-3
yeah,
or something like that.
I was firing away, and I got a ping off the bent end rail, and it just completely took a different line to the one I expected. And straight in the side.
Yeah, I had just said that you were for sure out.
Because it was a good run out too.
Yeah, Jake took the safe route. He said, "I'm not going to say it," and I said, we're brazen. I'm not afraid to say it. He's definitely out. And then the very next shot. So I apologize. You may have still been on the winner's side if it weren't for that. No, I'm saying at this point you may have still been on the winner's side.
No, I was coming back at him. Shane made a great start against me, so I can't be too ashamed of that. Came back at him, but too late.
Yeah, so Derek going to take a 3-1 lead here.
Perfectly done. Very nice. Let's see, we'll re-rack the balls.
And a couple mistakes from Sean. Little bit of loose play from Sean.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic for Sean. This is his first one on the TV table, so maybe he's adjusting to the table, but...
Yeah, I'm sure it's playing just a hair slicker with that light and with the separation from the rest of the body heat around the room and everything, so...
It is, almost indefinitely.
I look for him to adjust pretty quickly.
Oh yeah, best players always do.
Yeah, and no stranger to the spotlight here, the TV table, the arena setting, so...
He looks nice and calm in his chair. Shane just taking his time. Sean. There's too many Shanes in this event.
There's a lot of
Shanes, a lot of Joshes.
Well, what can I say? I'm glad that you put us in the same category.
He has a cool double-barrel name though, so you don't have that.
This is very true.
Although at times I thought you were Dutch.
I don't know if I would give you such an impression like that. Was it Mahmood Puss?
The clogs, actually.
The clogs?
The clogs.
What are clogs?
You don't know what clogs are? The wooden shoes you get from Holland?
Oh, yeah. I have several pairs of those.
The clogs, yes. Another dry break.
The question is, do you have the bonnet to go with it?
in every color.
Every color.
That's the way to go.
Yeah, it's the only way to go.
This is going to be a brutal safety. I don't like the next
Yeah,
shot.
look at this 8-5, ready to just hide this cue ball.
Locked.
Hide and seek.
Yeah, and the 5 does get the rail there. I questioned it for a second, but the 5 was almost locked to the rail, and he just bumps it a hair. So
This is a tough hit. 2 rails.
Has the potential to be made in the corner pocket, though.
I don't think the 5 affects his cueing at all here. I think he's coming kind of beside the 5 with his cue for this 2 rail angle.
Give you a good view of the lineup here.
Yeah, kind of towards the first diamond to the left of the corner pocket there, I think is about where he'll be.
So when you're contacting this ball, are you trying to make it, or are you just trying to hit a full contact and hope that you're hidden with so much traffic on the table?
I'm not really picking a side of the ball on this. I'm more picking a speed for the shot I want to hit it at.
He did the right thing, call. I mean, when there's no call safe, should always be call in a pocket, regardless.
Yes.
You never know when you might get the perfect hit.
Yeah, and if you slop one in, nothing can happen but the other guy deciding if he likes it or not. So you have to call something on every shot.
Yeah, and I'm enjoying that the 10-ball combo doesn't count early, so no early 10-ball. That's definitely it's definitely dragging the matches. I mean, I know the matches are taking longer, but it shows that you get a complete rack.
No early combos unless you're Shane Van Boning in a challenge match.
Yeah, he did that once, right? Got away with it and just said, "Hey, I'm Shane. You didn't tell me the rules." When we did tell him the rules.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it happened in like the first or second rack right after we told the rules. But yay for exhibitions, not tournament play. There's a couple things that happen like that. Is there enough room for him to 3-rail this?
There's a nice 3-rail, yeah. Again, I would call the side pocket and the lower half as we look.
Do you think the 8 just almost gets a little big for the 3-railer here?
Oh no, I'm talking about coming beyond the 2.
Okay.
So coming behind the other side.
The bottom half of the table 3-railer. Yeah, okay, I like that.
Yeah. The 8, though, if he does want to go that way, I don't think the 8's in the way either. Purely because he'll have to go close to the corner pocket.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I just like the cueing going 3 rails the other way. You're not having to bridge, close to the 2, trying to find.
Yeah,
you want a long bridge. You want to put your hand in between. All that extra stuff.
If I want to make it, I'm definitely calling the side pocket and going 3 rails behind the. Going 3 rails behind the 2.
Well, of course, if you want to make it,
Yeah, and
it's just that.
I think it's a big ball. I do think this is a big ball to hit.
Well, and then going that direction also, if you get it going that way, you can really have it end up in that cluster 5, 6, 8 up there above the side pocket. So good things can happen.
This angle's kind of deceiving. He might not have a full pocket on the side pocket there. So
I was gonna question that when Dell said that. I'm not entirely sure it passes into the side for the offensive play there. But
Come on, Derek. Let's go, baby.
Oh, something. Make
Make me a winner.
Here.
Make me a winner. Oh, he went for the end
Nice
pocket.
hit.
Wow, he actually went down south. Look at that. I would never have called that pocket.
that ball's hanging on for dear life, isn't it?
Oh, it's so deep as well. In the pocket. This is
Completely past the point.
This is brutal.
He's
Jacked
got
up.
a jack up over the back of the 2. Look at it, guys. Oh, just barely missed it. And that's how deep it was.
Wow.
Oh my.
We still have
It is completely past the point in the pocket.
Yeah,
So he hit both points.
Yeah, and the cue ball just comes so short from that kind of an angle. It's so tough to go rail first. Even if the ball's not hanging as far as this one is, you can try to go rail first and have it come shorter than you anticipate. And being jacked up plays into that as well.
Yeah,
You probably had to try to play that with a hair of spinning, gauge how much it would masse being elevated. Pretty difficult shot.
Interesting when people do this. They don't put it. If I want to come back in a straight line, I put the draw in a straight line. Like here, he's put like an off-angle draw. That's why he wanted to use a rail. You see, I didn't like that, but he got a little love bump there. And I think it might go past the 6. What do you think? 7, sorry.
I don't think it does. I think it goes past the 10 to the other corner, but the tough to control your cue ball. He's not in a good spot for this. I think the cue ball can beat. Yes, he could cut it the other way and beat contact on the 7, and the 3 ball's hanging in front of the side pocket. So and he just plays the safety. Very simple. Not gonna like it though.
No, he didn't get there.
No, that was a poor safety from that position. And again, I don't think he should have used a rail there. I think he should have just used straight draw because the 3 was covering the scratch as well. So he wouldn't have scratched to the side pocket.
Yeah, I think I agree with you there. No real risk to come straight back just below the side pocket.
No risk whatsoever.
What's Wilkie eyeing up here? Is he?
I think he just wants to stop it dead. Stop it behind the 10.
Let it.
There we go. He's overcooked it.
Yeah, he did.
The problem with that shot was he had to make sure not to pocket the 3 ball, and to do that he had to shorten up the 2, and to shorten it up he had to hit it firmly enough that it tracked back to the other side of the table. He
almost needed to draw it.
It's almost like that shot wasn't there.
The shot I like here is pushing this 4 towards the corner and leaving a nice angle to bring out the 5. So he can bust out the 5 here if he gets the 4 over the hole. See there? Just somewhere in that area. He needs to bust out the 5 here. Yeah, it has to be aggressive. And I think if he comes just before the rail, so misses the 6 completely, he'll come out. He'll spin out for the 4. So really err on the side of thin for this one.
Yeah, hit it just the way you talked about, I believe there. Not the best result he could have come up with, but never really a risk of being hooked on the 4 on that shot, which I think is the important part.
Yeah, he ended up hitting the 6 full, and he meant was trying to go underneath it. Yeah, and actually contact the 5 directly and come in between them, but
5 still goes, you know. I think the 5 still goes if he can drift into the line.
He can go into it also if he wants.
Just drift into the line.
He's playing the safety now. He's going to play a stop shot behind the 6 here and bank the 5 around a couple rails.
He might be able to turn this in, you know. I think he can turn it, but he will play safe. Anything you can do, I can do better. That one doesn't want to sit over the hole. Don't sit over the hole.
Yeah, especially right next to a diamond there is going to be real easy for Sean to measure these. And there's not many that are better at measuring these than Sean Wilkie.
Yeah, here it is. Look.
Correct. So he's going to space it out. There you go. He has a funny system there.
I think there's a couple different ones that he uses depending on the spot on the table. He has a lot of knowledge of the rails and the different systems you can use there.
So this is at 80, so you go 40-40. So 40 and 40 is 80. So that's a diamond system. He's using the mirroring system where he's finding the middle point and then going towards the corner pocket and leaving the angle from there. But I don't like that because of the slide. You have to adjust for the slide, so he's going to have to shorten this up slightly.
Yeah, you almost can't go like 40-40 in the middle. You almost have to go like 36, 37, depending on what speed you're hitting is at.
Yeah, I tried to stick to 5s just because.
I was going to say, I was surprised Josh didn't throw a decimal point in there somewhere.
Yeah,
I mean, I can.
37.6.
I try to limit it to 4 digits.
3.16 recurring, 3.14 recurring, right?
It depends on how many iotas of power he's putting on his stroke right now.
It's infinite.
Here it is. Look at him go.
He absolutely headed it too. Wow, great shot there.
And like, you're never surprised when Sean makes that. It's so funny that the guy's that good at measuring kick shots, and he's still not out of the woods now. Not a great view of this 6. It looks like he may be able to see it. Even so, queuing off the rail, 6 feet away, cut shot, 7 ball at the other end of the table. One thing is, he doesn't have to do a ton with the cue ball here if he can see this ball to make it. Just go across, and then you have to clear the 9 on the way back out and take the long cut on the 7 is fine.
Yeah, I think for this one, this is a jump. I would say this is a jump shot, personally. But
He's looking at it like he can see it. He's looking at how far he has to come out to pass the 9 off the second rail.
Yeah, but he might be rail first, you know. That's why he's looking where the cue ball's going. I think he might be going rail first.
You might be right.
I genuinely don't think you can see the potting angle from here.
Yeah, you might be onto something there with the rail first. It actually does look like it. Yep, and he hit it pretty good. Not going to come up with a make, and Derek can still cut this ball, I believe.
He can, but the bank is almost unmissable.
And it leads to the 7 as long as he doesn't drift down too far by the 10 hole.
I don't know if he can go forward on the bank. He might have to pull it out and factor how shorter it will come with the draw. For that reason, I kind of like the cut better.
I agree, yeah. The cut is there, but then it brings the side pockets into play, and I think he's called the bank. And I think he can still use a high ball on it. I think he can still pop it forward.
From this angle, it looks like he can roll it a little bit. Yeah, I agree with you. The other one, it looks like he couldn't afford to let it go long at all.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, he could also draw it too. Widen the angle and just draw out of this.
He's queued up low. See what type of speed he puts on it.
Yeah, it's unmissable almost.
Yeah, with the new cloth, those play so much easier.
They do. That's absolutely right. Chip Klein's still rocking after his early loss to Laurie John.
Yeah.
Wow, and so don't look now, but Derek Daya with a chance to take a 4-1 lead here.
Yeah, look at this, big bounce. Needs a big one, but almost too big a bounce.
Yeah, I think he hit it basically perfect. He had the whole side of the table was good. I mean, it's really tough to get to a bad spot there for the 9.
Do you use a second rail here, Jeremy?
He might come one rail. Yeah, you know, you're right.
Just because it affords coming into the line of shape
I
rather
do prefer that. I think it's easier because throwing a little bit of outside makes the 9 pot easier.
See, there you go. You're in, mate. It's all right. You're an honorary Brit. I'll give you a passport.
Oh, that's so funny, man. I swear I've never used that word on a live stream in my life until yesterday. 4-1, Derek leads, and Sean with just the slightest visible frustration.
He knows he could have got out. Yeah, I mean, he played a great kick shot, and then stayed aggressive with the 1 rail. I mean, look at this kick once more. Lined it up perfectly, gave it a good call.
Yeah, and he's frustrated because as good as he hits that, if that cue ball rolls literally 2 inches less than it did, he has the straight in shot on the 6 ball. So.
Definitely used a bit more spin there. He shortened it up, using a little bit of running side to bring that ball round.
Yeah, and I think you talked about that he needed to with the slide of the table. So.
Yeah. There's Zach predicting that Sean wins 9-7. Are you still predicting that? Are we still going to say there? I think.
I need to pull these comments up. I'm not.
Derek would be very, very happy with how this is going on currently.
Yeah, and you know, Derek Daya, not the player that's going to be like falling apart in his chair right now, not used to being up on a good player. Very experienced, strong player that's not afraid to beat somebody that's, you know, a ball better than him.
Fully agree. I mean, this is now the 6th dry break that we've had. I haven't seen anybody make a ball yet. We haven't, right?
No, and I tell you what, I mean, there's a substantial difference in the
humidity here today.
Atmosphere. Yeah, you know, there's not as many people here on day 2 as there was on day 1. Which obviously changes humidity. Also, something else to keep in mind is that the last 2 days has been very windy and chilly outside. Today's actually a little bit warmer, 80 degrees. So that humidity that you just mentioned is 100% at play right now.
Yeah, and I think you alluded to it. There's I would say at most a third of the people in the room that we had yesterday. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe a little bit more than that, but significantly fewer.
I thought I was hot just because I was sitting this close to Jeremy. Let's give him another go. If I'm Derek right now, I'm going aggressive, and exactly that. I think the more aggressive he is now, the more heat Sean's going to feel. Although,
does he have a gap here between the 6-8 to play some kind of a safety roll up on the 8 or something?
No, I like going into the 9 and just playing the 2 onto the onto the 8.
I like that as well.
Just try not to make the 9.
Well, do you think there's enough room to just push the 2 out towards the other side pocket, still make the 9 and have a shot on the 2?
Yeah.
It does look like the 9 goes fairly easily into the side pocket.
I think that'll scoop. I think that'll scoop in.
Yeah.
I mean, he's taking a peek at what the options are here. I mean, he's going to be the one that knows the best. So let's see what this angle looks like from his perspective.
Yeah, I was worried about that. Almost overplayed it.
Yeah, but he does get the 2 to where it clears the 10, but difficult to beat the side pocket here for playing the 2 to the corner now.
If you're feeling good.
Gotta play this with. I think you gotta put some inside English on this to beat the scratch and kind of roll it.
Bank it. Bank it with draw. Really send a message. The bank angle there is perfect, by the way.
He's queued up high, being stuck on the rail here.
Wow, what a great shot.
So good.
How'd he hit
that
it?
like a dream.
How'd he hit it?
Wow.
Doesn't want to do too much with the cue ball here. Just take it slightly off the rail.
Yeah, rail first here?
No,
I think you might need to.
I think just to kind of.
Forward, don't you? If you see how you speed.
Oh, he had to go rail first. Can you believe that?
Oh, I think he had to. I think the 5 just barely had him.
You're right, Jamie.
What an angle, though. What an angle he's got now.
Well, yeah, but to hit that shot at that pace, to be able to hold for the 4, he could not hit that a revolution harder. And he does have the full table here for position on the 5.
Someone gave us a bump on the way through.
full table for position on the 5. That was just about getting the 4 down, not anything in it. And now he's in absolute perfect position to go up 5-1.
No one would have predicted that. Needs some angle on this 6 ball. So it doesn't matter if he just draws this in and stops it dead.
You can even go forward and just check it back past the 8 a little bit.
Wow.
Like that, yeah. It's just make sure he gets a good angle to get over.
I hate playing check side on new cloth. It worries me.
It's not as bad on a shot like that where you just needed to straighten out. When you're trying to spin it back, you almost have no chance.
Yeah.
I like seeing Derek stay diligent, even though he's got a comfortable 3-rack lead on Wilkie right now. Still walking around, double checking the angles. Staying focused. You guys
Super long bridge.
Yeah,
Super long bridge.
Shorter backstroke on that one. Get the long bridge accurate.
Float them in.
But yeah, I think Jeremy had mentioned his Derek's ability to stay focused, and that's what you're seeing here. You know, he's still in the lead, still going with 1 ball.
I think he just put his song on the jukebox.
Well, you have to maintain the focus because he knows the guy in the other chair. Like, you can't afford to give any back here.
No, I can't.
You gotta try to win 9-1 because no lead is safe against this guy.
Nope.
Long road ahead for Sean, and you see him kind of just take a deep breath and kind of nod to himself, take a little sip there. He knows it's not going to be an easy win here. He's not out of it by any means, but he knows sometimes you just have the slower coin, you know. You have to work a little harder to get around the
This is interesting, but how long have they been racking with the rack? Or is this the first time he's trying the rack because he hasn't been getting anything?
That might be the case.
They do have the option. They can use the template or the rack.
In the last match, we actually saw Rafael put them on the template rack and then put the plastic rack over top of that to get them tighter and use both of them at the same time. I've never seen anybody do that before.
Yeah, he does like to think out of the box, does Raf. Plays out of New City, same room as I go. Yeah, over in Queens, New York.
Yeah, Derek really laboring over this rack. Still doesn't look like he likes it. He's going to get the template rack again, I think.
Oh, man.
It's so funny when you get a guy. Things have gone Derek's way. The break hasn't been perfect, but he is up 5-1 in this match, and we actually haven't changed the score yet. But it is 5-1. And then, like, all of a sudden, you look at the rack and it doesn't look right. It's kind of a funny thing.
They've used the paper one. You'll think now he's gone over to the plastic one. So this is the plastic rack that we had specially made for today.
Oh yeah, they did mention that there are 2 different DYNASPHERE template racks in the room available for the players.
Mm-hmm. Whichever one takes your fancy.
Sean's not going to like this. I think Sean's one of the guys that I've seen tilted before when he sees a guy rubbing on the balls a little bit.
Yeah, giving him a little cheeky stroke. Let's see if it pays dividends. Worst thing now is to break dry after all that.
Right.
So he's moving it slightly higher. He was out to the right. Now he's gone a bit closer to the center.
Yeah, the very first one on the rack we saw, he was almost dead center and hit it very softly. You pointed out how softly he hit it. Not successful with that one. A lot of clusters and dry as well. So we'll see how he does here. It's slightly off angle and all the way out on the bed of the table with the bridge hand.
I'm predicting a lot of strength. Bam. There you go. And he's made perfect balls there. He's made all the balls that you should make. And once that 7 to clear the air,
and I think it just has. He has a modified pocket here for the 1.
Yeah, and that's really nice positional value out to the 2 as well.
Yeah, I don't think this is a bigger pocket. I think it's just the pocket has moved over. A little bit of help from the 7, so
I think he'll stay with that break now because that's the best break he's had for the.
Look good, and the cue ball. Almost unfortunate that the cue ball leaked all the way up table the way that it did. Look like it really tried to hold but just slid back on the cloth. Even the high couldn't hold it.
Yeah, we did change the break order today, so you're going to see slightly different patterns from what you did yesterday. Another random draw was held, just in case anyone figured out the rack.
Yeah, and just tickled the 7 enough there that the 2 has almost a full pocket now to go.
He's going to get banned soon. He just used tickle, Josh. He just said tickle.
I used that yesterday too, and I didn't know. I was told that I get bonus points for that.
It's a cheeky tickle, and that was more of a cheeky one.
I followed it up with osmosis, which apparently is another points. I don't know. I don't know the rules. I'm just talking.
I don't know the rules.
Let's do it. We'll have to pull the banners out. That'd be awesome. There's still a chance that we have a Shane Wolford versus Shane Van Boning rematch.
Wow, pull the banners out.
Because Wolford's still here, so I was telling her, I was like, hey, we're going to have to pull the banners out. It's going to be...
And let me
both
check.
on the winner's side,
just
right?
now, I believe they're on opposite sides of the bracket as well. Yes, that is correct. They
Still a
could
very
play.
good chance.
They could play in the hot seat match. They could very easily play in the final. So we'll see.
I'd love to see a rematch.
I would love to see it as well. There's a couple guys that might have a thing or two to say about it along the way. I think Kevin West feels strongly about this. Sean Wilkie probably has something to say. So,
Yeah,
but man,
Matt Krah and Raf Debreu very, very comfortable, causing an upset there.
yeah, and Matt Krah, a guy that flies under the radar a little bit, but plays in big tournaments, has played with pros as much as anybody in the room, not afraid to get in the box with a guy that he won't be very starstruck by Shane Van Boning at all.
I feel like he's at every tournament.
Yes.
He does play on the road a lot.
Yeah, so of all the guys in the room that could be playing Shane Van Boning in this spot, I think Matt probably less starstruck than anybody in the room. Not like he'll go in thinking he's a favorite, but he won't be. I don't think there will be added nerves from it being Shane Van Boning. I think it'll just be the spot in the tournament and the fact that the guy you're playing is a little better, more than a little better than you, but
His confidence has definitely gone through the roof the last year or so.
For sure, yeah. And he actually coming off a very strong second place performance behind Shane. We talked about Shane Wolford winning that Maryland State event, but Matt Krah just an awesome run through that bracket, finished second place. So
Loves to come from the one-loss side too. He's probably the best I've seen at coming through the one-loss round.
yeah, so
Even
he
if he
went
loses
fairly
early.
deep with the winner's side of that last one. I think he was in I want to say he was in the Final Four on the winner's side before he lost.
Wiped his feet.
Yeah, dude. I thought he was going to hang that one there for a second. He might have got fortunate with the 9, but as
Yeah.
a blocker, if so. But
Six
Derek,
to 1, yeah, 6-1 he can get it here.
We're either in for a really, really long match or a really quick one.
That's a good point.
You know what? Never mind. That's an illusion. Look up there.
Yeah, it is.
That is like, it's shining right in my face. I got to do something about that.
Oh, wow.
That is incredibly bright. This building has skylights in it, and the skylight is shining directly in my face. So I'm going to use some Post-it notes on our COVID screen protectors, because here at BSN we like to keep everybody safe.
So haven't glanced at the bracket in a while here, but a couple quick updates. Mark Nanashe, a 9-6 winner over Richard Cunningham over on the B side. Eric Toledo, 9-5 winner over Chuck Roth. We mentioned already that Landon beat Jeff Jones, and he's already locked in against Scott Haas on the one-loss side. Thomas Haas advances over Eric Highland. Chip Klein has just knocked out Garrett Vaughn. So big shout out to the kid Garrett Vaughn, a great run. Went toe-to-toe with Kevin West, had a chance to be real close in that match, and then actually knocked Ryan McCreesh out of the tournament. So great run for him. Shane Jackson up 8-7 over Miguel LeBoy. Dylan Sporce advances 9-3 over Fred Christlip. And Mike Soleil, Nathan Childress, the match in the room besides this one that we're watching, 7-7.
What table are they on?
Look like it says table 13.
Okay, well, we can see that one from here. Childress is at the table. We'll keep a lookout for that.
And this is the second match that Childress has been in this tournament, a bout like this. He was locked in back and forth against Derek Schwager. I think it was 7-7, and Derek was able to get the 9-7 win over him there. So,
Yep. Childress looks like he's won that rack, so it's 8-7 Childress.
It's hard to see. He just pulled his cue out of the case in the background there with the yellow gloves on, walking the table with the DYNASPHERE rack.
yeah, you can see him there with the
back,
black
right?
and the white highlighted shirt there, standing right behind Scott Haas's hair.
So he has made a ball. 1 is down, the 2 is open, but no easy shape to the 3 here.
And Landon Hollingsworth still holding strong, maintaining a 2-game lead over Scott Haas by a score of 6-4.
Incredible, very good.
He's looking at going 1 rail in between the 4 and the 6 ball here. It's going to be a pretty touchy shot because the tangent line is not automatic here. He's going to have to manufacture it back just a little bit. But
He has to hit it so flat.
yes, yeah.
So flat. These are really hard to do without spin.
He's going just a little. There it is. He's just going to spin it through the bigger window and just take his medicine.
Yeah, all the way down below it here. And we're able to bring you all those live scoring updates thanks to the technology of qscore.com that we're using for this tournament. Awesome stuff there. You can, if you're at home following along with this tournament, you can go to qscore.com/BSN and follow the scores right along with us.
Absolutely. We're going to be using that for all of our events, guys. And what's really cool about it is it actually keeps everything after the event as well. So you can go back and you can view previous brackets from tournaments. Look how beautiful he just hit this ball. He's going to get around the 10 ball
Wow.
perfectly for the 4 on the side. He's going to have a perfect angle to drift up table.
This is why you want to keep Wilkie in the chair, because he can turn a rack round in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, and when you get him down like this, it's almost like he just gets a little mad and finds another gear.
Yeah. Just rolled a bit too far. This is now going to draw it. Oh, he actually went forward. Good lad. Perfect.
And we actually had a great view of it. We had the camera angle right on Sean Wilkie in his chair as Derek's making it, I think, 5-1 or 6-1. And Sean just kind of is like, okay, all right, we'll have to do this the hard way. Let's go.
Yeah, he understands. Knows how to grind.
I have to say, my favorite, the shot you just saw there from Sean, the way these DYNASPHERES balls play, it's so easy to play that little soft stun out shot when you don't want to overhit it.
I agree.
There's ball sets where it's really tough to get the cue ball to stun, but not overhit it, and this is not the one. You can really be in full control on that kind of a shot.
I agree on that one. And those are the shots in bar box you really need to work on, that kind of like slow draw, twisting it out 2 rails for the next one.
Yeah, get it to move on the line, the 2-rail path that you want, and not over it. It's just so much comfortable as you're starting to learn how to play the 2-rail positions to put a bigger stroke on it. But when you have to get it to be a tight little compact stroke and still get that cue action to get the cue moving on the line that you want,
Correct.
but at a soft enough pace, they're touchy little shots, and nobody does it better than Sean Wilkie. And no ball set does it better than the DYNASPHERES balls.
I've been very impressed. Been using them for the last year now, and I've got 0 complaints. If you do want a set, reach out to Josh or Jake at BSN. They are selling them this weekend and beyond. But if you buy a set this weekend, maybe they'll give you a little Brucey bonus. So score now 6-2.
I'm not sure when Curtis made that comment about the balls not being in the correct order. It must have been the last rack. It was about 10 minutes ago, but
I think it was prior when I don't think he understood that the thing had changed. I did explain that the pattern rack had changed for today.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, when he saw him rack it in the order, he was looking for yesterday's order. Yeah, Curtis was here yesterday.
That's right.
Sweating matches out with us. Glad to see you back, Curtis. Thank you for the continued support, brother man. You and everyone else.
Another great break.
We got some support for Daya showing up in the chat right now. Daya's in a very strong position here. Up 4 racks versus Wilkie, alternating break in a race to 9. If you guys are just now tuning in, welcome, welcome, welcome. You're listening to myself, Josh Setterfield. I'm joining the booth by Dell, the Highlander Sim, and Jeremy Mason from the Sweat. Got a lot of talent here today, guys. Still a lot of amazing gameplay left. Looks like Daya's going to take a quick break for a second.
Yeah, and you just mentioned Curtis Branker there. I mean, another person, if you're a fan of the game and maybe the history of the game in the area, go follow Curtis Branker's Facebook page. It's just his personal page. There's incredible content that he brings you from updates on all the tournaments in the area with how players finish up. different little snippets of the history of the game in the area, and it's just what really needs to happen is he needs to get all that information together and write a couple books.
Yeah.
Because I enjoy following his page on Facebook there. It's good stuff.
I'm going to call, and this is it, Josh. What do you think? So, just as Wilkie thinks like he's hitting a gear, what happens? Tactical timeout.
I'm telling you,
I'm even going to call it the Tim Tanaka tactical timeout.
Tim Tanaka?
Not to knock the guy, but his name's Tanana.
I thought you were trying to say Tanana.
I was almost there.
I felt like I was completely set up by his amazing. And then I felt like you were ganging up on me for a second. Now I'm super confused.
Well, I was just going quadruple T.
Tim
Nobody
Tanana.
knows what's going
So
on.
instead of a player break, we needed to say the Tim Tanana,
Tactical timeout.
because he's one of the stream sponsors, right?
Yeah, East Coast Prime Meats.
Here we go. The Tim Tanana timeout, tactical timeout.
So we have a replay sponsor, and now we can get a tactical timeout sponsor.
There we go. And I think this is very tactical by what he's done, because he's going to keep Wilkie in the chair, because he doesn't want him to be, G'd up by that last one.
Yeah, so when you're in a match and there is a prime position for a tactical timeout,
This is the right time to do it. I think this is a good time. Sometimes players just take a timeout just because they need the restroom. Other times, I think they do things like this.
well, I think more often than not you see it from the guy trailing, but this is a great timeout from the leading player.
Just take the heat off it, right?
Well, you see Sean get a good feel in there, made a couple great shots, get a nice run out there, and Derek's like, nope, stopping the momentum right there.
What I like is he broke off, and he's, it's very, very, very rare I see someone break off, have an open table, and have a good look at the one, and then take a timeout. So this is why I know it's tactical.
It's a great time for it, and you go to the bathroom and you're like, you have a shot, and you're like, okay, you get to tell yourself, because sometimes in the moment you get a little bit ahead of yourself, you don't really remember what it is that this shot means.
Agreed.
Getting to 7-2, getting closer to being on the hill, up big against a big player, you can just take one shot for granted, take one out for granted, and one little mistake here can be all that Sean Wilkie needs to get back in this match. And so Derek's in the bathroom telling himself, all right, let's go. This out right here puts you in a great position to win this match.
It does, and there's a lot of table to play in after this. The one's going to stick up around the hole once he makes the 6, and the cue ball's just going to come nicely into the middle of the table. Well, he's got a fantastic opportunity. Hello, Rich Schultz. Thanks for joining us again, mate. Good to see you. I know that you'll be sweating this one. If you reach out, Ronald, if you send Josh or Jake a PM or the Billiard Sports Network, if you send them a direct message on Facebook, they will get out to you with the special pricing for this weekend, which will include shipping. And that is for the Platinum set. In the Platinum set, you get two of those cue balls, and you'll also get the template racks for the 9-ball and the 8 and 10 ball as well. So a good deal that they're putting on this weekend. I like him from here. I like him just to chop this one down the rail.
Yeah, and you just float the cue ball out past the 3.
Just be careful of the speed, right? I mean, that's a little bit more steep than it looked like on the other angle. So
I think the bad shot would be to overhit it. I think you just have to make sure you clear the 3.
see there, he tried to play it too soft, and that was my point.
Ooh,
he tried to control the cue ball too much, and didn't really appreciate that. That was quite a steep cut. And look at Wilkie. Needs no time. He's just like, yep, these are mine. And that was my point.
Wow.
Maybe try and overplay that one than underplay it.
Yeah, the gap was pretty big. You're right. It has to go a long way to get into trouble from the 10 or the 5, I suppose. The 3 really wasn't that big of a factor. So.
Yeah, and I don't see any problems here.
Well, I don't see any problems here, but he's a little bit funny here. He's going to have to go forward, possibly bump the 7 and spin back over.
No touching of the balls, please. No touching of the balls.
Yeah, that's fine. He spun it and missed it. So this is perfect. Every ball has a pocket. Big favorite to get out from here.
I do like to talk to the balls, though. Do you talk to them when you play?
Only once it's too late. Like you get the feeling that if you told the balls what to do before you pulled the trigger, they would listen better.
I think so.
And I always am trying to beg, and once things are already rolling.
Oh yeah, so Childress and Salah, good point. They are hill right now, so that one's looking a bit tense. Good comeback from Mike. It was hill down.
Yeah, I don't know that there's ever been a 2-game gap in that entire match.
Mike Sandler, very, very good player on the bar box.
Yeah, and
Plays a lot of tournaments, right?
somehow possibly still a little bit underrated. Like, goes
Possibly
toe to toe
somehow.
with the good players, beats them frequently, and yeah, I still feel like he's not one of the names that gets mentioned as a contender, but you're just never surprised when he goes deep into these
I
tournaments.
like that because you go cheap in the Calcutta and then away you go.
Cheap
You can cash
hit.
it out.
Yeah.
Cash it out.
Hey, I'll
Another
tell
nice.
you what, guys, we are so close to 6,000 subscribers on YouTube. If you guys are watching, you haven't already hit that subscribe button, go ahead and show us some love and support by go ahead and smashing that like button for us. Go ahead and hit the thumbs up. Let everybody know that we're here, that we're live, and we're bringing the action all weekend long. Got several more events coming up this year, guys. We got more Open Pro events. We got some more junior events. The action is going to be non-stop, so you don't want to miss any of it. Go ahead and hit the subscribe button, hit that thumbs up, turn on notifications, never miss the action.
Lovely. So the new template you can see there for the day: 154 610 2793 along the back.
Yeah, so 2 hill matches still finishing up in that 25th to 32 level of the bracket, but we're actually well into that 17th through 24th round there.
These are
Tournament
gonna go
rolling
quick.
rolling along at an incredible pace so far, and it will bog down a little bit. We're going to get to a point where you can't use very many tables and people are waiting on each other. So, but just in it, we mentioned it earlier, but great job by the tournament staff. Great help with the pace of play from Q-Score. Does a lot to help with the transition times on matches, and then also great venue here with 24 well-playing diamond bar box tables.
Yeah, it's definitely one for the future, and it's the first time running a 128-man event, so there are going to be some tweaks here and there, but still believe that we're bringing you the best entertainment right here on the screen, on the TV table.
Sean actually did just cut it to 6-3. We haven't got that one up on the scoreboard for you yet, but 6-3 here. Derek leads over Sean.
Did not want to scratch, did he?
I actually missed whatever happened there.
He scratched off the break.
On the break, okay.
Yeah, he did make a ball, but he lost the cue ball straight into the side pocket.
2 ball down, ball in hand here for Derek.
Now, this is still an A-side match, yeah?
Yes.
It is, yeah.
So even if Wilkie goes down, he's going to be on the B side, have a chance to fight it back, but there's still plenty of match left. So I know Wilkie's not accepting defeat here yet.
Oh no, he's right within touch here.
Check it out. We got
Agree.
VB sweating the match.
Yeah.
Right there, right next to Wilkie.
Took a VIP seat. Yeah, I like this from Derek. I like that Derek's taking his time.
You think I should go ask him for his wristband?
Yeah, I
If
would.
he's got a VIP band on?
He's got to follow the rules.
Like, excuse me, sir.
Apparently he doesn't, because he played that combo. So
I'm not entirely sure why he played that combo, you know.
it was a wide open table, but the 10 was hanging at the time. If he knows the rule, he runs out. But
Yeah,
if you don't know the rule, there was no way to miss the combo off the rail the way he played it. So,
agreed.
oh, are you talking about the combo that Derek just?
Derek
I'm
just
sorry,
played, yeah.
I was talking about Shane Van Boning not having to follow the rules.
There's that too.
Yeah. So
I'm actually just wondering now. I think he's actually overcooked that. I don't think that this goes.
yeah, you can't cut this to the side pocket. You could still see the top. I'd say half of the ball, probably even almost a full hit on the 3 ball still. Straight through it from the line of the cue ball to the 3.
I think you can play the bank with a
yeah, I
bit
was
of
going to
save.
say that tells me that the bank is on for a 2-way shot.
Yeah, I think I like the bank because I do think it affords a little bit of safety as well.
Yeah, and if you missed it long, the 3 would bank 2 rails back into the back of the 9. But the problem with that is to play it with the cue ball the way you want, it's actually going to miss, more likely to miss on the short side, I think. I don't know though. It could. Yeah, I think he could play this like a smooth stop shot and err on the long side with the 3 ball here.
I prefer to err on the short side personally because the long side does that. See, the long side comes back.
Yeah, see, I thought it would come more into the back of the 9 and favor the 2-way, but it did not. It went farther and
Yeah.
out into the open space for Wilkie, and this is...
Playing it long was always going to be a problem there.
Yeah, so he should have snapped that cue ball a little bit more and shortened it up and probably would have just split the pocket with it, but
Wilkie's not in prime shape here, and he's losing the cue ball a lot.
We'll just stun down for the corner now. I'll go forward for the other side. I'm sorry. Yeah.
You see, he's not. He doesn't have the cue ball on a string like normal.
No, and I mentioned it when Brandon was in his match with Dylan yesterday, that some of these top players that are so locked in with the equipment all the time, if you just change something like the ball set, the very subtle little intricacies of that can affect their game a lot more than it would somebody else's.
I agree. Yeah, that's a good point. And yes, Woody, they are allowed to choose between the traditional rack or the template rack, so they do have the option of 2.
Or both if you're Rafael DeBreo.
Or both.
Yeah, I don't think that was ever even considered. Like, what do we do if somebody puts racks on racks?
Nobody's ever seen it before.
I would like the paper template on the bottom, the plastic rack on the outside, and then the DYNASPHERES plastic rack on the top. And I need one of those compression racks to really...
Oh, I was going to say you got to throw the little stuffies, what are they called, on top of that?
Oh, good stuff, guys. Here for a good time. Wilkie took that rack. Closing the gap here. 6-4. Wilkie down by 2, trying to make a comeback.
Trying to, is doing.
I'm pretty sure it was 6-1 not that long ago, Dale.
That's my point. He can string racks together very, very quickly if you let him in.
So fast.
That almost makes it more dominating sometimes because you're kind of, that's what's putting the pressure on the other player. And
yeah, so intimidating when the other guy makes it look so easy.
Yeah, and his quickness of it too. It's not like he's taking 10 minutes to clear the table. He's doing it in 2 minutes flat.
And if you're not careful, it can affect your pace as the other guy.
Yeah, right. Like you start to speed up trying to keep up because there's that whole psychological thing going on now.
It's the same dynamic as when you're playing golf with a guy that hits it long and you start overhitting the drive. Very, very easy to do.
Let's hit refresh. And let's see who got it. They've put their cues away, but nobody's put a score in.
Yeah, and guys, if I start talking a million miles an hour again, I'm not fangirling again. I just cracked the second Red Bull of the day, so that would be what's going on there. I apologize ahead of time.
This is my first beer. It's only 2:20.
Well, that puts you way off pace, doesn't it?
That's way off pace.
Dell's off to a slow start today.
I was feeling it though. The last couple of days have been really long days. I thought I'd take it a bit easier today.
Didn't have a shot at breakfast?
No shot with the McMuffin.
Gotta say, real cool to finally get a chance to be in the booth with you, Della. Now, we and you have spoken a few words in passing, a couple fist bumps here and there, but
yeah,
I've been looking forward to getting in to talk to you a little bit here for a long time. So really enjoying this. Buddy.
Thanks, man. I like having company. You know, not as good as Josh and Jake are, but it's good when we've got an alternative talent that we can bring in and people can relate to and understand. And has a following. You have a following out there, so it's really good.
Yeah, I probably brought about 5 extra people to the live stream here today.
Hey, 5 today, 50 tomorrow, 500 next month, right? Sorry if you weren't on the schedule. You are now.
No pressure, right?
So yeah, there's at the moment it's just me, Josh, and Jeremy in the booth right now.
I mean, we only have 3 commentators. I mean, I'm struggling right now.
That was the way to play there.
Man, that would have been really nice if we could have got on the backside of that 7 there, but this is definitely, it still goes. How do you, are you going to try to check this cue ball and get it out, or are you going to play safe here? Because if you can check it, but it's new cloth like we're talking about, or do you try to thread the needle 2 rails in between the 5 and the 8? Let's see what he goes for.
We're about to find out. Yeah, he
takes the safe. He's using that traffic.
Doesn't want to scratch.
Is that tracking?
It is.
Wow.
So tough. That would have been a great save.
It's so incredible.
You know what, though? In all seriousness, that one ball actually has leaked out. Probably about, I don't know, 10, 15% of the ball. Standing here, I'm staring right down the barrel from this view. So he might have still had a sliver. But Wilkie here with a chance to...
I'd like to separate.
On him.
Well, I'd like to separate. I'd like to just graze off. I'd like to bring the 4 out into play and then just take the cue ball up towards the 6 ball.
Yeah.
You know, guys, momentum is an incredible thing, and it's just wild how after Derek makes that mistake coming back from the break, things turn around, Sean runs a couple racks, and now all of a sudden that safety finds the middle of the corner pocket going down table.
Right.
You know, it's just, it's
He would have been in a world of trouble there too. Yeah, just drift down. No, he hasn't got it. That's no good. He's left a really simple one rail kick at this.
Might need to spin it just a hair to lengthen it out, but yeah, very, very straightforward kick here. And if he hits it, there's a lot of ways to get safe here.
Yeah, I kind of like catching the second rail. If you can catch the second rail and hit the one ball thin.
I think he'd have to really spin it to get that.
Yeah, I mean, he hit it one
He
rail.
hit that great, yeah.
Wow, that was on a dime. Very nicely done.
Wilkie looking to do the same thing here.
Yeah, not really trying to do anything except just
Didn't
lag
hit a rail.
up into it. Yeah.
No rail.
Did the 4 not catch a rail?
No.
Yeah,
he's
Oh,
called it
I
on
don't
himself.
think, I don't
See,
think
I tell you
Derek
what,
even
that's-
knew it, yeah.
That's exactly what we were talking about yesterday, Del, on why I will never fall on the sword for my opponent is because I'm the player that will always do that.
Good sportsmanship.
And, guys, I tell you what,
That's incredible
the way to play it.
sportsmanship. Derek did not know that that was a foul.
No, he was ready to try and take that one. I think I prefer coming at this the other way, but there's a big gap here to cause separation.
Wilkie watching the shot.
Just don't make the one.
Yeah, and so there's some players out there that would call that on themselves just to save face on the live stream, but Sean Wilkie is just that guy that he's going to do the right thing.
All the time. Agreed.
Banner came down in the background there. They're just putting back. It's just Velcro real quick. I guess somebody brushed it. I thought Wilkie was sweating the shot. He was really just stopping the banner from falling down.
I do not like this one. I think he's only really got a one rail kick, because the side pocket's in the way of the two.
Yeah, and so Sean already is on one foul, so needs to come up with a hit here.
Can he catch a second rail?
Yeah,
Maybe
I think he can. I think he can over here. Yeah.
Yeah,
Tough thing here is I don't know that it's incredibly easy to find cover for the one here. It needs to travel a couple rails and go a long way, unless somehow you can get the cue ball into the 6 some kind of weird way,
Using the measuring system here, he's doubling up, finding his contact point on the second rail, and basically reverse engineering the shot from the one ball.
Right.
So you had talked a lot about Wilkie's measuring systems, and this is exactly it right here. So he is finding his contact point on the second rail to be able to contact the one. And last time he measured up a shot like this, he made a 3-rail kick on the 5 ball flawlessly. Did not get rewarded to the 7. Oh wow! With the jack up? Oh, I wasn't expecting him to have to jack up like
had
that.
to take a third rail
That
because
was
of
a
where the side pocket
really
was. Right?
difficult spot to be in because once again, even if he comes up with a good hit, I think the only good result is the make. I don't think he was going to find cover there for the one, and the table was wide open. So very effective safety from Derek first of all, but incredible that the difference in whether or not that 4 had just trickled onto the rail for Wilkie the shot before.
I agree. Derek really needs to take the command back and don't try and overthink this. I don't like putting it there for the side pocket, but I like that he wants to go forward. So the players are taking extra caution here not to overrun the ball, and he's in perfect shape now.
Yeah, Skip, I think we'll politely decline that, although I'm sure we could go a long way with that conversation there. He just says, we could come up with a short list of players who would not have done what Sean did there.
Yeah, I wouldn't have called it, would they? The overhead, though, that'll get you every time. You can't escape the overhead camera. Just like that.
Sorry, I was reading through.
Derek needs this rack. Has to have this rack. You can't let Wilkie get back to within a game here with all the momentum.
Yeah, opening up that 3-game lead again would be huge, especially with just needing 2 after that.
You guys remember who's breaking next? I don't.
It's odds and evens, so we haven't gone out of turn yet. So whoever wins this will make the scoreline odd.
The player that lost the lag should be breaking next.
Correct.
Do you remember that? Because I definitely don't remember that.
I don't remember that.
Derek broke first.
Okay. So it will be Wilkie's break coming up.
Oh, that little nudge just made this makeable. That was so
Crazy.
fortunate. If that doesn't nudge it, he doesn't make this ball.
do you think about playing a safe here?
I have to be aggressive, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
I just think where the 8-ball is there's no scratch, so I just go full-blooded at this, and I know I'm not going to scratch.
Oh, look, he's pretty elevated back here.
He's not going for it, that's why. That's a nice save. Needs a big bounce. He got it.
And Sean will have the rail first play. He'll measure it up with the mirror system again.
Okay, he's already mapped out his contact point. Now, I do this a lot where I'll pick my field contact point, and then I'll measure after that, and I'm kind of just using the measuring to gut check the feel. And it just kind of helps my envisioning on seeing the shot correctly.
That's
almost
a really interesting point there, Josh. I think that's I don't know that I've ever thought about that way. I'm very much a feel player.
Yeah.
And sometimes I think that measuring things out kind of gets me out of my game a little bit.
Yeah.
But I think comparing the one against the other could be pretty effective.
Look, and he just did it.
No,
So
he lost the cue ball.
He picked his contact point first, and then, he double checks himself. And look, he's making them left and right. 3 rail kicks, rail first. I mean, the systems he's great at it.
Yeah, you never ever think he's going to miss one ever.
So he, like Del said, he did unfortunately lose the cue ball here after making the 6, so left himself really right in the pocket. He's going to have to bridge off the back side of the table there, as you see.
Yeah, just avoid the scratch here. Make the ball. Doesn't matter if he leaves a bit of distance. Just avoid the scratch. Just avoid the scratch.
And unfortunately, was unsuccessful at avoiding the scratch.
It was huge. So many times that happens, and he could have played that like 2 or 3 times softer and still had the desired result.
Well, I saw him tap his cue right in the middle of the table. I almost wonder if that's what he was planning on doing, and the shot just kind of escaped him a little bit.
I think it was just that the check side did not grab the way that he thought on the new cloth, I think is all it was.
Yeah, I think it would slow it down a little more. So Derek,
slow down and shorten.
Right back in the position to take that commanding 3-rack lead you guys were talking about.
Moving back to one of the comments a few minutes ago, Kathy, to answer your question, yes, this is the 7-foot tables, 24 7-foot diamond tables here at the center pocket location we're playing at. Beautiful room, and a very strong 128-player field down to about 17 or 18 players
17 now, I would say. As most of the other rounds have concluded and we've now moved on.
I think it might actually be 16 now that...
Into the 16, correct. And I've never seen Sean Wilkie give away so many opportunities.
Actually, I'm wrong. It's
on
not
the TV table ever.
I'm a level ahead. It's actually 24. 16 losers and 8 winners. 24,
okay.
Yeah.
I couldn't have told you that I've ever seen that happen just even off stream.
Even off stream, right? I mean, this is why Daya really needs to take advantage of this.
Yeah, I mean, he had a chance to kind of start tightening the screws, and unfortunately a couple of things didn't go very well. Sorry about being late to tracking these scores, guys. But he is within 1 here.
Yeah, I really think Sean just put a tip of inside on that ball, and it did not grab the way it normally would, and it just, on the new cloth, it just kind of leaks out, slides down the table, and went right into the corner pocket where he anticipated it straightening it out and coming probably about that second diamond on the long rail.
I agree. Sean just needs to avoid the scratch. He went straight in the drink last time out, but really doesn't lighten up. Gives it everything. Look at that, straight down the middle and back up.
I think we changed the score the wrong direction. It is 7-4 in favor of Derek.
7-4, sorry, bud. Karen Catastrophe. Is that Karen from Long Island?
Yeah, and the thing that just happened there for Derek that never seems like it happens is Derek made the mistake, had the chance to go up 7-4, and got away with it. Not really a mistake, I wouldn't say. He played a decent, effective safety.
2 or 3 times in that rack, it went back and forth.
Well, he played the safety, and we said it was pretty effective, but kind of as soon as the ball stopped rolling, we're like, oh yeah, Sean's going to make this rail first every time, and then Sean gets the shot on the 7 and scratches one rail in the corner, so... Does not go that way very often against Sean Wilkie. If you give him a look, you're probably not getting it back.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying Derek's been quite fortunate. I mean, getting that early lead has been very, very helpful, though, because it's kept Sean on the back foot. Called the bank, so we will be banking at this. Nicely played, and no reward.
Yeah, and the thing about it, Derek has played a little bit tight and a little bit nervous since the break that he took up 6-2 or whatever it was, and things have gone Wilkie's way. But that mistake from Wilkie will do a little bit to bring Derek back down to earth now, calm him a little bit. Be like, okay, you know what? This guy's human. I just got to play my game and figure out a way to close this match out. I look for Derek to not make mistakes the rest of the way.
I'm in agreement with that, and the reason I just switched the camera there is I saw him take the butt off his cue, so I think this means he's going to try a little cheeky swerve shot, so I wanted to give you the best angle possible at home. Just took the extra weight off so you can get right up high on this. We're in the prime position here.
And this is the advantage of the rear extension over the central extension. If you have a lot of players like that little 2 or 4 inch extension in the center of their cue, and some shots you just need to be able to snap it off real quick and play the elevated shot there. So
yeah, didn't do him any favors there, unfortunately. And again, Derek has ball in hand. I mean, I should have started taking notes on ball in hand. I think he's had 7 or 8 ball in hands this match.
It's been quite a few. Sean has definitely struggled with the pace on the cue ball in this match.
Yeah, playing a little bit faster than the other tables. These rails and the conditions here are a little bit different to the outer tables. I like where he's at here, though. This should be just a stop. 6 and
you know, we mentioned earlier that Sean likes to stun the ball around the table, and those tiny little stun shots that he plays where he slides the ball 3 inches or slides the ball a foot or whatever, like if you change the speed of the table a little bit, it can be tougher to adjust back for that kind of a shot than it is if you're rolling the ball around.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Derek's had the better layouts. He's definitely had more road maps than what Sean has. Every time Sean's been running out, there's been a little bit of traffic or a little bit of like indecision that's been laying in there.
Derek did a great job of really finding his footing and getting into that stretch comfortably, making sure he had a good still base and taking his time on the stroke. It's so easy on a stretched out shot like that to just slide into it and never really get set before the shot, and it doesn't normally go well if you do that.
No, I agree with that. There's now it's just really just a pattern, it's a pattern out really.
Yeah, I'll just go forward here up above the shot line for the 8. You'll probably see 7 on the side, 8 on the other side, 9 in the same side as the 7. Does not get much easier than this.
Correct. Yeah, from there he's got a nice angle. Overhead will give us a better shot. Doesn't need to finish too straight. A little bit of angle is not the end of the world.
He's actually fairly straight on this 8. He might just play a stop shot here. If you go forward on this shot, it can just get a little funny because you're slightly cutting the 8 and going forward on a line that doesn't look good while you're down.
No, I agree with that. This is
No, he just rolls it. It's a good shot. And Derek with a great
rails around the 10 here.
I think
Or do
so.
you just roll it one rail?
one rail, mate. At this stage of the match, look at that.
I told you.
Yeah, I thought it would. It's a big area to land in, and you're not on a fast table. As much as you can not fight against the momentum of the cue ball, it's a good way to play.
I mean, that was a statement of intent there. Did you see how hard he fired that 10 ball in? He just said, you know what, Wilkie, I'm right here, buddy.
It's the nice thing about having a 3-foot straight and shot on the 10 ball, you know.
I thought he was going to break the back of the pocket. Wow. I almost jumped out of my chair. I was like, ugh. Then he stared at me. I was like,
This is great.
It's got me.
Coming for you next, Dell.
It's got me intimidated.
I think the biggest power move you could possibly break, if I'm being honest with you, the next time you're on the TV table, Dell, if you don't do this, I'm going to have to reevaluate your position with BSN, is I need you to stare directly in the camera while you're breaking and never look at the cue ball. Just stare right at the camera.
And pop the cue ball up through the arena light.
Oh, please.
Yeah.
Like last time. You got to see if you can touch the ceiling.
I did. I actually did touch the ceiling last time, I think. I've stopped doing that. Gone for more control.
Yeah, once I am closer to the area where I'm not all the way back out in Virginia Beach, I'm planning on starting to jump into some more events. There's a lot that I could do out in Virginia Beach, but the schedule's so packed right now, it's just insane to try to do anything more than what I'm already doing. But I look forward to being able to get some more time in the box, especially with around a lot of a lot of the talent that we have in the circle here. I feel like the game is going to skyrocket.
Yeah, we'll do, almost definitely. Prepared to see a monster break from Derek. He knows this is one where you talk to yourself a little bit and say, come on, Paul Jesus, give me one good break. Let's make 5 balls and get me shape on the one.
So, a question for you, Del. If you're Sean sitting in your chair right now, there's a really good chance you're going to lose this match. Obviously, you're not giving up, but you're going to need a little bit of help from Derek to get back into this match. Do you start to change your mentality to try to start leveling yourself out and getting back into a good frame of mind for the match that you're about to play coming up in a little bit, or do you still just think about grinding this one out more than the moving forward?
You never give up. I mean,
obviously, don't give up.
You can never show any quit, unfortunately. But you are right. You are putting yourself in a frame of mind where you try not to relive the poor shots you played. You know, you try not to relive, obviously from learning from them, but you try not to let them hang on your back. And take yourself back to your calm space, because I'm sure Wilkie is very frustrated in the chair.
And it does a couple things. So, like, you really don't want to leave this match with the kind of frustration that can carry over to your next match against predictably another great player. And obviously, if you're Sean, you have another barrel here. Like, Sean can come from the B side and win a tournament just as easily as from the A side. So
he does it often.
But just by doing that, if you get yourself a little bit positive, just thinking about, okay, you know, I have another barrel, I got another chance, you might be surprised. You get a chance or two. Like, here's one now. If you can run out here,
8-4. It's not the end of the world.
Has his break, you know.
Starting to see him slow up just a little. You know, he's not just getting down and slapping them in. Well, it took an extra half a second.
Yeah, the only time you're going to see Sean take a considerable amount of time is when he's measuring up a kick out of a safety or whatever. So, but yeah, just a second extra to compose himself. And even here, you see him just walking around the table. He's not exactly where he wanted to be. Still okay, just not right. He's overrun his cue ball 6 inches as he has a few times in this match. Just composing himself, hit that one really well. From this angle, that looks like a very tiny gap between the 410. I'm assuming it's probably bigger than I think from...
Let's have a look. It does.
It actually was pretty tight, yeah, so he hit that very nicely.
Goes by the 10, and I think it goes by the 9 as well. And just floating this one in is going to leave him a nice cut on the 5.
Got to be careful with the 8 here. As you stun this to the rail, it doesn't have to climb very high to get back into
it's
where the 8's
straight up and back. Yeah, no English on this shot.
Yeah.
I agree. Hollingsworth is on the hill with Scott Huss. So that one's gone to the wire. This is a nice little clip shot. These ones go easy on the new equipment, but I can't believe he's calling the bank, really. I thought for sure he would just clip this one in and come back twice across the table and for the 7.
I think he's in a real good spot because of how thin it is to avoid the 7 the first time and come back above it.
It's called the bank, though. Must have known it was a hanger. Great shot. Does his little courtesy rub on the rail. Always rubs his sweaty right hand on the rail. We've noticed that a lot.
Just another shot here that it doesn't play as tough as it looks. You just have to compose yourself and put a nice stroke on it. He did it, he missed it.
No. Sure, what be done?
I think it's going to leak out for Derek.
Derek's on the hill. He'll be rubbing his hands together.
Can you see this 7 ball?
I think he can.
I think he can too.
Wide open.
Man, that looks tight, but I agree. The first thought I had was that it leaked out far enough he could see it.
Derek's side of it. Make a decision early. Do I take the 8 long, or do I draw back for the 8 in the side?
Can we just get the foot angle real quick?
Sure.
Yes, he has the full ball for sure here.
Yeah, there's no danger here, like I say. Oh no, he's got his jump cue out. We're both wrong.
Now
I for sure thought he could see that from there.
He doesn't even need to jump this. He just needs to kind of skip it a hair.
If he's jumping over like an 1/8 of the ball.
Yeah, you just have to get it initially off the ground. It doesn't really need to elevate at all.
I think he just wants to give us one for the highlight reel. That's incredible.
And the 8, I believe the 8 passes the 9 here, so nothing to do with the cue ball here. Just got to get this ball down.
Yeah.
And it's so much easier to line these up when it's this kind of a jump shot where you don't really have to elevate that far.
I kind of feel like he's not even going to jump over. I mean, look how,
Well, he is elevating more than I expected.
Wow. This must be right hooked.
Oh. He hit it pretty good.
Oh, look at the roll.
He's going to get a decent roll back, but again, Sean rolled into that position the first time.
The roll. Look at the roll. He's got the edge of it, you know.
He might have the shot.
This might twist in.
It might twist in.
Lots of right-hand spin here. Just to widen the angle. And he got it as well. What a shot. Great shot there. Oh, Wilkie.
That's crazy that Sean had a shot there.
Yeah, the fact that was so fine, and that's what he needs.
Wow. Yeah, I thought so. Sean had missed the ball and got a roll, and I thought Derek got one back there, but Sean had just enough to make the ball and get out. This is 8-5. Sean will be breaking. Not over yet.
8-5. Anybody's game. Let's have another look. Look, that just leaked out ever so slightly.
Yeah, and Sean just walked to the table knowing he was going to have a shot. He saw it right away that he had a shot. Didn't even act like it was anything, just fired it right in the hole and ran out.
That slammed. Brilliant shot. And look at how perfectly he finished on the 8 ball afterwards. Very nice.
This is what's so scary about a guy like Sean. Like, Sean does not care what the score is. He feels like if he has a look, he's out and just okay, on to the next one.
The break and run here puts a lot of pressure back on Derek. Even though he's still maintaining that two rack. Sean really taking a lot more time over that now. Got the rack wrong completely.
Yeah, so let's assume Sean breaks and runs here. It'll be Derek breaking at 8-6, and he would have the break again at Hill if we went that far.
The importance of winning the lag.
So 2 more chances for Derek to control his own serve, and that's assuming that we don't get any mistakes from Sean the rest of the way.
Agreed.
And you kind of, if you're Derek, you need to think the thought that we just thought. Okay, because you can't, like, if Sean breaks and runs here, it doesn't have to be added pressure. If I'm in my chair right now and I'm Derek, I tell myself that Sean has already broken run here. Mm-hmm. I've already said, okay, 8-6, I get to break.
Just control my break, right?
Yeah, that's all you're thinking. Because then, like, if you have that, any chance that you get at the table in this rack is just an added bonus, and only good things can happen.
No, I agree. And Sean has pulled out his best break of the day.
Yeah, you can see this one just has to come straight across, likely for the 3 in the side pocket where the 6 is. I was able to get enough of that to kind of use the natural angle to come the other way.
There's a bit of pep in his step. I don't like it.
It's scary when he gets that look.
Don't like when he gets that little bit of pep.
Yeah, there's like this little twitch hitch in his stroke that it's almost like a little added flair, like he's showing off a little bit. You know what I'm talking about? Shane does the same thing. I know you've seen that, but Shane is the longer, smoother, but he has that little...
Well, if you watch Sean, he actually twists the cue. When he's in full chat, you'll see him, he'll like flick the cue and almost twist it before he hits. So you might see it here with this angle.
We've got a good angle to see it from if we're ever going to.
Look. See, look, he twists it. See that?
Yeah. You see little things like that just to, not that it's to relieve nerves, but it almost does. It takes some of the pressure, I guess, out of the feeling in your arm. You just get that little motion. Some guys will take their bridge hand and tap a finger on the table a couple times or something little like that. It's actually
completely subconscious, They don't actually know they're doing it. It's completely subconscious.
Yeah.
And that just tells me that he's in a good groove if he's spinning his cue as well.
We also just got a great look at gorgeous cue Sean's playing with. I don't know, what is that, the Lucasi, right?
It's Lucasi, yeah.
Beautiful cue. Still playing with the maple shaft, old school feel there. One of few.
You can see where he twists it there. 3 times, in fact. 1, 2, 3. This is a power play too, not moving the rack. That just shows you he's confident, and he won't even move the rack here, I don't think. Oh, all right. Doesn't want to just touch it. Power play. Like it. I mean, it ain't going to matter, whatever the difference. I mean, a hair left or right really isn't going to affect the shot.
Yeah, Derek would have given him this 10 ball if there wasn't a concessions rule. So
And we are looking at 8-6, Jeremy. On the edge of my seat here.
yeah,
It's
and
probably because it's very, very small anyway, but
like we said, if you're Derek, you have to tell yourself that Sean's going to break and run there. There should be nothing in that rack mentally at all except, okay, my turn.
this is it, yeah. And like I say, he speeds up that stroke and Derek's got it all to do. And just like before, he has 2 breaks now. So 2 breaks to get him up. Yep. 8-6. And Derek knows he's got 2 breaks now to close himself out.
Let me just check on this. I believe we did just hear a confirmation that Landon closed out Scott Haas.
Did, 9-8. Hill got him 9-8.
Wow, what a win.
Was he the last junior standing, or is Garrett still pumping on?
Garrett was knocked out, but you still have Nathan. Did Nathan pull out his match?
Nathan lost his. Mike Salo won on the hill as well.
So I would say true junior, he would be the only one, but you still have some young players. Thomas Hosdell and Spoor both advancing, and Shane Wolford, of course, still on the winner's side.
Yeah, those in the over 20 bracket.
I feel like we left one out there somewhere. I don't remember.
Okay, what have you got, Derek? Let's see.
Yeah, so we were just talking about the sneaky good player that Mike Saleh is, and he has already had some great wins in this tournament. It just adds another one, defeating Nathan Childress by a score of Hill.
Yeah, good to
Laurie
see.
John earlier in the tournament.
This is going to be your best chance, Derek. No problem balls whatsoever, and you have a look at the one. So I know for a fact this is the one that you need to take out, because you might not get another opportunity.
Got to really commit to whatever you're doing with the cue ball in this shot. I would say generally I like to check this and go in full into the face of the 9 off the rail. I don't know, maybe it's not quite what I'm looking at, and you can kind of just lag it with some outside. The one looks a hair thin for that, because you can go off the rail and go long around the 9 as well.
Yeah,
He was able to check it and stay to the inside of the 9. Takes it out of play.
he wasn't going anywhere near that one. Now, do you stay the short side, or do you come on to the other side?
I like coming to the other side. Once again, on equipment that's rolling really well, I try to fight with my cue ball as little as I possibly can. I think it's easier to come across than it is to hold here.
Yeah, just come across and doesn't want to come behind the 5. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he overhit that. He actually could have used a little check on that one too and took the 5 out of play.
Yeah, and he's gonna take a walk. Let's just take another look at that. What we were saying there about trying to hold the short side, perhaps. Very interesting that he didn't, and he kind of just looked, and look where the 5 came into play. He had so much table to work with, and he's walking around scratching his head now, thinking, how the hell did I get behind the 5 from there?
Yeah, and there's a couple things he could have done. He could have used more outside and kind of lengthened the cue ball out, and then it's good for a lot longer. He could have used check side and come up above the 5, taking it completely out of play. Or, as you mentioned, kill it with a little bit of outside at lag speed and just take a little bit of an angle for the short side shot. Would have been just fine.
Just kill it now. He's looking at the 2 rail to try and make, a position where he could have held. Scott Casagrande, if you look on the brackets, the bracket is available there, bud. You can go have a look and just type in his name and you'll find it. I believe he won the first match and then lost the next 2, so unfortunately is out.
A lot of players are out at this point.
Yeah, I have 128. Long weekend.
And we're down to the last 24.
What a shot.
Actually, less than 24 now.
Look.
As you have 2 matches in that round have already ended. Brett Stottlemyre, a Hill win over Eric Toledo. Eric out tied for 17th. And as we mentioned, Landon Hollingsworth a 9-8 victory over Scott Haas. So Scott Haas as well, a T17. So we are down to 22 players in the tournament.
22 at 250. We might be out of here by 8 o'clock.
Everybody always says something like that at this point of the tournament, and it never happens.
It never happens.
Not even close.
We left a bank, or
I'm gonna, if I had to guess, I'm saying the final will start close to 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
And that's just
I'll be
a
well
guess.
on the road to New York by that point. I've got work at 7 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah,
Can't
you've
wait.
got a little bit longer drive than most of us do, I think. So
I like him banking this just to hold shape a little bit easier. I mean, the three you can twist it 3 rails, but I still think the bank is very, very makeable from there.
yeah, with the bank, he'll just pull the cue ball up table and backwards about 5 or 6 inches and maintain the shot for the 8. He is going 3 rails.
Yeah, clearly doesn't like the bank. The 9 is huge. Get away from the 9.
Yeah, it was huge, but he was going to have that roll real bad to not have a look.
Yeah,
But this still, even with that, this is not what he wanted to have.
as we look, I mean, let's just take a look at the overhead. You see the steepness of the cut there.
He'll play this in the corner and drag his cue ball up above the side pocket. The cue ball will have a long way to travel, and shots on the 9 all the way. Yeah,
He's looking at the side pocket right now. He's thinking about the side.
I would be shocked. Because of the position of the 10, I would be shocked. Can he beat the 10 ball?
That's what he was looking at. He said, if I can beat the 10 ball, I can get around it.
He may not have to beat the 10 ball. I mean, even if you hit the side of it, there's no scratch. It'd be really difficult to carry him off the 10 and scratch in the corner. So if he feels more comfortable pocketing the 8 that way, I think that's fine.
Well, let's see. I think he has to take the corner pocket, I think.
Yeah, it was the first thing I looked at. I don't want to flirt with this 10 ball at all. He is playing on the side. He's going to fire it. He might be able to he did. He just beat the 10.
Yeah, really, really nice shot.
And, it's easier to see exactly the line that cue ball will take at the table. He knew that wasn't going to clip the 10 when he fired the 8, so.
Man, he's just getting tough shot after tough shot right now, isn't he?
This is where you don't want Sean. You don't want him. You don't want him to be on the defensive / aggressive.
Yeah, nobody gets out in these kind of like funny shots out better than Sean Wilkie. And he's perfect here. He's going to roll right across the line into a pretty, maybe not perfect, but this is not a shot Sean Wilkie is going to miss.
Well, I tell you what, you can see firsthand right there how slow the table is playing compared to this morning, and definitely yesterday. But I mean, even just 3 or 4 hours ago,
It has slowed down a lot. There's a lot more moisture in the room.
exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's a lot warmer outside, a lot warmer in here.
Thanks for bringing the fan, mate. The actual fan.
I tell you, yeah, no, right. Look at SVB's eyes. He is studying Wilkie right now.
Yeah.
And I love it. I love seeing the.
I want you, Balboa.
8-7, and Sean to break. He broke and ran the last one. You have to think he's looked good on the break the last few.
That's right. He lets out a celebratory woohoo as he walks up and marks that point on the iPad there.
Yeah, not just celebratory, but kind of like releasing the valve there just for a moment, letting some of the pressure out of his lungs.
There's Derek Daya, a little tilted head in the corner. We're wondering now, he's thinking, reliving the point where he lost that last rack, and maybe we could just have another quick look about how he lost that. I don't want to rub it in, buddy, but
just a brutal way to go.
There was so many ways he could have gone at this, and this is where he kind of lost control of the rack, and obviously Wilkie was out. But from here, you'd bet your mortgage that Derek would be out. And look at that.
Do you think there's a chance that he did put a touch of inside on that and it just didn't grab?
Man,
I think he hit the ball
so.
thicker than he meant to.
Way thicker, right?
You're right. Okay, I got you. Yeah, because even with some outside, if you cut that ball more, you can come over above the 5.
Yeah, it's just an unfortunate lapse of focus there. Didn't contact the 4 where he was designing to, and ends up not getting the position he's looking for. And he was up 6-1 in this set with Wilkie sitting in his chair thinking, how in the world did I get down 5 racks?
If this scratches or goes dry, watch how quick Derek gets out of his chair.
7 was tracking towards the pocket, but it got kicked out of the way.
It's going to go dry.
It's dry, and just so Dell can be wrong, Derek's going to take a few extra moments.
There he is. He's up.
Just waiting for Wilkie to get out of the way. And now he's here to attack the table.
Yeah, and a pretty good look at this.
All right, so you're on the hill here. Your opponent has massive momentum. You've already used your timeout. Wilkie gets back to the table to take a timeout.
You can
I don't think I've ever seen. I've never seen Wilkie take a timeout ever.
One time.
Once?
One time, and it was because he was playing Earl Strickland, and he got the Earl Strickland treatment.
Oh, all right.
And so he took a small break, and that's it. It wasn't even like a real break. He just kind of walked around the arena.
Can he pocket this one ball and kind of use the 7 off the rail as a stopper to hold for the 2 here? Again, it would be some check side.
I definitely think that's that play.
Once again, the problem we've seen so many times when you're counting on the inside English with this new cloth, if he does catch the bottom side of the back of the 7, it's really bad news.
If he's going to play the 1 ball, it's I'd actually use outside. Because
and try to just go straight into the full of the face of the 7?
No, I'm still using the rail.
Okay. But just a little bit of a thinner hit.
But it's just going to help widen the angle on the cut a little, because the 2 is huge. It doesn't matter if it rolls out just a touch. The two's a big ball. He's
really got to weigh his options here, because coming into contact with the 7, if you hit the backside of the 7 on the bottom half, you're going to be buried behind the 10-3 somewhere.
I think he should stop overthinking it. Personally, I think the best pool he was playing early on was when he was fluid.
I think I'm playing safe here. I can't see myself risking burying myself down table if I don't hit that 7 exactly the way that I want.
Well, looking at it again, the natural line of the shot is going into the 7. It's definitely going to bump underneath it.
Looks like he's
has to attack, but don't change your mind. Come on, let's go, Derek.
Yeah, I'm going to respectfully disagree with you here, Del. When you don't have the momentum, I don't mind a guy in a spot like this really, really taking his time to figure it out, as long as you still take the time once you make the decision to remember to go through your pre-shot routine and commit to your shot.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. And now if I played defense here and lost the rack, I'd say, why didn't I cut the 1?
I'm not 100% saying that he shouldn't play safe. I'm just saying that he doesn't need to get up there and hit this ball in a hurry.
Yeah, I mean, he's very indecisive. His indecision now is going to be crippling, is my point.
It can be. It's starting to get to the point where he's looked at it long enough where nothing looks good.
Yeah,
I do agree with you there.
That's the thing. He knows he was 8. How many up? He was 4 in front.
8-4 was the best it was.
8-3 maybe?
I want to say it was 8-4 was the biggest lead that he had. 6-2 and 8-4.
I mean,
he played the safety and almost pocketed the 1.
And he's left it. It does. I mean, it's hanging here. I think he makes this. And he can use the 8 as a stopper.
I don't think
tracking towards the
yeah, I don't think it's a full enough hit on the 1 to be able to get into the 8 enough to use it as a stopper.
Oh, there's a bigger gap there than it looked.
Yeah, I think so. This is a little touchy. He's going to have to, if he's going to play the 1, he's going to play the 1, bump the 8, go to the rail, and have to clear the 6 again for the shot on the 2. It's pretty touchy. Not undoable, but I think it's pretty touchy. And that's assuming that he can see the edge of this 1. It doesn't, from this angle, it looks a lot worse than the overhead, even for that.
Well, what about jumping it? Jumping into it.
Jumping it, you'd have all the same problems, and even under less control. It'd be a roll of the dice. I'm not saying that's not the play, but it's a little bit of a risk for sure, even on a make.
Yeah. Well, he's just going to play it plain ball. It looks.
Yeah, he can. So if he could see it, oh my!
Wow.
He knew it.
I didn't like playing it at that pace. I think he could have played it at a pace where he was under a little bit of control there. Kind of like I said, pocket the 1. Nudge the 8, get to the rail, and then just hard enough to clear the 6 again. And worst case scenario, you're jumping a hanging 2 ball.
He'll be very happy then that he played safe, because now he needs to be aggressive. No problems anywhere. Don't second guess yourself. You've been out here 1,000 times.
Just got to get to a good spot to get from the 3 to the 4. That'll be the shot of the rack.
Yeah. That's my point. Some players that are good when they're in a good routine and they're very fluid and fluent. I just think, you're doing yourself a disservice by trying to overthink it, because you're never gonna land on a dime. I like it when they point the cue, but play for an area right now.
Sure, yeah.
Well, it reminds me a lot of people who do a lot of intense practicing right before a tournament, it's like, well, you're already at the event. Like, you're not going to get better right now.
Right.
And it's almost that's that same overthinking concept of like, oh, well, if I can just get this one shot down or something. Like,
Sure.
you kind of get in so deep into your psyche that you're all the way out of the flow state. So I kind of agree with both of you guys. Like, I think it's all about knowing yourself and knowing, do you have the tendency to overthink, or do you have the tendency to rush the shot? Because maybe Derek was slowing down because he has the tendency that whenever he's feeling the pressure, he tends to rush, so he's intentionally slowing down. I mean, who knows? But I think there's both sides of that coin at play. Definitely in these high-pressure moments when you got Wilkie hot on your heels, making a momentous comeback. And,
But another thing that you can see is even a good rhythm player, you can use rhythm as a mask to pretend that pressure isn't there that is there. And if you ignore pressure that you're feeling, you will make mistakes. Sometimes you have to
look.
Oh my gosh.
No, that's
Wow.
another scratch. This is just ball in hand after ball in hand after ball in hand.
This is the pressure that we were talking about. So,
Wow.
see,
Oh my goodness, this is going to be...
pressure is going to make diamonds or bust pipes.
I'm feeling it, and I'm not even playing.
You know, you need to get pretty good on this 5-ball to get to the 6. It does go to the pocket where his left hand is now, but that would be playing the 5-ball from a pretty steep angle to get across, and the 7's in play going across the table for that angle.
Yeah,
if he got straight...
He's going to force or draw right below the 5 or force follow.
Yeah, he's going back to the long side position for the 5 here, and if he does that, it's easier to play with enough angle to get over there.
Easy peasy. So...
And he's going to finish straight. This is not that good. He's going to have to draw...
Oh, he got an angle. He can draw underneath the 6 and take it.
Yeah, draw underneath and play it on the side. He actually, if he really wanted to, could go forward still, but I think it's simpler to come backwards for the side here. And he's short again. It's okay.
JC in the chat wants to know if we sell the plastic one. I assume you're talking about the plastic rack, like the DYNASPHERES template rack. Yes, we are. We had some specially made for this event. We partnered up with DYNASPHERES. So if you want to, go ahead and shoot over a PM to the BSN Facebook page. Neither myself or Jake Lawson will get back to you. We're doing them for $15 for both racks, plus whatever the shipping is for, wherever you live. We're out here in the Maryland area. We're in Bowie, Maryland.
Pretty natural to go between the 10-9 here and back up.
Yeah, just needs to play a level playing cue, I think. Like I say, drift down between these balls.
He said, bump your level playing cue.
Didn't want to use a second rail.
Yeah, and we're going to have a hill-hill match here.
Goes by the 9, right?
It sure does.
That's a big factor because he's got the angle to naturally go over there right now.
I don't know if it does.
Yeah, I don't know that it does either.
I have to go one rail and back out.
He would have had a look at it.
One rail and back out.
And he's actually overrun it a little bit. Yeah, this is fine though. He's going to be able to kind of kill this with some outside.
This morning, that shot would be on the rail. Easy.
Yeah, it still bounced a little. It still gave an extra ping off that last rail.
Yeah, a little bit of an overhit there, just slightly, but should not be a problem. And I didn't even think about the fact that the 9 past the 10, he could let his stroke out there.
Yeah.
That was actually a good shot selection from Sean there.
Derek Daya about to go hill with Wilkie as long as he can close out these final 2 balls.
Head in hand, and just see when he closes that out. Let's have a look how Wilkie got in again.
And is this going to be...
This shot on this 3 ball here. Loads of adrenaline.
This is so brutal.
Loads of adrenaline in his back arm, isn't there? Look at that. Wham.
Oh my gosh.
Like, don't worry, you don't have to clap.
You just can't. There's no way that ball does that. He hit it so pure. And it just split the pocket like it was supposed to. And is this the first hill we've had on the stream table this week? I think it is.
Is it really? Have we had hill before?
For the stream table?
It actually very well might be.
It is the first one. I think you're right.
If it wasn't, then it might have been one of the matches I was sitting out on.
I don't think so. I think I know Dylan and Brandon was very close, but I think that may have been 9-7 in favor of Dylan.
Either way we look at it, chaps, what a fantastic match we've been treated to here. We're very late into the winner's side, so one of these players will go down. We'll go down to the one loss side. So both of the players will still remain in the tournament after this, and we are down to the final 16 following this match.
Yeah, loser of this match is already into that 9th through 12th round on the B side.
Correct.
Awaiting a winner for the B side match going on right now.
All right, Derek. Hope you prayed to the pool gods. This is why you win the lag.
You have to find a way to make your last thought a positive one before you hit this shot here.
Yeah, it is a big moment. Stay within yourself. All right, I do think he was maybe overthinking some of the last shots, and maybe just let the cue do the talking. Is this dry?
Dry with eyes on the 1, 2, 3, all right there. Nothing is tied up. He instantly hangs his head. Instantly, he knows.
Look at the body language. It's so hard to try and stay positive when he was so far ahead.
Well, he doesn't have any control to be positive about right now. He has to sit back and watch what happens.
Yeah, and I think this is the 3rd time that Derek has broke dry and given up almost this exact shot one way or the other with the cue ball dead straight to the one in one of these upper corner pockets for Wilkie.
See if we can hit the overhead and analyze this layout here. I don't see any trouble whatsoever here.
I think the toughest ball is the 5. I mean, and it goes in the side between the 7 and the 8.
Wait, did he just get a little bit too straight on this?
No, he can punch it over. He can still come behind the 3. The hardest shot is going to be 3 to the 4, I would say. Oh, still too straight. You were right, though.
I think you want to finish it close to straight on this 4 ball, maybe a hair of an angle, but like I said, the tightest shot of this rack is getting good on the 5. It does go to the side. It actually has both side pockets and the corner up table. Actually, from now, it looks like you could play it conceivably in the lower right-hand corner as we're viewing the table now as well.
Easily twice across the table. Sean loves that shot. So go 1, 2, and 3 back.
Yeah, and there's a pretty big gap between the 6 and the rail if you keep it up table a little bit.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that's going to be just fine. Pretty straight. He'll just roll forward a little bit and take an angle shot on the 5. You won't want to try to flirt with getting too straight on this 5 ball. Plenty of room to come around the rails if he has to.
Agreed. Yeah, I think the further away you can keep the cue ball off the rail, the better for this one.
Now, a couple things come into play. Just rolling this ball in is not exactly fun, so you'll probably see him kind of stun it forward a few inches.
Yeah, roll forward. Definitely, rolling forward, I think, is the play. If we look at it from the side, just where he has to finish.
He does not like to roll them, though. So this is a touchy shot. This isn't underrated, the difficulty level of this shot, the finesse that you have to have.
Just a diamond forward would be perfect.
Yes, I agree with you. And yes, almost. That's exactly what he needed. This is a good angle. The cue ball's not on the rail, so he can do whatever he wants with the cue ball.
I really don't like it, I don't like coming 3 rails. I think if he's going to do it, just bump 1 rail and take the long 6. The 9 is huge. 9 is too big for me.
Well, he'll dig into this ball a little bit and make sure the 9's not in play. The problem with the shot you just called, Del, is you need some check side, and it doesn't have to grab, and you can finish behind the 10.
I don't think you would need check side. I think that's just plain ball to come behind the 10.
Oh, okay, to go. Okay, so below the 10.
Yeah, I wouldn't come above the 10. I would just leave some distance and. Yeah,
that's there. That's definitely there. It's a big gap between the 10 and the 9 there that you can finish in, and a slight back cut on the 6 would be fine with the position of the 7 in front of the side pocket, and it goes to the other corner pocket there.
He straightened up there. What a shot.
Yeah, look at this.
Wow.
Stop.
Oh, very well.
Wow, that was.
Look how bad that is. I mean, it goes in both corners.
He's not out of the woods yet at all.
Yeah, he's going to take this to the corner. 7 to the side.
So we are paying out the top 32 here, actually. It's a good payout all the way down. So if you make the 32, you win 125. 17 through 24, I think, is 175, and then they go incrementally up from there. So.
And how far out is the Calcutta paying?
That goes 17 to 24.
Yeah, he's got to play this ball to the corner and get into the cue ball good, avoid the scratch, but not overhit it and get behind the 10. He might have to.
Oh,
And he's going to get behind the 10.
How'd he hit it?
He's going to barely not get behind the
Thanks
10.
for the humidity there.
Yeah, so the pace, the natural pace that you have to play that shot at just takes you so far, and he did a good job to hold it there. That was not,
Yeah,
there was
so
nothing natural about the way he had to play that.
He's definitely going to play long, right?
Yeah, to the corner and just roll forward for the 8 and down here. I think there's plenty of room, like even if you had a slight cut on the 8 the wrong way, there's no scratch in play, I don't believe.
You might have to come below it.
Oh, no.
Oh my god.
That is
Very unfortunate.
That is going to haunt him forever. And let's have a look at how Derek's kind of composes himself around the table right now.
Yeah, this could be, dude. You know, Derek's heart's got to be pumping. He was not anticipating being back at the table. So let's see.
Gosh.
He's not questioning himself. He's jumping straight into it.
You know what, and there's not 100% chance that I can tell you what happened there, but I know I've made that exact same error. If I go down looking to throw the ball a hair on the cut and then decide to play that little give up draw stroke to roll forward at the last second, the ball does not throw on that shot.
You got to be committed.
Look at Wilkie. He's disgusted with himself.
Oh my gosh.
Disgusted with himself.
What an incredible way this match is going to finish.
This was a very tough fought match. Wilkie is still going to have a chance on the B side if Daya is able to finish this one out, guys. Thanks for everybody sweating out this set with us. It's looking like Daya is going to be in a position to close this one out here.
Oh my gosh. And Sean never, ever makes that mistake in this spot.
Good credit to Derek. He waited his turn and he's hung on tough here. He didn't let himself get second guessed.
Yeah.
And there he is. He's out. Deserved winner. Good round of applause there. He advances now, and let's just take another look at that last shot there by Wilkie as he takes a look round. And
yeah, and I think, like I said, he goes down looking to just throw this ball a little bit with some outside, but he plays the kind of stop shot and give it up so the cue ball rolls forward. And when you do that, the ball does not throw. It doesn't throw, that's what happened there. I really think.
that is brutal, mate. Brutal.
Very, very brutal. I mean, that was a very tough fought match from Wilkie there. He showed a lot of heart fighting back from the deficit that he was presented with for almost the entire match there. Great shots by Daya. Both players, I think, they go back and rewatch this match, they'll probably see dozens of things that they would do differently in hindsight. You can't help but pick your own game apart when you're able to go back and rewatch it. But
Derek deserved it. Derek deserved it
so well. Yeah.
I think the right person won that match, and just credit to Sean for fighting back as hard as he did.
Yeah, he almost made it something crazy. All right, well, I think I saw SVB cruising through here. I don't know if he's up next. Let me jump in with the tournament desk real quick, guys. See who's going to be up next here on the TV table. We're going to get it all nice and queued up for you.
I think it's Matt Craw, mate. Looks like Matt Craw and...
Sean never, ever does it without
No, that was wild. Wild.
What's up, guys? We're gonna bring you another great match here between Shane Van Bonen and Matt Craw.
Yeah, they got started before we gave them the thumbs up, and we didn't want to interrupt the match there, or any rhythm that they were experiencing. So we are live now. This is the first rack, and we are joined by Jeremy Mason from the Sweat. He's going to sit in with us on this one. Myself and Jake.
Yeah, happy to be here, guys. First up, I got to do one rack with Shane Van Bonen at the table earlier, so this is pretty cool to be in here for a SVB match. Matt Craw's really playing well, just coming off a big second place finish at the Maryland State Tournament a few weeks ago. Playing very strong.
That's not going to cut it on this one. I think that one ball does go by now. I think it goes by the 4.
Certainly does. I mean, Matt Craw he's been playing really well as of late. And certainly a guy who could give Shane a run for his money here on the winner's side.
Yeah, and we mentioned it during the last match that Matt's one of the guys that are here that has traveled a lot, played in a lot of pro events. Not going to be too starstruck here, I think. I mean, he's definitely not, obviously not the favorite to win this match, but not going to lose this match because, just because he's afraid to be in the box with Shane.
Yeah, I'm a fan of his game. He's had a lot of good results recently, and like you say, travels a lot.
And a Delaware guy.
Yeah.
So, local guy, plays a lot of my tournaments, plays at Rope Saloon Billiards. I've got to see a lot of challenge matches from him. Just played James DeVee while he was in town. Had a chance to win that Hill, and James DeVee just held him off in a race to 15. So, yeah, Matt's playing real strong.
He'll need to use all his talent, all his hours in to compete with Shane on the bar box. He's not wasting any time.
Yeah, so you get a lot of the top pros on the bar box, and it's not that there's any drop-off in their game, but they're going to play about the same level on the bar box as the big table. But with Shane, it's a little different. Shane grew up playing bar table pool. He was a junior bar table champion in the United States, and almost plays better on the bar table, it seems like. And you don't see that from a lot of the top pros because they don't get on them very much. But Shane hits all the bar box events around the country, and
yeah, he's not afraid to play them, is he?
Yeah.
Him and Skylar, probably the 2 top Americans on the bar box, without a doubt. I'm looking forward to their challenge match.
yeah, when is that coming up? Have they locked anything in with that yet?
I don't believe so. I think Shane's going to play Ocolo first.
Interesting dynamic. I mean, they're real good friends. They've been Scotch doubles partners representing Team USA in the World Cup a few times, and obviously Moscone Cup teammates several times. And that can be a little bit difficult for the guy that, Sky's looked up to Shane. Sky's learned a ton from Shane. And, you can get into a spot against a guy that you like, a guy that you're friends with, and there can be a little bit too much respect for a guy. Sky, if anything, plays a tenth of a ball below Shane, and on the bar table, not even that. So we'll see how Sky handles that. It's an interesting spot.
It'll be good pressure for him, and I don't doubt. I think that Sky's elevated to the next level, and as much as Shane's been a mentor for him, I think he's probably feels that he's elevated now, but still has a lot of respect. Should keep hold of that respect over time.
Yeah, and even for a player that knows that, once you get into that set, it's easier said than done not to just respect the other guy too much. Like,
correct.
The believing that you're allowed to win is a thing. Like in a spot like that,
I've always believed in the 3 tiers of respect: respect yourself, respect the other player, and respect the game. If you can remember those 3 core values, you're going to go far in the game regardless. Matt definitely has that. Gentleman of the game.
Absolutely. And if you could find a way to respect all of your opponents, it's a little bit easier to play against a much better player, because you kind of try to play the same high level of play no matter who you're playing.
Correct.
You don't take anything for granted,
You shouldn't just think, I'm 200 Fargo better than this guy.
Sure.
There's no way that you're gonna compete at that same high level that what you've practiced for.
You'll also get out of that mentality where if you get into a match going in as a favorite, you're supposed to win, you're expecting to win. If you get down early, if things aren't going your way, you don't have to have the added pressure of I'm supposed to win, because, you know, it's just another opponent. It's just you can lose to anybody, you can win to anybody, and you just got to play your game.
Agreed. What do you like to do here? Just twist off the rail,
I really can't tell from this camera angle exactly what he has. He's looking at a one-rail kick.
He's going to try and go beyond.
To thin the one, I guess. No, he might be able to get a fuller hit and still keep the cue ball up, parked about where the one is now.
Wants to concentrate, I think, on just holding the cue ball there.
Yeah, like a little... I'm not quite sure what he just looked at there. He pointed towards the side pocket. He's trying to make sure the one's not going to sneak out of cover at the end there. Oh, so he wasn't able to get the full hit that we were talking about. He hit the top side and tried to get the cue ball back up above that. That's a much more difficult safety play than the one we were mentioning, but it wasn't there if he didn't play the kick and stick.
Still very safe. I think we're...
Yeah, Matt's doubled up 1 to the 6 here and also has to contend with the side pocket and the cue ball. So safety here, I believe. Looks like he wants to thin the one and maybe try to slide behind the 6. That's pretty hairy. No, he's okay. He's going behind the 10. That's a really nice shot from Matt.
Wow. Great shot, right? That's what you have to do again, Shane. You have to keep him contained and then take your chances as they come.
Yeah, that shot made a lot more sense than what I was saying. I was actually surprised. It's a very, very small window to try to slide that cue ball down at the 6. So...
Now this is tough to create separation. He's going to have to hit the fine edge and avoid the scratch.
Yeah, and I think he has to shorten this up to get above the 6 here and back down to the top side of the 1. Some, I guess, left hand for him, right, kind of the right side of the cue ball as we're viewing it.
See a bit of pace going into this because he's called the opposite bank to where the 6 ball is.
Yeah, and he tried to just shorten it up with draw, and it didn't really shorten very much.
Didn't shorten at all, did it?
Yeah. Yeah, even as hard as he hit it with a low ball, it just kind of seemed like it took the natural angle that he was lined up at.
Yeah. Still not the easiest table because that 5 has just rolled into a very nasty position. You can see there by the 6. So Shane's been a bit fortunate there to kind of get a little bit of a roll. No early combos, as we said before. The 10 needs to be the last ball pocketed.
Yeah, and once again, it's amazing the difference in the overhead and the foot rail view, because it looks from here like the 5 passes the 6 into the corner, and it definitely does not if you look at the other angle.
It's the shading, unfortunately. The shading on the rail there makes it look bigger than what it is.
Yeah, no pocket there for the 5. He's got to figure out what he wants to do with this.
There's no ball width there, is there?
You know, with the position of the 2 here, he could play the 1 to the bottom left-hand pocket as we're viewing the table and go forward with his cue ball to bump the 6, because the cue ball will slide back over for the 2 off the top of the 6.
I agree. Yeah, looking at that, how he's looking at it now. I mean, do you try and 3 foul, Shane? That'd be interesting, wouldn't it?
I think I would trust Matt that if he thought that was the right play, that he would go for it and not care that it's Shane.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. Like, okay, like this guy's gonna make a great kick even if I. But we talked about that in Rob Cord's match. That even if the other guy seems like he's out moving you, you still have to play what you believe is the right shot at the time. You can't factor your opponent too much into the decision making.
Yeah.
I believe you can factor momentum into the decision making sometimes. Momentum and score a little bit, but not your opponent. You have to play the right shot and not really worry too much about who's in the other chair, maybe with the exception of the push out.
Do you see that? He went aggressive at the 5. He tried to bump the 5 out. That was so aggressive.
So instead of the shot that I called, he used his hanging 3 ball as his insurance for the breakout coming off the 2.
If he had run into the 5, he would have stuck there, and I think that's what he was banking on.
Yeah, so he has to try to go rail first at this? I don't know. I really can't tell. He might be able to see the edge of the 3, which is all he needs.
I don't know if we can see a better angle of it, but maybe so.
Yeah, you can't see it.
Yeah, he's going to have to kick at it, so we'll give you the best view we can possible.
And Matt really judged how much that was going to lengthen out perfectly.
Oh my God, what a shot.
Didn't it look, when he lined that up, he looked like he's kicking so short, but at the pace that he played it at, he knew it was going to lengthen out, and he hit it exactly how he wanted to.
Do you play safe, or do you...
He can go into the...
Try and go? Right,
it's going to go too far.
The dreaded leak. The dreaded leak.
Yeah, I think he needed to kind of pinch the cue ball to the rail a little quicker there instead of rolling it as much as he did to kind of get back onto the back of the 9 there. Even if Shane can't see this ball, he'll just play a full cue jump shot and drain this every time. Back on the 9-foot table messing around Friday night, I saw him make 10 full cue jump shots in a row in different matches.
Really?
Yeah, every time he makes it, it's unreal.
So,
but I think he can see this ball anyways.
So you think he's going to try and draw the cue ball towards the 5? Or?
Maybe towards the high side of the 6 and just get right in the gap. I think that's kind of the natural path that he's got.
Interesting.
And if you hit it a little fat, you can come off the rail and catch the 5 and still create the separation that you need. He goes into the back of it, but that's coming long.
Now we're going to definitely tell you whether this goes by, and we don't think it does. So
Yeah.
Safety is the play. Didn't even think about it twice. You see the ball just roll out here. Needs to roll a bit. Perfect.
Yeah, dead weight. Didn't really worry about trying to move the 5 onto the 6 or develop that gap at all. He just is going to try to get a good opportunity here. Either Matt kicks and makes a good hit and opens these balls up, or ball in hand, he can play it up table.
This could be a jump bank. I know he's very, very good with a jump cue. I wonder if he'll go and have a look at it.
I think it's going to be tough. As much as he needs this ball to shorten, I think it's tough to beat the double kiss here on the jump shot.
Okay.
I think. Conceivably, he could go bank it towards the corner pocket, jump bank at the corner pocket. The problem with that is how far he has to carry the 10. It's tougher to keep the cue on the table with an 80% hit on the 5 than if he banked it side to the side like you're talking about.
He's called the 6 by the looks of it. He's going to try and graze the 5 and make the 6. Again, another tough shot, but...
This is a really, really tough kick here, yeah.
That was a tall order, wasn't it?
Yeah, and so like we mentioned, Shane was either going to get a bad hit ball in hand, or Matt was going to open those balls up on the kick shot. So very effective safety play from Shane. And I think the 7 goes to the side pocket where his hand is now, so he'll just have to get up above that. And he's got obviously the perfect angle to come up towards about where a little bit, probably middle diamond above the side pocket here.
Yeah, likes to take that extra rail. That's what I like about Shane's game. Doesn't mind about moving the cue ball.
Shane made me look pretty good there. He hit actually right dead on the
line,
middle
right?
diamond above the side pocket. So I got lucky on one.
There you go, spinning it out. Good job.
You know, a funny thing is, the better the player is in the box, the easier it is to do commentary because they play the shots the way they intend to.
No, I agree on that one. Shane looking for the paper. Oh, this is the plastic template he's got.
He actually preferred that. So when I saw Shane earlier after he played, when he was playing one of the matches on the middle table, he came up to me and he said, "Where's the template at?" And so I said, "It's right there." And he said, "No, the film." So
now you guys can tell the difference.
Yeah,
just
so
looking at him from
paper. It's like a little bit of thicker paper, and this is a little thinner, and it's made of a film material. They made these racks special for this event.
You see the logos on the bottom of them.
Okay.
So it's how you know the film ones.
Gotcha.
So it's kind of interesting that he preferred that, you know.
Yeah. It means that there's a good evolution from the paper rack to this one.
Now, you said they special made those for this event. Has Shane had access to that before this, or?
No.
Okay. So, yeah, interesting that he preferred it. It also means that you might see it on the shelf very momentarily.
They are available to buy.
For sale if anybody wants them. There's a couple guys already that sent PMs in to us.
Yeah,
Just drop it in. Obviously, we won't get to it today, but we will get back to you after the event.
So he actually could conceivably cut this ball, but he's going across the table into the 4-5 cluster. It'd be a flyer. don't know that he'll take that risk on.
I don't think Shane minds a flyer, to be honest. And I don't see a good safety, so cut it in and take the risk.
And you know, if you're Shane Van Boning, you might know that you can go between the 4-5 and not hit them. I don't know. Nah, he's going to play safe behind the 2. This is a much more controlled shot. Nah, he doesn't like it. He can't get enough on the cue ball to avoid the scratch. It doesn't look like.
We shall see. I mean, just get a closer look at that. Can he thin it? I don't think he can.
I thought he could from this angle, but then he got down and didn't like it. So, what's the other safety here? That's the question. I mean, you bank it kind of at the 2 and go down behind the 10.
I'd rather go down swinging.
Oh, he tried to play it off the 2.
No, I think he just overcut it.
I got you. Yeah.
It was that thin. That
Yeah, it was very thin.
away.
And yeah, you had to get the cue out of the way for sure.
Difficult, but Matt in the ascendancy now.
You know, this is a very similar shot to the one that Derek hooked himself on in that big spot against Sean. The 1 going to the 2, don't get behind the 5.
That's right. Don't get behind the 5. I think Matt's going to play it a little more cagey.
Yeah. So this is what we mentioned with the Derek shot. You put a little bit more outside on it, come longer up the table, and take the 5 out of play for a longer distance.
Agreed. The 5 slightly closer in this.
Yeah. This is, to be fair, this was a much easier position play than the one that Derek had at the time.
Slightly overrolled it. He's going to have to go up and down now.
Doesn't have to. He could just drag it back towards the center of the table and take the longer cut on the 4. It needs an angle to get back up for the 5 anyways.
Yeah, a couple of options there. The 6 will be the key ball, I think. 5 to the 6.
Kind of a difficult shot to go up table and back down. You have to get past the 7 the first time and past the 5 the second time. And now that I saw him play it that way, it might be better than the shot I called because there's less touch involved once you get it all the way to the rail there.
Yeah, this is no gimme though, believe it or not. Coming down that side, you're gonna nudge some balls and needs a little jelly roll. And got it.
He got it, yeah, just barely got it. That half a revolution less, he doesn't have the offensive shot here. So,
but in doing so, it's created a problem getting to the 6 now.
Yeah, so no gimme to get here back on the 6 here. You can use the 7 as the rail, but normally when you're in this position, again, you kind of think about throwing this ball in with some outside and using the 7 to throw it. But if you try to use the 7 as the rail, you have to use the natural cut angle on the 5 here.
Yeah. Wonder if he'll go forward and use the 7 as shape.
That might be there too. He drew it all the way out, used the 7 as the rail. I think he's going to be okay. This is going to leak all the way down. I think the 6 goes into the side pocket. It's a funny angle to shoot it from, but I think the cue ball clears the 7 and everything's natural there. The 7 also goes to the side pocket where the 8 is. Can't roll this though. You do have to just stun the ball to get past the 7, I think, on the right side.
Stunning it makes it slightly harder, so especially off the rail. But I think he'll get past. The tangent goes by the.
Well, and he could, like that. I was gonna say he could roll and bump it full. He didn't want to bump it thin, but he's gonna be okay still. This is fine.
Yeah, no danger here.
Yeah. He knew he could pocket at the time, which sometimes is the best way to do things. He just may not have come up with a good shot the way he played it. So, and this is perfect. He's gonna be right in line. It should be closing the gap to 2-1.
That's correct. Schedule. Jake, we've got a question there about the schedule for upcoming tournaments.
Good question. Upcoming tournaments. Next one is going to be in June 5th and 6th. There we go. June 5th and 6th. We'll be back here.
It's going to be for the 8-ball, correct?
Yep, it's going to be 8-ball on the bar table. Some say the best game on the bar table.
Yeah, I'm going to look forward to that one.
That's my favorite game.
Then we'll have 8-ball doubles, which will be in July 31st through August 1st. Then we're back here for the Juniors 9-ball Cup. We'll have 2 divisions, 14 and under and 15-18. That's September 25th, 26th. And then we'll finish out the series here with 9-ball And then right now it's scheduled November 6th through 7th. That date may change, so just stick with us, and we'll let you know as soon as that happens.
Yeah, and worth pointing out again that this tournament filled out within a week and a half of announcing the date. For do not play around getting your entry in for that 8-ball tournament. It will fill well ahead of the event.
Yeah, we filled this one in just under a day, right? This was insane.
That was very, very fast.
Well, this one about a week and a half is where it filled.
People dropped out.
Still fast, you know.
Yeah, 2 months ahead of the tournament. It was something like that. So, and 8-ball. Even more popular game. There's a lot of players that don't play a ton of tournaments that'll come out and play an 8-ball tournament. Oh, Matt gets kicked a couple times to go straight into the corner pocket there.
Super unfortunate, wasn't it? It did make the, I think the 2 is down.
We're 2-1, right?
Yes, 2-1.
2-1.
Matt trails. Shane at the table. I believe the 3 passes the 9 to the side pocket here, and this is fairly elementary out here. The toughest shot. Nothing's tough. I was going to say, once the 4 clears, the path from the 5 to the 6 is wide open as well.
Yeah, it's a pattern drill for SVB.
Yeah, this is exactly a pattern drill. I mean, every ball's across the table on the other side, just back out to the center of the table for every shot.
Yeah, good way of looking at it. This is why people do drills. I'm not a fan of drills myself.
Me neither.
But horses for courses.
At this point in our life, I don't think anybody really is.
Nope.
But definitely one of the necessary things to get to that top level.
I don't mind playing the ghost. I don't mind, racking and running out. And if you miss a shot, replace it and continue the run, or start over when you miss, stuff like that. But the actual drills, not sure it's really my cup of tea. But there are some people that will just drill all day long, and that's their style.
You almost missed that 7. Do you see that?
He banked it right in.
Banked it right in. Hit the first time, didn't it?
Yep.
There's no concessions in this tournament, Jake, and you're reloading the balls into the rack there before Shane makes the 10 ball. I don't know if that counts as a concession or not, but
It's yeah. That's funny.
He's ahead of the game.
So, do as I say, not as I do. Isn't that what they say?
it's the old Christmas cartoon with the Burgermeister. I'm sorry, sir, but you're breaking your own law. Something like that.
That's so great. Just want to give a shout out to Matt Sweet over American Billiard Covering. He's only one of 3 official diamond dealers here in this area. He's got great deals on diamond pool tables right now. Please reach out to him. He helped us get these tables level for this event and get everything set up for the arena. And it's been a huge help for us coming into this event. So thank you, Matt Sweet.
Yeah, and so for those of you back home that do not have the qscore.com opened up on your mobile device, I'll take a quick look around the room for you. Mark Nanashay defeats Robert Cord. Very nice win for Mark Nanashay. Another deep run for Rob Cord, so shout out to him. Mark advances. Brett Stottlemyre, a 9-8 winner over Eric Toledo. Landon Hollingsworth, we mentioned, defeated Scott Haas. Thomas Haas locked in a tight one with Keith Sutton, who is the surprise player of the tournament. And I don't mean that with any disrespect at all, but for a $40-ish Calcutta player, very deep in this tournament and going toe-to-toe with another great player right now. Big shout out to him. Awesome game, or level of play from him.
What a great safety that was.
Chip
Fantastic
Klein,
play.
Derek Schwager, 8-7 chip over Derek Schwager right now. Another really tight, good match on the outer tables. Josh Thiel, a 9-7 winner over Dylan Spoor. Dylan eliminated in that T17 position.
Josh having a good tournament too. He's another player out of New York. you don't see much of down this way.
And then the last match in that section of the bracket there, Mike Soleil down 4-5 against Clint Palassi.
Looks like he's called the 5 ball. So he looks like he's going to go 2, maybe 3, trying to kick behind the rail and the 1 ball there. There is a bit of a gap there, as you can see.
A couple other winner's side matches just underway. Shane Wolford leads Rafael DeBrio by a score of 3-1. Kevin West 3-0 over Joseph Korziak. And Mark Nanashe and Brett Stottlemyre have already started their match in the next round of the B-side. And Mark has an early 4-1 lead on Brett. Nanashe really playing at a high level right now, going deep in this tournament, toe-to-toe with great players.
Playing a lot of pool, isn't he?
Mark Nanashe is the definition of a weekend warrior pool player, and he's just one of those guys. Plays in all the big tournaments, and you're not surprised when he beats a good player.
I start calling him Simones.
Hey,
He's on the table more than the cloth.
I want to give a shout out to Landon Hollinsworth, one of the junior players still in this event. Had a big win over Scott Haas, 9-8 Hill, and him and Shane Wolford, only junior players left in this event. I mean, how strong is that, guys? These kids came to play with the big boys, and they are still in it.
Yeah, it's been fantastic to see there.
Now, how old is Shane?
Shane just turned 21. I say junior, but you know what I mean.
Okay, so Thomas Ha is actually still in this.
Oh, Thomas, yeah, that's right.
In a match 5-6. We forgot about him a couple times on the stream this week when we're mentioning some of the younger guys, but I think he plays with the head game and the knowledge of a 35-year-old veteran player, so easy to do.
Him and his dad are always on the road. I love following their updates. Great to see a father-son pairing going deep into the tournament every time.
Yeah, Nathan Childress went deep, just eliminated recently by Mike Soleil on a Hill match there. And once again, Mike Soleil with a couple real nice wins in this tournament, making another deep run.
Yeah, he just tied it up 5-5 with Clint Palassi.
Yeah, Clint got destroyed on the table earlier. We were laughing about it at the bar. He said, I broke and ran, but I only won 1. It was a good one.
And I wonder if it's the allure of Shane Van Monen. I mean, look, man, if you think that's not going to creep into your mind if you're playing the best player in the United States.
He was nervous for sure.
You had to be nervous, right?
Yeah, he was saying he was nervous. Definitely affects your game if you're not used to it. But I'm sure that's the reason Clint came all the way from Texas for this one. What better draw than to get Shane himself?
Glad he came up, brought a couple players with him as well.
Correct. We'll have to return the favor, mate. Get over to Texas.
So it's funny that you say that because Tina Mom was talking to me a few days ago, and she's thinking about making a trip down to Texas. And I said, I already told Clint that I want to go down to Texas so we can play on that DFW tour. And so maybe when Tina gives me the heads up, maybe we'll all just go down.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
I have stopped traveling this past year and towards the end of, before this whole pandemic. But I need to get away.
Should we take the bus? We'll take the championship tour bus.
I'll just send them a text, man, and tell them to drop it off. Just throw us the keys. I can't even imagine driving that thing around. Massive.
Yeah, while you were gone, Jake, I renamed the tactical timeout the Tim Tanana tactical timeout.
I like it. I saw the comment. I'm like, oh man, what is this Timmy Tanana timeout? Timmy's watching right now. Big shout out to him. One of our sponsors with East Coast Prime Meats. Thank you, brother, for your continued support.
I thought we often do the sponsor for the instant replay. Now we've got a timeout sponsor. What do you think?
Oh, how about that? All right, Timmy, I'll send you the PayPal.
So weird. So weird to be at one of these events and not have Tim Tanana in the room somewhere, especially with his road buddy Derek Daya deep in this tournament.
He was on the list, and I think there was some other tournament that came up that he had to go to. I forget exactly what it was. I completely understood, but he definitely would be here.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, there's Landon in the chat, my man. Hey, I'm just happy you're still grinding, brother, and we're super proud of you.
Yeah, genuinely.
Chip Klein was able to get the 9-7 victory over Derek Schwager. Another deep run by Derek Schwager. Good tournament for him. Chip advances to the next round.
Chip making a run after.
He's had so many matches. Oh gosh.
After
Yeah.
he didn't fare so well on the TV table against Laurie John. He tells me after the match, I'm talking to him up front, he was like, I did not know that was Laurie John Jones. And I was like, well, who did you think it was? And I asked somebody, and he said, oh, no, that's not the same one. That's Laurie John Hassan. And he was like, I had no idea, even when I shook her hand.
That's hilarious.
I'm like, she hasn't aged. I mean, she looks like she's never aged. So how do you not know that that is one of the queens of pool?
She was here grinding it out till early in the morning.
Man, just a blessing that she came up and played in the event. Big shout out to her if she's watching. We love you, LJ.
Yeah, so real nice to see Chip Klein bounce back and make a real nice grind through this B-side. Had a great sense of humor on himself after messing up the 6-7 colors a couple times there. We've actually renamed that the Chip Klein a couple times already.
Chip Klein, that's great.
But yeah, even at the time when it happened, just a great sense of humor about it, kind of laughed it off, and there you go. 6 wins on the B-side later, he's still here.
As you know, he's a scientist, so he says I try and take the worst variable out, and he says that's myself.
Look, he's played a couple state events, and I speak very highly of Chip. I have had a couple lessons under his tutelage. He has spent time instructing Karen Ford, James Aranis. To me, he is literally one of the best instructors that's out there. He has forgotten more about pool than a lot of us will ever know. And when you mentioned about him being a scientist, he just absolutely knows and understands all the physics of this game. It's actually incredible.
Yeah, he's a really good guy. We got to chatting during practice this morning.
I'll take that 20, Chip. If you're listening, just bring it by the booth. Back to Matt Kroll, man. He needs to get out of this rack.
Yeah, good chance here.
Made the 10 ball, and this was difficult to get on the 2, and I think he just held shape. I think he's got it.
Yeah, I think he does too.
We'll see by his body language. He hasn't stepped back from the table, so I imagine it goes.
I think he'll go all the way up past between the 10-4 and back down, or try to hold in that space between the 9-10.
Hold the space. Yeah,
He tried to use the 10, and he actually hit the 2 ball just a hair fat in doing so.
Came into actually a good safety. Excuse me.
I think Shane's a big favorite to kick this ball in between the 8 and the 9. I'm sorry, between the 10 and the 9, that is.
Yeah. Using the mirror system.
Guys in the chat. Yeah, Eric Highland did have a good tournament for a guy that hasn't been playing that much. He had some big wins, but he just got knocked out by Thomas Haas by a score of 9-4. Thanks for Eric for coming on down.
Another super nice guy. Seems like he always plays good.
Actually, I saw him when I first met Eric. I mean, we've been friends on Facebook for a long time. When I first met him was at one of your tournaments.
Were you there for that one?
Up in Delaware
at the Slate.
At Slate's, yeah.
Yeah, so
Slate's Cafe. Is that
the Slate Cafe, and you know the funny story about that. It was my first time meeting Eric too, and I believe there was a lot of people in the room that did not know who Eric was. But we ran the Calcutta. I think Brian Revel was running the Calcutta, and so Eric Highland's getting auctioned off,
Sure.
and a couple people started bidding on him. It went 40, 60, 80, and as soon as somebody would bid on him, his hand would be up to get himself before the guy could get the bid out. And at about 200 or so, everybody in the room gave up on it because they figured it wasn't going to go well for him. So, and he backed it up. He actually ended up tied for him and Thomas Zippler. Chopped first and second in that tournament, and that was a loaded field. Sean Wilkie was there. Both Scott and Thomas Haas were there that day. Derek Daya, Tim Tanana, monster 48-player field. Soleil was there. Yeah, everybody you can think of that plays good was there.
It was funny because I actually had to play Eric Highland during that match, and I still didn't know who he was. And we're up 3. It's 3-3. I'm tied up, and then somebody told me that it was Eric Highland. And then I fell apart.
Oh, yeah, that'll get you every time.
Oh, I was like, geez.
My, I actually work for Eric Brobst, who is the owner of the home where we stream Rope Saloon Billiards from. And he actually at a Maryland event not too long ago drew Shane Wolford in the first round. And Eric plays about my speed, it's like close to a 600 level. And he beat Shane. I think he beat him pretty good, like 7-2, 7-3, something like that. And I asked him, I said, man, that was a nice win. You know who that is? He said, oh, no, who was he? And of course, since then, Shane has gone on to win the Maryland State event, and play Shane in a race to 20 and go toe-to-toe with him. And so I tried to tell Eric at the time, that's a pretty good win, and I think he believes me now.
He does, right?
Yeah.
He's all over it. Shane, meanwhile, doing what Shane does. Pocket in balls.
Yeah, Matt hasn't been able to do anything to slow Shane down, get him out of line. It's just been kind of opening after opening for Shane, and he hasn't really made a mistake yet.
No, you see him shaking his head that previous rack, that previous shot that he just missed. It's something I don't think you would necessarily see him miss, but he's definitely has the pressure factor from being one on the TV table and two playing arguably the best player in U.S. history.
Yeah, and the alternate, it's so funny. A lot of times we talk about a winner break format as really favoring the better player, but I think with a break like Shane's, the alternate break can also, or in a different way, be even tougher on his opponent, because his break doesn't need the rhythm of doing back to back to back to back. He's going to hold his own in the alternate break format very well. And it's so tough to go toe-to-toe with him in that regard. You can't run that pack on him to keep him in his chair. Even some of these better players that are capable of stringing 3-4 racks together on the bar table, you don't get that opportunity, and it's really tough to beat him in the alternate break, I think, because of that.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it earlier. The alternate break format gives you an opportunity to get to the table. The guy's not running rack after rack after rack.
But it puts so much pressure on your break.
It puts pressure on your break, and you have to hold serve. Simple as that. That was unfortunate. Made the wrong ball.
8 ball just hangs up.
Yeah, because you're not going to outshoot him. You're not going to out-move him. The only way you're going to beat him is to keep him in his chair. If he gets that every other chance to break on his serve, and he's going to run 4 or 5 out of every 7.
Yeah, like he is doing here.
Yeah, it's pretty tough, especially in the longer race. You have to do it all the way through in a race to 9.
Slightly off angle here, so you may see a power draw or a power follow. Looks like he's going for the power draw. Just cheated the pocket slightly.
I mean, we call it a power draw, and he makes it look so easy that it almost doesn't look like a power draw.
I mentioned it yesterday, on Friday, where I don't think he has the best fundamentals. I think he has the best timing.
Gets through the cue ball every time very well.
Some people who say fundamentals is timing, I regard them in two different items in my book.
Yeah, so I think the fundamentals, you're kind of talking about that real still, good setup, good straight back, straight through, fluid.
From the feet up.
And Shane, when he gets feeling good, he has almost like a little dip action in his stroke, almost a little flare to it.
You see it from here. We've got the perfect angle. You look at it, you see it kind of hicks up, it goes down, and then delivers. So it's great timing, but it wouldn't necessarily be called, a good fundamental.
Not quite to the same level, but almost like a Mike Davis action on his stroke.
Yeah, very, very similar in that regard. I still think, and especially being deaf or having hearing impairment, because he can hear something, not being able to hear the click of the ball just tells you that's why his stroke is all feel. It's all feel and it's all timing. And it doesn't matter what the rest of the setup is because his stroke is so fluid. That's just a difference.
That's a very good point there, Del.
Many people will disagree with me there, but yeah, fundamental.
I think you're spot on.
We'll see. I normally get an uproar when I talk about that.
Well, and so the biggest strength of Shane's game is the cue action through the ball, and right down to the break shot. Everybody talks about Shane's break, and all it is how well he gets through the cue ball every time, imparting the maximum. I suppose, I don't know what the word would be, but when you're spinning it, you just get every ounce of grab out of that cue action.
No, it isn't. It's all about the contact point for one. The reason I'm saying about the timing is when you deliver that cue, how you deliver the stroke and obviously follow through the stroke. And if you watch the way he plays, watch his follow through. His follow through is ridiculous every time.
Yeah.
And that's why he makes it look effortless. And if you can mirror just that one part of his game, keeping your head still, then you'll go up a ball.
Absolutely.
Doesn't hurt that he's put about 1 million hours into the game. One of those players that will practice, and practice some more.
Yeah, it's almost like, so there's plenty of guys that have the work ethic at the pro level to put in the time, but Shane has that, even this deep into his career with everything he's done, he still almost seems like he has that addiction to pool.
Yeah,
that
addicted.
We see from some of the younger players, like, the Dylan Spores and the Nathan Childresses and guys like that. And guys just don't normally have that once they get to 40 years old and they've done everything that they would have wanted to do in their careers.
This is Shane's job. Treats it like a job.
Yeah, but there's a difference between the workman-like of Tyler Steyer. He's kind of like Fedor Gorst. He has that work ethic that's like, okay, I'm going to put in my 10 hours on the table today. And Shane's just like...
He would be my comparison for the mechanics. Both of those guys, Styler and Fedor, incredibly mechanical versus someone like Shane.
Exactly, and Tyler especially. Tyler, all about mechanics and rhythm. And but the Shane, perfect example of it Friday night is he's playing these races to 5 for everybody that wants to step up and play them. And the Q-Tech rep is in there telling him, like, Shane, you got to stop and go get something to eat. And he's like, nah, 2 more, no, 3 more. And he just played as many as would come and play. He just would not get off the table,
Meanwhile, and it's a great point you make there, I love that he does engage with the fans very, all over the world, really. But Matt now has an opportunity to get on the board, take that from 1 to 2, and you look at it this time, right? 9 times out of 10, Matt's out of this rack, and you see there he's slightly underhit it, but got a nice, favourable bump.
Yeah, I like Matt to get out from here for sure. And I guess if I could... The best way I could simplify what I'm trying to say is there's a lot of players that put in the work because they have to play at the level that they need to play, and I feel like Shane still just wants to. He enjoys the game that much.
There was a big debate about talent versus practice. Can you rely on natural talent? And I think the answer is no, that we came away with. Purely because even those with natural talent must practice. Ronnie O'Sullivan's a good question of that. Jason Shaw, I believe, has oodles of natural talent, same as Joshua Filler. They still have to put the time in.
I mean, look at the match just before this with Wilkie. He hung that 7 ball, and I love Wilkie to death, but man, I think that he was feeling the heat there a little bit.
Yeah, of course he was.
Because he's not in it all the time right now, for whatever reason. So
yeah.
Had he been, I don't think he'd have felt that he'd, what an incredible comeback. I mean, I just cringed when I saw it.
Yeah, that's brutal to see the way to come all the way back from down 8-4.
Yeah.
7-3.
He was down at one point.
He was down 4 racks, 5-1, 6-2, and 8-4, I believe, 3 times down 4 racks in that match. And Sean's a great example. I think you're talking about the talent versus work ethic. I think Sean definitely has both. But Sean, I would say, if you compared him to a Matt Craw, I think Sean's the more talented player, but he's got the work ethic. He puts the time in, he puts in the practice, and he has to. Whereas I feel like Sean's got the talent that can carry him sometimes, even when he's not quite putting in the time that he does at times. And that's not a knock on Sean's work ethic. It's just saying there are players that are talented enough to get away with less work.
Yeah, there are some that do rest on their laurels, but they're the ones that are going to get left behind, unfortunately.
But I mean, to your, the whole point was, to your point was, your natural talent. Obviously, a guy like Wilkie has it, but you're right, you can't get by on just natural talent alone. You got to put the time in. Everybody's looking for that easy answer. How do I elevate to the next part? my game, and the simplest answer is there's no magic pill. It's literally practice.
It is practice, exactly. And Shane treats it like his job, and if you look at his earnings over the last 10 years, I'd treat it like my job too if I could play like that.
Sure.
Doesn't do anything else on the side.
Certainly one of the hottest
fish.
paid players, in the game.
Very much so, yeah. I think he's been top of the leaderboard on the earnings for a number of years.
Yeah, and that's not to mention, the sponsors of Q-Tech and DYNASPHERES and all the...
Yeah, when you're at that level, you can command, cash. A lot of these players get paid in sponsorships or paid in product. There's very few out there that are getting a check, an annuity check every year to sustain their expenses and living costs.
But, if you see the way Shane carries himself at these events and interacts with the fans and just handles his business, like, there's no better player that you could actually, have represent your whatever your company is there.
That's how you should do, though. I mean, it's a lot of the top players. They said there'll be a time where no one recognizes who I am. So why not engage with it and understand it now while you still can?
There's a really nice back cut on the 6-ball there, taking the natural path around 4 rails, actually.
Yeah, very
3-rail
nice.
position, catching the 4th rail at the end there. And just another beat up on the wire for Shane, making it look very, very easy.
He's comfortable. I mean, even though Matt was out in that last rack, I still don't feel like there's any heat on Shane right now.
You're right, not at all.
And that's not to say take anything away from Matt. He just hasn't taken all of his opportunities at the table.
And you have to make some of your own, because you're just not going to get enough.
Yeah, 2 or 3 errors really cost him, and unforced ones at that.
I like how Shane didn't force the shot on the 8-ball, just takes his medicine and right in.
Yeah, very much so. I think you're right. Matt now goes down 7-2.
Yeah, it's so funny the difference in the bar box and the 9-footer. Like, that's the shot that you play to get to on the 9-footer, and on the bar box, it's the one that you accept.
I'd take that every day of the week.
Yeah, for sure.
You call that one for the money? Yeah. Matt's got no quit in him, though. I've seen Matt come back from larger deficits than this.
You've got to have the break on your side the rest of the way here if you're going to make a move.
Correct.
Our host location for all of our events is Center Pocket down here in Bowie, Maryland. Make sure you guys stop by and support them. Certainly appreciate that.
Wonder if we with those 5 race-on tables, wonder if we could do a little one-pocket tournament on the side or something.
You and I have actually talked about this through chat, text, and all that stuff. I really would like to do a one-pocket on the 5, maybe a straight pool too.
Yeah.
I'd even like to do like an all-lady pro event, invitational.
Like 5. A Masters, yeah.
Yeah. So I definitely have some ideas there.
That'd be great. We just sat to the right of those 5 tables, and obviously the VIP room as well would be a great match table.
I actually ran a one-pocket tournament in one day on 4 tables over at Delmarva one time. 16 players, had to do single elimination to get it in one day. But it was a good tournament. Adam Keeler and another gentleman chopped 1st and 2nd at the end of that tournament.
They actually have a Banks tournament coming up here soon at Center Pocket on the 5 tables, 5 9-foots. It's by J&T. They're putting it on. I'm actually going to be playing in that event. Lord knows I can't play rotation anymore, so I'll have to switch to Banks. I'm not going full force, though. I'm not going all the way to one pocket, so...
Well, Banks is the one where you can take a shot on and miss it and not be a complete sellout. It's nice every once in a while to miss a shot and feel like you have a chance to get away with it.
Oh, yeah.
And then, in rotation, you just don't. Everybody plays so good.
Shane is not taking any prisoners here, is he? He's basically one-stroking right now.
He's as cool as the other side of the pillar right now.
Shout out to the late, great Man, I'm missing the names right when I need them a couple times here. The gentleman that used to work for ESPN, I believe, is the one that
Stuart Scott.
Stuart Scott, I believe, really coined that phrase there.
Oh, what a great guy.
Yeah, gone too soon. I can't even watch ESPN anymore, Jake. It's just not what I grew up with, and don't know any of the people on there anymore, you know?
It's okay, man. If you don't watch ESPN, just watch BSN. That's it. It's cool, you know?
I love it.
Shane on the hill now leads 8-2 over Matt Craw.
And looking around the room, Shane Wolford locked in 4-4 with Rafael DeBreo. And Kevin West, a 4-2 lead over Joseph Korziak. The other two winner side matches in action right now.
Just going to leave it on this angle. I'm going to see how much follow through Shane puts on the cue here. Obviously, we know his break is world renowned. We know players are trying to copy him, but it looks like he's breaking off the rail. So I'd just be interested to see how far his cue ball comes, how far his cue comes through after contact. Look at that! Wow.
2 diamonds.
Oh yeah.
2 diamonds of follow through.
And just lost the cue ball.
And he made.
Come on, Matt. Make it a game, buddy. Bring yourself back.
Yeah. So you can see where the brake pad is there, lined up about with the first diamond, and he got all the way through to the 3rd diamond, right above the side pocket on the follow through there. Crazy.
Oddly enough, Matt came up to me earlier. He actually asked for this match to be on the TV table.
Of course he did.
And I obliged him. Who does that sound like?
A BSN media person that got destroyed? Yeah.
I didn't want to drop any names.
I mean, when you ask to go on the TV table, this is what happens.
It was funny because, you know, obviously we were being in jest, and I kept thinking to myself, you know, he did ask for this, you know?
I felt I was unfortunate, mate.
Yeah, it was, you know, I mean, the kid shot great, you know, nothing, no takeaway from you because, I mean, you didn't have too many opportunities, you know?
I just like to record. I like to see where the mistakes happened early on, and if there's anything you can change, this is one of the great reasons why.
Well, just if you replay that match when we cut it up in its entirety, just turn the volume down, that's all. I'm just kidding.
I'm expecting there to be some banter. That's another reason.
Of course not.
Meanwhile, Matt has a good angle, it looks like. I think he can float down. Yeah, he can float down in between the 8 and the 9 here. A little bit of high English, a little bit of high left. Just to twist off he's able to play for the gap between the 10. Didn't even worry about that. Good play from him. So I think he can probably do the same thing and just bring the cue ball back to somewhere where it is now. Nicely done. 10 ball's in the way now, so I wouldn't be surprised if he swung it off 2 rails. Let's come back ideally where the cue ball is now. Don't want the bump, but he'll take the bump. Nothing wrong with the bump.
Yeah, not the way he was playing it, but not a lot that could go wrong on that shot.
Twisty. Oh. Pull that down. Onto the 9. Nice composure there from Matt, making this one respectable. It'd be good to see if he can pull back a couple more in this match.
You know, the impressive thing there for Matt is you saw no hesitation, and the position play from the 8 to the 9, it kind of looked like he overhit it, but that's how he hits it normally when he's really feeling good. And there was no difference there, down 8-2 against the best player in the country. He just hit it the same way he always would.
And that's what you need to do. You don't need to change a game for these guys. Yeah, well.
Gary Serrano saying goodbye. He's going to make his trek back up to New Jersey.
Yeah.
He's my roommate this weekend.
Yeah.
Real nice guy there. I had an unfortunate introduction to him. He sent me over to the one-loss side in this tournament. So, but yeah, definitely a gentleman at the table. I enjoyed that match as much as I can enjoy, you know, losing. Clint Pelosi has managed to pull ahead of Mike Soleil. I believe it was 8-5. Mike just got one up on the wire. 8-6. Clint Pelosi on the hill over Mike Soleil.
And Thomas Haas pulled forward now on Keith Sutton. He leads 8-6. Brett Stottlemyre over Eric Toledo, 9-8 Hill. Nanashe pulled down over Rob Cord, 9-4.
Yeah, Nanashe was up. He still is up 2 games, leading 6-4 on Brett Stottlemyre over in the next round after that.
Josh Thiel. Does anybody know much about Josh?
I mean, if you look at this bracket and the matches that he's played, he has really had a nice tournament. I mean, he must play some good pool.
He just took out Dylan Sporer. I mean, that is that's pretty strong.
He beat a real strong player early in this tournament. I can't remember who it was. I'll see if I can find out. Maybe, was he the one that beat Jordan Scanlan?
Yeah, I think he was.
He beat Al Campo 9-1.
Oh, he beat Brandon. No, that's Jordan Scanlan. I'm sorry, that's the wrong name there.
Yes, he did beat Jordan Scanlan, Hill.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I thought. So, yeah, definitely must play some good pool. I actually have never heard his name before yesterday.
Well, what do we think here? Van Boning locked their 9-6.
That's unfortunate. And this is what you need to happen to go your way. Sometimes Shane will be on the hill and, oh, he almost cut it into the side. Oh, my God. Come on, Matt. Get him, buddy. I can be impartial now, is that? Sorry, should I stay impartial or should...
Oh, I think you're supposed to pull for Hill when once the guy gets there, you got to cheer for the other guy, right?
Yeah, there you go.
Even the chat's saying, wow, he's human. Yeah. Mostly machine, a little bit of human left, you know.
Mostly machine.
What a real treat to have him down here. Can't say enough about him. You know, he was playing Friday night with the kids, Skylar, Jaws, and he really kind of he got involved with everybody, and it was really good to see that.
Yeah, consummate pro.
I don't know that he's ever been to Maryland.
Really? Must be.
I can't remember any time that he was.
Wow. It's because you lack 9-foot tables. maybe
true,
maybe now that there's race-ons and diamonds, he'll be
yeah.
I know
happier.
a lot of the professional players stopped through in the old Cambridge room. I don't know if he ever made it down there or not, but a lot of professionals would stop through there for some action, and referring to Great Slates in Cambridge.
Oh, sure, yeah. John Moody's old place.
So, but I don't know that he was ever there either. So,
A nice shot there by Matt Crawl. He a little overpowered, but he does have a touch shot here in the corner.
Yeah, overcooked it just a touch. But this is going to lay up nice for the 6. A little bit distance, but shouldn't be a problem. Doesn't want to be straight.
No, it does not.
he's going to have to draw straight back now. Full table. Got to be smooth with this one, too.
We'll get a good look at that 9-foot table stroke here. That's what you need.
This is really tough, too, because the angle is just barely taking him towards the 7 and not enough to go to the other side. So you might have to take a little bit of a longer cut here. He tried to force the angle to come straight back on the right side and cut the 6 to the outside of the pocket at the wrong speed to pocket it. So
Now Shane's just going to float this one across. No danger.
yeah, this should be all that she wrote for this match.
Yeah.
But not all that she wrote for Matt Craw's tournament life here. This is a winner's side match. Matt already into the 9th through 12th position at worst, so he'll live to fight another match here in a little bit against one of these guys fighting through the B side.
Yep. No danger. 2, 3 rails. Definitely took a bounce there. Matt concedes.
9-3, Shane Van Buren over Matt Kroll. So Shane will stay on the A side and move on. And Matt Kroll will bounce over to the B side. And we'll be bringing you the next match here momentarily. So thanks to Dylan Sim for hopping in the booth with
Welcome.
Jeremy Mason.
Let's go take a break.
Right after this, guys.
If you've been dreaming of having the best food for you and your family, now's your chance. Introducing East Coast Prime. Whether you're craving our double colossal red Alaskan crab legs, our black African lobster tail, or our Wagyu beef, you'll fall in love with our food from the moment you taste it. Mouth-watering burgers, prime center-cut filet, wild-caught salmon, prime-cut New York strip and ribeye. We also have chicken, lamb, and pork. At East Coast Prime, we only sell the best of the best products, and we sell it for less than our competition. The best part is, we'll bring it to you. Free delivery right to your door, or you can order from our website and we'll ship it to you. We have packages for everyone, and if we don't, we'll make you a custom package to fit your needs. Isn't it time that your family eats like kings and queens? Call us at 570-903-4095 or check us out on the web at eastcoast-prime.com.
PremierBilliards.com. Exceptional cues, cases, and accessories from top-tier brands. Want it? Need it? Find it. PremierBilliards.com.
guys, we're going to be getting the next match kicked off here. We got Thomas Haas versus Landon Hollingsworth. Looks like Landon. Ooh, wow, this is a really close one. Looks like
Landon gave it up there, yeah. So a junior player, a very, very young, not a junior player anymore, but a 20-year-old Thomas Haas. Don't think he's 21 yet. And joined in the booth by another junior player, Skylar Hess. Skylar, what are your thoughts on this match here?
I'm just excited to watch this match because I know both of them, so.
Yeah, I haven't met Landon. I know he's playing real good. Done really well in a couple of the junior events here recently. So, but obviously, I mean, everybody knows who Thomas is and how he plays. I really don't even think of him as a young player anymore. He just plays with so much maturity and poise. But should be an awesome match. I actually am starving to death. I was planning on going to get some food after that last match, and now I'm like, I just want to hang out for a hair longer.
Yeah.
So.
It's okay. I haven't eaten all day either.
Yeah, that's brutal. You gotta put some gas back in the tank. That's when I start turning into a zombie and I get real quiet because I'm sitting over here hungry.
Yeah, I'll go take a break and grab something to eat here in a second. I'm gonna watch some of this match a little bit. So there we get our first look at Thomas at the table.
I mean,
go ahead.
Like last time, like yesterday when I was talking about the 210 is always there, and it's crazy because it doesn't go, so it's like a good, like, not an advantage, but it's really good because like it's always there. Like the 210 is right there, and at least it doesn't count because like it'd be
pretty annoying to keep getting that early 10 ball. That's going to be an unfortunate bump there. I don't think he
it bumped out to where it goes, I think. I think it goes to the corner now.
Oh, it does actually. Yeah, that did work out fantastic for him.
And he needs to go up table for the 5 as well, so not the worst roll. And if he doesn't want to take it on, he can play safe up behind the 5 or the 7 up there, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're right about the 210. I was actually having it always line up on the other side of the table for me.
So he's able to make them both there. We got the 2 and the 8.
Yeah, the 8 held his.
Oh, is that my job again?
There.
I mean, I'm helping.
Real natural angle to lag this 5 in and come around the back of the 7-9 into position for the 6 to the lower right-hand corner where he's standing now.
I love watching Thomas play. Hard to go wrong with either one of the Haas's.
Nah, he played it a lot differently than I thought. I guess he could not beat the contact on the 7. Well, he played it with more of a stun, though. I really thought he could roll by it, but he's bumped the 7 into a tricky spot now. He's kind of looked at it to see if he could still spin it into the corner.
I'm not sure if he makes it. It would bump into the 7 and 9. I don't know if the angle is.
You'd have to put a pretty big stun stroke on this or go forward with a big stroke.
Yeah.
Yeah, see how it's stunned kind of up there, but it would have been a really big stroke to stun it that far.
Yeah.
As straight as he was on that ball. He's asking for somebody to come take a look at this. He must think he can throw this in with some outside and just kind of lag it in. I do, yeah, from looking at it from Thomas's angle there at the foot of the table, it definitely looked like it goes. Yeah, never a doubt there. Nice shot from Thomas. Good read on that. He knew exactly what he could do with it. Controlled the 9 ball nicely. And he's in prime position to get up on the board 1-0 here.
Is it just me, or is the music like gets louder and louder?
I think it does.
Sometimes you need it to as the room starts clearing out, because with the less ambient noise from the balls going in and the crowd noise in the background, you start to, as a player, you start to hear everything else on the sideline.
Yep.
So sometimes you'll turn up the music just to drown out some of that sudden stops in the silence of the conversation on the sidelines.
So Thomas jumping out to the early lead here over Landon. Who do you feel like is the favor in this match here?
I feel like, I don't really know.
I feel like Landon played extremely strong at the Juniors DYNASPHERES 9-Ball Cup that we had.
Yeah.
It's the first time I've ever seen him play. Does he always play that strong? Have you seen him play like that before?
Yeah.
I heard he's a straight killer out there.
Yeah, I see Landon at like all the junior tournaments and stuff, so.
Without knowing a ton about Landon's game, I'd have to give the slight edge to Thomas just for how many times Thomas has been in a big spot like this on a TV table. But that being said, I mean, Landon, if you look at the players that he's been playing in this tournament so far, I mean, he's really playing at a high level.
Crushed that break.
And Landon actually just beat Scott Haas before this match, so he gets Scott, knocks him out, and then he gets Thomas. He gets to see if he can take out the whole family real quick.
Don't you love when that happens? Got to play both family members.
Now, well, normally what happens is they both win and then they play each other.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, they end up putting each other out. That's kind of funny.
Well, I'd be kind of glad that I didn't win against Landon if I was Scott, or I'd have to play Thomas.
Yeah, you know, and they don't mind playing each other. Obviously, you don't want to get into a tournament like this, go deep, and then have to play a family member. But when they get in the box against each other, there's no love lost. They are toe-to-toe trying to take each other's heads off, for sure. And it doesn't seem like they tend to play each other in tournaments early very often. It seems like they go deep and then they run into each other late.
Yeah.
So you'd rather have it that way than the other way around. It stinks when you have to play a real good friend or a family member early in a tournament and one of you goes to the B side.
Yeah.
Well, the one time it did happen, they went down to the Great Dismal Classic down in, I believe it's North Carolina. 32-player field, and they played each other in the first round of that tournament.
I think Landon got behind this ball.
Yeah, this doesn't look good, does it? Pretty simple jump shot here with the 5 hanging in front of the side pocket if that's how he wants to play it. Kind of looks at the kick there, though.
I would jump because...
Is he looking at the masse? Oh, he didn't. I think he just had to swerve it just a little bit, yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, and he's basically straight in on the 6 ball here. This is prime position. He might have to go forward and then come back from above the 9 out across the center of the table again. No, he was able to just kind of hold it. Okay. It looked for a second like he had a hair more angle than that. But again, Josh, with these balls, it's very easy to throw them if you do have to pinch hold one a little bit. Throw that ball and hold the cue ball kind of tight to where it was. Very easy to do with this ball set.
I just come 2 rails around for the 8 in the side, but I don't know if it's like that straight or not, so.
Just a matter of preference. He could have played your shot or the way he played it. Nothing really wrong either way, and he's actually not perfect here.
Yeah, he's going to accept a tougher shot on the 9 ball because he got out of line here. He's on the wrong side of this 8 ball.
Or he'll
cut it in the corner.
Yeah, end up cutting into the corner possibly, yeah. And the only reason I might elect to go that route is because of the position of the 10 ball here. If you take this ball to the side and go forward, the 10's a big ball.
See if he's playing short side here. He's just decided to get a little fancy with it.
Man, that's
done.
A very confident shot right there to play it that way.
I tell you what, that's what drew me to watching Landon is you see the fearlessness come out, and not just his in the shots, but I mean his overall demeanor. It's not cockiness, it's not disrespecting the game, he's not showboating, but he's just confident in the shot that he sees in his ability to make it. He's not scared to swing at it, and I love that. He's always got a spring in his step. He's always looking energetic to play the game. It just looks like he's really enjoying himself, and that to me is something that I'm very attracted to whenever I'm watching somebody play. I want to see them not just play well, but I want to see something fun, you know.
Yeah, definitely displayed full confidence in his own game. Just on the decision there, not just to execute the shot, but to think that that's the right shot and trust in your ability to execute it at that point of the match is very, very impressive from the young man.
Right. So it's going to be all tied up here, 1-1.
So is it a different pattern today?
It is.
It is.
So we swapped the pattern up that way as we get into day 2. As you're getting into the more elite level play, we're going to shake things up, make them readapt, learn a new pattern. You don't get to just play the same game you was playing the day before, you know?
Yeah.
Shake it up.
Because Scott Haas, when I played him, he was breaking and running every rack he had. So maybe, like, changing the rack kind of ruined his break a little bit. But he still shot. He still was breaking and running against Landon.
Get 2 balls down, 3 balls down. The 10 ball is one of them. As we know, the 10 ball is going to spot back up. That is not a win.
What a monster break.
Yeah, really. We got the 4 and the 5 and the 10 ball down. The 10 is going to spot, though.
Yeah, and perfect shape on the cube, or the 1 ball here. Got a good angle. He can come a couple rails out of the corner, stay above the 7, and have the 2 in the same pocket. Just got to make sure you get yourself a good angle. Either angle is fine to go from the 2 to the 3. You can go off the rail above the side pocket down below the 10, or get the back cut angle and come a couple rails into position.
Yeah. I'd go 2 rails, because...
Yeah, here 2 rails for sure. I was talking about the 2 to the 3.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, you got to keep up with Jeremy. Jeremy's always talking 2 or 3 balls ahead.
And, you know, to that point, I liked Skylar's shot, the rack, going all the way back to the rack we just finished. I liked Skylar's shot better.
Yeah.
Because there was no way to get to the wrong side of the 8 ball going forward there, of the 9 ball. Nah, of the 8 ball, I'm sorry. He had to play the 8 in the side and come with that big stroke. He played it real nice, but the way Skylar...
Another big stroke right here.
The way Skylar had called that shot, if you play for that 8 in the corner, there's almost no way to end up having a tough position play from the 8 to the 9. This is going to roll.
He got pretty fortunate to not be married to that ball there.
Pretty fortunate is right, and he's going to have to play safe on the 6 ball, I think.
If he find the only way he's going to be able to make it is, I don't even think he could make it, honestly. I don't know if it would go to the pocket with the 3 balls at.
I don't think it does. That would be the only option if it does just squeak past the 10, but it's really tough to get enough into this ball as close as he is to it to get all the way over to the other side there.
Yeah.
I think he'll just kind of chip this ball in and then take his medicine, play a little. Ooh, no.
Look at that. There he had enough to make some magic happen.
Wow, that was a really good shot, and it worked out perfectly. And the 8 still passes behind the 10. The only question here is if the 9 still passes the 10. Kind of think it does.
Either way, you could always follow up to the 7, make the the 8 all the way down, and the 9 go to the
You're right, get straight on the 8, but he's really close to his work again here on the 7.
That's
not
tough.
making it any easier for himself. You know, normally you see somebody get out of line, and it's going to take a shot or 2 to get back in line, and he's kind of hitting pretty big danger zone right here. If he doesn't get out, he's leaving Landon a table to make something happen. So this is
so he actually got back in line from the 3 to the 6 and then got back out of line from the 6 to the 7. So see what he does here. I think he can play this in the corner pocket, but this position play is tough.
Yeah, he's going to be forced to hit this follow with a little bit of inside.
That was a lot to ask there.
Even without being only an inch of separation, that shot would have been difficult to have to hit it with that type of inside follow with that long to go for the ball to throw, but doesn't go his favor. Landon stepping to the table with a 4 ball out. And pretty good shot here. Just a little force follow to the end rail and back out if he wants to. He likes to use a lot of draw though, so we'll see how Landon likes to play this.
One thing with pool is anything can happen at any time, so you can't always expect like a player to like break and run, because literally anything can happen at any time.
Yeah, it's a good mentality to have on not beating yourself up or not being too upset about the current state of whatever the situation is, because you get back to the table, anything can happen.
Yeah.
But if you give up before you get there, then you're already done.
That's why I see a lot of people, if they get in their head, then I'm like, oh, they're gonna lose this match because they're already in their head.
What a shot!
Wow. And so, like, I had to learn, like, if I get in my head, I'm gonna lose. Like, I already know it. But, like, that's why you need to, like, most of the time I can tell, and I'll be like, oh, they're gonna lose this match. And they're like, how do you know that? I'm just like, they're in their head. They're not gonna play, like, their game.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where even after you learn the lesson, it's still hard to make yourself do it once you get out there in the box and things are going the wrong way.
Yeah.
So you just got to keep telling yourself, keep working on it all the time. I mean, even the good players, it's so easy to get into a negative mindset when things are kind of going the wrong way.
Yeah, like at the junior DYNASPHERES Cup, I played Jace Little, first round TV table, and I was down 6-3.
Wow, how'd he hit that shot?
I was down 6-3, and I came back, and it was 6-6, and I jumped the ball when I should have kicked at it and jumped it off the table. So
hindsight will always be 20/20. This is I mean, he made the 8-ball. It was a good pot on the ball. A little tough off the rail here. It's going to be a little force follow, 2 rails and out for the 10-ball here. Hits it very nicely. Might even contact third rail here, be straight on the 10. And that.
Josh, I've got a buddy of mine in my inbox asking me for the link, wants to know where he can go to get one of those racks. I don't know if you can help him out with that.
Yeah, absolutely. If you want to message the Billiard Sports Network Facebook page, that will come to myself and Jake Lawson. One of us will get back to you. Not gonna lie, with so many things going on right now, it's probably gonna be on Monday morning. We'll be able to send out all the racks that we have left over. I know we got a handful of the 8-ball and the 9-ball rack. We're using the 8-ball rack to rack 10-ball right now, so you guys are seeing the 8-ball rack can be used for both.
and I think it's 2-1 Landon.
Oh, you're exactly right. Thank you.
Yeah, and going back to that shot that he had to play all the way up the rail on the 8, load up with inside English, come up above the side pocket, and hit it like a dream, but came so long he still had to come with another good shot on the 9. That was a really good out.
Yeah, if you $15 is all we're asking for the templates. Get the 9-ball and the 8-ball 10-ball rack. Not bad. Plus shipping for wherever you live. You know, we're here in Bowie, Maryland.
Yeah, quick look around the room. We've got Rafael DeBreo leading 8-5 over Shane Wolford on the winner's side. Joseph Korziak on the hill up 8-6 over Kevin West. Those are both winner's side matches.
Landon got behind on the break. He got behind the 8-ball.
I think he might be able to. Oh, never mind. What am I saying? The 1-ball's still up.
And over on another outer table, the weekend warrior, Mark Nanishay, Hill in a match with Brett Stottlemyre. Let's see which one of those guys can pull out the big win there.
Duking it out. See Landon seeing how he feels about a jump shot back here on the back.
Mark Nanishay won.
It is Hill right now.
He won. He just made the 10-ball.
Wow, so another huge win for Mark Nanishay. He just beat Rob Cord before that, Richard Cunningham before that. He's been on the B side for a while, scraping and clawing through a couple of tight wins and able to get past a great local favorite, Brett Stottlemyre, by a score of 9-8. Brett Stottlemyre out, tied for 13th. Another fairly deep run for Brett, but he'll probably be disappointed. He's always one of the contenders in these tournaments, but as usual, deep into this tournament, so good shooting by him. And want to give a quick shout out. Just a few moments ago, before we came on with this match, Thomas Haas defeated Keith Sutton by a score of 9-6. And Keith Sutton, huge shout out. We're talking a guy that is 1 or 2 Fargo points different from myself and had a real nice deep run. Beat some good players. Lost 9-7 to Kevin West and then lost 9-6 to Thomas Haas. So just an outstanding run in this tournament by him. Big shout out for that. Congratulations on the T17.
Yeah, man, they played very well. They came out and did the thing. Thomas is long on this 1-ball here. Can't really tell how good of an angle he has to try to do something here, but it looks like he's going to be able to make this ball and draw off the side rail for the 3. In the opposite side pocket. You see him eyeballing his 3-ball here, so he's kind of figuring out exactly how high up the table he wants to get the cue ball to come back after he makes the 1.
Yeah, and Rafael was able to get it done by a score of 9-5 against Shane Wolford. That would be Shane's first loss. Goes over to the B side and awaiting an opponent. Rafael Debreo advances to the final four of the winner's side and will take on the winner of Joseph Korziak versus Kevin West later on in the bracket. So rolling on, getting deeper into this tournament. A lot of good players going out the door.
Oh, that's gonna hurt a little bit, I think.
Yeah, especially with Landon already being up a rack here. Anybody who's just tuning in, I try to run through the rules in every match that we play here. That way, as I upload the matches later on YouTube, everybody has an idea of what's going on. But we are doing alternating break format. This is a race to 9. It's 10 ball, so you have to call your shot. We're not playing any slop here. And if the 10 ball goes in early, it's just going to spot back up. So the 10 ball has to be the last ball made, whether it's made on the break or it's comboed in or whatever the case might be. It's just going to spot back up until it's ran out in order. We are playing WPA rules. We're just not doing all ball fouls, and we're not playing 3 balls past the head string. So other than that, and the 10 ball rule, everything else is going to be WPA rules. A lot of the players have been enjoying it. I guess the pattern with the rack would also be something that's a slight adjustment there. We try to start with what would be considered the most neutral base of accepted rules. We're really trying to kind of unify and elevate the sport here. We can do that through the rules and the dress code starting off, and then everybody kind of funnels in accordingly from there. But everybody's been enjoying this event so far, so appreciate all the kind words everybody shared. I think oh man, did he get there?
He might have just got there. And yeah, concerning the dress code, I love looking around the room and seeing everybody looking real sharp.
Well, it just makes it easier to take the sport more seriously whenever everybody is dressing the part. I mean, we're trying to bring in newer, bigger sponsors that aren't, oh my goodness, oh no.
Yeah, and you could kind of see that tracking right towards the side pocket. He hit that so well and just carried a lot of spin off that head rail and kind of tracked right to the side pocket the entire way. So a little bit of a reprieve here from Thomas. And we mentioned that Landon leads 2-1, but probably more importantly, Landon of these two is the one that has kind of got a feel, see the balls go in, run a couple balls, and got a feel for the match so far. So this is big for Thomas, not just to level the score, but to kind of get the feel of the table and feel like he's in this match.
He might be getting on the. He might have gotten on the wrong side of the ball, actually.
Oh, look at that! You're right. He's gonna have to let this one run around the table here.
Go 3 rails.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think
that, or he might take his medicine here.
I think to take his medicine, if he drawn straight back to like the middle diamond below the side pocket and a long cut on the 9. I don't know. I think
that's exactly what he's doing.
Oh, there you see. With the new cloth, it slid a little bit and then kind of horseshoe drawed back almost straight at the corner pocket. He's actually a little bit fortunate not to scratch there. Still has a look at the 9 ball.
It's a little. I hate this 9 ball though.
This is brutal. The one good thing about this is you don't like a lot of players try to lag this in and get perfect on the 10, but you can get pretty high on this 10 ball and still have a decent shot. And of course, I'm referring to off the second rail coming back up table. So you can let your stroke out here a little bit and make a good, clean hit on this 9.
Yeah. This is never an easy shot because it's like really, really in the middle of the table.
Pretty big error from Thomas there to get all the way across the line for the 8 ball because he had the entire left side of the table to kind of have a cut shot on the 8 to get up play shape for the 9. So, but we see it all the time when a guy.
Oh, he missed it. He dogged it. He missed that by about 1.5 balls. It was definitely a very difficult shot.
We see it all the time when guys elect to try to get shape for a ball in the side pocket. Man, you really have to pay attention to the shot line for that one because you get on the wrong side, especially if you get a hair straight on the wrong side. There's not a lot of ways to get back into shape sometimes.
Some people would have banked the 9 ball too. It's whatever they're comfortable with.
You could have banked that ball for sure.
Well, I tell you what, Landon's comfortable with, and that's going to be having a 2-rack lead over Thomas Haas right here as this 10 ball goes down.
Don't jinx it.
I mean, hey, if I commentate or curse him on a straight in 10 ball, then I've just got the juice. I mean, if Jake would have said it, we'd have something to worry about. You know, every time he says it, somebody ends up missing.
Yeah.
That's funny. So let's see if Thomas can get himself back in this game here. I kind of feel like that 9 ball was a little jabby.
I think if he starts to get in his head here, he might not be able to make it back, but you never know. I mean, Sean Wilkie's match, that was an insane match.
Yeah, you know, I was talking to Wilkie about that, and I was asking him. Well, I didn't even ask him. I mean, he just flat out just came up and just offered the information because he knew I was going to ask about the final ball there that he missed when he was trying to get shape on the 8. And he was like, I wish I would have just drawn back beneath the ball. And he was trying to get in front of it instead of draw back behind it. And he was like, I should have just drew the ball. And it's one of those things that it's like when you're at the table, I mean, it's a lot easier when you have this perspective that we have, not just the overhead camera angle, but, you know, even sitting back here and being 10, 15 away and also not feeling any of the pressure at the moment. It's a lot easier to see different shot options than whenever you're standing right there on top of the balls.
It's definitely scary when you're in a loser side match and your opponent's up on you. You're like, oh gosh, I got to get my head in it or I'm going to be out of this tournament. It's definitely hard to...
Side pocket.
I think he's okay, yeah.
It's definitely hard to get over because a lot of times you'll be like, oh gosh, if I lose this match, it's over. And you got to get over that because, like, if you just go into the match, I'm going to win this. I mean, obviously, you can't take it for granted, obviously, but...
So we haven't talked about the layout of this rack yet, but the 2 to the 3 is the toughest part of this rack the rest of the way. He's trying to really commit to getting a straight shot up to the corner for the 3, but a stop shot on a fairly straight ball to the 3 leads to the 4, leads to the 5, the 6 is hanging in front of the side pocket, it leads to the 7, and the 8, 9, and 10 all have the same pocket. This is a very, very easy layout.
You just got to get beneath the 4 ball here, so if you draw a line right down the middle of your screen, he's going to want to be on the right side of that line whenever he's lining up for this 4 ball.
Gotta watch out for the scratch. I mean,
so just
for him, it would be
all about getting through the cue ball good on that one, Skylar. If you kind of jab at it a little bit, you can definitely scratch there.
It's like stunning it and not drawing it actually back all the way.
Yeah, and so now this is what I was talking about. You've got stop shot, keep an angle to just get up above the 8, and then, I mean, this is one of the easiest outs you're going to get here. Now, he was a little bit off angle there, so he didn't really try to flirt with a pinch shot there. He let his stroke out, went to the rail and back out. This is absolutely perfect position. Just got to pay attention and make sure you get an angle on this one. This is the one where, like, if you kind of, like, don't really pay attention, it's real easy to get too flat on this 7 ball. But you see, he walked over to the side of the table and checked where he wanted to be at with the key. Actually draws up to make sure he got that angle. That was a good job. And this is real easy, 1 rail position, straight up, get above the 8, and then...
Draw back. Or follow, either way.
Depending on where exactly you fall on it, you can go forward, stop shot. The 9 has the other pocket if you need it. Yeah, he'll just draw back to play the 9 in the same pocket here. Ideally, you don't want to hit the 9 very much here. If you rub it just a hair, that's fine. Just got to be smooth on this one. You can't really jab it and draw it because you might bump the 9 over a hair. And he was really, really smooth, made sure not to touch the 9. And great chance here to take a 4-1 lead for Landon.
He got a little straighter on this ball than he wanted. Actually, he's just on the wrong side of the shot.
Yeah, he's looking at just playing the short side now.
Yeah, you're exactly right. If you look at the ball, the 9 ball, and draw a line straight to the corner pocket, that creates a shot line. And so we're going to consistently be talking about whether or not a player is on the right side or the wrong side of that shot line, as it will naturally lead you to have great position on the next shot. And so it sometimes comes down all the way to less than a centimeter of whether or not you're literally on the inside or the outside of that line.
4-1 Landon.
But once again, you see there that if you get slightly on the wrong side of a shot going to the corner, most of the time you have options to get back into line.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It's going to be all about whether or not you have the accuracy to be able to cheat the pockets and whether or not you have the stroke to be able to transfer some strong English to the cue ball when needed to be able to manipulate the pass. Sometimes you have to manufacture angles, and that's what separates a lot of the players. Landon, I want to get a good shot here while Landon's racking these balls. Thomas is, someone's coming talking to him now, but looked like he was kind of expressing a little bit of frustration there. He's got to be a little annoyed sitting down in his seat right now, down 3 racks, watching Landon do his thing.
Just annoyed at himself there. A little bit of an unforced error. He had a chance to get it to 2-2 and let one get away. So just a minor, looked like a minor error, but Skylar pointed it out right away. He got to the wrong side of that 8 ball and he was in big trouble.
Yeah.
And there's the break that Thomas needed. Landon had that ball coming up table on a decent line, and it just got kicked straight into the corner pocket. So ball in hand for Thomas. Let's take a look at this layout. The 2 doesn't have the bottom corner. The simplest way to play this rack might be to take on that 2-7 combination after the 1, of course. So having 1 in the corner or the side. I don't think he'll try to make some kind of a position play. The 2 has both side pockets, but there's no real reason to try to get into one of those tight windows for either of those positions. I like just playing this 1 ball in the side or the corner, whichever you want, and taking on the 2-7.
Yeah.
There you get a view. Thomas still playing with a maple shaft as well. We highlighted earlier Sean Wilkie playing with the maple shaft. Not too many of them, but there's still a handful out there that are still with the old school wooden shafts.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit yesterday about a lot of pros changing back to some of the wooden shafts.
Yeah.
Personally, I just love the durability of the carbon shaft. You don't have to worry about it getting dented and dinged up. Just keep that sucker clean and keep a good tip on it. And I'm a huge fan of that. I do think the pin that you use is going to dictate whether or not you love or hate carbon fiber shafts. I promise you that much, because
it's definitely true.
5/16 pin on my on the Mucci Carbon Pro and the Q. I've pretty much tested all the different carbon fiber shafts in the market, and anything that's a 3/8 tin, I love it. Anything else but that, it's just not. I still like it, but I'm not just head over heels for it. So if you haven't tried that and you find yourself not liking the carbon shaft, definitely try 3/8 tin pin and see how that feels for you. Meanwhile, there's 4 balls left here, and he's looking really, really good to get out.
Yeah, right from the scratch on the break there from Landon, it was a pretty simple layout if he didn't take any chances going to the 2. He did what I said. He took on the 2-7, and it was a pretty simple layout from there. Almost looked like he had overhit the ball on the way to the 7, I think it was, but it checked just in time. He was right on the right side to roll into shape for the 8, and this is exactly what you want here. And you're right back in it at 4-2 breaking.
Way to go, Thomas.
Really nice down, straight back, straight through, and get through the cue ball on that shot. So many times on that particular shot where you're trying to draw it back just a little bit from the 9 to the 10, you kind of guard against the overhit, and then you just like almost play a stop shot or something. That shot can play a little bit difficult at times. You hit it really nice.
Like I'm hearing players in the B-side round 8 getting called up. It'll be the B-side round 8 of 11 rounds. So still plenty more matches to be played for the rest of the night, guys.
Yeah, and so for anybody out there that's not really familiar with Josh calling it based on the flow chart, style there. That would be a 9th through 12th match, just called between Sean Wilkie and Mark Nanashe. You still have 3 out of the 4 13 through 16 matches going on, including the one you're watching right now between these 2 young players. We did just finalize our final 4 winners. Joseph Korziak was able to defeat Kevin West by a score of 9-7, so he'll advance to take on Rafael DeBreo in the final 4 of the winner's side, with the other half being Derek Daya versus Shane Van Boning. For anybody out there that does not already know, we are pulling those live scoring updates from qscore.com. Big shout out to the guys at QScore and awesome technology we're implementing for this tournament. I know Jake and the BSN crew plan to continue to use this website moving forward. And it really makes an awesome difference in the tournament. The scores are automatically entered as soon as a match is finalized. The tournament desk is able to see that the table is opened up and call out the next match. They don't have to wait for the players to finish their 5-minute conversation about the match, put their cues together, and walk all the way across the room. So,
I mean, really, it's really just about the viewer experience for me. You know, being able to sit down and watch and see all these different pieces come together and follow your players. Obviously, it definitely streamlines the tournament here, but I can't tell you how many times, people travel from so far to come to these events, and they all have friends back home, and they're like, hey, how's my buddy doing? And now you guys get to see. So, absolutely, guys, make sure you're bookmarking this page, the qscore.com/BSN. You click on tournaments right there in the middle of the page. Go ahead and add that to your bookmarks. You'll never miss an event. You'll never miss what your buddy's score is. And then if you want to be able to sign up and play yourself, just head over to DYNASPHERECUP.com. More information about our upcoming events.
Yeah, next one somewhere in July. I got an 8-ball tournament, same venue here at beautiful new Center Pocket in Bowie, Maryland. 24 7-foot diamond tables. Going to be a great event. Don't want to miss that one. And once again, this last event filled up so fast. As soon as it was announced, about a week and a half later, it was full. About 2 months ahead of the tournament date. So make sure if you'd like to get into that event, you do it sooner rather than later.
Also, don't be scared to hop on the wait list, guys. I mean, there's so many things that happen. There's everyday life, and there's also other events that are popping up. So, we had a lot of players that registered for our event, and then they find out that there's another event that's a little bit closer to them. So they end up, altering their plans, and so we were able to cycle a few people from the waiting list into the event. So don't be scared to hop on the wait list if the event's full. Anything can happen.
Yeah, Landon.
Yeah, Landon's one of them. Yeah.
Yeah, Landon. I saw a post like an hour later, and it said there were only 2 spots left. And the first thing I did was text Landon because he was like, in the tournament, he was like, oh my gosh, I want to play in this one, oh my gosh, in Illinois. I was like, well, we can't really do anything about it. And when I told him, he was like, I don't think I can come. I was like, I mean, I really can't do anything about that. And then he found out that he could come, so he booked the plane the day before he left.
That is awesome. That is awesome.
Yeah, no time like the president to have to book a flight last minute. You can do it for about $40.
I know, right? Well, yeah, it's okay.
It's cheaper than driving an hour.
Look at this. He went for the cross side. He's going to end up selling out here.
Yeah, I think he thought he had more of a 2-way shot there, and it almost worked out that way. It's just a little bit unfortunate that the 5 leaked out here the way that it did.
He might have enough to be able to follow through and just barely tap this 9 ball. And if he comes off the 9, he can play the 6 on the side. He's going to open that 9-10 up. We'll see how he decides to play it here. I'm watching his eyes move around the table. He hasn't really given me a sign of exactly what he's thinking yet. He's still walking around analyzing.
This is one that's
really... He's looking at the 6 on the side here, so he's looking at what I just called out there.
Well, it might...
Really difficult to judge what the cue ball is going to do with the position.
It might be tough because if he hits this, the 6 ball could push out, and he might get stuck behind the 9 too.
He can probably just... There it is. That's exactly it.
Oh, that's perfect. Perfect. Opens everything up. That was really nicely judged and nicely controlled there from Thomas, and a good call by Skylar, I suppose.
And looking good.
Yeah, looking good to get it back to 4-3 here with some momentum.
pressure might be coming on Landon too, because once the opponent's coming back, you're like, man, I had him like 4-1, and now it's coming back to 4-3, and then it gets in your head.
Certainly can. I think Landon will have the maturity to have expected some counter punches here from Thomas Haas, and he'll just kind of handle his business, wait for his next opportunity at the table, which will be coming up with a break in the next rack.
Yeah.
I haven't had a chance to see Thomas Haas personally play a ton. I've watched him play in probably about 4 tournaments. Not back-to-back matches, but I've definitely been able to see him play here and there. But just knowing how strong Scott plays, and just knowing that is the type of education he has for the game and the encouragement that he has, it's going to be pretty hard to imagine him falling apart or feeling any too much pressure here. I think he's probably just going to be hungry to get this game tied up. He kind of undercut that just a little bit, and that 10 ball at about half a diamond up the rail, but this new fabric is very accepting of those types of shots right now.
All right, and you see there, Skylar, to your point, if there was going to be any frustration from Landon, if you watched the way he walked over to the table to get ready for this break shot, I don't think he's really worried about Thomas in the rearview mirror. He just wants this next chance right now.
Yeah.
He's just so
great body language.
Hop up and play. So, what have you noticed about the break, Skylar? Have you noticed anybody breaking from specific spots, or do you have anything there?
I've been noticing that a lot of people have been doing the first diamond on, like the first diamond on the bottom rail.
Yeah. And
then so the first diamond or the second diamond on the
So one diamond out from the side rail and 2 diamonds up from basically right on the head string, right?
And then a couple players like this have been breaking almost from dead center, and we've seen success from both, but you have to match a speed to a line, I think. Right. The one is a little bit more effective at a softer pace, and I think the central break you can hit a hair harder.
I agree with you there. And you see how well the 2 and the 3 ball are going around the table and coming back into those corner pockets. It's very indicative of a very square hit on the 1 ball.
Yeah, so the
Landon's
4 ball is
very good.
4 ball down there on that break, and view of the 1. I think this one goes in the side. The only problem is he needs to get the cue ball all the way back out above past the 5 to get shape for the 2. Did he just look to see if it passes the 8 into the corner?
He's gonna roll the
he's playing a safety. He's looking at the safety. Just you don't want to go right into the corner pocket here with the cue ball. It's there. You can go right in between the 7-8 with the cue and scratch.
Yeah, he really could just plan to bump into the 8 and then use the 8 to stop the cue, and the 1's going to bounce out and have the 5 and 7. But unfortunately, he runs into the 5, which was going to be the blocking ball.
Right,
and, leaves Thomas a shot here on the 1.
Thomas can cut this to either corner.
It's tough being on the rail because it forces some top English here. Starts to get you a little bit closer to the 1, so you might have to elevate and dig in.
Yeah, I like cutting this to the corner that's going to be to Thomas's right when he's shooting, because he'll have, it won't be so hard to dig down on this ball from there.
Yeah, a little bit more room beside the rail.
Yeah, and not just that, but there's actually a spot the cue ball can be about an inch away from the rail, where the cue ball, when you're digging down, slides on the rail, and you can actually get a real nice firm base for the cue. I don't know, but he did play it the other way, and he hit it really good. He's actually a hair short with his position on the 2 here.
Yeah, he came about 3 feet too short here, but he's kind of bringing the 9 into play here by having to do something. If he tries to draw out of it, then you kind of bring the scratch of the 3, which I don't know if he can scratch past the 9, but
doesn't look like it's there, but then sometimes, it just goes straight in.
There it is, the 9 is into play. Landon's looking at him. Landon had that confused look like, wait a minute.
Yeah, I think he
called that.
Yeah, he called the 2 there, so I think Landon was more just seeing if he had the option or not.
I think Thomas was worried about contacting the ball, and he's sitting in his chair, shaking his head right now. You can tell he's visibly disappointed with the way he's playing right now. He's not playing his A game. But the good news is even if Landon gets out here, it's only a 2-rack lead and a race to 9. Landon's going to be at 5 racks.
And this was Landon's break, so Thomas will have the next one.
Yeah, exactly. So he doesn't need to beat himself up. You can't just let yourself off the hook scot-free. You got to pay attention and be aware if you are making mistakes or if you're rushing shots or losing focus. You have to be aware of it. You just can't beat yourself up over it.
know what you did, adjust accordingly, and then forget about it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Would you come 2 rails just to get like a little bit, or would you just draw it back?
The only reason you draw back there is because if you do go the 2 rails and back out, you have to make sure you get across the line of the 7 to have the simple position play back to the 8.
Yeah.
He knew if he just drew it out a little, he was guaranteed to be on the correct shot line to be able to just come backwards off the rail and maintain position for the 8.
Exactly. Anytime you can play directly into the shot line versus crossing over the shot line, I think you're always increasing the percentages there.
And
A lot of times I like to draw back on shots instead of follow them, because
you know what? I feel like for the longest time when I was like in the beginning stages of learning the sport, like before I even had like any cue ball control, like for real, I always felt like for some reason whenever I would draw the ball, I could always shoot more accurately. And I realized that what it was is if you look in the middle of a circle and you're trying to find the exact perfect middle of that circle, it can be very difficult to see exactly where you're at because you don't have a good reference point because you're equally away from all the edges, which can be hard to gauge. But when you come bottom center, it starts to become very easy to find if you're just a little bit off to the left or a little bit off to the right because you're aiming lower. And it's like my shot was just a lot straighter whenever I was aiming with draw. And so for the longest time, I played everything with wicked amounts of draw, and it was absurd. And I had a lot of fun doing it. But I had to break that habit. It was incredibly hard to break that habit, and I found out over time that it was because it helped me see the center of the cue ball better.
Yeah, and the other thing with that is you find as you become a more experienced player that...
Landon.
There we go. Sorry. I got lost in my story.
As you become a more experienced player, you kind of get out of that mentality where you want to roll everything in at pocket speed and you want to put a good stroke on everything. And so the first easiest way to do that, you feel like, is drawing it until you understand the stun shot. And once you learn the stun shot, the true just, a lot of players do stun a hair below center, but instead of drawing everything, you kind of learn the true angles and stun the ball around the table as much as possible, and you get that feeling of hitting the balls into the pocket with a good stroke at a good pace, the right way.
Yes.
Do you have any drills that you like doing or anything, Scott?
Yes, I have. There's like a lot, so.
What's your favorite one? If you had to, well, let me say it this way: not your favorite, as in like it's the funnest. Your favorite, as in you feel like it helped you develop your game the most. There's a lot of up and coming aspiring pool players. There's a lot of other junior players that don't have cool nicknames like the Ice Princess yet. They want to get a cool nickname, and they got to learn the game so that they can get them one. So, do you have a cool drill or anything that you think would help them?
I do 2 drills that have helped me, I think, the most.
That's an uncharacteristic miss there. Sorry to interrupt you.
There's one called the Ruslan drill, where you put 8 balls, or if it's a 9 foot, it's 8. If it's a 7 foot, it's 7. And you put them on the first diamond. You line them up straight along the first diamond, and you have to make them in either bottom pocket, and you can't go past the side pocket. And you have to, it sounds easy, but if you don't, and you can't hit any other ball. Right. So
that's what makes it a tough drill, is you have to make sure you don't contact any of the other object balls pocketing and playing position.
So to make sure I got it right. Oh, hang on, one of my buddies is leaving. I gotta go say bye to the Highlander. So to make sure I got it right, you got to line the balls up the head, 1 diamond out at the head string, and are you on the left side or the inside of that?
The left side.
Oh, got it. So you're playing a half table from there to control that cue ball. Alrighty, guys, give me just 1 second here. I will be right back.
And I just got to say my real quick goodbye to the Highlander. And Skylar, this is the first chance that I've got to sit in the commentary booth and get to know Dill a little bit. I've heard him obviously several times, and really look forward to that opportunity. But super nice guy, fun to hang out with.
He's pretty cool. He's funny.
Yeah.
I love how when he's like commentating, he doesn't say like, he won't say just like, oh, they got like a roll. He'll just be like, it's a love bump. And it's so cool. Like,
Yeah, the little bit of the European flair that he has, and it's so natural for him. He doesn't even realize some of the things that he says that are so different for us as, American players. But wow, what an outstanding hit! Almost looked like it was going to make the two, and then the spin really grabbed on the way over. They're kind of horseshoed away from it, but still a good hit. But anyways, back to the point we're making, Del. Yeah, some of the lingo, European style that he uses, and the accent, obviously, just really fun to listen to, and cool guy to hang out with in the booth.
I mean, I love it. It's funny, but like, I just love how it comes out. Like, it's always different to see, obviously, to hear some other like people talk different ways. I love accents. A lot of people think I have accents that are like Southern and stuff, and they're like, oh, I love your accent. I'm like,
yeah, that's a good point.
I don't think I have an accent.
Yeah, you've got to travel around the country a little bit here recently, and you go down south, and they probably think you sound a little funny.
They're always like, can you say that again? That sounds, yeah, they'll be like, can you say that word again? Like, that sounded so awesome. I was like, oh.
Yeah, so the 5-3 rack, whichever way you look at it, is a big rack in a race to 9. The difference between 5-4 and 6-3 is a real big spot. So let's see which player can, either Thomas can, get right back into, one game down, or Landon try to take a little bit of a stronger hold on this match.
And I think that was a bad hit.
It was a bad hit. It clipped the 9 just a little bit before. Ball in hand for Landon.
But like I was saying, you never realize how big of a difference one game is. Like,
because it's 2 games.
Yes, because like I was playing in the JIC in Illinois. I was playing Noelle Tate, and I was down 4-1, and it was 4-3, and she broke scratched, and I ran out to the 9 ball. It was straight in, and I dogged it, and it was 5-3. And you never realize how big of a difference it is until it actually happens.
Yeah, most of the time, right afterwards, you're like, oh my gosh, that was huge.
Yeah, I was like, oh gosh, the score's 5-3. And now I gotta struggle to climb my way back again.
Yeah, unfortunately, yesterday I was in that position quite a few times where I thinking about it after the rack on the wrong side of things. So, bit of a frustrating day. Lost to 2 good, solid players and really classy gentlemen at the table, but I felt like I did not quite have my A game in my second and third match there. So
I got told I played good, but I just had a really bad draw.
Oh yeah,
played Scott Haas and Steve Fleming.
Doesn't get a whole lot harder than that. So
unless I drew Shane Van Boning.
Right, there's a couple that it could have been worse, but not much worse.
Not much worse at all.
And so I actually told everybody that my excuse today is my shoes for day 2 were not in line with the dress code, so I had to get myself out of the tournament. So I followed that,
You just gotta make this 9 ball, because
I'm very impressed with this young man's game. He looks not just composed. He looks like he thinks he's supposed to win. And there's a little bit of a difference between the two. And this is a confidence that you don't see from players of this age at the table.
So what is it? 6-3 now?
6-3. Landon leads over Thomas Haas. Not over by any means. This is a long race to 9, but starting to get into the danger zone here for Thomas. You need to get this next rack up on the board.
Yeah, definitely. And yesterday, I got told that I didn't play bad. I was playing really good, but I made 4 mistakes out of 9 whole racks, and I lost to Steve. And Steve was like, "You played amazing. You were running out when you were supposed to, but your breaks, obviously, I think everyone's struggling with the break for the most part, but the breaks and my safes were the weakest part. So I'll probably be practicing my breaks. But in 10 ball, I don't really play 10 ball, so usually I don't practice the 10 ball break unless I obviously have a tournament coming up for 10 ball.
Yeah, and it can definitely be a little bit tougher than the 9-ball break.
Yes, it is. It's like an 8-ball break a little. I think he got a little, I think he got a little lucky with the break because it was coming up through the side before it hit the 8-ball.
Yeah, I think there's a pretty strong chance we're about to see a push out. I like pushing up above this ball, I think. So like go around the 8, bank it right. I don't think he could see this ball. But anyways, if he can't see this ball, I like the push out going up towards about where the 10 is maybe. I don't think you can show him this ball unless you're going to push out to a little jump. I'm fine with that too, I think.
Yeah.
And that looks like that's what he wants to do.
But everybody's got like a preference. Did that roll? Or was that just me?
Looked like it did. Like it might have caught a piece of chalk or something coming back up from the point there.
Yeah. I mean...
Because it looked like it was coming towards the 8 and then it just wiggled towards the rail a hair.
I mean, Thomas gave it to him back anyway, but...
Yeah, he is hooked here. This is a jump, just more of a half-ball jump than it would have been.
Yeah. I thought maybe he could see the whole ball, but... This would be a great shot if he makes it.
I think he'll hit this pretty good.
Nice shot.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty good.
I'm telling you, man, he's an expert jumper. The last highlight reel has got like 6 jump shots.
Yes, it does.
Did we get that one in there? Or?
Oh, yeah.
And drew it back past the 3. That was the key to the shot. You could get that 1 ball down and not have a shot on the 2. Really, really nicely controlled it exactly how he wanted to.
It looks like Thomas is kind of annoyed that he gave that back to Landon now.
Yeah, almost a little bit of a dejected look from Thomas. They're like, oh my gosh, like this kid's really, really coming with it right now.
Yeah, he really is.
He's like, I need to... His thoughts right now is like, oh gosh.
I would say that there's a really good chance Thomas knows exactly what he's up against here. It hasn't been that long since Thomas was a junior player himself. Have to think he probably is familiar with Landon's game, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when Landon in Nationals 2 years ago, it's insane because he was 12 years old 2 years ago. And when I won Nationals, it was insane because like I've been friends with him since Nationals, and it's insane because, like, his game is, like, stepped up a whole bunch.
Not even the same guy.
Yeah. Like, same thing with me. 2 years ago, I did not play as good as I do now. I mean, I don't really play that good now, but...
You're still getting a lot better all the time. And Jake and I were just talking about that match that you played against him a few years ago. And I think you were 9 years old at the time, but your game has elevated a lot of levels since then, and you're still got...
What do
we like to say? The sky's the limit, right?
I don't really use that anymore because, like, I don't know why we stopped using it, but Ice Princess stuck, so now everybody does that, and everybody does hashtag what would Skylar do.
Love it.
Landon taking his time on this 2-ball here. He knows it's an important shot.
You know, a really funny thing just happened on my phone. I've been following the comments all the time on the phone as we do this commentary, but I'm in a basketball group with a group of guys from my church back home, and somebody just texted in the group, "Is Earl playing?" Talking about playing basketball after church tonight.
Right.
And I started to text back, no, Earl wasn't here.
That would have been hilarious.
Before I realized that we weren't talking about pool.
Different Earl, different game.
Yeah.
That's too funny.
Earl Strickland. Wouldn't that be crazy to see him here?
We got to see him not that long ago at a Maryland State 9-ball event that he won.
Yeah, he was at, he's gone to the couple Maryland States.
That was the first one that I ever played in, Josh. I remember it very well. Jason Kirkwood went with the first blind bid for about 1,500. Earl went for about 1,300. He went undefeated.
Looks like Thomas is going to jump this.
Had a Hill win over Adam Keeler and had a Hill win in the final over RJ Carmona. Remember that tournament very well.
RJ is a beast, man. RJ is out of my homeroom at Q Masters. I get to see RJ and that whole squad quite a bit.
Do those guys still play a lot of pool?
I mean, to be honest with you, I haven't really been able to keep up with them a bunch since Corona started because I have a pool table at the house, so I'm just shooting it at home every day. But as far as I know, yeah. But since coronavirus, I haven't been able to keep up with it.
I'm sorry, Skylar. We cut you off there. You're getting ready to make a point.
I've never been to Q Masters before. Actually, I wanted to go to the Memorial Tournament.
Yeah.
I didn't want to play in it because I knew it.
Well, me and Jake were actually supposed to be streaming it. We streamed the inaugural Barry Berman event, and we streamed the second annual Barry Berman Memorial, and we were lined up to be able to do the third one, and it was all slotted to happen later in this year, and then unfortunately. Fortunately, me and Jake launched the events that we're running the DYNASPHERES Cup. We launched the DYNASPHERES Cup, made the whole schedule for it and everything, and scheduled everything around the date that we thought that was still in play for the Barry Berman Memorial. And unfortunately, Gary from Q Masters had to change the date to make it work in the schedule. And we just weren't available to do it because we had this event.
Yeah.
So, this event was right after the Memorial. I'm like, man, there's no way we're going to be able to adequately get ready for this event. Our first major pro event with 128, players filled up.
It's running pretty smooth.
I appreciate that. We've got that feedback from a lot of other players. We think, Jeremy's talked about it a few times with the Q score. Definitely that helps out a lot. Our staff has just been absolutely amazing, man. We really couldn't do it without the people that are here to help us. This really wouldn't be possible without everybody chipping in and.
Josh, what you were just talking about there with how you guys wanted to go play in that tournament, but you didn't really feel like you could put the effort into this that needed to happen for preparation, so you skipped that tournament. Everybody's appreciative of what tournament directors and promoters do, but a lot of times the players don't understand the sacrifice that some of you guys make as players. Yeah. For sometimes you're a player in the tournament that you're trying to be involved as far as a staff member goes. That takes away from your game. There's distractions, and beyond that, you skip tournaments to run things, and all the prep work that goes into it. You just skipped the tournament you wanted to play in. Man, I mean, if you're out there listening to this and you're a player, make sure you take the time on occasion to thank your local tournament director or pool promoter for the work that they put in and the sacrifices that they make in their own game.
Landon was trying to play safe here, and the 2-ball bobbled in the pocket and rolled out.
Yeah,
it would have been a nice shot.
The point, it would have went down table, and it'd be a little bit different here. He's still left him kind of funny with the scratch shot in the corner, so he's going to have to do something a little different.
Cut it, but that's you could scratch in either side.
If you can play this to the corner and get through the cue ball well and stay above the side pocket and take the cut shot on the 5, I don't know that's what he'll do. He beat it the other way. That's an awesome shot.
Yeah, he loaded it with high and beat the point.
Oh my gosh, he hit that so good.
Kind of high on this 5 ball.
And
I'd be scared.
Oh my gosh, that's such a scary shot. And the 4 didn't even brush the rail on the way in. He hit that so good.
Thomas is looking to the ceiling here. He doesn't love the shot that he has, but
he still has a shot, though. He can cut this ball to the corner, and he can go back and forth as many times as he wants above the side pocket. Plenty of room for shape on the 6 here. Just got to really collect yourself and get rid of the negative thoughts that you feel like, you could have come up with a little bit of a better shot on the 5 here.
The way Thomas shoots is I don't know what,
Yeah, he must. He wasn't feeling confident with the shot. He looked at the ceiling and he rolled his eyes, and you can just tell he didn't love the shot, and it was almost that acceptance of man, I'm probably going to miss this. That was the look that I saw on his face.
Yeah, and if
the
that
way,
happened. Go ahead.
The way the Thomas shoots, it's really, it's not different from everybody else, but the way he gets down, it's everything's so still and so perfect.
Yes.
It's
if you really get a good look at it, it must be a real strong eye dominance player. Kind of cocks his head to one side a little bit. But yeah, I kind of feel like to your point there, Josh, I think there might have just been a little bit of negativity in the head going into that shot there, and you cannot play that shot with an ounce of bad feeling in your brain.
Yeah, you got to stand up, you got to reset.
You walk to your seat, wipe your cue down, get a drink, whatever you want to do. I've seen it so many times. I noticed it a while ago watching some big tournaments. You'll see some of the Asian players, if they make a slight positional error with the cue ball, you'll see them walk to their seat, wipe the cue down, get a quick drink. And when you walk back to the table, it's almost like you've tricked your brain into thinking, that your opponent has left you there. And if your opponent had left you there, you would have been, oh, cool, I've got this shot.
Yeah, that's very true.
That's what Sean did at on the other match. On that one, I don't remember what shot it was, but it was a side cut, and it was pretty tough. And he turned around, and he walked back, he wiped his cue off, and he got a drink of water, and he went back to the table, and he made it with confidence.
Yeah, definitely a good thing. Get your head right. It's just something about it. It's like when you walk back to the table, it doesn't matter who put you there. This is the shot that you have, and you've kind of reset things. But as it is, it's going to be 7-3 in favor of Landon. And how good is this young man playing today?
This is his play usual all the time.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's playing his speed right now. This is exactly what we saw from him the first time, and I was flabbergasted the entire weekend, man. Not just by the level of the play, but the level of the way that he carries himself, the way that he treats the game with respect, the way he's a professional. I mean, look at the way that he's dressed right now. He's dressed better than a lot of other people in this. I mean, granted, we enforced the dress code, but you can tell.
You can tell the difference between the guys that they're doing it because they have to and the guys that would have been doing it anyways.
Usually.
And I don't want to make it. I hope I don't sound surprised by the level of play and composure and maturity. I'm more impressed than anything.
Oh, I'm 100% surprised though, because I mean, this isn't something that you see all the time. What were you about to say there, Scott?
I was about to say, usually Landon will wear like a polo, a shirt underneath, his fancy dress shoes, and everything. This time, I think we told him it was concrete floor, and it's like dress shoes and concrete floor do not go well together, and plus your feet will be hurt after a while.
Yeah, sure, especially with the longer races, and then you know later in the tournament you start playing matches back to back to back. Do not want to be on dress shoes on concrete floors for a couple hours straight. That's brutal.
Yeah.
Did you get a good look at SVB's shoes?
Yeah.
They are sweet looking. Yeah, I think I might need to try to find me a pair of those.
Man, he's got so many pairs of those. It's insane, but it's like his signature shoe now. Like,
love it.
It's like a real thing.
Yeah, so here I go. Just more fangirling from Jeremy.
Hey, man, it's nothing that I haven't done myself. I tell you what, I mean, you want to talk about fangirling. I was able to get him in there to sign the poster that I designed, and I mean, it's like I design all this stuff, all the graphics and the banners and all the things, and so to be able to, number one, design a banner and then watch him play with my stuff hanging on the wall in the background was amazing. But then to watch him like walk up and sign it and take a picture with me in front of the banner, like, talk about fangirl.
That's an awesome feeling there. Minor error here from Landon. He was coming around a couple rails, got shaped for the 3, but he bumped the 5 over on top of the 9, and now he has to deal with that problem later in the rack. Might be able to get into it now, and if he hits the top side of it, there's a good chance he wouldn't end up hooked on the 4, but he's just going to drop back and punt. And this, once again, we talked about it a couple times, if you understand the momentum of a match, sometimes it's better to even just to play a simple safety, even though he didn't get the full hook here. The feeling that Thomas has in his mind right now is there's momentum, and then there's the snowball effect where you get that negative feeling and things aren't going your way.
Kind of starts to roll downhill a little bit.
Absolutely.
And it's scary because he, like, if I was in this match down 7-3, I'd be thinking, oh my gosh, like, he's like one rack away from being on the hill.
And actually, I had it backwards there. That was Thomas at the table that made that error and then played the safe. I thought it was the other way around. So. And you see Thomas in his chair really just disgusted by the fact that he had to play safety there after that shot. Looked like he was going to be okay coming through the window there. And he didn't quite get the safety the way that he wanted. Landon could see the 3 ball. This is going to be strong here.
Yes, that's actually fantastic. You know, he opened it up a little bit more. He hides the ball.
Ties up the 8 on the 6.
Jump shot combo.
The 3-7.
And Landon is a jump shot machine.
Yeah, the only problem.
Like he's looking at something different here.
Yeah, I think you have to look at something different here. The problem with the jump shot is the 3's got to cut the 7 and travel over behind the 4, and the cue ball is going to have some. The cue ball is going to have some momentum on it, hitting a thin hit on the 3. I don't think you can really take on that risk at this point in the match. He will play the jump shot, but I think he's going to be looking for more of a full hit and see if he can get the cue ball to stay near the 4, send the 3 ball down table.
Am I the only one that likes hill matches more than anything?
Everybody loves it. It's
I love hill matches except for at the end of a 14-hour day.
Finals.
I love hill.
Yeah, you get deep into the tournament.
Oh.
and that's exactly the shot I was talking about. Just stop shot, basically a full hit on the 3 and send. Great understanding from the young man, and a little bit of a note out there. It seems like every time someone grabs the jump cue, they feel like they have to play to pot the ball, and you do not. A lot of times, you're looking for more of a separation shot. You really control the table.
Yeah.
And then you're shooting the jump shot because it's the right shot, not because.
I don't think Thomas got there.
No, this is no good. He could see the ball.
Does not look happy.
Yeah, and you see with each rack, the body language is wearing on him. And he's really
His shoulders are down.
Yeah, he's showing his feelings on his sleeve right now, and it's okay. It gets to the best of all of us.
At least it's not like slamming your cue down, like yelling, stuff like that.
No, you won't see any of that from Thomas. He's very, very mellow. You will definitely. But the funny thing about Thomas is he's so mellow that he almost looks like this sometimes when things are going well. But not quite. I mean, not the facial expressions and a little bit of the, cocking the head side to side, kind of like wondering, like, what on earth is going on right now.
I've got a little bit of that in me though. Like whenever I'm playing, a lot of people tell me that I look like I'm miserable or like I'm sad. I'm like, well, I don't know what to tell you. It's just my resting face. I guess I gotta.
Yeah.
Brandon Schuff's another guy that kind of the same kind of deal.
Yes, definitely.
It's pretty good. So this let's zone in on this rack here. We got the.
He's not in the
6-8 here tied up, and he's
not in the right spot here at all.
He's not. So let's see what he tries to do here.
Yeah, I think you just have to play safe on this ball now, because you can't get down for the 6. You're probably not going to be able to get to a good angle for the safety on the 6.
I mean, he's gearing
he's kind of. I don't know how far he has to get out to have the stop shot safety on the 6. Yeah. Oh my Lord.
What a stroke.
He did that with the opposite English? I can't believe the way that ball spun when it hit the rail. That was unreal.
Yeah, he wanted to get in there deeper.
And I
think, if the table was rolling as fast as it was before, like on yesterday, I think he would have got a little deeper in there. But
I'd play kick safe.
Yeah, that was one of the sickest strokes we've seen from any player in this entire tournament right there.
Here I'd play a kick safe. I'd come off the bottom round.
I think he can still play he'll thin the 7 back up towards the 8. He's not even doing that. He's just rolling up on it, and it's about it. Yeah, he clipped the 8. Might have had a little bit of a roll off there.
I mean, I don't think Thomas can do really anything here besides play another safe.
Yeah, but...
Or bank it. I mean, I don't think he would do that here.
No, he's going to play the safe. But see, that's a bigger... Just because you don't give the run out right then and there, it's still a huge error, because this is going to be a really lockdown safety from Tom here. And he hit it really good. Just the way that he tickled the 8 and had to kind of go forward to get off and behind it. There was a lot of intricacy to that safety. That was really well played. And I don't think the 10's in his way for the 2-railer here.
What my dad used to tell me when I was younger, like before I learned kicking systems and stuff, is like, watch where the cue ball, when you're playing a safe, or if your opponent's playing a safe, watch where the ball hits the rail. Because if you hit the same exact spot, it's going to go in the same exact direction, depending on if the cue ball's in the same spot or not.
Yeah, so especially on some of the safeties where they're playing object ball only, and they kind of stop the cue ball and roll the object ball into a safe position.
Yeah.
Most of the time, where that ball hits is the exact spot on the rail that you're going to need to hit.
Yeah, like some kicks, it's like, oh, it's the exact same thing.
That's a good point. I think he has a 2-railer here around the 10. Probably needs to hit about where the edge of the magic rack is, the left edge of the magic rack there.
Yeah.
Or the template rack by DYNASPHERES. No, yeah. And I think I was right. He played more to the left of that and missed on the thin side. No, so I'm wrong. He actually missed short, so he needed to be way over. I had the angle pretty far off there. Which tells me that the 10 may have been a bigger problem than we thought. I don't know. Hard to say. This angle's so I'm used to the foot rail angle. This is exactly how I'm viewing the table a lot of times when I'm doing commentary, but from a little higher where you can see a little bit more of the table.
I had the higher camera angle up there, and something happened with that unit.
That is the view that I love. From that angle, I feel like I see everything on the table really well. in the booth. The overhead can be a little deceptive at times. It's good to see the overall layout, but sometimes you can't tell how close the balls are to the rail, really. And a couple of the angles, they skew a little bit if you're not perfectly dead square over the table. And if you can get it as close to perfectly dead square over the table as you want, it's really hard to get it to where that's not in play at all. But
even if this match is 7-4, and I don't think there's going to be much change in Thomas's body language or anything. Maybe a little like confidence strokes, but
now Tom's just thinking to himself if he can get a couple more chances here and put some pressure on Landon, especially before he gets that rack up to get on to the hill.
once it's up to the hill, it's going to be tough.
It's always tough. As the player on the hill, you just don't feel as much pressure with the other guy coming back because you just tell yourself, like, I just need one. Like, I just need that one chance. Whereas 7, like, sometimes it can be really tough to get from 7 to 8 for some reason. The rack before you get to the hill.
You're
sometimes,
like, oh my gosh.
You get stuck on that one for a long time sometimes, it seems.
Thomas get that last out?
He did, yes. It's 7-4.
Landon's break.
Appreciate everybody tuning in. You guys are watching the Billiard Sports Network. You listen to myself, Josh Setterfield, and I'm joined in the booth by the Ice Princess. I just have so much fun saying that. I don't know why I have so much fun saying that.
It's a great nickname.
It really is. Skylar Hess in the booth with us. How old are you, Skylar?
12.
12 years old. 12 going on, I don't know, certified pro. Just out here. I'm never going to stop talking about you banking that 10 ball on Shane. It was the sickest thing I've ever seen. Just the look on Shane's face when you made it, I want you to know, is like one of the happiest moments of my life. So, it really was amazing.
I'm just glad I got to meet Skylar before she was big time.
Yeah, right.
Because, you know, I don't
remember us whenever you're the
I feel like if I had met Skylar right now, I probably wouldn't have been able to get a chance for an interview or anything.
Yeah, right.
You know, but I met her when she was 8 years old or 9 years old. Yeah, so I had a little bit of a chance.
Me and you definitely would play better in a Scotch doubles now than we used to.
I forgot about. I haven't thought about that in a long time. I think I blocked it out of my mind.
That's kind of funny.
We went into an adult junior tournament, Scotch doubles tournament, probably as one of the favorites, and things did not really go according to plan.
The first one did.
We played really strong the first match, and we lost to a couple good teams.
Yeah.
I think Wayne Everhart and his son.
Yeah.
That was a very strong team. They played a great match.
All right, back here into this rack, we got him leading the 2 to the 7.
And I got in my head.
He's going to be stuck shooting his combo under the 7 ball.
Well, it was funny. We kind of flip-flopped. There was a time early in the tournament where I felt like I was struggling a little bit and you were on top of your game, and then it sort of flip-flopped after that.
Yeah, and at that time, I got mad when my opponent didn't do something right. Because I used to think I was like the best.
Yeah, it's funny.
I really wasn't.
You play in enough of these tournaments, you start to give up on that a little bit. It didn't take me long. I played in one. I was like, I'm not very good at this.
Landon's trying to run these last 4 balls to get on the hill here, guys. Let's get back in this game.
It's taken me a while to understand that I'm not the best here, and I probably am not going to win. Like, I'm going to win matches, but I'm not going to win. Just like the junior tournaments, I just started placing, just started getting in the money. And it just clicked to me that you can't always win your first match.
It's a great point. And the way I like to look at it is, so you never want to be in a position where you accept losing or you're okay with losing, but to me, it's a matter of mutual respect for your opponent. You don't get in these matches where you're like, oh man, I should have won. I was supposed to win that match.
Yeah.
They got lucky. No. 2 players were in this match. 2 players equally wanted to win just as bad as one another, and one outplayed the other. And if you can get in that mentality and really respect your opponent, you get to a point where you accept the losses easier. Not that you're okay with the losing, but that if you have a good mentality and a good respect for your opponent, when you're down 7-4, the comebacks are easier because you're not beating yourself up for underperforming and things like that. You're like, okay, I'm capable of losing this match. This player is capable of beating me. And so if you're down 7-4, it's okay, just business as usual, trying to run down another good player.
Yes. I forgot what I was going to say. like, these are my goals for tournaments. So, like junior tournaments, I'm like, okay, I don't have to win the first match, but I'm gonna come back from the loser side. So my first goal is always to make it to day 2. And if I make it to day 2, if there's a day 3, then make it to day 3. Oh.
Yeah, I like that. You kind of have an overall goal, but if you can break it down into smaller, more achievable, short-term goals, that's a good way to go through life, not just pool.
Yeah,
The short-term goal right here for Landon is he's getting ball in hand on the hill. Thomas gets a good pop on that cue ball, but unfortunately it's going to find the top.
Yeah, tough part of this rack, the 4-ball in close proximity to the 6 does not have the corner pocket that he's closest to right now for the 4. Pretty wide open before that. 1 leads to the 2. The 3 is near the side pocket. He can play a little bit of like a stop shot on the 2 here and take the angle that he already has from the 2 to the 3 to go 2 rails below the 9. He has the 4 in the side pocket or the corner up table, so it's not that difficult. I believe he moved that cue ball more than he wanted to on that shot.
Very much so.
He definitely did. Now, the 4-ball is dramatically tougher here.
Yeah, the position that I talked about him putting himself in, it would not have been very difficult to roll into shape coming off the second rail about where that template rack was laying on the rail before he just moved it. Now he needs to really collect himself and come with a good decision here. I think you want to play a safety here. Don't really take on any crazy huge risks here. He did just look at the back cut to the side pocket. It is conceivable.
I mean, yeah, he would be sending the cue ball around 3-4 rails here to be on the short side with 4. We know he's not shy to let this cue ball run.
Oh, that would have been a nice shot.
Yeah, look, he would have, I don't know, he would have been kicking at this ball maybe.
That was a bit of a flyer for me. I think when you're on the hill there, you need to just keep the pressure on your opponent, just play it safe somewhere and make him kick out of a tough spot.
I think that's a little bit of the TV table kicking into, because, you think about it, you're like, man, I'm up 4 racks right now. I'm on the hill. How sick would it be if I pulled this shot off?
Yeah.
There's a little bit of that, because, he's got some flair to his game, and I think that's something that a lot of people like watching Landon play for is, he does show some emotion when he plays, whether it's, it's good or bad. He shows what he's feeling, and I think that
his last
as long
match,
as it's respectful to the game, because, there's some players who take that extra flair and they turn it into a little bit of disrespect, but I think Landon very well represents the game while still having fun. You say you were seeing him do that in his last match?
His last match against Scott, he was making a few mistakes and he was getting all upset about it. A lot of people do the hand the hand flip, why'd I do that?
Yeah.
Or you don't drop your cue on this table, but you kind of lay it down. You're just
that little defeatedness.
I think it kind of showed for maybe one of the first times in this match a little bit of the lack of experience that he'll gain along the way. I just think he's so talented and he's played in a lot of junior events that he's so used to being a big favorite in a lot of matches that
look at that shot.
Once he gets up 8-4 on somebody, there's not a great chance he can lose the match. But when you've played,
he just hooked himself.
Yeah.
He just hooked himself.
Once you've been into this spot in these bigger tournaments where the guy in the other chair can come back and run you down, you start to take a little bit less risk even when you have the lead that he has in that spot.
All right, let's see here. We're gonna the 7-ball here. I think is gonna have eyes to the pocket past the 10. It sure does. So he's checking out his angles here, see how he wants to get there. He's just gonna come 1 rail out. He might have enough of an angle to go 2 rails. He likes to power his shots, but he's just gonna keep it simple.
I don't like that shot.
Well, he does have a good angle to come down 2 rails.
Yeah, 2 rails now, and he doesn't mind that shot. A lot of people wouldn't want this one, but he's got a really big, easy, powerful stroke, and this is not that difficult of a cue ball play for him.
I mean, you've seen all his other powerhouse strokes, so...
I mean, his precision is up there, too. I mean, that 3-ball, he ran all the way up the rail there, and that was not an easy shot, and it really opened up the opportunity for him to get out here. And this, I think, is a comfortable shot for him. So
the only danger on this shot is it's very easy to get too flat on the 8-ball.
Yeah,
he's going to be okay.
Turned out pretty good here.
It's a hair flat, but the 9 goes to the side if he needs it.
See, he's checking out his options right here. Now on the side is what he's looking at. And I
don't
like it
think
because it leads to the 10 so easy.
I agree, but I don't think I like going forward. I think I like just stunning off the rail a hair, just because I don't want this cut angle that takes the cue ball down to the back to the foot rail again.
I wouldn't like this 9-ball shot either.
Yeah, I'd rather see him just kind of stun off the rail a couple inches there on the last shot, but he doesn't mind this, I don't think.
Yeah, not at all. I think in his mind, he just didn't want to be having any chance of being stuck on the rail.
Right.
And so that's I think that's why I elected to take it that way. So he doesn't mind having a tougher cut shot to ensure that he's going to have room to hit the full cue ball here, because he knew he was going to be able to make that. So for the match here, Landon down on the 10 ball.
Thompson is
hanging in the pocket.
Oh my gosh! You know how many times I've missed this shot? No jinx to him,
Look,
but
he just reset. So look, everybody feels the pressure. But look, he reset. He's dialed in. He drills it, stops the cue ball perfectly to take the set over Thomas Haas. Great set there, Landon Hollingsworth closing it out 9-4 over Thomas Haas. We're gonna go ahead and get the next match set up for you guys, but there's your hint. Van Boning on the screen.
Derek Daya versus Shane Van Boning, one of the final 4 on the winner's side matches.
Alrighty guys, give us just a second. We're gonna let these players hit a couple balls. I'm gonna get up on the stretch my legs.
Yeah,
We will be right back.
I'm gonna actually get some food finally, and I'll be back as soon as I can.
Fantastic, brother. Hey, real quick before you go, a couple of things that are on my mind. How do you feel like commentary is going, brother?
Dude, I love it.
Dude, it's fantastic. Look, I want to do a couple of things. One, your knowledge is amazing. You're like a freaking statistician. You know so much about this person's on this, they've done this, they've placed there, they've done that. It's absolutely freaking amazing. This is what we need to do. I'm gonna fine tune with it and sand it down a little bit. What I want to do is I want to keep you bringing the same level of knowledge that you have, but just slow it down a little bit. Make it an ebb and flow. Make it a conversation. Because what's happening is sometimes people get so overwhelmed with commentary when it's just non-stop, and that's what ends up happening is we end up just talking for the entire match with 0 dead time, and then we kind of veer way off the track of what's happening with the match. So if you go through the back and you research some of those, there's a couple people who are like, guys, like, stick to the match. So do this. Use the knowledge that you have to help you dissect and explain what people are watching. Don't use it as a way to talk about, there's 500 different things that could be done. That's what they're doing. Explain to the viewer what they're watching. Because don't assume that everybody watching the screen is like a certified pro who's going to think at that upper tier level. If you notice, like, I can't speak to the game at a very high level, but I'm speaking to the game at more of a mediocre. Let me bridge the gap between the league, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9 skill level NBA player to the pro scene. And that's what I want to be able to do. So help me with that. I love having you in the booth. It's the one small adjustment I want to make is slow it down a little bit, see if we can do it to digest, and then use that knowledge to keep teaching the game because it's so freaking good out here. Like, you have the voice for this, and I have this vision to be able to connect the dots. Like, you have a really good opportunity here to develop yourself into, like, you could really be like the next Jeremy Jones. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen to Jeremy Jones, listen to the way he talks about the game, listen how calm his demeanor is. You get excited.
I know, it's so hard not to sometimes. You're right.
I get it. And it's just constructive criticism, man. By no means did I leave anything more than that. I see greatness right here, and I'm just trying to pull that potential all the way through, brother. That's all I'm doing. So I appreciate it. Yeah, good. Derek's name has a C in it. Is it D-E-R-E-C-K or E-K?
It's I-K, I-C-K, I think. Hold on, I'll tell you for sure. Yeah, D-E-R-I-C-K. Oh, perfect. Yeah, I'm fine with it. You know, it's fucking cocksucker to me. Oh, we need it. We're needed, right?
Draws back into position here on the 8. Come above the side pocket here. Let's just say this is more of the same of what we've seen from Shane so far. It's perfect position on the 2, which was in a tough spot to get out of the first rack there. He's going to jump up 1-0 on Derek Daya.
Yeah, we are playing alternating break format, guys. Anybody who just might be tuning in, we're going to be playing a race to 9. We are using a pattern rack. We had a pattern set for day 1, a different pattern on day 2, just to alleviate any pattern racking accusations from the players, keep it fair and consistent for everybody. We're all playing the same game. Using WPA rules, the only alterations there are going to be the no early 10 balls. The 10 ball gets made, it's going to be spotted up. We're not playing the 3 balls past the head string on the break. And no all ball fouls. Other than that, it's going to be WPA rules.
And actually, the no early 10 balls is a part of the WPA rules, but the other 2 are exceptions here, and then the pattern that we're using for racking the balls, like you mentioned. So,
joined back in the booth by Jeremy Mason.
Yeah, not that we're in any way against having the 3-point rule to take away the soft break. It's just really difficult to enforce with a couple tournament director helpers and like 24 tables.
Yeah, that's the big thing there. Oh, good get a shot at Derek. We saw him coming out firing against Wilkie at 5-1. He didn't miss a ball. He was running out from everywhere.
Ooh, it almost scratched the side, but instead the 5 ball finds the side pocket. 1 ball gets clumped up down here by the 9 and the 4. Look at that.
Yeah.
Is there a carom to the 9? Oh, no, he can't even see it. What am I saying? We'll go with the cue ball first.
Yeah, push out here. This is a very weird layout. And once again, like for the 1000th time in this tournament, we've seen a 2-10 that somebody has to play to run the rack out.
I know. Yeah, where do you like to push out here, Jeremy?
Yeah, and you know, this is a tough one. I think Josh alluded to the fact that there is a carom that you can't sell out here if you get up above it. But then again, you don't want to put yourself in a spot where you have to kick at this ball. It's such a small target to hit. I don't know. I think maybe I push out kind of right above the line for the 6 ball here and show him the wrong edge where he doesn't have the carom.
Yeah, I like that.
And so, you know, same idea here, not down to the 6, more separation, but again, give him the edge, but don't let him have an offensive play. And it's still not a great position to be in if you're Derek. Shane's going to have, no, you can actually give it back, which I'm a little bit surprised. It must be a little funny to get out of here and get back down table for the separation safety. Wow, and Shane's right on that one, and how hard was it to be right on that one? Like, who knows that one's going to leak out that easily on that push, on that safety attempt there from Derek?
Well, you know, it's interesting because Derek did probably push there doing exactly what you said, but then he fired it like it went. You know, it was very strange.
Yeah, the part that's impressive to me is I think if I'm the guy that receives that push, I play the safety there. I'm not giving it back. And Shane his knowledge of the game is so unparalleled that he's just like, oh yeah, I've seen this before. I'm going to get a good look at this. you know?
Yeah.
Did a good job to make sure the 2 didn't tie up with the 6 here as he played the combination. And right in prime position as it seemed like it's been for the duration of the Matt Craw match and most of what we've seen from him here on the TV table. Right in line, pretty wide open layouts, making it look easy.
Yeah, any wide open table for Van Boning, you figure 99% chance to run out.
Yeah, and you know, we could, back to the push out there, we could have a long conversation about strategies on the push out, but just know that if you're not breaking and making a ball and controlling, you're in a bad spot against a player that moves better than you, and sure. Shane's going to outmove every other player in this tournament.
Yeah, not much to do here. You can just punch this right out. Perfect.
Shout out to Grayson Vaughn in the chat saying, hey, Jake and Josh.
Hey, Grayson, what's up, man? I'm so glad that you were able to get in. Thanks for playing. And hopefully we'll see you guys back here. Always a pleasure to have you. We'll definitely see you in September for the juniors event.
Sure thing. He called me earlier and he said, man, I want you to know I'm going to have my banner. And you know what? Ironically, it's exactly what his brother Garrett said to me the day he got his trophy for being the champion. So that was actually fantastic. I love seeing the energy. It's just a strong family of players there. Great.
Shane Van Boning 2-0 over Derek Daya.
And with this level of play on the bar box, you have the potential to see some of the fastest races to 9 that you could even imagine, with Shane just breaking off well and staying in line all the time. Makes the game look so easy. It's hard to even really talk about what he's doing at the time because it's so fluid and so fast. I mean, just know, like, if you really want to know what to do, just go back and look at what he does because it's right.
Yeah, for sure.
And Derek was leaning forward in his seat there. I was trying to catch an angle on that. Paying attention to, Shane dialing in the rack, making sure he likes it.
And the part that's hard to replicate is just he gets through the cue ball so well. Like, you'll see when he plays those shots that spin, the cue ball, when it hits the first rail and the spin just grabs and takes him wherever he needs to go.
2-ball gets bullied into the corner pocket up there. Oh, look at this. He's got eyes on the 1-ball. The 3 definitely goes in one of the corner pockets. I think it's going to go in the corner down by the 7 here. So.
Do you think he's got room here where he could cut this 5 conceivably into the side pocket and kind of just brush the top of the 8 and the 10 when he gets to it and come back out above the 6?
Yeah, I mean, certainly, look, we just saw him before you came on get into a very, very small window to get to the 2-ball to get out. And so I think he can. I don't think he's got to manufacture anything here.
You could just lay this on the rail and take the combo. The problem here, once again, we've highlighted several times that on the new cloth, it's very difficult to spin this ball with inside all the way over to the rail.
Yeah.
The ball will slide a lot until this cloth really tightens up.
Well, now he's looking at the combo.
Yeah.
He just took a peek at the 5-10. Now he's looking at the cut.
Yeah, the good thing about the cut, if he can get the room to get in there, I don't think there's a way that he can really get tied up with the 8-10. I think he'll just brush the tops of the balls and get back out into space, you would think.
I mean, look, he got in dead perfect where he was pointing at.
Yeah, that's great speed control there.
He just bumped the 8.
Yeah, that's absolutely perfect. And
How
even
do you beat that?
Yeah.
I mean, this is ball in hand position, multiple racks in a row for the tightest windows. Like, how you got to play perfect to beat this.
I think the answer to your question is just most of the time you don't.
Yeah, right. That is very fair. That is very fair.
And it happens so quick. Like, Derek hasn't had a shot. He broke. Did he break dry once or? And there you look up and it's 3-0.
Yeah, Shane's certainly hitting a stride. Takes a long shot on the 10. Obviously not afraid of this shot on a bar table. Wow.
Yeah, and it's hard to find a shot that is really long for a guy that plays, at a world-class level on a 9-footer. So doesn't mind anything like that at all. 3-0, and Derek really has not done anything wrong to this point. I think he broke off one time.
James McManus in the chat. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you for the compliment.
Yeah, Derek had the one push out. Shane gave it back to him. He tried to play what I think was a safety coming back down table off the thin hit on the 1, and the 1 just leaked out. And that's about all Derek's had as far as table time goes in this match.
We'll see how Derek Day handles this. Big shout out to Vic's Q Repair on staff right here for us as a vendor. So,
speaking of that, I need to go see him.
Yes, you do, don't you?
Hold it down. I'm gonna go get a shaft clean and a tip replace real quick. All BRB, fellas. Great reminder.
Yeah, great guy, Vic from Virginia. Appreciate you coming up.
Wow.
hanging out with us.
On an outer table, don't look right now, but Mark Nanashay just continuing this great run through the B side, up 8-3 over Sean Wilkie right now.
Yeah, pretty strong. Big break there by Derek. 3.
Mark Nanashay, of course, has already defeated Rob Cord and Brett Stottlemyre his last 2 matches, so playing really, really strong right now.
Not ideal to be on the rail here. Shooting up at the 1.
Yeah, it looks like he's real straight on this ball, too.
Yeah, he's certainly more straight than I'd like. Because, you know, what are you going to do? If you're dead straight where the 2's at, you got to roll this. Nobody wants to do that. He's got a slight angle. He can try to go forward, but such a tough shot.
I think he just has barely that angle that takes him. Oh, I was going to say the opposite of that. I thought he was going to the long rail there, but it's tough to tell from that far away on the camera. So, but he hit it great. Hit it really well.
Yeah, he did.
And he's in great shape now. The table's actually wide open from here. I wonder if Derek will have ever been in the box with Shane before. I know Derek's played in a lot of pro events as well. Plays in the pro event at the Expo just about every year and everything, so I'd say there's a chance he's been in the box with Shane before.
Oh, no.
Ooh, don't want to do that.
We'll start calling this the Van Boning effect. Just hangs up the 2 ball, allows SVB back at the table.
And just another simple out. The 6 is hanging in front of the side pocket. It leads right to the 7 that goes to the corner past the 10. Really nothing in this one, except he's a little bit on the funny angle here. He might have to come out 2 rails or just travel up above it for the short side, which is what he does. Real simple position play there from Shane. Taking the easy way.
I mean, he really does have just real pure. I know he's got that little hitch or whatever, but when he comes through and follows through, it's certainly pure.
This is where it gets scary, is when you start seeing Shane playing at this pace, and it's just you have a hard time imagining anything going wrong when he's playing like this.
Well, thank you to our good friend Kevin Steer at Integrity Cues, sponsor of all the events this year for the BSN Presents the DYNASPHERES Cup. He's got cues cases. He's one of the good guys in the cue business. He offers layaway programs and escrow services. Please reach out to him on Facebook /Integrity Cues.
All right, Shane's break leading 4-0. I think 2 for 2 on the break. 2 break and runouts for Shane so far in this match, I believe. Actually, I don't know for sure. I actually missed the first rack of this match, so I don't know.
Look at this setup. Oh.
Wow. Ball down, 1 ball hanging in front of the side, 2 ball hanging in front of the corner, 4 ball right next to the 2. He's going to have to come out to the center of the table. It's kind of similar to the position he's in now to take a cut shot on the 5, but it shouldn't be a problem, and the 6 is on the same rail. That will be a little bit of a touchy shot. Oh, not now. Now he can just go straight up the 8 ball, I think. No, I didn't. So let's see how he plays this. If he goes over and again takes another steep shot on the 6, or if he tries to get into that tight window. He's going to take a real steep shot here. This is a difficult shot.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to go inside, pocket this ball.
3 rails?
Yeah, no. Like 2 rails, come underneath the 10 and 9, and he missed it.
He's going to scratch too. He's not going to get, he's going to get away with the scratch side of that, but that was really difficult. I don't think he wanted to be quite as steep as he was there. I don't think he minded the inside 2 rail position, but just a hair less angle would have been ideal. And so Derek's going to come with a safety here. I think Probably see him kind of bank this ball up table and get his cue ball off above the point back over under the 9, and he's not going to get there. The difficulty of that shot is you have such a small area of the rail above the point there, and you have to really hit that. And but Shane's going to have to come with a big shot here if he wants to be aggressive. Seems like most of the time he wants to be aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely.
But nothing easy about this shot. I mean, just from cueing off the rail to pocket this and then come around into a tight window for the 7.
I imagine he's going to try to come 3 rails, 4 rails, maybe back around. Oh no, he just
rolls it in. He's gonna play safe on the on the 7.
I mean, that just really tells you the caliber of his thought process here. Rather trying to force the leave. Oh, he went for the bank.
Yeah, and the one little problem then we're really searching to find something to nitpick about Shane Van Boning's game, but he took that since he was just rolling it in to take the safety play on the next ball. Shane did something there that a lot of us do a lot of the times. If it's not a real aggressive offensive play, we just don't give it the same level of attention that we give the other shots. And that's what you saw there. He didn't want to be playing that safety or bank shot out of the jaws of the pocket like he was. And you also saw the 6 or the 7, I believe it was the 7, kind of brushed in off the rail a little sloppy on its way in. So just a little bit of a kind of a careless shot there from Shane, something you don't see very often. So. And, you know, it may not be a factor in this match, may not be anything, but if you're out there watching and this is something you could really pay attention to your game, you see it a lot of times when guys decide to play an intentional foul to tie a ball up. You really have to lock in on that shot and hit it exactly how you want to.
Oh, yeah.
If you're going to give up ball in hand, you have to make sure you get that ball locked into exact position that you want it to and make it really worth the risk that you're taking of giving your opponent ball in hand.
Good point. Clint Pelosi, I see some guys asking about him. He's up 8-6 now on Josh Thiel. And Nanashe comes away with the win, 9-3 over Sean Wilkie.
I mean, how strong is that? Rob Cord, Brett Stottlemyre, Sean Wilkie, back-to-back wins for Mark Nanashe, rolling through the B-side and already into the 7th through 8th position. Very strong tournament run for Mark Nanashe here.
Currently, you have a couple other matches on the B side that just started. Landon Hollinsworth versus Matt Craw. They're knotted up at 1. Chip Klein and Shane Wolford. Shane is up 1-0.
Yeah, Kevin West there still awaiting the winner of the one match that's kind of lagging behind a little bit. Clint Pelosi versus Josh Thiel that you just mentioned. But once again, tournament rolling along at an outstanding pace to this point.
Dry break. Let's go, Chad. Drop your comments below, Chad. Let's see who you're rooting for. Are you rooting for the underdog, Derek Daya? Or are you rooting for the man himself, Shane Van Boning? Drop your comments below. See who everybody's rooting for in the chat. Shane with the 1-2 combo.
Nothing too difficult about this layout here. The 6 is clear from the 7 to go to the corner. Even if it wasn't with the position of the 5, you could roll into the short side very easily. And of course, the 6 would pass to the far side pocket there once the 4 is pocketed. So I like Shane to get out from here.
Left himself just under the 3.
Yeah, a little bit of check side on that. He wants to stay above the line so he can come around the back of the 9-10, probably catch the 3rd rail, and we might be playing this 5 in the corner. Not necessarily, even if he gets fairly He's actually going to play it straight back through that 8-6 gap. I don't think that's how I would have played that. But he knew exactly where it was going.
He just drew right through there. Now he's a little straight. Maybe a slight angle here. I think he just went to look to see if he can go up and above, play the 6 in the bottom. No, he didn't like it. He did check it though.
You just got to be careful about how you bump this 7 now. If you overhit it, you can go straight off the 7 into the side pocket. He'll play it with a lot of control. Probably a hair of inside here, overcut the ball just a hair, just to make sure you get that full in the face hit on the 7.
I mean, how to hit that? Wow.
Yeah, and so anybody that didn't quite catch what I was saying there, if you can actually change the tangent line a little bit if you put some inside English because of the way the ball is going to throw, and you'd have a thinner hit on the ball. You hit the cue ball takes a little bit of a different path there, and you can kind of manipulate the point that the cue ball hits the 7 ball there.
Well, I gotta say, you know, Shane called out Sky Woodward after the Dennis Orcola match. A lot of people saying Sky Woodward is the best bar box player out there, but I mean, Shane does not look
I think it's
phased at all.
really hard to bet against this guy.
Absolutely. Shane leads 5-1. Now we got Zob in the chat rooting for Derek Daya.
Z-Hob, that's
Is that Z-Hob? I always say Zob.
Yeah, Zook's House of Billiards.
Zook's House of Billiards, yeah.
And you want to talk about an awesome couple of guys from up there in Schuylkill Falls, Pennsylvania.
Say that 3 times.
Yeah, you don't want to. Actually, you know, Eric Brooks and I just played some Scotch doubles against those guys here recently. They're a lot of fun to hang out with. They got in the booth with us a little bit. Actually, they were able to have the opportunity to just stream a huge match between Sky and Billy not long ago. So big shout out, congratulations to them. You know, hard work getting them big places in the billiards industry these days. So
was that the Freedom Flapper match?
Yeah,
that was cool.
So Z-Hob Productions put that on, commentary by Christopher Zook and the guys.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff, and nobody deserves it more. So
a little shout out to you, Chris. Good job out there.
Jamie Gerber is his buddy that's always with him in the booth there. A couple of Travis, I can't remember the guy's last name, Travis something. Some real good guys from up there in central PA somewhere.
Yeah, we got a question in the chat. Will the finals be played on 9-foot Razin? No, that will not be happening. They've been playing on 7-foot diamonds the entire tournament. Finals will be played right on this TV table. Oh no! Is that the first chink in the armor?
Well, I had mentioned the slight lapse in concentration on the one shot that he played where he was intending to play the next safety, but this is the first real glaring error, I'd say. But same kind of thing, just not quite. He's freewheeling, and sometimes when you're doing that, you kind of just miss that one random ball that you're not really paying attention as much as you would in a really tight match. It can happen, even at the highest level. It can happen.
Deep in the pocket there, you see the 410 over here to the right on the long rail.
But you know, Jake, there's really something to be said for the guys that have the ability to get through some of these matches in the tournament freewheeling.
Yeah.
It's really tough to grind through every match in a tournament of this length. And if you can catch a gear at some point and kind of think a little bit less and just do everything by real natural feel and play well still and get through these matches, that'll go a long way for your stamina levels in these tournaments.
Sure.
The matches where you're struggling and thinking about every little thing and fighting and clawing, they take way more out of you.
Nice bank there by Derek Daya on the 4 ball.
Now you can kind of just stun this over towards the long rail below the side pocket. He's going to have a little bit of a back cut angle. This is fine. Probably just going forward for the 7 here. He has the angle where he could come over and play the 7 in the other corner, but you don't really want to flirt with the 8 at all here. And for the back cut, I don't like that little in-between soft stroke on a back cut shot, so probably going forward here, I think. That was really nicely controlled there. He's a little bit on the wrong side of the line for the 7 here, so he's probably just going to roll forward, kind of replace the 7 or stop shot and play the 8 in the corner.
Derek looking good here. Just go punch, punch, and done.
Yeah, going to be 5-2, and I think Derek's break. So let's see if he can come up with a good break and have a chance to get back to 5-3. At 5-3, you kind of feel like you're in things, even though Shane's been really just rolling so far.
Derek Daya's dad is here in the house watching him. Got an opportunity to meet him. Derek introduced me to him just a little while ago. I'm sure his dad's excited that he's on the TV table playing Shane.
Is that Dave?
Dave Daya, yeah.
Great player in his time. I think he's still probably a great player, but I don't think he plays as much. From what I understand, never got the opportunity to see him play, but I've just heard great things about
same, yeah.
The play that he used to play at.
Robert Blackiston, thank you so much for the compliments. If you guys could continue to hit that share button.
Robert Blackston's another real good friend of mine from back home. I actually doesn't live in Delaware anymore, but one of the guys who used to frequent the same tournaments that I was always at. Real good friend of mine. So shout out to Rob Blackston. Good to hear from you, buddy.
No, everybody in the chat's saying Dave Day is his grandfather.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Good.
Gotcha. That is the guy we're talking about that we're saying is a great player. I don't know how his dad played or if his dad played then. No, you're right. It was everybody. Everybody was all over that one.
Yeah, they're like, wait a minute.
Somebody says, but yes, he was an animal.
I love it. Derek looking lean and mean these days.
Yeah, he's shredded a little bit of weight since probably the last time I saw him there, looking real good. And this break is looking real good. A little bit unfortunate that the cue ball has ended up where it is and the one went in. If either of those two things had been different, he'd have a real good look here. But I think 3 balls down here. 1 gone, 2 gone, 4 gone. And look at the 3. Pretty difficult spot to be in for an offensive play, though.
Kia Sidbury in the chat, thank you so much. I saw you down here earlier, but I couldn't get out.
I actually haven't seen Kia in a long time.
I think I saw you down here. Maybe I was just seeing things. You can let me know if you were.
I want to say she's from my neck of the woods as well, maybe northern Delaware somewhere or something like that. What do you do here, Jake? Man, this is a tough spot. I don't think he can play this ball and beat the 10.
Yeah, I don't like this shot at all, especially being on the rail.
Yeah, and it's not natural to go behind the 6-1 rail, really. You'd kind of be hitting the 3 right at the 10, I think.
Yeah, I don't like that at all.
And that's the one where somehow I always find a way to go right into the corner pocket with it, even though I know that's not what I want to do. And he's going to scare the other corner here and leave a bank. And I don't necessarily know how simple the safety is, so he has called the bank here.
Yeah, pretty straightforward bank. I don't mind taking this on, but again, hangs up. This is the same pocket that he hung the 2 ball up in earlier.
Wasn't a tough bank, but he did have to get the cue ball either to drag up above or go through the 6 ball, and that's what made it a tough shot. Because he had to hit it with a lot more pace and a little bit of draw, and then you have to judge how the 3 is going to shorten up exactly. And he almost made it even so, but it just hangs up. Now, opportunity for Derek here to just get within touch.
Oh no.
My. Did he have to go around the 10 there a little bit with some swerve and then just caught? I don't think so. I think he was playing with a touch of inside, but he was cueing off the rail. And what can happen there is you're just slightly elevated, but you don't think about it. You don't feel elevated.
Sure.
And it just massays a hair. And instead of hitting it a little bit of cut, spin goes around, you hit it dead in the face, and the cue follows right in.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that again after this rack. Another straightforward, easy out for Shane Van Boening.
Yeah, that's another thing out there for amateur players to really pay attention to. Anytime you're cueing off the rail, you have to understand that you are elevated, even if you have a flatter cue, and you have to understand how the spin's going to affect it going side to side there. And that'll be something that Derek obviously knows. It's just sometimes when you're shooting a shot, you forget to think about that.
Van Boening increases his lead 6-2. Let's take a look at that shot by Derek Daya again. Since the replay brought to you by. Oh no, it got the. It didn't get the shot. Wow.
That was the nice bank earlier from Derek that we're looking at.
Didn't get that one. Wow.
So Shane takes a 6-2 lead here and getting closer to the finish line in this match. That was a big chance for Derek. If he could have taken advantage there, there's such a huge difference from 5-3 to 6-2. And then you look up and Shane's at the table with this monstrous break once again. We actually, I don't know if you were in the booth when we really kind of locked in on the side angle from here to see how far Shane follows through, but watch this cue get all the way to the third diamond here as he follows through this cue ball.
Wow.
Isn't that just unreal?
Yeah. Wow. What a break.
If I tried to follow through that far with the cue ball, I'd either break my fist on the side of the table or the cue would fly out of my hand. I don't know which, but I think one of the two. Who is shot back at him? We had a comment in the comments there. His actual very first match of the tournament that he played, he was in a 6-4 match with I can't remember the gentleman's name. I don't know the guy. I just happened to see the score. But he was able to, I believe, win 3 straight from there to win that match 9-4. And then, of course, he played Ryan McCreesh on the stream table.
Yeah.
Ryan got off to a 2-0 lead. I believe Shane reeled off 7 in a row. And then after that, Ryan was able to make a match of it and get a pretty respectable finishing score.
Yeah, he
there.
did. He did come back in there. And McCreesh led that right out the gate 2-0. I thought maybe McCreesh would be able to challenge him. Oh, no, he's going to scratch. Look at this. Off the ball and scratches. Very unfortunate.
Trying to find that guy's name real quick. The score in the Ryan McCreesh match was 9-5, so I guess that's actually the closest anybody's got.
Yeah.
The other gentleman's name, Jeffrey Pry Sr., had it at 6-4 in the very first round before Shane was able to pull away and win it by a score of 9-4.
Pretty straightforward run out after the scratch for Derek Daya. Just come up here to the top rail and over. Derek Daya within 3 now.
Yeah, back to within 3, 6-3. Another chance to get it to 2 on his break here. Couple little mistakes here from Shane in the middle of this match. One missed ball, one little bit of a lackluster position play when he was getting ready to play a safety, and then, of course, Here's
that shot. Here's the shot from Derek Daya. See, he is cueing a little inside, it looks like, right? Spins, hit the rail, and it just spun right in the pocket.
He didn't exactly. I don't think he quite massaged and hit the ball fat there. He actually did catch the point, and it just kind of still spun forward into the pocket there. That was interesting. Matt Craw leads Landon by a score of 4-1. Shane Wolford up 3-1 over Chip Klein. Kevin West still waiting for that winner of the match between Clint Pelassi and Josh Thiel that is locked at Hill. And Derek here breaking off, trailing 3-6 against Shane Van Boning. Once again, this is one of the two matches for the Final Four winners side. I'm assuming probably we'll see the other one next.
Yeah, I believe so, yep.
And that would be Rafael DeBreo versus Joseph Korsiak.
I got a chance to talk to Joey outside a little bit. Actually, one of my favorite players. I say local, but he's up in New York, New Jersey area. Just a good guy. When I was traveling around playing a lot, I played up on the Mez Tour there, where he's played at frequently. Up at Ed Ladowny's place at Sandcastle. And just he's a great guy, man. I'm a big fan of Joey Korsiak. A lot of people underestimate him, but this kid can play.
I haven't got a chance to meet him. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I got to watch him play a match up at the Expo in the Pro Tournament, the last Expo up there in, Philadelphia. I think he was the guy I was watching. I'm not 100% certain. Just the way that his build is and the way that he looks and kind of some of the mannerisms at the table, I'm pretty sure it was him. Definitely has some distinct mannerisms at the table if you watch him.
For sure. A little bit of a sellout shot there. Just going out Derek to have a look at this one. He's got a pocket there in the corner. I think fairly open here, I believe. Two to the three, so that's what he's really concentrating right now on this one ball, because he's got to make sure that he gets himself in the correct position for the two, because he knows this two ball leading to the three is going to be his key shot here. Ideally, I mean, he's not too steep. If he could play the two in the side or the corner, I mean, this bottom left-hand corner.
Man, it would be real natural to play it at the pace that takes you up above the two for the same pocket. If it wasn't just for the position of the six here, your cue ball would love to just travel right up on that line, and he's trying to figure out which way he wants to avoid that.
Yeah, I mean, I think you gotta commit one way or the other, because if he wants to get into this position, if that's in fact what he wants to do. See, I'm looking at it now. He's looking over on the rail to see the two on the side. He's going to have to put some inside spin on this ball.
You got to hit these really good on the new cloth. He can get this one there. You're not spinning against.
Oh, he overhit it.
The one good thing about this is we had mentioned getting to the three ball, but there's actually a pretty big window that's good for the three here. The entire bottom half of the table, as we're viewing it now, between basically the 10 ball and the 7, anywhere in that area is fine. A cut shot on this three is not bad.
Sure.
And so I think he can roll this in and just let his cue ball travel past the 6 on the bottom side of the 6, I guess, going kind of right straight towards the 10, I guess. If he wanted, he could dig in a little bit and probably punch down to the foot rail. He may not have that much angle. It's kind of tough to tell. He's got a little bit of angle.
He just got on the rail and he started cueing, because I think what he was looking at is that there is a slight possibility that he could play the carom off of the 6. This way he gets the cue ball traveling in the right directions for the 3.
Man, it's tough to play that when you're back cutting to the carom. It makes it really tough to see your spot on the 6 ball there. Those carom shots play so much easier when you can kind of look right down the line for the shot.
Now he's looking to cut this.
I think he's just playing
safe. Wow, smart shot by Derek.
Well, didn't exactly get. He wanted to go behind the 3 ball there.
You can see right down the pipe there, and Shane is going to have a look at the 2.
Yeah, he has enough of the 2 to cut it in the bottom right-hand corner as we're viewing the table now. I can't quite tell if he can get to the foot rail below the 10 here. I don't know. We'll see how he plays this. He might be able to get into the 6 and climb off of it with some outside and a real good draw stroke. Kind of try to play right through the 6 and back up. And man, as the longer that cue ball goes, the bigger that 8 gets. May have him a little bit.
Oh yeah, it's tight. Good thing is 3 balls up there. Could put a little swerve on this on the cue ball.
Yeah, if you have to swerve this or roll it, the 3 position makes this a lot more of a.
See from here, it looks perfect. Yeah, he didn't have to swerve at all.
And he's the check. He got it. Okay. That was a really nice shot. That was not as easy of a shot as it seemed. He really played a nice controlled shot there. And he's in a prime position now. The difficult part of this rack is the 8, but I think it plays to the side fairly easily. The 7 is above it. You do have to get from 7 up table down below the 8 to a good spot to shoot it on the side. And so it's likely that you'll see him just take a little bit steeper cut on the 7 when he gets to it and just travel 1 or 2 rails down table at the 8. Derek has looked a little bit jabby to me at times in this match, and I think it's a product of nerves most of the time when that happens.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that he came in on this angle on the 6, because now he's going to have to slide the cue ball up the rail after he pots the 6.
Yeah, I think the angle that he had from where he pocketed that ball was actually easier than he had now. Now, he had more angle on that ball than it looked like to you and I in the booth here, Jake. That wasn't really that bad, but I just think he worked hard to get to a less favorable angle, I think is what the point you're trying to make there.
For sure.
But he's in perfect shape here to go down table for the 8. And this is going to be a good speed. And the straighter you are on this ball, the tougher it is. A little bit of a cut on this shot makes it a lot easier. He hit it really nice.
Yeah, very nice shot by Derek.
This should get him to 6-4. Just a little bit of an angle here. You can play it with some outside to get over to the 2nd rail or travel all the way up and down the table. He does just travel all the way up and down the table. That was the easier path for pocketing the 9, 8. And this 10 ball here will make it 4-6. Shane still maintains a 2-rack lead in this match, but Derek not quite going away.
Whoops. 6-4. Shane Van Boning still leads. Joined back in the booth by my partner, Josh Setterfield.
Yeah, man, I was getting a chance to know Vic over there a little bit. He was letting me know a little bit about his operation. He's actually got this wicked cool extension over there. Have you seen that thing yet?
Who is this now?
Vic, key repair.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's got a Q extension that he's doing things with. He's kind of custom fitting it to the butt of people's cues. It's something you got to check out, man.
No, I feel terrible that I didn't bring my cues with me, because I could have definitely needed that done.
Oh, dude, I was going to have him do it on mine. The only reason I'm waiting is because I can't take my weight bolt out through his little thread thing, so I need to get the weight. You know, remember we were talking about how my cues are the light right now? I want to get the weight situated before I do anything like that. So, but then again, if I wouldn't play with the extension all the time, so I don't really consider that weight. But anyways, what did I miss here, man? Derek's only down 2 racks on SVB. How's he playing?
You know, Shane had a scratch, not anticipated, which allowed Derek to come back to the table and run out. And now we're seeing some of the tides turn a little bit here.
It's kind of funny how we've got here, Jake. At the beginning of this match, Shane looked not human, but he kind of was freewheeling, and he seemed like because he was freewheeling that he just made a couple minor little errors. He missed 1 ball. He had one, Josh, where he had decided that he was going to play safety on the next ball and not do anything with the ball he was on. Yeah. And he kind of took it for granted and rolled farther, and he ended up having to play the shot out of the jaws of the corner pocket. And then there was one other shot where he made a real nice shot, came around a couple rails, and Karam scratched in the corner. Yeah. And just those 3 things have allowed Derek to climb back. And Derek actually missed one good chance, too. He could have been 1 closer here. We could have been 5-5. So definitely an interesting dynamic in this match so far. And now Shane has to do what can be difficult to do at times, is kind of switch over from freewheel mode to try to get locked back into a match that you found yourself in a little bit of a tighter spot.
Let's see if this jump shot's going to be what brings him back in, because if he makes it, he's most likely going to be having great shape on the 3-ball here.
You see him queuing up pretty heavy.
Oh, what a shot.
Yeah.
What a great shot. Guys, I just real quick wanted to highlight, we hadn't mentioned yet that Clint Pelosi was able to defeat Josh Thiel by a score of 9-8. Clint advances to face Kevin West in one of the 9th through 12th matches, and none of us knew who Josh Thiel was, and we were kind of asking each other about him, but
sure.
Shout out to him for a deep run in this tournament. He must be a real strong player with the T13th finish in a great field.
Nice.
Great job, Josh. Thanks for coming out.
Oh, you're welcome.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, if you're listening to this, Josh Thiel, make sure you introduce yourself to Jake, and we'd look forward to seeing you at another tournament.
Absolutely. Derek hits a nice controlled shot. He's going to have a shot here on the 4-ball. You see him looking now on the 5.
Kind of looked like he was looking down the 5-10 combo versus the 5-8 here.
I think he was looking to play the 5 down in that top right-hand corner pocket. The thing is, ideally if he could have dug into that ball, the 5-8 combo would have been perfect. But because he couldn't, he's just got to take what he's got.
Don't believe the Karam is on here.
Well, the 5-10 does look good.
Yeah, it actually does. I hadn't looked at that either. Now that you mention it, it looks really...
I felt like that's what he was looking at before whenever he was lining up on the 4-ball, but...
Well, he is for sure looking at it now.
You still got to hit this good with the amount of space between the 5 and the 10, but it's one of those shots where you can just kind of pretend like the 10's not there and just play it like you were pocketing the 5. And then, of course, you just have to control your cue ball and try to get back first shape. The 5 should not move very far.
Oh, he's called the 10 now in the corner pocket.
Yeah, the 5 moved far, which was not good. He needed to cut the 5 a little more straight into the 10. He kind of tried to play it more like a stop shot on the 5, and consequently he overcut the 10 there.
SVB wasting no time getting up and knocking down the 5-ball.
I mean, look, make no mistake here. There are people here that are looking for somebody to take out Van Bonen. Everybody wants to hear that hero story. And he's for sure got a target on his back.
Yeah, and the guy in this match right here is not afraid to be that guy if he gets a couple more chances here. He makes those shots look so easy. The ones where you're almost dead straight on the ball and you have to just really trust that there's enough angle there to go forward. Those shots are so tough to kind of steer your cue ball and try to create an angle. And you have to really kind of trust and believe that there is enough angle there. You just have to stay down and be straight back and straight through.
Sure.
And this simple shot here will put Shane up 7-4 in this race to 9.
say?
6'3", yeah. I'm looking at the same thing you are. I don't know. It's a good safety. Reminds me of that one from Landon Hollingsworth. Stop the recording.
All right. Derek Daya breaks, comes up dry.
Yeah, and we've seen this cluster up near the top left-hand corner on Derek's break quite a few times in this match. This time he came up dry, and it'll be Shane's problem to work out. He's going to find a good spot to push out here. Wants to leave the cue ball down table and give up a one-rail kick for Derek. But it's going to be one of those kicks where you can't really anticipate creating separation. He actually doesn't go all the way down table. He just goes to the center. But I think all Derek's going to be able to do is either kick one rail, lag speed, and try to freeze him right on top of the one, or if he really feels good about it, he can try to go two rails at it and thin the one. But I don't think I like either of those. He gives it back to Shane, so we'll see what Shane had in mind here now. He does play the first shot that I called there. He's just going to barely graze it. And he hit that really nice. He was able to hit it thinly enough that he actually traveled down below the 7 some. And this is a really, really difficult spot to be in for Derek. I mean, you can kick at it kind of the same one rail way that he did and try to just lock him on the back of the one. I think ideally if you do this, you want to get the cue to the rail side of the one so that Shane can't really thin his way out of it.
CMI balling it up from all angles here.
Now this is tough. This is not an easy ask here. And that's the difference. The way Shane played that shot was way more effective than the very first thing that I said, is that you kind of roll up on top of the one. Hitting it thinner and holding it behind the 7 makes this pretty tough for Derek to come up with a great result here. I can't quite tell exactly where he's aiming here. It looks like he's aiming into the one.
Might get fortunate here. No.
Yeah, he almost did. Well,
it's hard to tell.
That 3's got him the 3's got him better. I was looking at the 10, but the 3's got him good.
Yeah, certainly does.
Well, that was actually a really good shot from Derek. I mean, I thought that ball was going to leak out on him, but Derek was able to go straight at the one and get into the cue ball enough to. And when we feel like we said that a million times, use that lingo. What we're saying is get through the cue ball on the cue action,
right,
and the spin is imparted to the cue the way that you need it to get the cue ball to spin over on the line you're trying to do. He did that very well.
I'm sorry, I could see Shane just opening and closing one eye, and he's literally just opening and closing one eye, weaving back and forth, trying to assess the situation. And it just felt like he was winking at me there, and I couldn't help myself.
That's fun.
Right there, because it's 20 seconds of SVB.
You got starstruck? Is that what happened?
Heck yeah, man.
Oh man, that was
great. How many times has SVB winked at you, Jake? I don't know.
He did wink at me yesterday. Actually,
I thought it was special.
That's funny, Josh. I had my buddy took a picture of me with Shane yesterday. I think it was during the interview or whatever. And somebody commented on it. Shane had that little kind of Shane grin on his face, and he was looking at me. And my buddy, actually Robert, was just in the comment a little while ago. He comments, "I just want somebody to look at me the way Shane's looking at Jeremy right now." And so
what a jump shot into the side pocket.
Great shot.
unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and so that was funny, but the funnier comment was the second one where my wife says, I wish Jeremy would look at me the way that he's looking at Shane right now.
That's funny. Wow.
And it all comes full circle, guys.
That's great.
Let's see what he's going to do on the 2-ball here. Still looking tough on the 2. The 2 to the 4 would be a very long combo here.
That's too funny. I love it.
He said long combos don't scare me, or he's playing safe. Let's see what happens.
Oh, he's firing at it, but oh my! Did he get the window? Get out of here!
It sure looks like he did.
Wow! I can't believe it.
I wonder if he planned that.
How good is that, folks?
Use the 5 as the stopper to get you in the window.
This is where, like, when you're the guy in the chair right now, you're like, it's not fair for a player of that caliber to get a roll like that.
Sure, for sure, he's saying that.
That's brutal. Brutal when a guy that plays this good can have something fortunate go his way like that. But he's got a little bit of a tight shot. You have to hit this one real good because from this angle to beat the 8, he has a half a pocket, and this one does not like to rub in off the rail from this angle. Might play it to the side.
No, he makes the ball.
Sorry. I don't know which one that is. No, that's definitely not it.
Shane was able to play that combination, the 6 to the 8, and now he's just in perfect position to get out here and climb up onto the hill.
This one?
Yep.
All right, let's see if that gets us back on track as far as that goes. Check this out. Giving myself tips. No big deal. See if we can take another look at that amazing jump shot here.
Oh, there we go. Let's see. He's 3 actually. Oh, wasn't the issue. It was 10. Just clips over like a little, like not even 1/8 of the ball, and just makes a beautiful shot in the side.
Yeah, shout out to the guys at Q-Tech, the propel jump cue there. That Shane plays with. Real nice jump cue.
Now 8-4. Shane Van Boning on the hill. And lots of good matches. Matt Crawl up 7-2 against Landon Hollingsworth. Shane Wolford and Chip Klein locked at 4. Kevin West 1-0 over Clint Pelosi.
Yeah, the cream rising to the top as it usually does. A lot of the players that are left in this tournament, not a lot of surprises left at this point. And I don't know that I'd call it a surprise, but very impressive run by the young man, Landon Hollingsworth.
Very, very impressed with him.
That was my first, I think that was the first time I've watched him play. And yeah, I tried to make sure I didn't sound too surprised, but very impressed with the way that he handled himself and the way that he played. And guys, I'm going to finally hop out of here and take a quick snack break.
Awesome.
So
thanks, Jeremy.
I'll be back with you in a little bit.
Sounds good.
Oh, no.
Oh, did he just hook himself on the run out here?
Go ahead and get that jump cue out again.
Wow. Did not anticipate that happening.
Hit us with back-to-back jumpers.
Now Let's see if we can get that top view of this jump. Oh man, he definitely got up over it. Wow.
See how the 9-8's tied up here now. 8-ball still has the side pocket. I think it's going to be it now. So, what do you like on this 5-ball now that it lays the way that it does? It's kind of hard to see the line here. He calls a safe here. He waves his hand. You're just going to use the 9, 8, 10 as blockers down here.
I think he's just going to try to muck it up down here, but he didn't. He did not. Yeah.
Point, sells the whole farm at a discount.
He was trying to use the 9-8, send it past the 6, and he just got a little bit unfortunate there. Hit the corner of the pocket, and certainly he didn't want Van Boning to be back at the table. This might be all she wrote. 6, 7, 8. 8 is the shot. It's up, goes all the way. He needs it to slow down, and he is good. Now he can do whatever he wants. If he goes by the 10, which is hard to tell from this angle. Oh, I think he was trying to come around.
Yeah, he came up wicked short on that.
No, surely he didn't play for the 8-9 combo.
I mean, why not? He definitely played for
it's
the
on.
Jumping 8-9 combo.
Okay, this is on. This is tough too because he's going to jump this. Yeah, this is going to be the best view here, I think. He's got to hit it full, so. I mean, how good is that? My snapper's not working today. Snap, snap, snap. What a beautiful shot by Shane Van Boning. The jump combo. Absolute machine. And there you have it. Plays position back perfectly for the 10. Van Boning into the final 2 of the winner's side. Of course, everybody thought it was going to happen. Good effort by Derek Daya. Good friend. Great player.
If you've been dreaming of having the best food for you and your family, now's your chance. Introducing East Coast Prime. Whether you're craving our double colossal red Alaskan crab legs, our black African lobster tail, or our Wagyu beef, you'll fall in love with our food from the moment you taste it. Mouth-watering burgers, prime center-cut filet, wild-caught salmon, prime-cut New York strip and ribeye. We also have chicken, lamb, and pork. At East Coast Prime, we only sell the best of the best products, and we sell it for less than our competition. The best part is, we'll bring it to you. Free delivery right to your door, or you can order from our website and we'll ship it to you. We have packages for everyone, and if we don't, we'll make you a custom package to fit your needs. Isn't it time that your family eats like kings and queens? Call us at 570-903-4095 or check us out on the web at eastcoast-prime.com.
PremierBilliards.com. Exceptional cues, cases, and accessories from top-tier brands. Want it? Need it? Find it. PremierBilliards.com.
Big thank you to Who Them Billiards. Their mission is to create an apparel company that can offer superior design, quality, and value to the everyday pool player and consumer. They accomplish this by being committed to offering great service and real value to their business partners and consumers. They're also bringing billiard sounds with one-of-a-kind billiards music to get you motivated while you beat your opponent. Big shout out to Who Them Billiards.
players are nice and warmed up here, guys. They're ready to rock and roll and get this show on the road. Got a great match here for you. You got Joey Corsiak on the right, Rafael DeBrio on the left. Let's see who's going to take the lag here. Lag is going to go to Joey. Now, Rafael's been playing absolutely phenomenal this entire time. Joey Corsiak is obviously playing strong too to still be in this. This is the first time I've ever been able to see Rafael play in person, and I like it. Seen a lot of great things here. If you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure you guys hit that thumbs up button. It tells the YouTube algorithm that the content we're putting out is worth being seen by more people. It's that simple, guys. Smash that thumbs up button, show your support to BSN. We don't charge anything to watch our live stream. The only fee that we have is for you to tell everybody that you know who might be interested. Just tell at least one person. Tag somebody on Facebook. Text them a link. Hook us up, guys. All right, Joey, to get this first rack on the way. It's actually a great break here. He makes the one, has eyes on the two. He's going to have shape on the three. It's looking pretty good from here. Joined back in the booth here by Jeremy Mason. Sorry, my mic was a little away. Joined back in the booth here by Jeremy Mason. Welcome back, brother man.
Good to be back. It doesn't look like I missed anything.
No, not really. We actually just got the match underway. Let the players warm up for a little bit while I was able to speed eat a sandwich and a banana.
Yeah, I got some pizza. That felt good. That was the first caloric intake I've had since a couple Pop-Tarts about 8 o'clock this morning, so long time coming there. But man, it's just so hard to peel yourself away from the action on the tables right now.
It really is.
Looks like Joseph at the table with the first look. First chance to kind of draw first blood, get one up on the wire. Pretty simple out here. I want to say he's here above the line, probably going to come 2 rails around the backside of the 10 here, I think. I can't tell exactly. This looks to me like he's got the back cut here. Yeah, you know the problem, the 10 ball was really a big ball for the angle that he had there. That was not ideal, and the worst part about that shot is, you know, most of the time the side pocket tends to spit that ball a little farther out, and this time it didn't, and it's kind of stayed parked right in front of it there, so yeah, sells out the opportunity back the other way for Rafael. Probably going to come off first 2 rails and then catch the 3rd rail above the side pocket here. Wants to get off that rail. Ooh, I don't like this path. Yeah, he's going to be fine. It kind of almost flirted with disaster there. He's still this is not exactly perfect. The reason I said to come above the side pocket into the rail is because you can come back out off the rail and definitely have the angle to go up to the big side of the position for the 9-up table. He's fairly straight on this ball. We'll see how he plays it.
He has no problem drawing for
wow.
9 here.
And a couple times in the last match
he
too.
Want to be that. Oh, he might have got caught by the hook. And you know what? I literally, before this match started, Jeremy, I turn around and I turn the fan off behind us because I was like, wow, I'm actually kind of chilly now. And then the next thought that went through my head was, I wonder if that's going to affect the play on the table.
So you're taking credit for that one?
100%. I think that the temperature change in the room clearing out a lot like it has, this table is going to be playing faster than it was literally just an hour ago. I promise you.
I agree with you, and I think probably the fan not as big of a factor as the fact that once you get to this level of the tournament, that you're down to 16 players. Now we're down to about 10 players. The room clears out so much. There's nobody in here right now. No, I shouldn't say nobody, but just relative to what it's been to this point so far.
There's 100 people standing around the TV table watching every ball get hit. So it's definitely a big temperature change, and that's what I was getting at there.
Yeah, and I was just getting ready to say, as that ball was traveling up the table, that in the last match we saw Rafael have to draw a ball straight up the table, and he got the speed perfect. This one looked like he had hit it perfect.
Jump the point. Look at this.
Man, this is so tough. I don't think he likes it. That was the thought that he had, but he got down, and he's just tucked so tight to this ball. You got to jump to hit the edge here. The farther, in other words, the thinner of a hit you try to get on the 9 ball here, the easier the jump is, because you're kind of hitting out away from the point more. But I really don't think that,
He put down the jump key, yeah.
He could conceivably try to kick off the far point here. I mean, that's not outside of the realm of possibilities here.
Yeah, he's kicking himself on this one. Otherwise, it would have been a nice out.
How does he think he has an edge still? If he has an edge, he can thin it and go 2 rails below the 10.
Yeah, you saw him pick his spot down there on the rail. He picked his contact point.
I think this needs to get up a hair.
Yeah, he underhit that.
Well, he underhit it, but also you see the cue ball was tracking to above the 10, and that's just because he had to hit the 9 where he had to hit the 9. He couldn't get full enough of a hit on the 9 to get that tangent line going far enough down table for the cue ball. Bank shot here from Joseph, I think.
Yeah.
He did take on the bank. Was not able to get it down there. Yeah, so actually both players in this first rack had a relatively easy opportunity to get the first one up, and neither of them were able to capitalize on that. Both made a little, Joseph got to a funky spot shooting the ball to the side, and then again Rafael coming into 2-rail position for his second ball, got a little straight, had to draw it straight back, looked like he had hit it great and just hooked himself on the point of the corner pocket up there. Fortunate not to scratch. It almost looked like it was going to get all the way to the scratch there, and then but he was able to play a pretty effective 2-rail safety shot. Joey just had an attempt at a bank shot. He didn't hit it real bad. It scared the pocket, but wasn't able to get it down. And now Rafael made the 9, and he's once again really not in prime position for the 10 here. But it does go to the side pocket. Just needs to get his cue ball to the foot rail and beat the scratch.
All right, well, that's 2 unforced errors from Rafael in the first rack. So,
yeah.
I'm excited to see how the rest of the set's going to go, see if he reins that in or if it's just a one-time thing, because, I mean, he was playing borderline flawless for a while.
Yeah, Joseph cannot believe that he just won that rack.
Yeah, I know, right? It is definitely something that a lot of people didn't see coming there. So, like you said, Joey's going to go up 1-0 in this set, race to 9. Anybody who's just now tuning in, just in case you didn't already know, we are doing race to 9, alternating break format, using mostly WPA rules.
Yeah, quick update on the action around the room. Matt Craw was able to defeat Landon Hollingsworth by a score of 9-2. Strong play there from Matt. He rolls on. Real good deep run there from Landon in this tournament with the tied T9 position there. So good stuff from the young man. Looked very impressive on the TV table in his match. 2 other 9th through 12th match is still in action. Chip Klein leading 7-6 over Shane Wolford on an outer table. Clinton Pelosi trailing 1-4 against Kevin West. That match got started significantly later than the rest of the matches in that group. And then Mark Nanashay and Matt Craw have already started their 7th, 8th match. Matt leading by a score of 2-0. And I can't quite say enough about the play from Mark Nanashay. He's knocked off Rob Cord, Brett Stottlemyre, and Sean Wilkie in succession there on the B side. Really, really good stuff from Mark. Pretty solid break here from Rafael. You can see the one. I can't tell if he has enough room to play the back cut. Kind of looking like he can. He's looking at it. His body language tells me he has the shot on the one, cutting it to the corner here. Just needs to be able to be. No, he's playing a safety. Controlled it very nicely. Used the 3-ball mainly and got the 1-ball to a good spot as well. That's pretty effective. Joey basically only has the 1 rail kick straight at it, or could possibly catch the 2nd rail before he hits it, but that's about all there is here.
I'm not sure how much reward he gets unless he does go rail first.
Yeah.
It's gonna be. I guess it's gonna be in the speed here.
And of course, you're referring to on a made shot.
Yeah.
Hard to get shape for the 2-ball there on a make on the 1. He is going 2 rails at it. He hit it pretty good.
Look at this, and he would have had not perfect shape, but he would have had a makeable shot on the 2-ball here.
Yeah, I doubt he'd be complaining about the look he'd have at the 2 if that one had fallen for him. Good call there, the 2-rail kick, like Josh said before he pulled the trigger there. I believe that he has all of this ball. May want to go rail first anyways. Does go rail first, and a really nice controlled rail first there to stay below the 2-ball for the side pocket. This is good shape.
I definitely ate a slice of that, Jake. I mean, Julia put it in my hand, and she didn't say that it was Jake, so...
I thought she was delivering it to you as well. So.
Yeah, we unanimously thought that was a pizza delivered to the booth.
If you wanted, I think there's still a slice or 2 left from the one that Skylar and I were having.
I appreciate that. I'm actually golden. The wife just brought me a little plate of food here, so I literally just had a sandwich and a banana, and I'm sucking down some caffeine. That way I can be awake and attentive the rest of this.
Yeah, so you got all of us commentators going to the pits at the same time here.
Right. 4
tires and some gas.
Just a quick change out. Don't be tree topping over the 9-ball here.
Love the sound effect there. That was beautiful.
Yeah, I practiced that one actually while you were gone. I was warming up the vocals.
Yeah, and anybody that didn't catch that was not a soundboard there. That's just your boy Josh.
Live. Coming at you
with the freestyle sound effects.
Man, he is he's looking good again. I didn't anticipate the mistakes to continue to roll on. I just was really surprised to see 2 unforced errors in the same rack, the opening rack of the set at that with Rafael. So he knows he's got to close this out here. Doesn't want to go down 0-2, but that's definitely not what he's thinking about when he's down at the table. He's thinking, where do I need to be for the next ball? What side of that shot do I need to be on to get to the ball after that? And he's just down there executing, guys. Looking like he's just going to draw this one back. Good shape on the 10 here.
Yeah, a couple shots ago there, you saw him have to kind of roll into position for that ball across the shooting line, and anytime you're doing that, it becomes all about speed. And we've pointed it out a couple times watching Rafael at the table that he seemed to have the speed down better than any other player that we've seen on this table. And that's 1-1, and it'll be Joey's break. Chip Klein has reached the hill on Shane Wolford, up 8-6. Match still far from over. Shane will have to see if he can climb back into that one. Kevin up 5-1 on Clint Pelosi. And Matt Craw leading 2-0 over Mark Nanashay. That's all the action around the room right now. And here you see second match of the Final Four winners in this tournament. Both these players already guaranteed a top 6 finish in this tournament. But that's not what they're thinking about now. Both these guys locking in, trying to be the guy that gets to the hot seat match to take on Shane Van Boning.
Man, the 3 ball came close to the corner pocket there, but unfortunately doesn't make it there. 1 is tied up on the rail. You got the 8-3, the 6 ball clustered up down the table. 3 ball looks like it might be able to still go in that corner pocket there.
Kind of looks to me like it does go.
Yeah, and this 1 ball is laying kind of tough. If the 7's not there, I don't even know that the bank is still fireable, because, I mean, how are you getting down to the 2? You have the 5 and the 9 down here. Is that going to be in the way?
Yeah, it kind of looks like he was looking at the bank right now. It doesn't look good from here. I kind of like playing a safe here.
Yeah, there's... Oh, okay, so he's thinking that he might be able to come out. What was that, 1, 2, 3 rails in between the 5 and the 9? So he thinks that the 5 is going to be out of play here, if I'm reading his eyes correctly. So let's see if he makes me look like a fool or not. Oh, it doesn't look like he's firing this bank. He's playing safe here.
2 rails behind, or 1 rail behind the 9, actually. All speed on that shot, but he had help from the 4, and even if he didn't find a blocker, he had help from the cluster that he was doubling up the 1 on there.
What I like about this is anytime that you can put the object ball that your opponents happen to swing at near balls that you need to break up later, you're just opening up the chance for them to come through and make a contact and break up some balls for you. Now, the 3 ball didn't have to be broken out here.
We don't think.
Yeah, that's true.
It's possible that doesn't go. From here, it looks good to us, but we've seen a couple times the overhead view when a ball's close to the rail or close to another ball. It can be tough to tell. Oh, he thought he could see that ball, and he hit right into the 4 ball in front of him.
There it is. And, oh, look, the 3 and the 4 just come back together at the last second to tie up.
Yeah, the
Rafael
2's...
taking a look, he's kind of shaking his head a little bit because he realizes, man, that was...
Yeah, unfortunate.
It was a great opportunity here for me to have an open rack. Unfortunately, things just didn't go his way. So now he's analyzing.
Yeah, and the 2's doubled up on the 8 and the 6 here, so... I'm
playing for a 3 foul here with this out ball in hand.
Do you like pocketing the 1 first and then playing the safe on the 2?
I mean, to be honest with you, having ball in hand, I'm probably going to hide the 1 somewhere. Because, I mean, it would just be easy to just play lock up, and there's just so many balls on the table to...
I kind of like pocketing this 1 and then playing some kind of a shot where you're banking the 2 out of there and really locking him on the 3-4.
Yeah.
Just because I mean, you have the ball in hand, like you said, but I don't quite see the real hanger lockdown safety from where he's at now. I'm sure he could manufacture something, but when you're going for the 3 foul, you really want to have that play that's just kind of high percentage and very effective at the same time.
Yeah.
And not just the 3-4 here, but the 10 ball is really helping him too if he plays.
What do you think he's looking at right now?
I think he's really looking to try to find a way to be aggressive here. He's thinking if I can pocket the 1 and play the 2-8 or the 2-6, he's thinking that maybe the 3-10 is a possibility or you play the safe on the 3, but I don't think so. He just really, really wanted to find a way to be aggressive, but I don't think that's what we're going to see. And then again, he's played shape to play the 2-8 combo, which is the easier of the 2 combos.
Yeah, and it also lends for him to still be beneath the 3 here, to be still on the offensive. He doesn't want to be on the back foot here. He wants to be charging forward.
And you know, Josh, if the cue ball was where the 2 ball is, that 3 ball does go up in the corner.
Oh, wow. How do you hit it? I think he, uh-oh.
Well, they can go into it now.
Yeah. I think he's going to have to because of the angle he left himself here.
He's looking at that. The only other option he would have is if he's feeling really confident. He's pretty natural to go full into the face of the 10, and then he would have the 3 up in the corner.
If he clips this with the right speed, it's going to open up for the 3 in the lower corner here. Oh, he hit the other side of it, so unfortunately he stays pretty close to it. If he would have hit further on the left side there, it would have opened wide open for him. Cue ball would have drifted over right where he just tapped the cue. That's what he was wanting to happen there.
Absolutely.
It's just unfortunate that it didn't turn out that way. So now he's incredibly close to his work here, which is going to make it a lot more difficult. You're not really able to put a full fluid stroke on it unless you're shooting away from the 3 ball here. So he's going to be crouching down and eyeing up some angles here to see what he likes.
I always like the good players here when they're close to the work to find an angle to really play a good cue ball safety.
Is he, I mean, he keeps eyeballing like it's towards that corner, but...
I don't think it even passes the 9, does it?
Yeah, is he... We'll wait and see what he calls here, but... I can't tell if he's just mapping out the angle. I mean, he just called the corner pocket, so...
It must go by. It doesn't look like it does from here, but... I have to think there's no way he'd be playing a 3-9.
It definitely looks like it goes more whenever I move over.
Yeah, and he hit the 9.
Oh my goodness, look at this.
Yeah, he's going to roll into a real good position
Look
here.
at that.
A little bit of a roll there from Rafael, I would say. Gave it a chance to roll good, though. I have to think, like, you know, you're kind of playing a little bit short side there. Now, again, it caromed off the 10 to get over where it did, so definitely fortunate. But I think as he's shooting that, he's thinking he has a chance to get a backdoor safety out of it.
What do you think Joey's thinking about right now?
Yeah, he's probably not liking this roll here. He has to think that that was a very lucky result that Rafael got out of that.
So he puts a little spin on the cue ball, ends up making good contact on the 3. Unfortunately, he is going to leave an open table here.
Does the 5 pass the 9?
That is a good question. I thought it was right until you asked me the question, and now I'm looking at it again, and that's exactly what he's trying to figure out right now. What he wants to do with the 5 ball.
Now, once again, if there is just a little bit of a trouble spot in a rack, man, just making that good hit out of a safety is such a big deal. A lot of times if you give a good player the ball in hand, they can figure out a way on the first shot to undo their problem, but if you just take away that, then they have to really, like in this, for example here, probably play the 3, play the 4, and then come up with a safety on the 5, and that's assuming that the 5 does not pass the 9. If it passes the 9, it's a different story.
Keep breaking down the shot that he's on right now. I know you got some good knowledge in your noggin right now. When you see him touching his cue down to the table like that, just keep walking the viewers through exactly what they're seeing there, because he's right now, he's completely focused on 3 to the 4. He sinks the 4, gets good shape, or sorry, sinks the 3. Well, he ends up a little bit close to the 6 ball here. He's going to be okay. I'm staring right down the back of the 4, and it definitely has plenty of space to get here. How do you think he's getting up to the 5? Is he trying to bump this? Is he just getting close for a safe? What do you think he's trying to do here?
I'm kind of thinking the way he's acted so far that the 5 passes the 9, and he's just going to play some high ball, maybe just a tip of inside. And he didn't hit it.
Look at that.
He didn't hit it very good. Yeah, he hit it fat.
You see a little head bob, and he waves his hand because
he waves again. Another roll. Wow.
Gets another roll. And
second one in this rack.
Yeah, Joey kind of stands up and gives us that little head pump, like, oh man, like it's frustrating, but I'm trying not to be frustrated. But dang it, it's frustrating.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah.
So
he's really giving the 5 a good look. It has to be pretty tight.
Yeah, and you know, I have to kind of think that Joey wasn't really anticipating having to deal with this 5. Especially with the look at the table that Rafael had. So he's getting down, taking a good look at it here before he takes a whack at the 4. Let's take a look on the overhead. He might have a sliver of the 4, and if he does, man, I'm not really sure what else there really is to be able to play with this, because the sliver kind of takes out the ability to do much with the cue ball.
Yeah, I don't think even if he could see that edge that it does anything for him. I think he'll kick behind the 7 here, 1 rail into the back of the 4. He's just got to kind of try to decide what he's going to do here. He calls it in the corner. I like that. And if you miss this ball, if you hit it in the face pretty full and miss to the short side of the corner pocket, it has a chance for a backdoor safety with the 10 ball position.
Oh.
Or you could just drill it center pocket and get shape for the 5.
What a shot, Joey. Unbelievable.
Oh my gosh, what a great shot. And if the 5 passes the 9, this is, you know, you couldn't ask for a better position here.
Talk about creating your own luck. You step to the table in a lower hand situation there and just absolutely crushes it.
He's flat on this ball to get to the 6, though, and it's a tight window to get by the 9, even if it does pass. There's a chance you think about playing a safe behind the 9 here.
You just roll up, keep the 5 and the cue ball as close to the 9 as possible. That way they're close, and it's really hard to get them to come back together here. Let's see how he plays it.
Yeah, I think
Soft
so.
touch here.
Yeah, you saw how he really is like shortening up his bridge there. That's a good tip for some of the amateur players out there, mid to low level players. Man, if you're in a spot where you want to hit a ball softly, it's way better to shorten up your bridge and not take the cue back as far, so that you can still be accelerating through the contact point. You never want to be decelerating on a shot, and if you keep your long stroke on a touchy shot like that, the only way to get the touch on it is to really slow yourself down on the way through.
You're exactly right. He went ahead and called the 5 in the corner here, and now he looks like he's double checking his angles here.
This does not look good to me. I don't think he can. I don't think he has this. There's no way. That looks so bad. It looks to me like he has to hit to the. It doesn't look as bad from there. It's so funny how different those two angles always are.
Yeah, I mean, this angle is honestly more deceiving than the overhead is, because it's kind of like leaning into it, so it really does distort the angle a little bit more than what the player sees standing at the table.
Right.
But this is, let's see what type of touch he puts on here. He might, even if he's not making it, he might be getting out of there. Wow. Uh-oh. So unbelievably fortunate there. The spin kind of throws the cue, or checks the cue ball really, instead of throwing it towards the pocket, and look how perfect he is.
I was going to say, fortunate not just to avoid the scratch, but where he hit the point of that pocket actually killed the cue ball too, and left him not as steep as he would have been on this 6. This is really a good roll again.
So he's just going to be following this out.
And I would consider that the third really good roll that Rafael's had just in this rack.
Well, I tell you what, too, he came out in the first rack, and he had a couple of mistakes, and he's got a couple of rolls, and he's getting out. My motto is, if you're going to get lucky, you better get out. And I think a lot of players are going to embrace that. And so here he is on the 9 ball, drifting down table for perfect position, looking to take a lead in this set in a race to 9. Put a 1 rack gap in between him and Joey.
That's another great point you make there, Josh. Guys, when you get a little bit lucky, guys get so apologetic sometimes that they almost feel like they don't deserve to run out the rack the rest of the way, and they'll make a mistake because they're like subconsciously thinking that they got away with something.
Yeah, exactly.
But the thing is, in the long run, the rolls will balance out, and your opponent's not going to be as nice about it as you are in that spot. So no reason to do it. You wave your hand and then you get back to business.
Brian in the chat says he needs to go buy some lottery tickets. That's funny, Brian. Appreciate everybody tuning in, guys. Go ahead and keep smashing that thumbs up button. I'm seeing we got 460 people watching, but there's only 64 little blue thumbs that I'm seeing. So let's go ahead and even those odds up, guys. Go ahead and let the YouTube algorithm know that this live stream deserves to be seen by more people, guys. We got to shock the algorithm. Shock it. Smash that thumbs up. Smash the share button. Let everybody know what we're doing out here. This is the Billiard Sports Network, where you can always come to watch great pool at the low price of free. All you got to do is tell your friends. All right, let's see if Rafael can put a strong break here. Going to be breaking from his left side of the table, our right, as we look down from the foot of the table. He's doing the same break that you were calling out earlier, Jeremy, where it's half a diamond off center.
Yeah, and bridging out off of the bed of the table. That's another adjustment that you don't see too many people do that on the bar table. A lot of the players break off of the head rail with their bridge hand. But he is out on the bed. We've seen that, I believe, from one other player that I can recall.
You think that's just out of habit of playing on a 9-footer, or is it intentional on his strategy? What's the benefit there? Do you think there is one, really?
I don't know that it's a benefit, but it is another adjustment you can make if the other breaks aren't working. For some reason, you just get out farther onto the table, and it just changes things a little bit. And if one's not working, you could try the other.
Hey, I see a couple more thumbs up coming through. We bumped up to 83, guys. Keep it going. Let's see if we can break 100 thumbs up on the live stream. These guys deserve it. They're playing their heart out for you guys. Give them the thumbs up. Support the players. He said I've hit the share button about 6 times and sent messages to everybody. Hey, Frank, you are the man. Appreciate you, my man.
pretty wide open look here. I think he's just coming up above the 2. He's coming out a couple rails. Wow, he plays the breakout, hits it exactly right. You know, that was not automatic to not be hooked on the 2 there. He had to hit the 7 before the 9. He hit it exactly how he needed to get shape for the 2 and get him away with the breakout. That was a beautiful shot by Rafael.
Very well played. The rest of this from here is looking pretty fundamental, so let's see how well he executes from here.
I think I'd like to just play this in at a soft pace and take the 6 in the corner. Don't want to come across the line here and have a shot where you're really trying to guard against the side pocket scratch. So
that's a good point.
And the way I like to play this with is a load of outside. You can play it at a real soft space, kind of throw it in a little bit and let your cue ball kill off the rail.
That's exactly
what he did. About what he did there, yep. And now he's got just enough angle, I think, where it'll stun towards the other side pocket just a hair. Pretty straight. That's absolutely perfect, and couldn't ask for better position for a simpler 4-ball pattern to get up 3-1 early in this match. It's a matter of preference here. Some players like lagging this in, but a lot of the better players, you'll see them go to that second rail and let their stroke out.
Yeah, I think using the second rail is definitely the best way to control the speed of the cue ball there, not let things get away from you. Sometimes, you know, you slow roll things, they tend to roll off, get a little funny on you, so players tend to like that stroke. You're exactly right there, Jeremy.
At the higher level, and at the lower level, you see the players more guarding against scratching one rail on the other side, so they'll want to play it at a slower pace, a little bit less confidence with the cue ball, but, you know, as you're trying to get the game to the next level there, almost always going to be better to err on the side of letting your stroke out and putting a real nice, aggressive, I'd say, stroke on the ball.
Oh man, look at this. He wound up very tough on the 10 ball here, straight on top of it. I mean, we've been seeing this all weekend long, and I don't think we've actually seen somebody miss this ball yet. So let's see how well our commentator's curse is locked and loaded and ready to make him miss this 10 ball here. Let's see if he closes this one out. He's right on top of it.
This one is a hair tougher than the other 2 that we were talking about. One was Derek and one was Dylan Spoor.
He said, I don't care how tough it is. It is mine.
Hit that one real good. Yeah, that was almost the same shot, but just a little higher with the cue ball, a little lower with the 10 ball. That one is missable, and he hit it really good.
Yeah, he really did. He's going to take a 2-rack lead here. Rafael goes up 3-1 over Joey Korziak. Korziak looking for some more table time here. You know, I've seen Rafael at the table a lot during this set, and Korziak's going to be looking to put some damage on this rack here. You're going to see him shifting the balls around, guys. We are using a set pattern for racking this event. We got a set pattern on day 1. We switched the pattern up for day 2. So as you guys are seeing the players rack it up, you're going to notice that every rack is the same. We're all playing the same game. How well the spread is, where the balls lay up, depend on how well you break them up.
Yeah, it's funny. Normally when you see a guy really fiddling around and moving one ball from one spot to the other, you get ready to accuse him of pattern racking.
Yeah,
but
I know, right?
In this tournament, we have everybody playing the same layout. Different today than it was yesterday, as you mentioned, but definitely no advantageous pattern racking in this tournament. We're really trying to see who can break the balls the best and play the best from the 2 to the 10.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just a huge fan of anything that increases competitive integrity, and I feel like at this level, competitive integrity has to be on the forefront of anything that has to do with making the rules. And wow, look at this. He fired at that 1 ball and gets punished.
How does that cue ball do
kicked.
that?
The cue ball double kicks off the 1 ball, and then like 2 rails into the corner pocket there, maybe 3 rails in the corner pocket there. So very unfortunate for Joey. You know, I just got done saying that he needed to get some more time at the table here, and you know, he steps to the table and has that to shoot at, and unfortunately this is a result here. So
it was actually more unlucky than you think, Josh. I actually had the stream pulled up on my phone right in front of me. I got to see the shot again right after he hit it.
Yeah.
And it went the 3 rails that you talked about, then barely grazed off the top of the 3, which sent it perfectly 1 rail across the table into the corner pocket.
The universe was just telling Joey right there that now is not the time. maybe later. And the pool god's saying, hey, it's time for Rafael to run this rack right now. So I'm not. The 9 to the 10 is looking like it could be tricky. However, it's mainly this 8-ball. Look at this 8-ball resting right on the rail close to this pocket. It's too far outside of the point to be able to call anything for the side here. So he's going to have to probably play underneath this 8-ball. So he's going to be looking at things to see how he's going to be getting there. He's looking right now, all right, once I make this 3-ball, where do I want to go?
Gotta give a big shout out to my buddy Bobby Kinsey's, I believe his little son is messaging me in the comments there from his dad's YouTube profile, giving me a shout out. Appreciate that, buddy.
Awesome.
Glad you're watching with us. Bobby's a real good guy from my neck of the woods.
Hey, welcome in, guys. Glad everybody's having fun. Bobby Kinsey, I've seen that name a couple times, so pretty sure he's been in the stream before. I don't know you myself, Bobby, but welcome.
He was actually here earlier today. I don't know that he still is.
I've met so many people out here. All right, give me just a second, guys. I actually need to get my shaft back from our cue repair guy. Give me just a moment.
Yeah, so Rafael at the table here, dead straight on the 6. Just going to pull this back a little bit. Don't have to get too far. The problem here is the 8. He's going to try to figure out a way to deal with it now. Gotta think you're coming below the 8 here. It's very risky to do anything else. The problem is I don't think he's got a great angle. The side pocket's in a real bad spot for trying to come Z-rail position to the short side of the 8 here. So he's going to have to go longer with his cue ball between the far side pocket and above the 9, and it'll be longer on the 8 as well. And he decides not even to take on that risk. He comes straight one rail out to the angle. I really didn't think this 8 went on the side. It's possible that it does. If it does, he's not in a bad spot to shoot it from. And the 9 also does not pass the 10.
He's running this all the way up the rail. He's cutting this like a razor blade. Watch him.
He's got to deal with the 9 as well.
Man, he hit it too thick. He came down the rail and he looked right up the rail right before he got down in a stance. That's the only reason I was saying that so confidently.
Yeah, and he was trying to play he had to be in a very precise shot for the 9 ball there. He couldn't get down below that and risk being hooked on the 10, so he played it like that. And now you'll see Joey just come out, probably kind of stun this back 2 rails if he doesn't want to lag it in. A lot of guys don't like to lag this in. But it would just be taking on the 9-10 combo. Of course, with the WPA rules, the 10 will then spot, and he'll have to play shape for the 9 following the combo and continue the run out.
Well, right now, he keeps studying the combo here, and he's obviously thinking about where's the 9 ball going to go after I make this 10? Where does the cue ball need to be so that I continue the run? And let's see if he decides to slow roll this and hang it up, or if he wants to go 2 rails up and down the table like you were calling here. Decided he didn't like any of it. I'm just going to come in and rearrange everything. And now he has options. If he wants to cut this in, he might graze the 10 ball and just roll up above it. Or he might put some pace on this and just get out in the open.
I think he just decided that it was such an unnatural stroke to put on the 8 ball to try to play shape to the ideal position to shoot that combo would have been about on the rail by the side pocket there above the combo. And he's like, man, it's natural to go into it. I'm just going to go into it. And, hopefully I come up with a shot there. And he was rewarded for a good decision, I think.
There we go. Joey able to get out there, bring it back within 2 racks, within 1 rack. It's now 2-3 in Rafael's favor. And here we go. Perfectly timed tactical timeout. Joey starts putting points on the board. Rafael said, hey, you know what? I'm not gonna let you start to create some momentum, especially since I gave you a 3 ball out there. Yeah,
so shout out to Tim Tanana of East Coast Prime Meets when it is a prime time in the match for a tactical timeout.
Hey, remember, I like the segue. 10 million points for the segue. Guys, let's check out this last replay that I had loaded up in here. check this thing out. We're over here talking about, man, can he see the side of the 4? Meanwhile, Joey's over here laughing in his head as he fires this 4-ball in the corner. What a beautiful shot there.
And you love how the cue ball just plays great shape on the 5 there.
Yeah, it's perfect shape. Guys, it's going to be a quick players break. We're going to use this time to give a couple of shout-outs. Shout out to DYNASPHERES, the official billiard balls of BSN. It's a great view of the rotor balls, the rotor platinum set right there. I actually talked to DYNASPHERES, and I told them that what I wanted was I wanted them to make a giant rotor, like literally like a giant, like 4 or 5 foot rotor that I can bring into the event and have people like take pictures with it and all kinds of fun stuff. And they seem pretty excited about that, so I really look forward to being able to have that thing here. You guys are probably going to see this blasted all over social media. These platinum balls have had nothing but amazing feedback by them. You know, Jake Lawson and Del Sim got hooked up with them and started talking about them. We all, you know, of course, bought our own sets, started playing with them, instantly fell in love with these things. They're absolutely phenomenal. And yeah, now here we are running tournaments. Every single table here is played using these platinum DYNASPHERE balls, the most accurate balls in the market. If you guys want to pick up a set, just go ahead and message us on Facebook Messenger, or if you're in the area, just come by, let us know. We do have event pricing available for you. So do have a couple of new ways you're going to be able to pick these things up easily online. Big announcements coming soon there. Just keep an eye on the Facebook, guys. You're not going to want to go anywhere. Rafael's back.
Yeah, and around the room, a couple of results in. Shane Wolford came back from trailing 8-6 against Chip Klein for the Hill victory.
Wow.
And as I was just glancing over,
gets Hill. Wow, how strong is that?
And Kevin West just finished a 9-2 victory over Clint Pelosi. That will be your other 7th-8th match. Kevin West and Shane Wolford. Clint Pelosi and Chip Klein both respectively out with a tied for 9th finish. Very deep runs by both players. Chip lost his very first match of the tournament on the stream table against Laurie John Hassan and won, I believe it was 7 consecutive matches on the B side to get all the way into the 9th place finish. So great run for him.
I'll tell you what, Rafael doesn't just play good, man. He really does carry himself like a true professional. You know, just the way he walks around, you know, his body language and everything. You can just tell there's just a lot of love and respect for what he does. And I love whenever I can see it so strong that it's literally just oozing out of the players. You know, just the love and respect for the game.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more there, buddy.
See, what ball went down there? 1, 2, 3. Looks like he got the 4 ball. Oh, man, he's a little tough on this 1 ball to be able to get natural shape to the 2 here. The 1 can definitely be made in his pocket. We know it's a makeable shot here, but does he try to go around the backside of the 2 and then take the 2-9 combo, or does he use all these balls on the table as traffic? You see him peeking at it right here. He's got the natural angle to kind of just let the cue ball roll up back there behind the 2, go right in between the 2 and the 9.
It feels really unnatural for me to play this shot at that pace that puts him there, but that is exactly what he looked at.
It's going to be a little poke shot here. Look how well did he... Oh, man, the 1 didn't go.
Yeah.
My eyes were watching the cue ball.
Yeah, and you know, that's the typical miss on that shot. When you have a shot it's really thin and you're trying to hold the cue ball, the tendency is to hit the ball a hair fat because you're playing so much cue ball there.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal. So, hey, Joey, with a great opportunity to tie this match up here. He definitely has a little bit of work to do here, but this rack is more than runnable. He's going to go 2 rails and out and just accept the 2-9 combo. The 2 actually might go by the 9. It is really difficult to tell with these camera angles whenever there's a half a pocket whether or not the ball goes, so we kind of just have to trust the player. His body language is telling me that this has a pocket.
Yeah, I think it does go here. Got to draw it for the 3.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
I think he's going to be okay.
There it is.
Did look like a little bit of an overhit at first, but the ball stopped
when
in
it
time.
first caught traction, I thought it was about to zip back a little bit further.
And 4-ball down. You know, you made the 4-ball in the break. I was going to point out right after you said that it seems to me like the 4 has been the ball in this pattern that has gone in most frequently for the players on the break. And I have not paid enough attention to the rack pattern to know where that ball is. It must be one of the balls behind the 1.
Yeah, I think it depends on which side they're breaking from.
Yeah, the 4 or the 5 there.
Yeah, when they're breaking on our right side of the table, the 4 ball's going in. If they're breaking on our left side of the table, the 5 ball's going in.
Yeah, I got a couple comments there on the stream. Guys looking forward to a potential for a rematch of Shane versus Shane Friday night at some point here.
A little Wolford SVB action again.
Wolford's got a little bit of a way to go. Got some good players between him and getting to that point, but certainly more than capable of getting through the rest of the B-side action there and facing a potential final against Shane Van Boning. And with that being said, Shane Van Boning also has to defeat whichever one of these players advances to the hot seat match before we can guarantee a chance at both of those players making the final. So a lot left to be decided here.
You know, I've seen players wipe down their cues more in the last 3 hours than I think I have all weekend. That could just be from a lot of table time, a lot of play, a lot of built-up residue for the weekend. But I also feel like it does speak to the humidity, the changes, just the extra variable that's here. So, you know, anytime you guys see a player wiping down their cue like that, just kind of gives you a little bit of insight as to what's happening here in the room as the viewer. You know, some people just like to have an impeccably clean shaft and the tiniest anything, they're going to stop and wipe down their cue. But more often than not at this level, what I'm seeing them players stop and wipe down the cue, that it's a humidity play here. Or you brought it up earlier, the focal play. Just walk away from the table, go to your chair, refocus, wipe down the cues, take a sip.
I would say the only thing I would point out there is that you did bring up the point that some players are a little bit finicky like that, and I would point out that Joey is a little bit of that kind of a player. A little bit of
that's really good insight, though.
Yeah.
That's it kind of lets us into the minds.
And you could just kind of tell by his mannerisms at the table. You could tell little things, but he does a great job. If some little thing bothers him, he kind of hits the reset button, goes back through the routine. Kind of just wears the nerves on the outside, whereas a lot of players internalize it more, but he deals with it very well, you can see. And even to that point, he's faded a couple of these early rolls from Rafael and drawn this match back to level at 3. And this was a good match so far in the early going.
So from here, we basically have a race to 6 with Joey breaking. So, I mean, I guess you could say if this was a fresh set, it's almost like Joey just won the leg.
Yeah, and, you know, race to 6 is close to one of the standard tournament races that we're used to for some of these races to 7. So
hey, check this out. Look at Rafael right now. Calm.
Like he's taking a nap.
Fingers crossed, meditating, not paying attention.
Very
doesn't care what happens.
Zen is the word.
Exactly, literally. And it just takes me back to what I was commenting on earlier about the way that he treats the game. And he's not mad right now. He's not angry about what's happening. He's staying focused. He's controlling the controllable. And I think that this is so important for people who want to be able to play at a very high level and be able to enjoy it. Because a lot of people try to take things serious, and then they just get really, really frustrated whenever they play.
That was a little bit funny there. So Joey was very fortunate not to scratch on the break, and it looked like he wanted to push out as fast as he could before that ball had a chance to drop.
Right. Let me get to it quick. That was pretty funny.
And you know, I was watching Rafael very closely as you were pointing that out about him, and I noticed when Joey broke the balls, he did look back at the table, so not a Brandon Schuff kind of style like you were pointing out earlier.
Just completely ignoring it all.
He just took the time in between the racks to really just let all that tension go and kind of reset his breathing and take a moment to just relax for a moment and get reset a hair.
Oh, look, and he drills that.
That was a great shot. Still going to have to deal with this 7-8 cluster, and the 6 is all the way down table.
I wonder if he has the... Yeah, he has enough to make this.
Yeah, he can make this for sure.
Oh, look at that.
Really
I wasn't
nice
sure
controlled
if he was gonna
shot.
have to do like the 3-rail safe there if he had enough to cut it, and this
He
this
could
is
have
beautiful
played
here.
that. He would not have been wrong to play that shot there, but he's choosing to run out these balls that are out in the open and hopefully get to a good position to advance this rack by playing the safety on the problem ball when he gets there.
Well, the one thing, I don't know, because the way that I see him breaking out the 7 and the 8 here, he would need different position on the 5 than what I see him getting off the angle that he has on the 4 ball. But
yeah, I don't think with the 6 being all the way down table that he can take on that much risk for a breakout shot. I believe you will see him.
Oh wow, I totally misspoke. He got perfect.
Well, if there was an angle to
Wow.
go into it, it's this. And you can, if you can be pretty certain that you're going to catch the front face of the 8 ball there's little risk in this shot. I mean, the biggest risk would be scratching in the corner off the 8, I suppose. And no, he doesn't take it on. He still didn't take it on, which is fine. I think the plan all along has been to get up there and play a safety on the 7. And here you'll see a slight difference. We highlighted it earlier when Shane was just making a ball to play the safety. Kind of took it for granted a little bit. Here you see him walk around the table and really try to decide the position that he wants his cue ball in for this safety attempt. This is the way you're supposed to play that scenario out for sure.
Yeah, I really like how methodical he is, planning everything out, making sure he likes it.
Shane actually is not waiting. He's not in the hot seat. He is already in the hot seat match, awaiting the winner of this match. Maybe that's what that comment actually meant.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, the winner of this plays Shane in the hot seat, right?
Yes. So
Yeah.
Shane is waiting in the hot seat match to play the victor of this one.
Yeah, there we go.
And I think Rafael has got to where he can kind of thin this. Oh man, I don't like playing this from here. I wonder how he's going to do this.
Yeah, I don't think this was in the plans. Tree topped over the 9 ball here. Man, there's just not a lot of. See if he can get to this 9 ball here. See him adjusting the angle there, hitting the 7 a little fuller to make the cue ball go a little bit more to the right side here.
And that's the hard part of this shot, is to get the 7 full enough to get behind the 9. You're moving the 7 farther. He hit it good.
He hit it perfect.
That's a really good shot. I was just trying to say that to hit the 7 full enough to get over there for the 9, you're moving the 7 a lot farther, which means you have to hit it good. And he did actually just get perfect weight on that shot. Rafael is eyeing up the 1-rail kick. Probably going to call this one cross side. And I think the only chance for a backdoor safety here would be if he thinned the top side of it and got the cue ball up into cover on the 9 somehow. But I don't think there's a lot of ways to get safe on this shot.
I see Andy Lincoln in the chat. Welcome back, my friend. Happy to have you. Yeah, look, he just elects to take the intentional foul, tie it up, said, hey, I'm going to give you ball in hand, and you're going to make me kick at something, but I'm going to do it anyways.
That is the 3rd time that we've seen an intentional foul from Rafael. We saw it twice early in that match, the last match that we saw streamed on the live table for Rafael.
You know, I think it's always kind of fun to see when a player's not scared to do that, because it really does show a lot of belief in their ability to kick out of a safety or have a response to things. And I think that a lot of the times it's a really, really good way to get a pulse on exactly what speed your opponent is playing at the time you're playing them. Not just in general, not just on paper, not in the past. But, you know, you do this one time in the set and, against the wrong person, and it could be the difference in the entire match. But he's done it consistently, like you've talked about,
and he's hit it good every time. He's really taken care to hit it the way he wanted, and that was a great kick. Oh my gosh!
We're saving that one. You're gonna have to watch it again, Chad. That was so amazing.
But I love the way Joey played that safety. Joey's a way better player than I am, and the first thing my eye saw was thinning the 7 and going behind the 10. But there was a lot more risk with that shot. The way he played the safety was guaranteed to get a hook.
What do you think he's going to do here?
This is a bad spot. That was a great kick.
I think he's going to thin it with right English and just be on the other side of the 8, and he's going to make him respond to it. I mean, it's unbelievable that he was able to lock him up like this.
He played it the other way. He's going to the top of the 9.
He didn't get... Oh, he is using the 9. Look at it. Oh, wow.
That's an unbelievable speed.
It really is. I think
the speed has to be perfect on that.
He's gonna be forced. Well, actually, I don't know. I think he can actually just shoot directly at this ball. I don't know what he's gonna do with it, but
man, and again, the overhead view looks like he's locked on the 9 where he could only go towards the 8.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to tell from this angle. I don't think he has the full ball. I think he probably has the half of the ball that's facing towards the 8 ball here. Joey's actually calling in a referee here, which is not a bad play. You know, there's a lot of really tight work going on here, so we're going to keep the overhead view. It's a good hit. Yeah, see, that's exactly what I was saying.
Man, that's unbelievable.
He had just enough to get there.
And one more time, the overhead is very deceptive when a ball is close to a ball or close to a rail.
Yeah, you'll get used to it the more you're staring at it, because you know I've been staring at it for a while, and so I can kind of tell. Now, what I cannot tell you is whether or not the 7 is frozen on the rail.
I don't think it is right now.
It's not. I'm looking right down the rail.
You can kind of see a little bit of a shadow there between the ball and the rail, just looking at the overhead view on the monitor.
Yeah, I don't know why I keep looking at my tiny version when I can look at your full screen here. Just have it.
Well, I have the good view of the monitor, and you get to see all the player reactions at the table, so it's a fair trade-off.
Oh, look at
I
that.
didn't get that one good.
That's not good. That's just not good. You saw the hand flip there. He knows it's not good. Now it's up to Joey to execute here.
And on this shot, you have to pay attention because if you play this center ball, it's not as bad as I thought. I was going to say there's a kind of shot similar to that where when you're cutting it, the spin of the cut kind of takes the ball away from the pocket, and you can actually undercut it even if you hit it on the true line. But yeah, that wasn't the case there. He hit it good. Ooh, did not hit that one great, and I promise you in 2 weeks that ball hangs up on this new cloth.
This new cloth has been very accepting of balls that are rubbing the rail on the way in like that, and I think that it's been there's no question that there's score lines that would be different if it was worn in cloth with the exact same shots played, but you know these players are aware that the new cloth is accepting, and it's they're using that to their advantage to be able to cheat pockets and get deeper angles into the table. And
absolutely,
it's really fun to see when people have a deep enough understanding to be able to utilize that to the advantage versus use it as an excuse later in the match. And I mean, you had some good dialogue around that earlier about players not using those types of things and just adapting faster. So I'm pretty sure we had a sick replay queued up in here. Let me see what's going on.
Oh yeah, what a great shot here. He's going to pocket the one in the corner. And come 2 rails, and he had to hit the 7 first. If you hit the 9 first there, you are buried.
Yeah, you're hooked.
Great shot from Rafael. He's shown great control, great speed control at the table.
You have any idea what Rafael's Fargo is? Somebody in the chat saying they're not able to find it.
I think I looked it up earlier, and it was 7-11.
Oh, you were exactly right, because I couldn't forget.
From Brooklyn, New York.
7-11.
7-11.
Uh-oh, the cue ball. Oh, man, look at that. Got saved by the 9 ball. Doesn't scratch. The big G's came out and saved him. All right, the 1 ball is right here, though, with this angle.
And I
think the 9 might be just too far outside of the pocket for a carom here. So it's kind of hard to tell from this angle. Stand up and see what I can see here.
And if in case anybody was wondering, I've got Joey Korziak at 7-15. So this is about as tight of a match on paper as you can come up with.
Wait, is this a rematch? Did they play? Because it was 7-11 versus 7-15. There was a 4 rating deficit. Or who did he play? Did he play Rob Cord?
These players are both undefeated. They can't have a rematch yet.
Okay, it must have been Rob Cord that he played.
Rob Cord, I believe, is in the high 600s somewhere.
Somebody played it.
Let me check that out.
7-15. I don't know. I might be crazy. Either way, here, this 1 ball, still trying to find a corner pocket here.
Rob Cord out of Glen Burnie, Maryland, is 656. But yeah, 7-11 versus 7-15 here. This is about as tight of a on paper of a match as you'll ever see.
What a great shot there. He had to go rail first. You see Joey kind of pointing at the table like, yeah, of course I'm going to be hooked after that shot. So he did make a great rail first shot there. Unfortunately, doesn't have a great reward. Man, that angle opened up on him, and he almost slid in between the rail and the 2-ball. Comes up with a good hit, though. Rafael is just shaking his head. Yeah, he knows what he's got to do. Goes back to his chair, gets out his jump cue. Attention air traffic control, requesting liftoff. Rafael trying to take this cue ball to the moon. Not too close to the 5-ball here. It's going to be a great jump shot.
Yeah, I wouldn't say too close to the moon either.
Hey, look at that.
What a great shot.
Got a couple inches closer to the moon.
Might keep the same cue in his hand again.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Look, this 4-ball blocked by the 5. He's taking a peek at it, see what can happen. He is swapping out cues here. This angle's kind of deceiving. Hope you guys are enjoying the broadcast. Currently live, 10 hours and 33 minutes. We started the day out on Facebook for a few hours. Let everybody on Facebook know that we were going to be live on YouTube. Oh, wow, how do you hit this? Man, there is the tiniest sliver of this ball available, but it is long, and he's going to be hitting 8. Now, you know what? If he does thin this, if he can cut it where the 4-ball goes in front of the 5 on the left-hand side of the 5, and the cue ball hits the 8, he might be able to have the 8 as a blocker. He could also try to make the 8.
I think he did call the 8 there.
Yeah, that makes sense with the amount of pace he put on it. The 4-ball went the exact direction I was thinking. I was thinking he'd play it at a slower speed. That way he wouldn't be busting those things open. But, you know, you're looking at the 4-ball here. 4-8 combo. 8's really close to the side pocket. I don't foresee this being a problem, but I do see him shooting back-to-back combos here.
Yeah, I agree. The 4 is going to track towards the 9, and you do want to make sure that it gets up above the side pocket here. Too much to ask to try to hold this in front of the side and get the cue ball back out for that angle. Ooh.
Oh, it looks like you might have to play a carom. Look, that 4-ball just kept running.
I think the 4 might actually go clean now.
Oh, man, this is going to be close.
Still going to have to navigate the cue ball. Contacting the 7 after the contact with the rail should help him. I don't think there's a ton that can go wrong here, assuming of course that you pocket the 4 and assuming of course that the 4 pockets past the 9.
Oh, he's grabbed our tournament director real quick. There's we had a photo booth set up for people to take photos, and now that the sun's gone down outside, those lights are brighter than they have been all day, seemingly. Now that there's no natural light coming in any of the windows or anything, those LED lights look way brighter than they were.
Yeah, I think Rafael walked over to look at the angle for the 4 to go in the pocket, and he couldn't see.
Yeah, he saw the future when he looked up. All right, so you see him mapping out his contact point, trying to get around the backside of the 7 here. This is going to be a fantastic positional play if he does it. Look how small the margin of error he has behind the 7-ball. He's fearless. He goes behind it, catches the back of it.
Comes out smelling like a rose.
Yeah, he does. He's a little long, but, you know, on the bar box, it's hard to call anything long.
And all he needs is a stop shot here. Just stop shot. If you pull it back just a hair, that's fine. The 6 goes to the side pocket, and you've got the full table going up to the head rail for position play for the 7. Oh, he let go of it a little bit, and it's okay. He's going to be straight into the corner pocket now. I don't think that's what he intended to do there. I think he came out of that shot a little bit.
I mean, hey, it turned out pretty good either which way. He's just going to follow this one up for an easy shot in the corner on the 7. I'll tell you what, you can definitely tell that the table is playing a little bit faster. Queuing up a little bit of low here. Not going to crush it, but just going to be enough to get above the side pocket there.
Yeah, Larry asked if we're going to be able to finish today. I don't think there's any doubt this tournament's going on along at a great pace. Down to these 3 players, the 2 you see here, and Shane Van Boning awaiting in the hot seat match left on the winner's side. already have both 7th, 8th matches playing on the outer tables right now.
Like he put himself on the rail. Obviously, he's still very favored to make this shot, but
yeah, not a problem.
It's kind of funny how you'll watch these players play literal like pinpoint precision position the whole rack, and then somehow we all do it where it's like the second to last ball you get out of shape on the winning ball. And it's very interesting how that seems to be a common factor. It's almost like, well, hey, it's only one last ball I got to make, and I can make it from anywhere almost. It's kind of fun to see. Jeremy, I'm leaving the booth for just a second. I'm going to have to run to the little boy's room.
All right,
Make sure I get this,
hang tight right here as Joey racks the balls, trailing 4-3 to Rafael Debreo. Very tight match early here. Again, the 2 of the final 3 undefeated players in this tournament, the second of the 2 final 4 matches. The winner of this will advance to take on SVB in the hot seat match coming up in a little while. Got both 7th, 8th matches playing right now on the outer tables. Kevin West versus Shane Wolford, and Matt Craw versus Mark Nanashay. And remaining in the tournament, also Derek Daya lost to Shane Van Boning the match before this. He's awaiting already in the 5th, 6th position, looking to advance farther. He'll take on one of the winners. Actually, I can check and tell you which match it is that he awaits the winner of. Derek Daya will take on the winner of Shane Wolford versus Kevin West, and the loser of the match you're watching now will take on whoever advances between Matt Craw and Mark Nanashay. Matt Craw does currently lead that match 8-2, and if he can hang on, he'll advance to the top 6 to take on the loser of the match you're watching now. Kevin and Shane have not got underway just yet. I don't have word for sure, but I think there may be a chance they're holding that match. No, probably not. I was going to say there's a chance they're holding that match for the TV table, but I don't believe so with the score only being 4-3 here. I don't think they want to hold the tournament up that long. As much of a treat as it would be to watch Kevin West versus Shane Wolford on the live stream, it looks like the next match that you will see here is likely to be the loser of this match versus Matt Craw, who did just beat Mark Nanashay by a score of 9-2. So shout out to Mark Nanashay, finishes tied for 7th place in a strong, absolutely loaded 128 player field. Great run through the B side. He beat Rob Cord. He beat Brett Stottlemyre. He beat Sean Wilkie before finally just running out of gas and coming up against a hot Matt Craw. 9-2. Matt Craw beats Mark Nanashay. Now at the table, Joey just trying to play a little touchy safety there. He controlled both balls very nice, with all 3 balls very nicely there. He had to thin the 3 and use the contact of the 5. And then use the 5 for the cover, and this is a very effective shot. I want to say Rafael does have the 1-rail kick at the 3, but it's very tough. He's dead jacked up over the 9, very tough to control, and there's a chance he has to spin it a little bit too to clear the 5 and then get over for the 3. And because of that, I think there's a good chance you'll see him take a different route. I believe he could go to the, as we're viewing it now, above the 6 ball and try to come 2 rails into this 3. Is he going to take another intentional? I think he's looking right now for the 4th time in this tournament on the live stream, seeing Rafael Debreo take an intentional foul here. The first 3 when he's chosen to do this, he's hit very well, and they've been effective for him. He's won a couple of those racks. Still has not made up his mind. I still think that there is a 2-rail kick here, but he looks like he's just about ready to pull the trigger and try to bump this 5 onto the 3 and in a position where Joey will have to play the safe on the 3-ball. Okay, so he did not try to tie up the 5 onto the 3. He instead chooses to try to tie the 5 onto the 7. I don't think he got it as good as he wanted. Joey has the ball in hand, and if he keeps this cue ball very close to the head rail, I believe the combo will be on. But once again, the way the shadow is from this overhead view, the combo might not be there. I think the 5 may be a little closer to the rail here than we think it is from this overhead monitor view. And Joey could also try to draw back into this 5-ball if he wanted. Let's see what he does. Doesn't look like that's what he's lined up for. Yeah, so he does just lay the cue ball on the rail. And now with how close the cue ball is to the rail, you can see that there is definitely space between the rail and the 5 that he can cut this 5 to cut the 7 into the corner pocket and play the combo. The 5 will track down table. I was going to say almost right at the side pocket. It actually is going to find the side pocket, and that's fine. He has shape for the 6-ball on the side and on the right side of the line even to roll into position for the 8-ball, which is frozen to the foot rail there. Got to make sure to get a little angle here. That's fine. Even just a little angle is good here. He can go forward or backwards, whichever he prefers. Looks like he wants to go forward.
What is it, 4-4 right now?
I think about to be 4-4. Did you check the score on your way in?
I just peeped at the tablet, and I think I saw 4-4. I'm gonna double check it right after he gets out here. I don't want to stand up as he's shooting the 10-ball here.
I'll pop up and take a look at that for you in a second.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be 4-4 right now. I think Joey's about to go up 1 right now. I think I forgot to tally that score before I went to the bathroom.
I think we both missed it because I thought it was 4-3 as well.
All right, let's take a peek at it real quick. Yeah, it's going to be 5-4 in favor of Joey here. That rack was pretty big for him. Put him in the lead there. So Rafael with a chance to fire back here.
Yeah, and you just missed it. Rafael actually just for the 4th time on the stream table chose to play an intentional foul instead of kicking at a ball. Didn't hit it quite as good as the last few, and Joey was able to flag the 3 in, take a combo on the 4-5. The 5 actually pocketed in the side pocket somehow as well, yeah. But he was in prime position on the 6-ball to just run out the last 4 balls. Takes a 5-4 lead. This has been a tight match. Nothing. I mean, I think earlier Rafael led by 2 racks, 3-1. That's about all that's been in it. They've been back and forth.
Yeah, and it was a rocky start. There was a couple of mistakes in the first rack that we were talking about that were pretty uncharacteristic from Rafael, and he's going to be fighting from 1 rack down, but he is breaking. So let's see if he can't put a break and run on Joey here to tie the set back up. Gets the 4-ball down on the side, 2-ball tracking towards the corner pocket. Swish. He has eyes on the 1. Not a favorable attacking shot here, but got a great safety option built in with the 7 right there. If he did want to attack, he could potentially. I don't know if there's enough to cut that ball. Even if there is, I don't know if you want to and send the cue ball around. What are you thinking here? You think he's going to take that safety on the 7-ball, or do you think he thins the right side of the 1 and uses the 5-9 as blockers, or do you think he attacks here? What do you see when you see him walking around the table?
It plays a little bit more natural. I mean, I think to bank the 1 down table and use the 7, 2 rails into the back of the 7, I think I would play it.
I agree with you. And so does Rafael. And you see the way he did that. He spun 2 rails into the back of the 7 instead of playing a 1 rail, which was very, very smart. That allowed him to put a lot of English on the ball, which is it's a little pro tip there to get snuggled up next to the back of balls like this when you're playing safety. You put a lot of English on it, and it makes it to where when the balls contact each other, they kind of slide off one another instead of that slight contact bumping and creating distance. So
the other thing about coming in 2 rails there is it's a much bigger target for the hook there. You have to be way better with your speed playing 1 rail into the back of that shot.
It was a great contact on the 1 ball here.
Yeah, another safety.
Sorry, Ray Martz. No, it's not. I was just out of the booth for a second here. There you go, guys. kind of tough.
Yeah, nice to meet you there, Gary Serrano. Appreciate that. And it was a pleasure meeting you and playing you earlier in this tournament. I enjoyed it.
So we might see him Z-bank the 1 ball here into a safe. Leave the cue ball back by the, I don't know why I said Z-bank. I was trying to say leave the cue ball behind the 3 here and just bank the 1 out, and the word Z-bank came out. Been a long weekend, guys. We've been live for 11 hours today. Yesterday we were live for just shy of 14 hours straight. So we're doing everything we can to bring you guys excellent pool. Sorry for any of the small hiccups that might happen here or there. It is a live broadcast, live production, so it is kind of hard to control everything and make it perfect, but we're doing the best that we can. Speaking of doing the best we can, let's see what Rafael wants to do with this 1 ball here. Looks like he's got enough to be able to cut this in and enough table. But he elects not to. Unfortunately, he plays a sloppy safe. 1 ball leaks out. Let's see what Joey wants to do here.
Yeah, I like 2 rails down below the 10. He wants to play something different, though, I think. Simpler shot, very simple shot, pretty effective. I feel like I'm always afraid to give a 1 rail kick this close to a good player. Real good chance Rafael is going to be able to pick a half of this ball, hit it where he wants, and come up with a separation, return safety.
It's a good point, about being able to pick the side of the ball. You leave a really good player options on how he kicks at the ball, and you give him a choice at which side of the ball he's going to hit. And then you really do have to hope that something comes in your favor. You give him a full access to the ball here. Wait a minute, he got the jump cue out. He's going to make this ball on the side here.
Yeah, and if he does, he should have a good shot on the 3.
He goes for the corner.
Wow.
I thought he was going to take. Well, I guess if he went for the side, he didn't like the angle. Thought he was going to drift down close to the 3. Might even get on top of it. So I do understand the change up there. And look how fortunate he gets here with the 5-9 blocking the 1 ball. Doesn't really have a way to kick at this ball offensively. The 7 is gonna make this a difficult ball to kick and make into the side pocket. So he's gonna have to kick from the short rail and come from underneath this ball is what Joey's been eyeballing here. And see what he does with it. See what type of pace he puts on this ball. I anticipate it to be enough to move it. Oh man, this might work out perfectly for him. I think he's gonna have sold the farm here.
Yeah, I think he's got the ball here, and he can come across between the 5 and the 6 for the 3 ball. Might not take that gap. He can actually come around the other side of the 6 if he wants into a steeper angle for the 3. That'd be fine. I like the stroke you can put on the 1 coming between the 5 and the 6. Gotta spin it more to go the other way. Yeah, I think he is going to come around the outside of the 6 here.
You see, he doesn't like it because his natural angle here is you want to drift out right where the 6 is, and where the 5 is hanging. It kind of makes it hard to try to do it flat. It's harder to squeeze between the 5 and the 6 than it would be to go on the lower side of it. But
I was just going to say, I think it was
played beautifully. He knew that if he went between the 5 and the 6, he was flirting with danger, and to go on the outside of the 6, you're flirting with coming on the complete wrong side of the 3. So he just says, hey, I'm going to nudge it.
Hard to hit it soft enough coming around the 6 the other way, and he just chooses to go down into the ball, and it comes up with a pretty good result. Right back in line, wide open layout here, 6 ball on the side. Oh, yeah, he's going to be okay. A little bit long with his cue ball there, but no worries. Simple shot. He'll go to the head rail with the cue ball and back out into space for the 7.
Give you a great view of the action on that cue ball there. The blue rotators featured on the cue ball, the Platinum DYNASPHERES set. And Platinum DYNASPHERES come with 2 cue balls. I do love that. You can use 2 cue balls to lag if you want to.
That's very important.
A little check side on that to just hold up in front of the 10 here. He's looking at a pretty easy 9-10 out. Trying to catch back up to Joey Korsiak here. We might be all knotted up 5-5. Chat, what are you guys thinking about this match here? Who's going to be taking this?
I think this one might come right down to it. Both players have looked composed. There's been a few mistakes, but both guys have really moved well, really shot well. Nothing glaring, since the early stages. I think this might continue on this back and forth trajectory all the way to the end of the match.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. OG, yeah, there was a little bit of that yesterday, but I got to be honest with you, a lot of that just has to do with lack of sleep and staring at a computer monitor for longer than a double shift. You know what I'm saying? To be honest with you, it's pretty easy to get used to once you've had a chance to play more than just a couple of racks with the balls. It's definitely an adjustment in the beginning, but I do find it very easy to be able to keep track of whenever I'm Lucid. Just like Lucid Ballsports in the Predator Light. Check out how beautiful this arena is. I'm gonna give you guys a great view. I don't know if everybody's seen this thing. Look at it. A little halo above the table. This thing is beautiful.
Troy, New Jersey pool player says the New Yorker is the favorite. Aren't these guys both from New York?
I could not tell you.
I think it was a joke. I think they're both from New York, and that's what you're saying there.
All right, so Joey's going to get a couple of balls down on this break here. Nine ball hanging in the jaws. Has a great shot on the 2 ball, and is going to be seeing a 3-8 combo after he makes his 2. So yeah, it is going to be 5-5 here, all knotted up.
Starting to see some pretty wide open tables in this match. In the early stages, there was a lot of traffic, a lot of tactical racks. Now we're just getting to see these players run the balls out a little bit.
Troy says, I booked the winner.
Yeah, it was a joke, he was saying.
That is pretty funny. And you know what? We were talking about how long we've been live, and that's not just indicative of how tired we are here in the booth. The players have been at it for a long time. These are very, very long days whenever you're playing a filled 128-man field. There is over 20 tables at play here to run this event, but it does still take time to work your way through a 128-man field.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit on the rare side to see races to 9 in a 2-day event at 128. I think a lot of times when the races are longer than 7, you get into a 3 or a 4-day tournament for some of these professional events. So this is a grind for sure. I mean, although we have plenty of tables and plenty of time to get through the matches that we need to get through, these are long matches. These guys have been playing pool for a long time.
Yeah, we did a lot of polling before we actually launched the event, and it seemed that an overwhelming amount of players preferred the race to 9. So, of course, we went with the player feedback. Because we're trying to do this to, for the players, for the audience, for everybody involved, not just us. And so we went with the race at 9, but we're thinking that, we're probably going to have to make an adjustment to where it's race to 9 winners, race to 7 on the loser side. We really want to find a way to make it race to 9 work all the way around those. So we're going to see if we can't do some finessing with some scheduling and see what can happen there. But anyways, back to the match.
Yeah, this ball to go up 6-5. I believe this was a break and run from Joey.
Way to go, Joey.
And Joey, I guess, did win the lag. It'll be Rafael's break following that break and run by Joey. I believe that was the first break and run we've seen in this match. The breaks have been a little bit off. I mean, because both players are more than capable of running out at open rack.
Oh, absolutely. Sure. It's a good thing you brought that up. Let's see if Rafael changes anything about his break. He was breaking the way we're looking at the screen right now on the top half, half a diamond from center. So let's see how he hits it. And Joey still wiping down his cues over there. So kind of goes to show you a little bit about the humidity. Not to mention, a little bit about the pressure of the situation too. I mean, you're in a knockdown, drag-out fight right here.
I was just going to say, I'm kind of actually feeling that a little bit myself. My hands are a little sweaty just sitting here, not even doing anything. So yeah, I believe it has definitely changed in the room the last probably 2 hours, I'd say.
Yeah.
And you see Rafael playing without a glove, we should point out. I didn't catch if Joey has one on or not.
I haven't seen Joey shoot with the glove, but he does keep his shafts wiped down. Oh, look at the squat on the rock here. He gets one in the corner. 3 balls going to go around the table, find a pocket as well. Oh, man.
3 balls. What a great break.
He crushed it.
Yeah, and at the last second, the 9 got into the way where the 7 does not pass cleanly into either of the bottom corner pockets. That is the tough ball of the rack.
Oh, man, I tell you what, guys, if you can see the tables on the wall in the background, there's one in the very top left of the screen. You can barely see it. There's one at the bar. There's a TV, I don't know, probably every 20 feet around the room here. And we're playing the broadcast up there. And, of course, there's a little bit of a delay between what happens and then when it pops up on the TV. And the players have discovered that they get to use that as their own personal instant replay. And so every time just about every one of them, when they break, they look up at the wall that's on the TV behind us here in the booth. And they're basically getting to study their own break, which is it's kind of cool.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how he chooses to attack this 7 ball. I don't think the 7-9 is too bad of a combination if you get to a good spot. But with the position of the 6, there's other ways you can go about this. The 7 goes to the side pocket if you were close to where the 9 is now, and it does have both corner pockets up table. So let's see what he does.
Just gonna roll this up here.
Got somebody in the comments asking about Landon. He was actually just eliminated probably about 45 minutes ago. He had a real deep run. Eliminated in the 9th position. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head who it was that knocked him out.
Oh, look at how well played that was. He had just enough of an angle to be able to get there. He had to throw a little bit of outside to get it all the way there. So now if he runs this into the corner, does he have enough of an angle? Oh wait, there's plenty enough rail sticking out beside the 8 ball there to be able to shoot that in the corner and not have to worry about scratching. You see him standing.
I actually think he'll play this 7 on the side and go up above the 8.
I think that's the angle that he's liking right now. Whenever I'm seeing his eyes look around the table, he was standing behind the 8 ball on the long side here. I think he just wanted to explore his options and see what it felt like. He's cute to shoot this 7 up in the corner though.
Yeah, I think he is. And still going above. That was a real nice shot with some inside English there.
Hey, we were both right. Oh, but he's a little bit on the rail here. Is there enough to get the 8 in the side, or does he need to take it all the way down?
I don't think you want to shoot this in the side, especially queuing off the rail. No reason. It pockets so cleanly and easily in the corner, and the position is still automatic for the 9.
Exactly right. Great shot there. Very clean 8 ball.
Yeah, that is correct. I just checked on that and confirmed in the comments it was Matt Craw that defeated Landon, but great run by Landon. I think he beat Ryan McCreesh and Thomas Haas. Had a real great run through this tournament before being eliminated very recently by Matt Craw.
Yeah, you're exactly right. He played fantastic. He had a great set over here on the TV table as well. Landon Hollingsworth went very deep in the juniors championship that we had. All right, so Rafael DeBrio taking that rack here to tie it all up.
Back-to-back break and runs by the players, both holding serve, and we are locked in a good one here, guys. It's been back and forth the whole way, but of recently, both players have played with some high-level pool, and both of them look to have figured the break out a little bit.
Yeah, I got Raw Hannah in the chat from On the Wire Creative Media. What's going on, brother man? Welcome in.
We're hanging out with all kinds of big timers this week.
Yeah, we got legends everywhere. Raw Hannah does a lot for the sport, man. We appreciate you.
Yeah, another guy that does a lot of great things for the junior players. Love to see that.
This is turning out to be a fight here.
Turning out to be one of the better matches that we've seen on the stream table for sure.
Oh man, the 5 ball thought about going in. Just hangs up there in the corner pocket.
I think he did get a ball down though, right?
Yeah, we do have eyes on the 1 as well. So he's got the 4 ball down again. It's what you called out before. 4 keeps going in the side pocket. Whenever they break, just keep an eye on that right-hand side pocket.
He's going to have a ref come get this cue off of the template rack for him, I believe.
Yeah, we got Steve, our tournament director, popping down there. We're going to go ahead and get this cue ball off the template rack. He's just going to go ahead and grab a ball marker. Going to be able to put this down. Joey's going to continue to go ahead and assess the rack here.
Yeah, the 1 definitely goes. He's got a real clean look at that. Just has to figure out how he wants to play this. I think the 2 passes the 7 to pocket the 5 without having to go rail first. I think that's a big deal. If you have to play it rail first, it becomes a little bit more difficult to control the 2 for the next shot.
Yeah. It was a great shot of the DYNASPHERES Cup jersey there. Tournament director Steve Fleming.
Another one of the guys in the room pulling long hours this week, putting in hard work.
It's almost impossible to run one of these events without rocking a couple 14, 15, 16-hour days. Hashtag team no sleep. Guys, if you're just now tuning in, you have missed a lot of fantastic, amazing pool. Great news is it's never too late. You're always going to be able to go back and watch it on YouTube. All you got to do is subscribe. You can watch it for free.
And more great news is there's a ton more good pool to come tonight.
Oh man, it's going to be great. There's nothing but bangers left. This is going to be a 7-foot event here. If you guys are just tuning in, it's the DYNASPHERES Cup 10-ball championship. You listen to myself, Josh Setterfield. I'm joined in the booth by our guest commentator, Jeremy Mason from the Sweat. It's been great having you here in the booth, my man. This has been fantastic matches. You know what? These players are going to sneak off and take a player break, so we're actually going to use this. Oh, that is not the button that I was going to hit. I was going to say, I'm going to use this moment to stretch my legs. Give me just 1 second, guys. I'm going to stand up, move around, just as the players are, and we will be back momentarily to continue the commentary as the players return. Sit tight. If you go anywhere, don't be gone long. You don't want to miss the action. Oh man, they snuck back in on me. We're back, guys, back in the action. Got to get the fans set back up and get some cool air. Rocking and rolling.
That feels really good.
Yeah, it does. That thing feels fantastic.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. Hey, Nick, that is definitely in the works. I think you guys can definitely look forward to seeing that on the next tournament here.
And Timmy G, the score of SVB Daya ended up being 9-4, but Derek actually had a chance at the table to get it to 5-5. Didn't go his way, and then from there, SVB just found a way to get that closer mode on.
Well, how fortunate is Joey here? You saw the hand flip there. He did not intend to make the 2-ball, but it does follow in cleanly, and he has like perfect shape on the 3-ball here, so that actually went pretty well for him.
Yeah, I know we took a little break there, but don't forget, this is from the break for Joey. He had Steve Fleming, our tournament director, come out there, move the magic rack out from underneath the cue ball, took a quick break, and this is an attempt at our third straight break and run between the two of these players here late in this match.
Well, I mean, it is looking pretty good for him to get out here.
Yeah, a big favorite to get out from here. You got to think everything's straightforward and he's right in line.
Yeah, I mean, this is the only shot here where he has to actually cross the shot line, and that's only if he goes one rail. If he goes 2 rails into this, he's coming directly into the shot line. But he felt pretty good about the speed here to just roll perfectly into position.
Yeah,
he's feeling it right now.
And either side of the shot line was still pretty workable, even coming across the line there. If you don't quite get perfect, you can go to a rail and the 9's still hanging. But yeah, this will be 3 consecutive break and runs by these two players. They've both figured out the break right in time to make this probably the best match that we've seen to this point on the stream table in the tournament. And, you know, it's as it should be as we get later in this tournament. Well, with these being 2 of the final 4 undefeated players in this bracket.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I couldn't tell if Joey was like flicking the bracelet that he has on, or if he's like giving that fist bump.
I think that was a little bit of a fist bump there.
That was a little pump right there, man. He's feeling it. Couple break and runs, you know.
I love that. And, you know, there's no showmanship in that. It's just a little bit of a pump. He had been feeling some nerves, but he's like, okay, we're rolling now. I mean, got the break going, back-to-back break and runs. And just when you break and run and then your opponent breaks and runs and then you answer back with the next one, like, that's a good feeling. You know, you're just really high level of pool we're watching right now.
Well, I think there's a lot that happens in the psyche there. You know, you always hear about people playing down to their opponent, but a lot of people don't always talk about how the same thing happens the other direction. You know, you have to play up to your opponent as well, and if your opponent's breaking and running, then it forces you to focus up and deliver the same game. Otherwise, you just get steamrolled. And
oh yeah, these guys are feeding off of each other's energy right now. This is a very, very good match. Both these guys don't want to give anything up here. Both really want to get to that hot seat, lock in that top 3 finish, and have a chance to play Shane Van Boning for the hot seat.
So Rafael still breaking from the same spot here, so keep your eyes on the purple 4. That purple 4 is going to hopefully find its way to the side pocket. It's been pretty consistent here. These guys got it all dialed in. Rafael does a little dab of baby powder.
Somebody with a comment or a question in the comments there. I know a Brian Jones. I'm not familiar with Ryan Jones. If you are referring to Brian Jones, he is still on the scene.
4 in the side.
Cue ball kicked around a little bit here, but he is right on top of the 1. And there's a chance he can play this 1-9. I don't know. The 9 does not look very good as far as prospects of making it in the side as we're viewing it right now. And this is that spot where, you know, back-to-back-to-back break and runs, and then all of a sudden you have to step back and play a safety. You really don't want to, but, you know, it's the right shot. You have to take your medicine and come up with a good shot here.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, great shots can win games, but safeties will win championships. And neither one of these players are going to be a stranger to that concept. So, where do you think he's hiding this cue ball? Do you think he's going to? You think he runs the cue ball down table?
Yeah, I think so. He's going to kind of move the 1 towards the 5, above the 5, but towards that cluster a little bit, and then go down using the 3 and the 6 here. This is a very effective safety. He got the speed pretty good with both balls.
He did, and he was smart enough to play the cue ball to the rail first and let it come down table.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification there. I do not know Ryan Jones, but again, I haven't really been in the competitive pool scene here very long. You know, getting into competitive pool pretty seriously about 5 years ago or so. So a lot of the older players, I would not be the guy to ask about. I'm sure Curtis Branker would know if he was here with us right now. And this one's going to go in the corner. So this will be Rafael's option, and there's a good chance he'll give this right back. Didn't even get out of his chair.
I don't know. I don't see him taking this one.
He actually did stand up. He decides he's going to come over and give it a look. He might have the right edge of this ball if he wants to take a safety on. I don't know. He's going to really give it a look and figure out if it's an advantageous play to take this on.
Yay. Let's see here.
It's tough to give it back if you have an edge against another good player, you know?
I do agree with you.
Man, it really looks like he doesn't have it from there. The other angle, I think he has the edge, but even if he does have the edge, it's a pretty tricky safety here, Josh.
I see his eyes bouncing all around the table here. He's weighing all of his options. I'm sure he's probably already thought of every which way he could attack this ball here. If he goes to the top of your screen here, he has a chance to make it in the corner or the side pocket. There's always a chance for things to get safe. If he wants to thin it through the little window, that's always an option as well. But you're bringing the 10 ball into play there, so I think it might be kind of hard to get the cue ball hidden. After it all depends on what happens after contact. So, you know what? He's going to be gearing up right down your shot here, Jeremy.
You got to kind of tickle this and go behind the 10. I don't love it. I almost want to give this back. I'd be very surprised if we saw him take a kick on. If he needs to kick at this ball, he's going to give it back.
Yeah, I mean, he's already lined up for this shot a couple of times and just reset, making sure he's comfortable. This time looks like it's the one. Oh, wow, look at that. He goes for the cross corner.
Yeah, and it's going to roll pretty good for him.
Yeah, it really did. He banked it a little long there.
Yeah, Andy Lincoln there in the chat is the perfect guy to talk about the history books too with there. Appreciate that little bit of history lesson on the player we're talking about in the comments right now. Meanwhile, back at the table, big spot in this match. Joey Korziak was able to break and run his last two racks, leads 7-6 over Rafael DeBrail here. Home stretch of this match. This is a huge rack. Joey trying to get to the hill, up 8-6. Rafael trying to draw level at 7. Both these players just trying to...
Oh, man.
Did he kick it in again?
Did he call it? Oh.
You have to think he called it there.
He got so close.
Yeah, I would imagine he definitely called that ball in that pocket the way he was kicking at it. And in this format, you kind of call an offensive play on every shot unless you know you're just rolling a safety and nothing scaring a pocket. But with this WPA format, call pocket, option to give back on an illegally pocketed ball, there's no reason to ever not call an offensive shot. If you slop something in, it's going to be the other player's option, so you might as well be the guy making the decisions.
You're exactly right, but we've definitely seen a few times this match where people have given up ball in hand. Look, you see them like, what, are you kidding me?
Oh, my gosh.
Yep, just slow rolled right across to the 5-ball there.
Yeah, and you turn the fan back on, so...
I told you, man, that thing is powerful. We need to, whatever brand this is, we need to talk to them about a sponsorship, man. They're gonna sell it immediately.
Yeah, the cue ball really sprung out of that corner a lot different. So a lot of times when the balls are real tight to a corner pocket on the diamonds, you have to really gauge how the cue ball is going to come off the rail because it can grab some of the high spin and kind of hug the rail a little bit before it comes back out. It did not do that there. It sprung off that rail.
He aims down into it to be able to control the cue ball.
And hits it dead weight. Dead weight on this safety.
It's such a cool shot. He loves to hit this shot. I've seen him do it like 5 times in this tournament alone, and this is the first time I've watched him play in person. And he hits that very well. He's able to gauge the speed off of those shots pretty consistently.
Pretty good chance for Joey to play a slow version of the kick and stick here. Some spin, full into the back face of the 5-ball and bank it up table. Just like that. That's exactly what you're playing there.
Is almost very well executed. Unfortunately, the angle on the 5 going up table makes it leak out. He stuck the cue ball like a champion, but unfortunately, this 5-ball has a clear path to the corner pocket. And Rafael's going to have to decide how he wants to play the 6 ball here. Let's take another look at the overhead.
Yeah, I think you'll see him stun out come 2 rails into the big gap between the 9 and the 7. Oh no, I've got my balls mixed up. I'm looking at the 7 as the 6 there. Haven't done that in a while, but I did it finally.
Yeah, right. As soon as somebody was talking about it in the chat, they planted the seed.
So is that with like a reverse commentator's jinx?
Yeah, so look, he comes down table, ends up rolling a little far here. I don't think he was trying to get all the way this deep. I think he was trying to get the 6 inside there.
Still has that if he wants. Also has the back cut to the corner if he wants. Gonna have to navigate the cue ball, flirting with a 9 if he does play the back cut to the corner.
Well, he was, he's definitely eyeballing this back cut here.
And he can drag it over to the rail and take the 9 completely out of play. I was referring to rolling it in,
yeah,
but he doesn't have to. He can drag it over.
He's stun drawing this over for the 7 in the lower side pocket right here. He's gonna come 2 rails out. Never mind.
Yeah, just a little bit more of a natural pace the way he hit it, and he had a lot of pockets for the 7 there. He just really wanted to make sure he got that 6 ball down.
I love it. Literally almost after every shot, he like if he has to walk to get chalk, he'll be looking up at the TV and rewatching a shot. It's kind of fun. That's got to be torturous if you butcher a ball. You look up and you see yourself miss it twice. But it might be double the confidence. You look up and see yourself make it twice.
Yeah,
it's kind of fun.
So right in line, big favor. Oh my God!
Man, uncharacteristic miss there. Oh, what a catastrophic miss too, man. Joey is
wow.
He's got some momentum right now. He's hitting them good.
Yeah, the last 2 breaks have been perfect. He's run out both of them, and this to get to the hill and to have the break.
Yeah, man, this is looking fantastic for Joey right here. Let's hope he can capitalize. He's hitting them smart.
A little bit of inside information. Joey almost didn't get in here. He was on the list, but got stuck in traffic on his way down from New York. Almost missed the players meeting, but he was able to get here in time to play, and taken full advantage of that. One of the last 3 undefeated players, and on the hill needs 1 more rack to advance to the hot seat match where he would take on the awaiting Shane Van Boning.
Yeah, this is going to be a much anticipated match, guys. Make sure you smash that thumbs up button on YouTube, hit the like button, hit the share button. Let everybody know that we are live. Every time you interact with the live stream, whether it's commenting on YouTube, hitting the thumbs up button, you're showing the algorithm that more people should see us. They'll push it out to the rest of the world, guys, so go ahead and support BSN, support the sport of pool, support all these players. Hit that thumbs up button. While Joey's racking these balls, let me see if I can't get the flyer for the next upcoming event here. Bam, there we go. The next DYNASPHERES Cup 8-ball championship. We're already up to 1,500 added. It's going to be true double elimination race to 7 both sides, held here at Center Pocket, same venue that we are at. You guys now know what to expect. We're playing on all new diamond tables. Brand new diamond platinum DYNASPHERES on every table.
Yeah.
We know a lot of events have a great set of balls on the TV table, and then you're shooting with the house balls on every other table. And we wanted to aim for the highest level of competitive integrity possible, and we were able to create a great partnership with DYNASPHERES and be able to bring you guys the DYNASPHERES Cup. I mean, what can I say? That's pretty much it.
The other match in play right now, knotted at 3-3 between Shane Wolford and Kevin West, one of the 7th, 8th matches. Not sure if we'll get the hot seat match after this or Matt Craw versus the loser of this match. Could be either. No word on that yet. That'll be up to Jake and Josh there. And tournament director Steve Fleming, I suppose. And that would be one of your 5th, 6th matches there. Loser of this versus Matt Craw. And Derek Daya in the other 5th, 6th slot, awaiting the winner of Kevin West versus Shane Wolford. And as you all well know, Shane Van Boning awaits in the hot seat match for the winner of this match. Those are the 7 players remaining in this tournament. Mark Nanishe, the latest player eliminated, out and tied for 7th. Very, very strong run by him. Rafael's got to be very happy to be back at the table with another chance after the way Joey broke the last 2 racks. We actually haven't changed the score yet, but Joey is on the hill leading 8-6. And Rafael, by no means out of this, has to get out here, has to control his own serve and fade another break from Joey if it gets to hill. Getting a little ahead of ourselves there. Let's see. He does not, I don't think, have this ball cleanly in the corner, does he? I can't tell from this angle. Yeah, he might be having to spin this off the rail just a hair.
Yeah, I think the danger is going to be the back of this 9 ball here. He's going to have to, if you hit the 4 ball first and then the spin catches the rail, there we go, gets behind the 9.
I think he did play that cleanly.
Oh man, just runs out of juice.
Yeah, meaning contact on the 4 before the rail there. I couldn't tell if he had any of the ball to do that or if he had to play it off the rail.
Yeah, I think that was the only way he was going to get behind the 9 there, because if you hit the rail first with that outside spin, even though the cue ball is spinning to the far left, it caroms off the 4 ball, which changes the tangent line and sends that ball directly at the back of the 9. So he needed to hit the 4 solid there, and he ends up playing this beautifully. How's that?
Yeah, I was actually just saying I couldn't quite tell if he could see the 4 to play the 4 first.
I got you. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
But obviously he still didn't get quite the cue ball that he wanted, and plays a safety here, but it looks like Joey might actually have an edge of this. Might have a lot of this ball, actually.
Oh man, he had enough to make that ball. Look at this though.
Yeah, I don't think it was a good angle to go into the side pocket from.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I didn't even realize he could see. I think he could see that ball.
Yeah, he was trying to play safe there. Not a terrible result. The 5 is pocketable for sure. He's looking to see if he can go 3 rails. Man, I'd be surprised if he takes that. Oh no, I'm sorry. That's twice in a row the 6-7 has got me. And I did really good with it for a while there. I need another.
Wake up, get you some coffee, man.
Need another coffee or something.
Yeah, that's why we got the ball tracker on the bottom of the screen there. KB says, thanks for the stream, hey. It's not a problem at all. We really appreciate you being here. Best way to thank us is hit that thumbs up button. I know it might sound cheeky or cliche, but I promise you it really is the best way to help us out. Every time you guys hit that thumbs up button, you're telling YouTube that you like the content this channel puts out, and it boosts us in the algorithm so it gets pushed out to more people. So thank you guys for being here. I hope you guys are enjoying the Billiard Sports Network.
I hung up another ball.
What an effort on that 5 ball there. Look, the 9 ball rolls up and possibly takes away the corner. It's kind of hard to tell, but
yeah, I don't think it goes.
Might have to manufacture something off of this 5 ball here.
Yeah, it will go to the same pocket he's playing in now, though.
Might just be an easy carom to the 9 ball, or the 6 goes.
Yes, I think he's lined up for the safe, unless we're really deceived and that passes the 9.
He's staring at it for a second, so let's see.
Yeah, it looks like it goes from here. Just play this to the outside of the pocket. You're going to hit a hair on the thick side compared to, you're not going to hit the center pocket. And it's pretty natural to go up table for the 7. He's still going to have to negotiate position for the 8. There is a decent area to land in about where the cue ball is now on the short side. The 8 passes behind the 9. You see, he did just play that 6 all the way to the outside of the pocket.
Oh wow, look at this speed. He hit that pretty well. Yeah, the next junior event's going to be towards the end of September there. Thank you, Andy Lincoln, 25th through the 26th. Grayson looking to get his own banner on the wall up there like his brother. He told me that earlier today. He said, I'm definitely getting a banner. Oh my goodness.
How did he hit this?
Oh my.
What a ballsy shot, first of all.
Oh my.
he just played to an unbelievably tight window and hit the dead nuts perfect on the speed. That was the match shot right there.
Yeah, that was fantastic. And you know what? To have done it on the hill,
match ball.
How beautiful! What an ending of this set. Joey's going to take a last shot down the sight line of this 10 ball here.
And I was surprised that he even attempted to get to that side of the 8, and he hit it so perfect with the speed.
Wow, very well played. Let's take another look at that shot there, guys. That was unbelievable. Oh, wait. This ain't it.
This is not the one.
It did the thing where it jumped back a couple replays again. Hey, you know what? You're going to watch this one again while I queue up the...
Yeah, we got to get another look at that shot. That was one of the best shots we've seen, especially for the spot that he hit it in, to really get on the 8 and put the nail in the coffin there.
That was unbelievable there. Let's see if I can get this instant replay queued up for you. What a set. All right, let's see what match is going to be coming to you guys next.
Yeah, you're either going to get Rafael DeBreo against Matt Craw or Joey Korziak against Shane Van Boning.
Check out the speed on this, man. Comes in 3 rails all the way across the table into a very, very small window to have perfect shape on the 8.
That was unbelievable.
For the set. Well played, Joey. Well played.
I have a feeling Steve's going to want to play that 5th, 6th match with them both being a race to 9 before the hot seat match. But I don't know for sure. He could do either. It'll be up to him.
Yeah, let me see what we're doing up next, guys. Give me just 1 second. I know SVB's...
Shane's already at the table, so that might tell you something.
Yeah, I think...
yeah.
I think we have our answer. Either way, I'm still going to stand up and stretch my legs. Appreciate you guys for tuning in. It won't be very long. We'll have our next match started. Sit tight.
PremierBilliards.com. Exceptional cues, cases, and accessories from top-tier brands. Want it? Need it? Find it. PremierBilliards.com.
If you've been dreaming of having the best food for you and your family, now's your chance. Introducing East Coast Prime. Whether you're craving our double colossal red Alaskan crab legs, our black African lobster tail, or our Wagyu beef, you'll fall in love with our food from the moment you taste it. Mouth-watering burgers, prime center-cut filet, wild-caught salmon, prime-cut New York strip and ribeye. We also have chicken, lamb, and pork. At East Coast Prime, we only sell the best products, and we sell it for less than our competition. The best part is, we'll bring it to you. Free delivery right to your door, or you can order from our website and we'll ship it to you. We have packages for everyone, and if we don't, we'll make you a custom package to fit your needs. Isn't it time that your family eats like kings and queens? Call us at 570-903-4095 or check us out on the web at eastcoast-prime.com.
All right, guys, welcome back. This is going to be your hot seat match. Shane Van Boning first Joey Korziak. It's Jake Lawson in the booth. You're watching BSN, the Billiard Sports Network. I'm joined by Jeremy Mason and my partner Josh Setterfield, who will be in here momentarily. Man, it's been a great weekend of pool.
Yeah, no shock to see SVB here in the hot seat match, trying to get to the lock-it position into the final here. Not sure how many people would have picked Joey Korziak's name out of this field. You're not necessarily...
I would have.
Not surprised to see him there, but not necessarily one of the local favorites, but certainly more than capable of the type of pool that he's put together to be here. Very deserving of the opportunity to play Shane in this match, and looking to put some heat on him. We've seen a couple guys get close in the middle parts of matches with Shane here to this point, and nobody really able to get toe-to-toe with him in the later stages of a match and see a little bit of heat on him, you know?
Yeah, I have been around Korziak a lot over the last few years, and man, I was happy because he was on the wait list and he was able to get in. And I remember sending him a text message, and I said to him, I said, a lot of people aren't really going to know who you are. I said, they're going to know who you are after this event, because I've seen him play. I know how he is. So to me, there's no surprise. And he definitely grinded that last match out against DeBreo.
Yeah, and that was one of the best matches we've got to see on the TV table so far. Both players played at a pretty high level, with the exception of a few early match errors, but towards the end of the match, both guys were breaking the balls good and playing really high-level pool, and it came down to Rafael hanging one ball.
Oh, wow, man. He hit that like a diamond and a half up on the rail, and it still went in. New cloth, very accepting.
Shane Wolford, a 7-5 lead over Kevin West in the other 7th-8th match. Matt Craw already defeated Mark Nanashe to advance into the 5th-6th match. He has already started his match with Rafael DeBreo for one of the 5th-6th place matches. 7 players still grinding it out here at the DYNASPHERES 10-ball championship here. Three rails around, across the line, but going to hit this last rail here and be dead straight in on the 10. Perfect shape. That'll be 1-0. Shane up on the board first. And one of the good things you like going into this match is that Joey really figured out the break on this table in the latter stages of that last match. Looked for him to continue that here.
Yeah.
Sydney in the comments asks, is this guy a pro? Well, Sydney, you tell us in the comments what a pro is, and then we'll let you know. But he is a 715 Fargo. That's a pro caliber player, in my opinion.
You know, it's funny because I was looking back at my messages with Joey, and once he confirmed that he was coming and got his entry in, you know, and I told him, I said, I can't wait to watch you, you know, take some of these guys out, you know, like just because I knew, and I was talking to him outside a little earlier after one of his other earlier matches, and you know, I was just thanking him for coming down, and I didn't know if he played a lot of bar table pool, which he typically doesn't. And he said, but you know, I've been playing pool for a very long time, so I don't like it, but I can do it.
Yeah, I think it's a much more 9-foot action up in the New York area for the most part. But
yeah,
most of the time it's easier for the guys to go from the 9 to the 7 than the other way around. So, and actually, Sydney says in the comments he was actually referring to SVB, asking if he was a pro. Was a little bit of a joke.
Yeah, I mean, there's
Shane tries to play the cross side bank shot on the 1 there. Did not get it down, but the cue ball managed to find cover on the 3. Joey will be at the table. Looks like he's playing an intentional foul here, the 3 onto the back of the 1. Yeah, so intentional foul there from Joey. Doesn't manage to get the 3 all the way onto the back of the 1, but still pretty effective here. Shane has the ball in hand. He's got to decide how he wants to play this. I don't know if the 1 will pass the 3 to play a pretty simple safety shot. Actually, Shane might be looking to play the cue onto the point of the side pocket here, I think. He is. That's exactly what he was doing. That's very, very locked down there.
Wow.
And Joey's just going to have a 2-rail kick out of the corner pocket there to try to hit a very small target on the 1. I actually just looked at playing it off the other point to come back at it, but he will play the 2-railer.
Woohoo! Take 5.
Yeah, this would be a much bigger target if he could go catch the 3rd rail. Yeah, he looked at going off the point a couple times.
I thought, wow, is he going to go on the point here? That's going to be... Yeah, he's come 3 rails and... Oh.
He massaged a little bit too much because he was elevated, queuing off that point there, and the ball just swerved so much on this brand new cloth there that he got into the far point of the corner pocket and didn't get out. Didn't miss his target by much on that shot. But that was a difficult spot. And he actually saw an intentional foul the shot before that, so he is on 2, and Shane will be looking to figure out how to close this rack on this shot right here.
Yeah, I mean, especially this early in the match, 1-0. I mean, talk about the mental aspect of putting somebody on 3 fouls early in the match. Oh, devastating.
Sydney, I misspoke. The 7-11 was actually his opponent, Rafael in the last match. Joey is a 7-15, but close enough. Yeah, very, very strong player. Right at that pro level. Top pros there, but very, very capable player here. I think Shane's going to thin this ball with some inside and just go straight across using the 3. Just like that. This is locked down here. There is not a 2-railer here. Wow, I don't even know what you can try here. You might have... The point shot is not there.
Man, did he just look to see if he could squeeze this in between the 2 and 3?
Yeah, I mean, there's a window for it.
And the only other option he would have would be to jack up, go past the 10, and try to spin it all the way back.
I mean, you got to hit this dead perfect. Nope.
No, no, that's going to be a 3 foul. 2-0 lead for Shane Van Boning.
He said, I'm good, right? Don't let me rack these balls if I'm not good.
He said, you are good.
Good to go.
You are good, Mr. Van Boning.
Like a Crunch Wrap Supreme.
Yeah, and there you see the risk involved when you choose to take an intentional foul against a player that moves as well as Shane Van Boning.
Yeah, we talked about that with Rafael because he was fearlessly taking that first foul.
And he played him good, too. Every single time he hit it just the way he needed to. But you got to pick your spots with it. When the table's clustered up, it's a lot harder to do it. If you're creating the first cluster on the table with the intentional foul, there's a little bit less risk involved. But against a player like Shane, it might not matter anyways. He's going to figure out a way to lock you down and get you on the second foul.
Hey, got a question from Cindy again. Does Joey play DCC? If you're referring to the Derby City Classic, I don't believe I've been down there for I think the last 5 years, and I haven't seen Joey down there. He's got a family, he's got kids.
I think
mostly up in New Jersey, so.
I do believe I saw him in the pro event at the Expo the last time the Expo was held, and I'm sure he's played at Turning Stone up in New York. I would think. I mean, that's a guess, actually, on my part, but I would think he has.
I don't know if he has. Definitely at the Expo. I haven't seen him in 5 years at DCC. Well, we got somebody that said that he does play DCC, so I haven't seen him down there, but, there's a ton of people down there, of course. But it was funny because what I was saying earlier about Joey when I was outside talking to him, and I was just thanking him for coming down, and just, I was just letting him know that I really enjoy his game. And we've talked a couple times when I've been up in New York. And, and I said to him, I said, man, I just knew you were going to play great down here. And he says, these guys keep underestimating me, and he's like, I like it that way, actually. And so just a humble guy, he really is a great guy. Just a little background there on Joey K.
A little inside.
Yeah,
the player.
I don't know that it's necessarily underestimating, more as just, not really knowing who the guy is. A lot of the times the favorites in this tournament are either a huge name like a Shane Van Boning or some of the guys that are more local that you expect to be, in contention at all these tournaments, the Brett Stottlemyers and Sean Wilkies of the world. Guys like Joey Korziak. Seems like almost every one of these tournaments that we have, big tournaments like this, the Maryland State events, there's some guy that sneaks in there that, not a surprise on paper that he plays as well as he does, but maybe a little bit more unknown to the players in the area.
Sure. Yeah, good point.
He's going to come up short on this.
Short, but he played it two ways.
Yep. Smart shot there by SVB.
And there's not a real great kick here. I think you might be seeing a jump here from Joey. He does have the one rail going straight up table, but basically the only good result would be the make. So I look for a jump here. And of course I say that because there's just such a big area between, a pretty full hit on the 1 and the only cover ball being the 10, 3 feet away from it. So
you see he just jumped mass 8 that ball.
That was a pretty impressive little play there. Good hit on the 1. He was able to get a little bit of a containing shot out of it. Full view of the 1 for Shane, so look for a pretty good return safety here. I think what he just looked at there was to see if he could get up a 3-rail path into the back of the 9-8 with the cue. I don't know, and I think maybe now he's looking to see if that cue would pass the 2 on that play.
I wonder if he's just going to bank the 1 up table 2 rails and put the 1 behind it. Or you think he's going to go 3 rails with the cue?
I don't know. I think the 6 is in a huge position for the 3-railer going up with the cue ball.
Yeah.
I don't love that play.
Because he's kind of got the natural angle to kind of bank it back up, and I think it's when he was laying his cue on the table, that's what I was wondering. And
this would be a pretty simple shot. You're kind of just lagging it at the 2 ball, I guess, on the bank and letting your cue ball travel over using the 6 as a little bit of a blocker.
Yeah, I think he goes the other way with the cue
No,
ball.
that is exactly the shot that he played.
Perfect. Look at this. I don't know that 1 ball has a chance to find a pocket here, so he's going to be playing for a good hit and hopefully get it safe.
He either sees the edge or he can definitely easily spin rail first at this 1 ball. Chance to get safe. I think contact with the 2 will help the 1 stay in a position close to where it's at now, and the cue has a chance to find cover or at least contain it. Yeah, you're right. Going straight towards the corner. That was a great call, Josh. It was tracking right in that direction, but did not go down, and he did get the hook.
Look at that. He did.
Somebody was asking about Kevin's Fargo rating. He's at 706. Of course, he's locked up right now with Shane Wolford. Shane leads 8-7.
And I think Shane Wolford's Fargo is right around that same range as well.
Yeah. Very even match over there. Matt Crawl out early, 2-1 over Rafael DeBreo. So, update on the matches currently going on. Oh man, he's counting the diamonds. I like it.
Yeah, Yeah, I got a lot of guys chiming in the comments with the conversation we were having about, you know, what is a pro. I tend to agree with that last comment a little bit. I think if you really wanted to be competitive on if we were to have a true professional tour, you'd probably want to be up between 750 and 775 to really be in the competitive range for a professional level. That's a good point. I have a hard time arguing with that at all.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's always been that kind of thing, like where do they fall in? How do you categorize it? And I saw one person's comment said, you know, pros don't have a day job. You know, I think it is a mix, you know, between, you know, where their Fargo hits, if it's their full-time job. I think a lot of those things come into play, but you know, ultimately that's one of the things that we always debate is that there's no real concrete answer to that.
I don't know if I've ever actually shared my opinion on that, but I'll keep it very brief. In my mind, the definition has dramatically changed over the last couple decades because there's just different amounts of money in the scene. You know, how many players do you think are actually out there making a livable wage off of, you know, contracted sponsorships or tournament earnings? You know, so to me, it's whether or not it's your full-time, your only gig, kind of depends on how much money you're comfortable living on. So I think it has to be a mixture of the skill, assessing the skill level, as well as, you know, what you're actually making off the sport, because the amounts of money just vary so much. I think it has to be a mixture of both right now. Yeah,
and I think there's a very subtle intricacy in the difference between saying, are you a professional player or do you play at a professional level?
Yeah, that's a very, very valid point. It's all in the context. So look at this one ball, man. I think there's a tiny gap in between the 1 and the 3 here.
I wouldn't be shocked to see him kick the other way. That's what he's looking at right now to get a real good chance to kind of lag at this and get safety with the cue locking up on the back of the 3 here.
Yeah, look, there's just enough of a window for him to kiss this one ball out from behind the 3. Oh, wow.
He hit it dead perfect. And these have been, so the beginning of this match has been the cleanest safety play that we've seen even from Shane Van Boning to this point in the tournament. You could tell that he's kind of locked in more so than he has been. The last couple matches we've seen him freewheel a little bit, kind of things have gone not easy necessarily, but he's come to the table with a lot of open looks, just been running out.
Joey returned that so well. Look, he married him to the back of the 2 ball, sent the 1 ball all the way down the table.
That was an awesome shot by Joey there. So, and this is a way worse position than Joey was just in. So outstanding play there from Joey. So
creeping up on getting close to 1,000 people enjoying the stream right now, guys. Go ahead and keep hitting that thumbs up. Let the YouTube algorithm know that we're here. Hit that share button. Let your friends know.
Wow, that was an incredibly difficult kick to judge there. He was hitting straight into the rail. He actually had to play a little bit of check to try to shorten it up coming into the second rail. And it caught the far point of the side pocket. Bad hit. Ball in hand for Joey Korziak.
Okay.
That's me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up, dude?
That's me right there.
You're famous.
I'm in the chat too.
I want to be in the chat. I want to be everywhere. Good speed here.
Yeah, you know, there's a little bit of a cluster near the side pocket, but this rack is pretty wide open. The 6 goes in the side. You can lag forward for the 7 into the corner. Everything's pretty wide open here. And going from the 4 to the 6, you don't mind having a pretty steep angle on the 4. You won't even try to spin over, I don't think, for the 4 at all. You're just coming straight down the table. Take your cut angle to come across for the 6 in the side.
Like somebody in the comments said he should 3-foul Shane back.
I know, right?
How great would that be?
I would love it.
And good luck.
Talk about making it entertaining. Yeah, I know, right? Good luck actually effectively pulling that off.
Looks like he wants to spin this and come around a couple rails here into the shot line. Actually got to come just across the line, which is fine. He'll be able to just travel forward with the cue ball into the gap between the 9 and the rail for the 7 in the corner. Has to make sure to get an angle on the 7. Either angle is fine. He looked like he wanted to lay this on the rail, take the back cut to come out for the 8 again. That's exactly what he's done. A little bit of a stun draw here. He needs the cue ball. When I say stun draw, he's going to hit this a little bit more of a punchy kind of stroke. Needs the cue ball to slide on the angle more than it draws back. He might be going forward, actually, now that I look at his cueing. It was tough to tell there. He looked like he had some high inside on that. But the overhead shot, you can't quite tell the cueing action for the players sometimes.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to gauge whether they're high or low on the overhead. He had just a little bit of outside, just below, probably half a tip below center there. I was staring right down the barrel of the gun.
Well, we just heard some clapping on the outside table. Shane Wolford, 9-7 winner over Kevin West.
Good for him.
So Shane Wolford still in. I love it. We could just see a Shane rematch
I think
in the final. I mean, how crazy would that be?
I think it has to happen.
Yeah, another good deep run for Kevin West. We're never surprised to see that. One of the best local players. Yeah. Another Delaware guy. Class act. Love to see him go deep in all these tournaments. Really fun player to be around and watch play. So shout out to him. Tied for 7th.
Joey Korziak on the board. Shane Van Boning still leading 2-1.
And Shane Wolford advances to play Derek Daya in the 2nd, 5th, 6th match. All right, chance to get another look here at Joey's break. We pointed out that he had figured it out the end of the last match. The first one we saw from him in this match did not quite go the way he wanted. So let's see how he does here. Two to 1. Shane Van Boning leads over Joey Korziak. This is the hot seat match here at the DYNASPHERES Cup 10-ball championship here at the new Center Pocket in Bowie, Maryland. Big shout out to the venue here. It's an awesome place to play pool. I'm loving here. My first time being here. I've really enjoyed myself all weekend. Beautiful equipment, great service from the staff. So shout out to those guys. Check them out if you haven't already.
Oh, he's got a ball down.
Wow, what a weird layout here from Joey on the break. And I think again he'll have Steve come over and mark this 4-ball to move the magic rack, or the template rack here by DYNASPHERES.
Steve.
Watching to see if Joey was looking for that rack to be moved. He didn't even make eye contact with me, so I think he's probably okay for now.
Yeah, he might play this ball in the next one and then ask.
Yeah, here we go.
This 3-ball looks real tight to pass the 5 into the corner from this angle. Because of that, he may elect to roll this in and take the 4 in the side pocket. I don't know. That might be hairy too. I don't know if quite the angle he has going towards the 5 with the cue. We'll see if I can get a better look at the angle once Steve gets this ball marked up and out of the way.
Little cool bar marker there. It says the DYNASPHERES Cup on it, made by my friend Lee Smith out there in Canada. Cool little feature he sent down for me for this event. Appreciate it, Lee, if you're watching.
Now, if he has more room than I'm thinking here, I'll definitely just draw this cue ball back like a foot or so and play the 4 in the other corner. And he did try to rub it in off the rail and roll forward, and he did not get the ball to fall. And Shane has a window past the 8. You can see the full ball here. A little bit of a letdown there from Joey. I think he could have got that ball a little cleaner. He definitely needed to brush the rail, but he got a little bit more of it than he needed to there. This is a tricky little position play that Shane's about to play here. I think he wants to just draw straight past the 5, above the 4 for the corner pocket over there. But it can be tricky to beat this point, just trying to draw straight up and not hit the point here on the rail. Wow, and it was so tricky that he just rolls it in and takes a really crazy looking shot, but he's about straight in for the 4 ball in the side pocket, cueing out of the pocket, which of course is a smaller deal on a diamond table than it is on any other piece of equipment you'll ever play on. This is a real flat surface to put your hand on and bridge up. You play on some of the other table manufacturers and you're elevated quite a bit coming out of a pocket like this.
Yeah, it's like you don't have enough room in there.
Yeah, and some of the manufacturers have a little metal plate around the backside of the corner pocket that gets you jacked up a little bit. So he was straight in on that ball, pulls it back out a little bit. He's got the 5 in the corner. I think he'll draw up above the 10-9 for the 6 here. Oh, can he see the 6? Wow, that was...
Dude, he has played for this size of a window like 4 times.
Everybody was
rampaging in the chat earlier about whether or not it was luck. If you're still wondering if this man is getting lucky on this position, this is literally like the 5th time he's played for like this.
Well, I think
I can't believe that I can't believe he got it in that window.
I mean, just to know that is a possibility there, and then to play the stop. It was just a stop shot. But
yeah.
I would have never even looked to see if that went through there.
Look at this shot, all the way up and back down. Absolutely perfect.
No, but the shot that you're referring to, Josh, was definitely luck.
No, I'm not talking about the 3 ball.
Okay.
I'm talking, he's literally played that window like 5 times.
In this run out, yeah, he's played some very...
The last match, everything.
Yeah.
Like, that window has been hit with precision.
Yeah,
There was the lucky 3 ball where he ran into the back of the 5 and he ended up getting position on the 3.
I think that was the only one everyone was killing him for.
That was luck.
And of course, we pointed out at the time that your Derek Daya sitting in the chair like, okay, this guy's at 840 and he gets a roll like that.
Right, yeah. You don't want to see that. Oh, that's great.
I thought it was illegal for that to happen.
Hey,
There should be a
big
rule.
shout. I see NBL National Billiards League up in there. Ed Ladawi up in New Jersey. Thanks for joining us again on the stream. Throw this up in Sandcastle. I know you're in Sandcastle.
Oh yeah, you got to
throw this up on the big screen, brother.
Yeah, take a picture and tag us on it on Facebook. I love to see how people like to watch the stream. I mean, the coolest one, I think I still might have it in here.
Oh yeah, you gotta look at this. I mean, look at these guys. This is the championship fabric. Mega bus.
They had there was, at one point in time during the hot match that was going on, there was like 30-40 people out there. It was basically like tailgating, but for pool. It was one of the coolest experiences ever out there.
The little Bambino in the picture there. That's Shane Jackson.
Oh yeah, there's a pretty. Oh, that's not the button I'm looking for. There's a pretty funny video on YouTube right now that may or may not be from the Megabus going around YouTube or Facebook.
Josh, you just mentioned people taking a picture and tagging you guys up on Facebook of how they're watching it. That'd be sweet to just start a slideshow. Keep that one that you have already and just start throwing pictures up there of people in different places watching the BSN feed wherever they're at.
I love that idea, actually.
We have a notebook.
I love it on the spot. I love it on the spot. If you're watching BSN right now, take a picture. Send a PM with your picture.
No, post it and tag us. That way everybody else can see it too.
Oh yeah, post it and tag us.
And
Great idea.
On our Facebook. And
and you could be featured in the live stream in a slideshow.
That's
I
pretty
don't know
cool.
if it'll let them tag BSN. I know
It's a Facebook page, correct?
Yeah, because it's a public.
Yeah, they can
group.
tag.
Yeah, they can tag a page. Yeah.
Josh has been here for too long. It's okay.
How many hours is that?
It's been a long time if Josh starts asking us tech questions.
I know, right? He's like, wait a minute, is this possible?
Jake, I think I've officially hit overtime.
Yeah, no kidding.
I think we're getting paid time and a half.
Hey, that's all right. I like it.
What's 1.5 times 0?
It's always 0.
Free.
Exactly.
Is that how? Did I say that right? I don't know.
You nailed it. Proud of you.
Oh my gosh.
I appreciate that. I don't know if I said it as well as I said pot, but
let's see. All right, I'm a couple balls behind here, guys. Sorry, we got excited on And the new idea here, I do love that idea. 3-ball goes down without a hitch, but he's pretty steep on this 6 here.
Yeah, I kind of think he thought he would brush that 6-ball a hair and bump up above it still.
Exactly right.
Oh, we got one guy saying Mick Barton done, tagged. I love it. Love it, guys. Keep it coming.
Getting a lot of good engagement in the comment sections for this match here. Love to see that starting to blow up a little bit. I don't know about you guys, but as a streamer myself, the commentary gets a lot more fun when you got a lot of guys talking to you in the comment section. Gotta love that.
Absolutely. We love to engage, that's for sure. Especially after 12 hours.
Shane's really studying this 6-ball here. He really doesn't like his position, and I don't blame him. Let's see what he came up with. Unfortunately, didn't get the 8 as a blocker as intended.
Oh yeah, the score actually is not right. Thank you for that. Shane Van Boning leads 3-1 over Joey Korziak, who did not get that one up yet. Appreciate the feedback there in the comments. Thanks for that. Joey right in line here. Actually caught the point a little bit there, but that's fine. He just didn't get across the line for the 7 now, so we'll have to deal with getting from the 7 to the 8. With the 8 hanging, he still could just roll forward here.
I think you have to roll forward here, or you know.
And plenty of room to go a couple rails and get back for the 9. Go around the 10 is still fine.
Yeah, there's no problem here for Korziak.
Don't have to go around the 10. You can actually go steeper into the corner and back out to the near side of the 10.
Chris England, yes, from Lynchburg, Virginia. Down there, the Clubhouse Bar and Billiards, one of our sponsors with Premier Billiards as well. Tuning in live from his basement. He didn't even tag us, he texted me personally.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So you're getting the personal shout out, Chris England. Love you, buddy. Thank you for your support. Rick is here sweating this match right in front of me. It's a nice basement, man. Looks very much like mine.
Sorry about that, AC. To answer your question, there are 6 players total remaining in this tournament. Both matches, 5th through 6th, are going on the outer tables right now. Matt Craw versus Rafael DeBreo, and Derek Daya versus Shane Wolford.
Just saw your text.
Oh.
That's great. Old Steve Fleming, tournament director.
Pulls it back to 3-2 here, trailing by 1 rack. And I think it is Joey's break as well.
Joey getting his hands nice and wiped down again. He continuously keeps everything.
Mick Barton, I think that you fouled on this play. You're supposed to be taking a selfie of you watching the stream, not a screenshot of the stream. Come on, Mick. You got to do better, buddy. Let's go. We're in after hours. This is what you get.
Yeah, I was just going to say the fans have been with us just as long as we've been here in the booth, so he's probably...
I know.
They're just as delirious as we are.
I know. I appreciate it, guys. Thanks for everybody that's tuned in. Jeremy is not quite used to what's happening now at 10 p.m.
Yeah,
after hours.
Fell off a cliff.
Yeah,
the only difference is at the Brope Saloon, it happens well before 10.
Remember the one stream when we were talking about what was it, the potatoes in the oven or something like that?
Put the potato right in the oven.
Oh yeah, they were shouting out things that we needed to say. Oh, it was absolutely insane. I'm sorry, guys. We are a professional outfit here. Back to the action. Back to the action. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, Joey did come up with a good break. Ball down, full view of the 1 goes straight in the corner pocket. The 2's open. The 3-4 is very doable. There is also a short side window for the 3 to the other corner if he gets the right angle on the 2. Hard to get that angle for the 2 because of the position of the side pocket, so it's likely he's just going to pull this back up for the combination. Actually, no, the 3 passes behind the 4. That's even simpler than I had thought.
Awkward bridging here. You see his hand in between the 2 balls there.
Actually just brushed the 10. He's going to stand up and reset. This is cue ball fouls only. And he actually hit that very nicely.
Yeah, he did drain it.
And a great angle here to run this 3 ball in, get back out for the 4 in the same pocket. Looking at this rack, I really am having a hard time finding a trouble spot. I really like Joey to get out here. I mean, this is the shot of the rack here. The 4 to the 6 is the only one you're looking at that, like, you really got to get to a good spot on the 6. Just have to be committed to whatever you're doing, you know. Looks like he wants to come around the back of the 10 ball into the 2 rails into the line for the 6 to the corner past the 9. He's really looking to make sure it passes. I think it does.
See Shane slouched there in his chair.
No, he's going all the way around for the side pocket. That's absolutely fine.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, you gotta think he's gonna be able to get this done here. Maybe just roll into the short side here. Could go 2 rails around the back of the 7. It's just a matter of preference, however he feels comfortable getting this ball down. That is what he does here. Again, you see how the good players tend to err on the side of letting their stroke out, not trying to fight with the cue ball too much on this fast rolling equipment. A little bit flat on this ball. Needs to just put a good stroke on it. Don't twist the arm at all. Enough angle to stun up for the 8. He's in prime position. He looks really strong, looks comfortable, confident. And we got a match here.
Yeah, we do. This is what we want to see for the hot seat match. Absolutely drains the 8 ball. Perfect shape on the 9.
There was one good point in the comments here that after Joey had brushed that ball bridging over top of it, Shane never really asked him to move it back, and it actually did make cueing for that 3-ball shot a little bit easier. But yeah, with the cue ball fouls only, I mean, it's up to Shane to tell him to kind of roll that ball back into place. He didn't say anything and made a nice shot on the 3 and gets out.
I mean, dare I say it, Shane has not been tied at all at any point in a match with anyone in the last 2 days, and here we are knotted up at 3, and Korziak looks so poised out there right now. He does not even care that he is playing Shane Van Bonen.
And just as importantly, he's got the break going, which leads you to believe that this can continue deep into this match.
Yeah. Dude, I'm just so happy right now. Regardless of how this match comes out, I mean, just really happy for Joey Korziak that he's in this position.
He just took a pretty deep breath. Some nice water. A little sigh of relief there probably. Slash angst as SVB steps up to break. I'm wondering if Shane's going to break and run out.
And I've loved the body language all the way for all the matches we've got to see for Joey on the TV table in this tournament. He's looked a couple times, he's kind of like tried to pump himself up a little fist bump after the 1 run out, but really just good positive vibes on everything that he's doing right now.
Absolutely.
Big break. Shane's got 2 balls down.
Yeah, and I don't know if the kiss there was favorable or not. I think he was really close to his work on the 1. I kind of think this made the safety easier than it would have been. I didn't quite get a great look, obviously. It was only there for a brief moment, but good chance for a lockdown safety here from Shane.
Did he tap and call the side pocket?
Is there a window between the 2 and the 8?
Oh, he called the 8?
Yeah, call the 8 just in case,
Yeah,
maybe.
look at that. Yeah, playing a little two-way action.
Now Joey can see this though. He can make this in the side. And you can tell from the body language, he can't pick the rack up off the table fast enough. He can't wait to shoot this ball.
Here's a good look at it here.
Probably just going to roll forward here a little bit, take the 2 in the other corner. I'm not quite sure what he's looking at there. He's looking more at if he's going to stun over into the 7 rather than just rolling into position, I think. I like rolling forward and just taking your medicine, a little bit of a cut shot on the 2.
I stand corrected. Brandon, thank you so much. Yeah, that's right. Jeremy was talking about that earlier. Jeff Pry was knotted up with Shane at 4-4. So, my mistake. Appreciate that.
Yeah, and since then, I think the closest anyone's been, we saw right here on the stream table, Derek Daya down 5-4 with a chance, made a mistake, and the match kind of went the other way from there. He hit that really nicely. Stop shot on the 3 here. He actually might have the angle to go forward. No, yeah, stop shot or pull it back a hair, but the 6 is hanging in front of the side pocket. Only trouble spot here, the 8 does not have the pocket past the 9. I think the combo's not terrible from a good spot, or he could conceivably play short side, especially with the 7 being so close to, a position where he could roll into that. And he's really, you want to really check your angle here like he is there. Make sure you get to a spot where you can just roll into position for the 8 up in the corner.
Joey looking good. He's left himself good to get position here on the 8.
It's even simpler if that 8 will go into the side. I don't like it as I'm looking at it now.
Wow.
And he actually had the angle to stun over right in between the balls. That's perfect. Yeah, how good does this guy look right now?
I mean, certainly, Brandon in the chat, I don't think anybody's been up on SVB yet.
Yeah, and the break.
Right.
On the next rack. Up 4-3, he'll be breaking. And the break has been going very well for Joey the last probably 5 of 6, I'd say, between this match and the last one.
Joey Korziak pulls ahead 4-3.
Joey's in dead punch right now.
And he was running around the table. He knew he was out, man. He looks like a man on a mission right now, I'll be honest. Mosin, you are most welcome. Yes, first place all inclusive is 12-5. That's pretty substantial. That's for first place. Second place is just over 6,000. And so on and so on. Tournament pays down to top 32. My cousin Zach Kozajet in the chat. Thank you, cuz, for hopping in there, man. And thank you for the comment and tuning in. I was glad to see you just last week. I know you got this up in the basement.
He's got to take a picture and send it in.
Yeah, I just had somebody couldn't figure out how to tag the page, sent me a personal message.
There we
with
go.
Themselves. This is John Freeman, guy from up towards Levittown, PA, about Derek Benavides' neck of the woods.
I love it.
So yeah, pictures just flying in from everywhere. Everybody
How's
enjoying
that
the
for
stream.
pocket speed? That ball barely even fell in.
What a beautiful shot there
And
by
so I
Korziak.
missed it for a second. Was this from the break again for Joey?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think 5 of the last 6 racks that he's broke, Joey's had a ball down and a shot on the one.
You can look at Shane in his chair. He's kind of slouched a little bit. He was yawning earlier. You can tell he's feeling it. It's been a long weekend for everybody. 128 players is a grinder. I'm going to see who can stay focused for the longest amount of time possible here.
Well, here's the key. He comes into the 5. Oh, my
I
goodness.
think he got it. He developed it.
Wow. What a shot by Korziak. I mean, everybody loves that underdog story, right? I don't think there's any exception here in pool. He's taking his time. Looking at his angle, see how he wants to get position here on the 6. Comes right down. Oh, I don't.
Steep on
yeah. Surprised he didn't go around the 9 there.
The good thing here with the position of the 8, he can play this ball however he likes to pocket it comfortably the most. You can play it with inside, stay below, play it more of a little stun and come above the 8. Either is fine. The preferred shot, of course, is how he just played it. Stay below it. That's a lot of confidence to not have any fear on that shot right there. It's easier to pocket the other way for a lot of players, but he played the shot that the layout called for. And man, the confidence is through the roof right now for this guy.
I absolutely love this.
Another break and run from Joey Korziak, about to take a 5-3 lead on SVB. And this will be the first time that we've got to see SVB have to break one off with a little bit of pressure on his own break.
Man, let's take a look at this shot again.
See the 5 knotted up there with the 9 at the top of the table. Does not have a pocket.
Oh, this is the one before. This is not even the shot on the 4.
I don't know why it keeps doing that.
Yeah, but he hits it perfect. He gets shot on 4, and he goes in and breaks it out after that. That's so strange.
That was a beautiful shot he played on that 3 ball. Quick update from the outer tables. We have Matt Craw leading 4-3 over Rafael DeBreo in one of the 5th 6 matches. Shane Wolford up 3-0 on Derek Daya in the other one. Down to 6 players. These 2, the 4 I just mentioned.
Yeah, here's the shot here. You can see he's queued up with inside, pockets the 4 in the corner, comes in, breaks out the 5 on the 9, and sets it up perfectly for the 5-7 combo. Joey K on fire.
Oh, I thought Shane was going to scratch just for a second there.
But he comes up dry.
Comes up empty, yep. Joey can't believe it. He's still counting, trying to make sure he didn't see something wrong there. But yeah, dry break from Shane. And Joey needs to work hard to calm himself down a little bit right now. He's really rolling, got great vibes, but he's so amped up right now that he almost couldn't even get the magic rack off the ball there. Very experienced player. You will see him walk around the table and try to let some of this pressure off real quick before he makes up his mind what he wants to do here. A lot of experience coming through for him right there. And he just seems like he's one of those guys that does have the tendency to have that little bit of a nervous energy about him. We'll see how he deals with that moving forward in this match. He's definitely got the rhythm and the stroke to keep going toe-to-toe with the best player in the country, Shane Van Boening. And it'll just be a matter, I think, of how he can deal with the nerves down the home stretch of this match.
For sure. Well, Shane's going to go to the jump cue here. He's got about less than half the 10 ball. Makes contact. And this is one of the things I always talk about when you bring out the jump cue. Magical things can happen. 8 ball in the way. Looks like you can see the very edge of it from here.
Oh, wow, he is. He's thinking about making this 1 ball. Is he?
He may have just enough. If not, he might just send it down that way and run the cue on the 2-2. But he may have enough. It looks like he's got enough from here.
He's sinking this ball. He's gas pedal.
Oh, he tried for it.
Oh, look at what he gave him.
This is a little bit of a sellout there by Joey, but not hateful. Still up 5-3.
Yeah, just hit this cleanly and come up with a good look at the 2 like this, and then position from the 2 to the 3, but a pretty big window. After that, the rack plays pretty wide open, with the small exception that you have to navigate the 6, which is sitting near the point of the side pocket. And he's flat on this ball, but you know he could draw into the 6 now if he wanted. Kind of use the 6 to create the angle to get over for the 4. I don't know. Yeah, I think he's looking at that. Nah, I didn't take it on. That was actually a really impressive shot, the way he created an angle to get over there from a pretty straight shot on the 3.
Just nudges it down to the pocket. He wants it to hold up, and it does.
Yeah, and he's actually really good now to go 1 rail, possibly catching the 2nd rail right above the 9. And this is exactly the one kind of shot you want if you need to get short side position on the 6 here.
You think he goes under this?
Absolutely. I think he's going 1 rail when you possibly catch the 2nd rail right above the 9. Maybe go kind of into the 9. Don't go around the 9.
Yeah, he's good. Wow.
Yeah, you don't want to go around the 9 there for sure. That's going to be fine. He's got the angle and the stroke with this little bit of an angle to get over on the other side of the 7. This is a little flat for most players, but I don't think it's that big of a stroke for Shane. Especially on this brand new equipment, everything rolling real slick and fast.
Oof.
Yeah, no problem. Even makes that look so easy. That was not a good angle to get over, and Shane just made that look really elementary. Yeah, nothing in this now. Just going to stun up above the 8 for the side pocket. Doesn't quite get across the line, but he has the entire upper half of the table to go 3 rails into position for the 9. Want to come off the 3rd rail here and get a good angle to get back over for the 10. That's exactly what he does. And Shane Van Boning with a nice run out here off of a little bit of an opening that Joey gave him to get back to 5-4. That was
good he hit that.
That was an interesting little shot. See, a lot of players will play that with the high inside, but your cue ball tracks right for that side pocket above the 10. He actually played it with high outside and straightened up the cue ball off the 2nd rail.
Very interesting.
Nobody plays that shot like that.
Shane is at 4. Mark Andrews, I see you in the chat, man. Happy birthday to your youngest. Sorry you couldn't be here either, but thanks for tuning in. My messenger is now getting flooded. Shout out to Adam Trader taking the pictures, watching the stream. Appreciate you, brother. Oh my goodness, I'm just gonna rattle them out right now. Kenny Fainstock tuned into BSN.
We gotta save those. I can do something cool with that.
My man Jordy, I see your comment, man. You should have been here. It should have been you. Thomas Allen, thanks for the share. My man Michael Ortiz. Man, you guys are great. Thanks for all the pictures. Willie Lloyd, big shout out to you, man, with the selfie. Watching BSN, I like it.
Another big break there from Joey, but finally we see he lost his cue ball and it found a way to go straight down 1 rail off the head rail down into the corner pocket. Scratch ball in hand for Shane. A little bit of a turn in the momentum here. And this, I believe this is a much tougher run out than the last one. Not necessarily if the 3 goes into the corner pocket. I can't tell if he has room for that shot. But the way he played this, I have to think that it goes. He just kind of got straight on this 2. Let's see what he does here. I think maybe he's able to play this 3 right into the corner pocket nearest to the 6. No, he's going to go all the way down and play the 3 in the side pocket.
Look at this. Yeah, this angle is going to make him bump the 4 a little bit unless he wants to draw off of it. If he draws out of this and doesn't bump the 4 is going to go past the 6 in the corner pocket there, right? Does that angle look right?
Yeah, I agree. Maybe more of like a stun than a draw. I think he'll just stun up above it.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, a little bit of a draw. You're not wrong. Like a stun draw, yeah. And this is perfect. Dead straight on the 4. A stop shot puts him on the 5 with the angle to come. I guess it'd be 2 rails, but kind of a long path down the outside part of the table around the 10. I probably will catch the second rail here above the side pocket, I guess. Doesn't have to, but you know, it's a good way to play things.
On all of these, and people can't watch it.
I'm watching it on my phone.
Yeah, it's got to be something with the.
Yeah, so Shane actually didn't elect to come down the table for position on the 6. He just takes the window between the 10-9 that afforded him a cut on the 6 and prime position to draw level at 5, and who will be breaking off as well in the 11th rack.
Shane ties it back up here. Van Boning bringing it back 5-5. And breaking.
Now all you got to do is paste it in the messenger. All right?
All right, cool.
You got it,
All
sir.
these are down too. I don't know. All the ones in here.
No, they must have turned these off.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Thanks.
Got it, no problem.
Yeah, so Shane to break 5-5 here. Quick look around the room. Shane Wolford up 5-0 on Derek Daya. Matt Craw level at 4 with Rafael DeBreo. Yeah, and you see just how tough this match is. Like, it's so tough to beat this guy. Joey hasn't really done a ton wrong. He gave him a look, and then he had a scratch on the break, and next thing you know, your lead's evaporated, and Shane's back at the table breaking. If you're Joey, you're kind of hoping for another chance here pretty soon. His body language still looks good. No frustration at all. Just, you know, you're playing SVB. You expect the counter punch for sure.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and you almost had that one there where the cue ball hits the rail, and then the 7 pinches it over to the corner pocket. A lot of times that ball gets kicked in real funny like that, but that one avoided it. But it is dry, and Joey is on the right angle of the shot for the one to the side to travel down for the 2-8 combination that is sitting very easy as I'm viewing the table.
SVB shaking his head in his chair there.
And once again, not much in this rack after you handle the 2-8 and come up with a shot on the 2. 3 ball hanging near the side pocket. It has the upper corner also if you need it. 4 hanging in the corner. 5, 6, 7 all in close proximity, all with pockets. Yeah, if you can just handle this, control both balls, get a shot on the 2, I like him to get out. Did he come too far?
I mean, he definitely is flirting with danger, but...
Body language looks good. Yeah, he's actually not even close to it. This is fine.
Oh, look at him. He's still totally in control.
Yeah, hair short here. Wow. Hair short, but he's going to be okay. He's going to be able to spin this ball in and I think come around that cluster. Cluster
he's
cleanly.
Kind of fortunate the way that the balls lay here that he has room to do that. You're exactly right, man. You throw a ball on either one of these rails, and he'd be in danger zone right here. I mean, of course, he could always play safe if he needed to.
He's really going to load up with outside here, and the spin's going to grab and take him around the 7.
Oh, he undercuts it.
Missed it. Wow.
And he's going to let Shane get far enough beneath this. Actually, I don't know.
Shane
I don't know
might
if he can
still
pull him to the point there. I don't know.
He might still have the cut. Shane might still. Oh, I doesn't.
Yeah, it's pretty steep from here. He could always kick at it. You know, to the left side of your screen, come back towards it, and once he makes it, he would have shape on the 4. That would be an aggressive play.
Yeah, I think
you see him looking at it. See, he's picking up on it right here.
Man, I'd be a little bit surprised, but yeah, you're right. It's a very makeable shot if you wanted to take it on.
I mean, it's all about risk versus reward, right? Like if you're going to take a risky shot, it's got to come with the reward, and so he's analyzing right now. What happens if I overhit it? What happens if I underhit it? What are my odds of selling out?
Shape should be pretty automatic here with the make, and I don't think it's a difficult ball to make. What I'm looking at here on this shot is how many different points on the 3 ball can I hit and still pocket this ball, and there's a pretty big target on the 3 to make this ball.
Yeah, I think he's also looking at, if I do play safe, how do I want to do that? But right now, yeah, he's anticipating making this ball from everything I can see.
Yeah, I would say there's almost a good third of this ball that you can hit that will make it in the side pocket.
I'm liking it. I know you guys want to see an awesome kick shot. Let's see if Captain America's going to suit up and give it to us. He calls the 3 ball in the side.
And this will not be hit with a lot of pace. He's going to lag it in because doesn't want to flirt with getting behind the 10 with a cue ball after the make on the 3. I like him to make this shot. Yeah, but he did overhit it, and he's going to get right behind the 10, like I said.
He married himself there.
Wow, so a little bit of an overhit and a little bit of a thin hit on the 3 and locked behind the 10.
No, this is pretty tough here. Let's see how he decides to kick out of this, man. This is tough. Tied up 5-5 in a race to 9, alternating break. He kicks it to 3 and just staring at the back of the 10 ball here.
Yeah, I think the pace that he hit that at would have been fine if he had hit a little bit fuller on the 3 and made it to the opposite side of the pocket that you saw it go in at.
Yeah.
Wow, this is a looking like there's going to be another chance here for Joey in this rack. Shane can get up there and kick this one in as well, but he's got a long reach just to get to the cue ball, cueing over the 10. Not quite sure what he's lining up right now. I think what you're seeing now, he's really trying to pick his point because he has to reach out from across the side of the table to reach this ball. So he wanted to really eye up his angle from way back behind the shot at the foot of the head of the table there.
Yeah, I think it's exactly what he's doing. That way you don't have that illusion because you're too close to the rail.
And this is kind of a big ball to make as well. In position again is very possible for the 5 ball on the side. 2 rails, he made it. Oh my gosh, he hit that really good.
Yeah, he did hit that good.
Wow.
If he would have made that and recovered and got out, that would have been amazing. Man, Joey's either gonna cut this 4 ball all the way down or he's gonna play it safe here. Let's see how he's feeling. He's been sitting in his chair for just a second while Shane figured out how to unhook himself.
Well, he's gonna play it 2-way here, I'm sure. Oh no!
Yeah, goes for the glory and catches the point of the side pocket here. A little unfortunate for him.
Yeah, and you could just see the quick twitch motions that Joey makes. There's just so much energy coursing through his body in this moment with just the energy, the nervousness, and...
Well, and I tell you what, I swear I just watched Shane recharge off of that energy that you just spoke of. It's like a shark smelling blood in the water.
Yeah, and I would say this, that I'm not really saying a negative thing about Joey at all. He's really handled the pressure very well.
It's the champion factor. I mean, it doesn't matter how focused you are. You're still playing SPB.
Just so much adrenaline, I guess, is what a good way to say it, you know? And more so than other players, you just see it on the outside with Joey, whereas a lot of players feel everything that he's feeling, but it's more internalized.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like he's doing a pretty good job of staying pretty calm for the most part.
Absolutely. It only comes across in the quickness of his movements at the table.
Yeah, it's in the subtleties there.
Well, Shane gets it back in the lead now, 6-5.
And this is a really good Tim Tanana break here from Joey.
I call this the Dell tactical timeout. It's what we were talking about earlier, the Tim Tanana tactical timeout, the T4 play.
You like that? Well, since he's sponsored them, we got to call it the East Coast Prime Tactical Timeout.
Yeah.
That way it gets the plug.
The ECPM Tactical Timeout.
Yep, exactly. So if you find yourself in a match, there's a prime opportunity for a tactical timeout. Remember, East Coast Prime, sponsor of this tournament, and go to the bathroom, splash some water in your face,
Look at this. I see.
He's playing the 2-row kick, and this is just SVB.
I'm going to take off the player break real quick while we watch him hit this.
SVB is upset that he didn't make this ball.
Yeah. Same result.
Same exact result.
Same way, yeah.
Hey, I want to give a shout out to Lee McBride, Payne McBride's father, family out there watching, tagged us in the post.
Oh, that looks amazing.
Yeah, we're sorry that you couldn't make it out. We had a lot of kids here. Landon was here, Garrett, Grayson,
Why don't we set up a
Skylar.
booth there next time?
Had all kind of 6 juniors in this event. Oh no, I'm sorry. They're giving me
More than
cues.
6 juniors in this.
Yeah,
game.
more than 6.
We had seven players between the age of 15 and 22 that made it to the final 20 players of this tournament, actually. So there was a very good contingent of young talent in this field this weekend. So, and they represented very well.
Oh, for sure.
To the man.
Big shout out to Shauna Lewis. Thanks for the share. Owner of First Break down there in Virginia. I'm sorry. God, I want to say First Break. Breaker Sky Lounge. My bad. It's too many hours, Shauna. Thanks for tuning in. We appreciate it. Well, wait for Joey to come back here. Guys, just hang tight. Back momentarily.
Alrighty, guys. Jake Lawson and Jeremy Mason will be back in just a moment. Visiting in with the tournament director. See how we're looking for the rest of the event here. Still a bit of pool left to be played. Looking like it's going to be another late night. You guys are in store for a lot of great pool. Grazes the 10 ball here. Gets perfect on the back of the 5 ball. Perfect there. Shane's going to call it right here in the corner. He's going to be playing a tough 2-rail kick here. See him plotting his escape. It's a pretty tough shot here. Yeah.
Nice hit from Shane, but it's not going to do much for him. Prime position for Joey. Can cut this ball in the corner, send his cue ball across the table a couple rails and back out. And actually, I think he's going to want to kind of play this at a softer pace so that he can cut the 2 ball up to the left-hand corner pocket as we're viewing the table now, as it doesn't pass the 9 to the right side. And either that or he can actually go 3 rails across the table back and forth. He just wants to finish to the right of the 2 here. And he hit that really nicely. It was easier to go 3 rails there than to try to hold it going 1, so. And actually that caught the 4th rail, but I think everybody knows what I'm talking about there. Lets his stroke out. Got to the good side of the 2. Just wants to roll this in. I think the 4, if it doesn't go clean, will rub in off the 6 ball there. Nice little soft stun there. He didn't have to roll it. He was able to control it with the stun shot. That's, that's one of the shot differences between the high-level amateur players and the guys that really plays. They don't mind finding a way to stun that ball that it's not comfortable to stun at a soft pace, and they always just can hit that shot comfortably.
That was a pretty well-played 4 ball off the 6 and to the side there.
Yeah, it had to go one way or the other. I know if it didn't go clean, it would rub in. I thought he had overhit that for just a second there, but this is perfect. The perfect position here. Good angle to come back up across for the center of the table and the 7. And he goes a different route. The 7 passes the 10 into the side. Crossed me up on that one. I didn't see it coming, but nothing wrong with that. He's in great position here. He'll just roll to the rail and back out towards the center. And going to be level again. 6-6. And to this point in the tournament, I don't believe anybody had got to 5 on Shane, and we're about to see Joey get to 6. And Joey's not looking, that's the conversation that we're having on the sidelines. Joey's not looking for any moral victories here, Josh. He wants to win this match.
You're exactly right. He's getting himself in a great position to be able to do so here.
6-6 Shane to break here as he won the lag. Yeah, we just can't say enough. Regardless of the outcome of this match, Joey has just handled himself as a professional and played at a really professional level in this tournament to this point. So congratulations to him already, and obviously he wants this to continue, have a chance to beat Shane at the end of this match here. It's just a race to 3 from here, man. Josh, I'm not sure if you answered a couple questions that we had in the comments about the matches going on around the room right before we went to the break there. I did have an update. It looked like it was 6-1, Shane leading over Derek Daya. That may have gone to 7-1 or 7-2, and Matt Craw, I believe, just went up 5-4 on Rafael de Breu. I'll check that again and confirm one way or the other. Shane has actually got it to 8-1 on Derek Daya.
Wow, look at this. 3 balls on the break with a shot on the 1 ball that leads to the 2. Now the 1 ball is sitting kind of tough. You would have, you saw Shane kind of waving his cue there. He really wanted a bigger bounce on this 1 ball.
I think it goes, and he doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball. You like to be able to spin this ball a little bit with the left. And I think it goes in the side. I didn't even spin it. He just played it straight.
Sure did. Sure did.
Man, what a huge break and a big spot for Shane Van Boening. Really nicely controlled speed coming across the line there. Beautifully played position on the 6. And definitely a big favorite to get out from here. One rail out, didn't try to really come with a huge stroke and get up for the side pocket there. Doesn't mind playing this up in the corner. Much simpler position play with his cue ball. He'll slide over and probably play the 8 in the same pocket, I think, as the angle I saw before. Yeah, with this angle for sure. He's going to scratch.
No, he's good. He's going to slow roll over.
Yeah, he's fine.
It was dangerous,
he's fine.
It was dangerous.
Yeah, and this is...
Is Steve going to talk to you, or we got to let her know? Yeah, I'm talking.
Big time break and run in a big spot from Shane Van Boening. Came with the big break. Nice run out. Pressure back into Joey's corner. Shane with the 7-6 lead. Yeah, so I got it in 8-1 Shane Wolford over Derek Daya, and Rafael de Breu actually has been able to take a 6-4 lead over Matt Craw in the other 5th-6 match going on the outer tables right now. 7-6 Shane leads over Joey, and Joey will break here in the 14th rack.
It's still 1.5. It's 2.5 guaranteed. It still could be 3. And each one is an hour to an hour and a half. We're going to be here till 3 o'clock in the morning. Easy. I also need to call the Courtyard and see if they can give me a
Dry break there from Joey. Shane is hooked on this 1 ball. Let's see if he decides to push out here, or where he decides to push out to. Shane Wolford is able to close out Derek Daya by a score of 9-1. He advances to the 4th place match, awaiting the winner of Matt Craw versus Rafael de Breo. Derek Daya out, tied for 5th. Very, very nice deep run from Derek Daya. Congratulations to him on the well-played tournament this weekend. And once again, Shane Wolford just rolling through another really tough field. Push out from Shane, goes to the rail, shows Joey the top edge of the 1. I can't quite tell if he can thin it enough to beat the scratch in the corner and come a couple rails around into the back of the line of balls there, the 5, 4, 7. Doesn't have to take that route if it's too hairy to try to beat the scratch. I think that is what he just put his cue where I was talking about, trying to get the cue ball to in the back of the 7 there. Yeah, Shane Wolford versus Derek Daya has actually already been played. If you're checking out the live scoring updates, Shane Wolford was able to defeat Derek Daya by a score of 9-1. Derek is out in 5th place. The next matchup will be the winner of Matt Craw and Rafael de Breo versus Shane Wolford. Joey does end up playing the exact shot that I initially called. Actually, I'm sorry. Joey gave that back to Shane, and then Shane played the shot that I had called. Got it really nicely into the back of the 4 ball there. Yeah, I just don't think Joey really thought that he could play that shot and beat the scratch in the corner. Shane hit that great. Yeah, I didn't have a good view of the table. I was looking at the qscore.com there to get the updates on those outer matches for you guys. And I didn't see that Joey had passed that push out back to Shane there. A little bit of a missed opportunity there from Joey. And now he's the one trying to kick 3 rails into the back of this 1. And I want to say wants to go about to the 1st rail. Oh, he's going the other way. I don't see exact. What is he doing here? 2 rails the other way, I guess. Yeah, I always thought that looked long. I didn't think it was there. To clear the 3, I didn't like the path there. I thought he could have gone the other direction. 3 rails kind of towards the 1st diamond, about where Shane just picked up that piece of chalk from, into the back of the 1. But anyways, ball in hand for Shane Van Boning. And a pretty tight little position play he's going to have to play here. He's playing this 1 ball straight up in the corner. I don't really know what his target here. I think is if he just stuns over a hair, he can have a window. That is exactly what he's doing. Great recognition there from Shane that there was a gap. If he just stunned over a hair, he had a gap for the 2 without doing anything fancy at all with the cue ball. A lot of players would not have come up with that solution there. I think I'd have been trying to bump the 10 somehow and get into a better position, but there was a very simple play there. Shane found it. And now just a stop shot, slides his cue ball over a hair. 3 ball goes in the side. The 4 ball goes up in the corner. He can just roll forward for that. after that, the 5 is wide open to the side pocket, and everything's kind of hanging once the 3, 4, 5 is out of the way. He's really checking his spot. Doesn't want to have too much of an angle on this 4 ball, because if you get to where you're going into the 7 or the 10, it can get a little hairy. I think out of those 2, I'd prefer to be going towards the 10. But he really picked a specific spot that he wanted to roll to with this cue ball. He does elect to stay on the side that takes him towards the 10. Probably going to see him pull it back, maybe just brush the bottom half of the 10 on the way back for the 5. Actually brushed a little bit more of the 10, but that's fine. He has the entire left side of the table, or I guess as we're viewing it, the top side of the table for position on this 6. The only thing is he did bump the 10 to about the worst spot on the table that any individual ball can be. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. He'll just use the 9 to get short side position once he gets there and play the 10 up in the corner. Wants to just stun up between the 8 and the 9. Got to take care not to go towards the side pocket, and he takes that out of play by actually taking the 3-rail route into the other side for the 7. Yeah, if you try to just stun between the 8 and 9 and go position for the 7 in the other corner pocket, your cue ball is kind of tracking right for the side pocket, so he took that out of play. And wide open, of course, now. And this was a really nice out from Shane, assuming he gets through these last 4 balls, of course, but that was, again, a lot of tight position play that he had to get through. That was a very, an out that was very indicative of the kind of position play you tend to run into playing bar table 10 ball when there's a lot of traffic on the table. The balls cluster in the center like that, and you really have to be precise with a couple shots before it opens up once some of the balls are clear. Jeffrey Ball's asking me for a match there in the comments. I didn't win the last one I was in, so I don't know. Does he have, I think he's going forward a couple rails, still to the short side. Really got that spin to take off the second rail and lengthen the cue ball out over to the long rail rather than going up more towards the 10. Nice shot. This is perfect. He'll play it up in the corner and advance to the hill, leading 8-6. And it will be Shane to break with a chance to close out this match.
So Shane's tightening up pretty dramatically here towards the end of the set. You know, it was a rocky middle of the set there for him, man. What do you feel like changed out there? Do you feel like he's
You know, I think the impressive thing about it is if you looked back, you'd have a hard time finding anything really that Shane did wrong. Joey just played an awesome set. He broke the balls well, controlled his own break, and when Shane played some good safeties, Joey was able to reverse. I think if you look back in this particular match, now Shane made some mistakes in the middle of the set against Derek, but in this one, you'd have a hard time finding anything glaring that Shane did wrong.
I think I can't stop remembering that moment that I made the comment about, you know, smelling blood in the water. Because ever since that one specific moment where Joey just showed Shane that he was feeling the pressure, it's like I literally watched Shane like instantly. It's like, let me go full nerd for you. If I got any Halo players, when you pick up the overshield, like that's literally what I watched Shane do whenever he could feel that from Joey. And I think that
oh, is this gonna scratch?
No, it's gonna slow down, but it is gonna get the 4. Man,
might see just Shane play a jump shot here, just going over the edge of the 4 if he doesn't have full view here.
Yeah, it's kind of risky too, because that treks towards the corner pocket a little bit.
Yeah, you would want to get the ball down in time that it would kind of roll through the 1 and get to the long rail if you are playing that. He doesn't have to play it. He can play a push out. The 2's kind of tucked into a tight position. It goes to the corner pocket at the top right of the table as reviewing it now.
He's got his jump cue out. He's definitely requesting takeoff here.
And he's only going over an edge of the 4. And I think he wants to draw this back over to the other side, but he's got to get through some traffic.
Gives you an idea of how much of a gap there is between the 4 and the 1 here.
And I think the gap between the 9 and the 6 is important here too. Coming off the 1.
Oh wow, look at this.
What a great shot from Shane Van Boning.
Cue ball sets right up in the rack. You see him point at it right there.
Yeah, and Steve was right on it. Shane pointed at it real quick, and Steve was out of his chair already ready to be on duty to mark this ball up and get the magic rack moved as quick as he can. Let Shane decide what he wants to do for this 2 ball. This is a tough one.
It's like sticking. There we go.
Yeah, Shane helps him so Steve can keep his hand locked in on that position where the cue ball was. Great teamwork there. Scalpel, please.
Joey gives him a round of applause.
Oh, that's awesome. Awesome to see a little bit of a light moment in a pressure situation. Joey's sitting in his chair there. He's played a great match, trailing 8-6 to the, Shane Van Boning. We all know how great of a player this is and how good of a set Joey's played to get to this point, and still, not too serious, able to find a light moment and enjoy a quick laugh with the guys.
See him spearing the table here, letting his mind envision all the angles as he peeks around.
Yeah, I think we're just going behind the 10 here. And really didn't try to tuck it in anywhere, just made sure to get the hook. Yeah, Seamus, that's an excellent point. I have made that mistake a couple times calling it the magic rack, but in my defense, I think I kind of use magic rack more as like, say, hey, can somebody get me a Coke? And you could be referring to a Mountain Dew or a Pepsi, like some people just say Coke to refer to a soda. Not really thinking of magic rack as the brand name. We do definitely mean template rack, and this is DYNASPHERES that is sponsoring this event. So
you cut him some slack, guys. He's guest commentating. He's guest commentating with us here at BSN. I do appreciate the attention to detail there, though, Seamus. I do appreciate it. He's looking pretty good here to be able to get out once he gets shape on the 3 ball. Which, with ball in hand, you don't really anticipate him not.
Yeah, he's in
on the 3,
perfect shape here, and you're right now. Once this 3 ball clears, it's a wide open rack from there. I guess the toughest ball would be the 8, but the 7 leads him right to it.
Look at that, perfect speed. So he ended up a little flatter on this ball than he would have wanted to, but I think there's enough for him to work with here. It's not really any issues. Everything's out in the open. He doesn't have to do anything. He's just going to draw back out of this instead of going forward, since he didn't have the angle he wanted.
I appreciate the guys in the comments answering some of the questions, so we don't have to answer some of the same questions over and over again. That helps out greatly.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. There's a lot of things that I have in my notes here to be able to add to the stream for the next event, and I think it's going to help out a lot. I'm definitely going to whip up some infographics that'll walk everybody through the event details that we can just flash up, in between racks. That way anybody who pops into the stream at any moment is going to know, that we're playing Race to 10 ball. It's the DYNASPHERES 10 ball cup champion. The DYNASPHERES Cup 10 ball championship. Sorry, my brain's...
No, that one's a little bit tough to say. I had to
say that
really
10 times fast.
think my way through it earlier.
After 14 hours.
Shane's just going to roll forward and play the 9 on the side. I think the other side. Oh, no. Okay, so he goes up above it for the corner. That's fine.
Hey, you know what? Whatever you called, the opposite.
There's about 16 different ways he could have played that shot, I suppose.
The thing about Shane that's kind of interesting, too, is when you watch his cueing action is he'll always look like he's cueing up for a low ball, and then he'll end up hitting center, he'll end up hitting high, he'll end up doing all kinds of stuff. Shane Van Boning takes the match 9-6 over Joey Joey played a fantastic set there. Unfortunately, just wasn't enough to come out on top. What can you say, man? He was playing SVB. He did very well. That's going to bump Joey over to the B side. Joey is going to be playing, let's see, he's playing the winner of a set that's going on right now. I know it's Matt Crawl. I just don't remember who Matt Crawl is playing. So.
Shane Wolford has already advanced into that match.
Oh, fantastic. So it's Crawl versus Wolford right now?
No, Crawl versus Rafael de Brio. Right now, the winner will take on Shane Wolford.
Gotcha. Perfect. Alrighty, guys. Well, right now we're just going to be waiting on the bracket to advance before we can have our next match. We are waiting on somebody to win so that we can have another match to put up on the TV table. So there's going to be a temporary intermission. Appreciate you guys coming and hanging out with us. Go ahead and hit that thumbs up button, hit that subscribe button. We're up to 146 likes on the video, but there's 685 people watching, so there's a little bit of a disparity there. Look, I got one blue tick. Give me some more, guys. They're like oxygen to me.
Yeah, so we've talked a couple times. There's a lot of things that we prefer about YouTube over Facebook. One of the things I like about Facebook more is I can just pound the like button like 17 times in a row and give you some love.
Yeah.
YouTube, you're just like liking and unliking it back and forth if you do that. So
yeah, there we go. It's racking up. 157. Keep it going. Keep it going. I'm breathing pretty well now. Thank you, guys. 160. Feeling a lot better about myself.
Yeah, and we can get a quick update on the Craw de Brio score. Let me have one moment for that. Rafael de Brio leads 8-5 over Matt Craw. Shout out to QScore.com, allowing us to be able to get those live scoring updates without even leaving our chairs. Awesome stuff
it's
there.
Amazing, man. I'm going to step to the side and use the restroom real quick and figure out what's up next for us, brother man.
Yeah, I think me as well. So we'll be back in a second, guys.
Hang tight, don't go anywhere.
Scary. This is his first break. He did get to hit this a couple times before the match.
Thank you, Ollie. We got that back on. Oh, look, we got a dry 4-ball here. And that 4-ball is the one that's been going in the side, and then just came up a little off there. You know, I was talking to Corey, Shane's father. He was telling me that, you know, Shane's working on his break. He said he felt like his break's been something that has kind of been getting in the way for him a little bit this weekend. And we saw him warming up for a little while, trying to dial that break in. Unfortunately, comes up dry and brings Rafael to the table.
Yeah, so I guess everybody missed everything that we said there for the first rack. So
Yeah, 100%.
Quick recap. This is the fourth match. Rafael de Breu was able to advance against Matt Corral by a score of 9-5. Matt out of the tournament tied for 5th. Shane got here by way of defeating Derek Daya by a score of 9-1. But once again, great run for Derek Daya, tied for 5th in this tournament. Outstanding field. So congratulations to both of those players. And so we're down to just 4. Shane Wolford versus Rafael de Breu. The winner will advance to take on Joseph Korziak. You just saw him play an outstanding match against Shane Van Boning. Had it level at 6, and Shane just got into closer mode the way he's so good at doing. Came with a monster break on the hill to run out and get that match. So Joseph...
I still believe Joey gave him that energy, man. I still believe it.
No, that was a great call, I believe, on your part. You called it out right when it happened.
For the rest of the set, like, it's like in that moment, I watched the momentum change.
Yeah, it's like Shane just saw, and what we're referring to, of course, is Joey going back to his seat, a little bit kind of nervous energy, knocks his cue over and it hits the floor, and Shane just looks at him like, okay, this guy's a little bit nervous. Let me just put this guy away. I want this to be done. And so, of course, Shane Van Boning in the hot seat will play in the final against whoever wins between Joseph Korziak and the winner of this match. And Jake, we just mentioned a moment ago before we got the sound back on, unfortunately, that we are one step closer than we have been, but we've been talking about it the entire time, that we can still get a Shane versus Shane rematch in the final here.
Let's see how de Breu can keep his focus this set here. This is a very, very long day of play. Day number 2. These players are grinding it out. You can see who's got the focus and the stamina. This is a marathon.
Yeah, so no surprises here with this Final Four. You have three players well into the 700s of the Fargo rate. Shane Van Boning, obviously, highest Fargo rate, I think, of any player in the world right now. And the cream has risen to the top, as it so often does. Intentional foul there from Rafael de Breu. That's the 5th time on the stream table in this tournament
Like
we've seen Rafael do that. Not afraid to do it at all.
Jesus Atencio has the I'm going to fearlessly draw into the point of the pocket and never scratch. And Rafael has the I'm going to take the intentional foul and making work. It's the patented play.
And that's a real lockdown save there from Shane. I don't believe Rafael has access to this long rail for the one rail kick at the 1. And once again, we mentioned in the last match where Joey is playing against Shane. An intentional foul is a good tool to have in your back pocket, but when you're playing against another great player, you really have to calculate that risk, because you are seriously in danger of a 3 foul when you're creating a lot of clusters on the table and giving a guy ball in hand. He does not have the one rail kick here. I think he's going to have to be jacked up over this 10 and come 2 rails out of this corner. Not an easy hit by any means. And this is difficult to reach as well. I mean, jacked up over the 10, tough reach, and kicking straight into this short rail, trying to go 2 rails into the back of the. Oh no, he's at. Oh, this is easier. Yeah, this was a good find here. He's coming out 3 rail. Oh,
Yeah,
that shot was there. He didn't quite get there, but that shot was on, I believe, to get the hit on the 3 rails out of that corner. And once again, big cluster in the center of the table. Ball in hand for Shane Wolford. Rafael is on 2 fouls. And like we said, really, really got to take a calculated risk when you're playing that first intentional foul against a great player.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to force a safety here. You can play the 1, play the 2, the 3 goes. Everything has a pocket here. He can play for the run out here. He's not locked into the 3 foul here by any means. And once again, great recognition there. I mean, I've been in that spot, Jake, I'm sure you have as well, where you get the guy on 2 fouls and you think you have to play safety. You do not have to play safety if the rack has opened up and the run-out's there.
Absolutely.
I think the toughest ball here is going to be the 7. I don't know that he can pocket it in the same side pocket that the 5 is near, and I don't believe that it passes the 10 into the corner pocket. But it does go into the other side above where the 6 ball is sitting now. And once the 3 is clear, obviously there'll be a bigger gap between the 9 and the 10 there to come around off of the 6 to get to that short side position for the 7. So that will be the key shot of this match once we get this rack, I should say. When we get
absolutely. Nice. It looks like he's got a slight angle. You can see camera 4.
Yeah, plenty of angle here to come down 1 rail for shape on the 5 in the side.
I mean, he got good.
Yeah, I think you go forward 2 rails, possibly catching the 3rd rail below the 6. But you have to remember, if that 7 doesn't go to the side pocket he's shooting the 5 in now, you are going to need an angle on this. He was able to draw straight over.
Look at that speed control.
And he's a pretty straight on this ball. Again, I don't know if the 7 goes in that side pocket or not.
Yeah,
It must
go based off of that, absolutely.
Yeah, and so of course he's known that the entire time. We've been speculating in here, but this has been the plan the entire way, obviously.
Sure. It's good.
Yeah, prime position to take a 2-0 lead in this match, and Shane once again looking good.
Certainly is showing his chops here. The fact that he's even here just tells me it was the right decision Friday night for him to be put in that exhibition match with Van Boning.
Yeah, and that's if you needed any more validation on it. I think just the way that match went was validation in and of itself. He played an outstanding match, trailed 12-4. For anybody out there that didn't watch the match, they can go to the BSN YouTube channel, subscribe if they haven't, and check out that match. He trailed 12-4 against Shane Van Boning. Spoiler alert, if you are one of those that haven't watched it, comes back as a chance to make it 16-16, right in the match with a chance to win against one of his idols, best player in the country, highest Fargo rate on the planet, Shane Van Boning. Outstanding match. And then backing it up with this performance in the tournament here through a crazy tough field.
Rafael DeBray with a break here.
Yeah, good to have you back in the booth with us here, Jake, after a little break there. Josh, poor Josh over there looks like he has hit a wall, I gotta say.
I have a very, very strong brick wall.
Yeah. This has been a long weekend for sure, and longer for Josh and you guys than even for the rest of us, with all the work that goes into setting this up, and just the equipment for the stream setup is an astronomical amount of work that probably a lot of people don't realize. I mean, if you've come back here and glanced at the setup, you have an idea, but Yeah, very, very long weekend for sure. And so
and we had to move it Friday night, so we were set up close to the VIP room. Directly after that, during the players' meeting, Josh moved it over here. So very big undertaking. I mean, well worth it. I think from all the comments that I've been hearing, the tournament's been well received, and we're just happy that we're able to put it on.
I tell you what, man, we pulled it off.
Yes,
we were pushing to get the exhibition and the tournament together, and man, it took a lot of extra coordinating to be able to pull that off. But we just felt like we owed it to the players and the fans to do something special, and just very happy, SVB and Wolford were able to come out. We really look forward to being able to have Fedor in one day. Whenever he's allowed to come back over, he's going to come and throw it down with us. It's going to be a lot of fun. He was really looking forward to being here, so we definitely have some cool stuff available in the future, guys. In the meantime, we're watching DeBrio trying to get his first rack on the board here. Try to close out some of this deficit, down by 2 early off. We've seen a lot of sets start 2-0. A lot of sets have started 2-0.
Can we go to the overhead here?
Yeah, and
Oh yeah.
talking about Federer there, that's another great point, an angle of that match that we haven't talked about much is Shane Wolford was the replacement in that match, got thrown into it very, very last minute on his part. Of course, accepts the challenge, excited to have the opportunity, but not only the pressure of not really, being able to a long time mentally prepare for the match, but also the expectations of people looking forward to seeing SVB versus Fedor Gorst, and to have the added pressure of people questioning whether you were the right choice to be in that spot, and back that up with the gameplay that he showed in that match was very, very, very impressive.
Yeah, it's and like I said earlier, when it all went down and I made the announcement, he was he came right out and said, "Look, man, I'll get in there and I'll play him." What a shot there by Rafael DeBrio. Just gonna end up short side on it, but what a great shot on the 9 just to get here.
Yeah, and he's not going to mind having this shot from the position he had on the 9 at all. I look for him to bear down and get this ball down.
But yeah, just Shane Wolford just wanted to hop right in. He was looking for the opportunity, and I'm glad he got it. Nice shot there by DeBrio to get on the board. Wolford,
2-1.
2-1, yeah. It's tight match. Travis, first place. Yes, the answer is yes to that question. So all-inclusive first place is 12-5.
Yeah, and you mentioned Travis's comment right there. Travis Kalbach is actually the other member of the Z-Hub Productions crew that I was trying to get out of my mouth earlier in a match and couldn't figure it out. That is the guy I was referring to. So shout out to the Z-Hub guys one more time.
Yeah, DeBrio from New York. Very, very strong player up there. Certainly was an excellent out that he had in that last rack.
Yeah, I think a couple guys in the comments mentioning, that obviously there's 2 players in this match. So maybe some guys aren't familiar with Rafael DeBrio, but on paper, there's nothing in this. This is a coin flip. I'm sure probably some of the BSN fans that don't necessarily know the intricacies of the professional pool scene or semi-pro pool scene, maybe some of them don't know Rafael DeBrio and they're familiar with Shane from the match the other day. DeBrio is not by any means a dog in this match, and this is really going to come down to which guy breaks better and executes better.
Oh, look how that turned out. I don't know if you are you attacking this, or do you have or are you going to come from behind it? I don't really know what you get out of it if you try to play safe here.
He may still have the cut on this.
Let's see if
I can't. And that one's not going to tell us.
Oh man, it's going to be close. See if we can see anything when he stands up here. Oh man, this is going to be wicked close.
He is spinning from behind it, I think.
Yeah, try to get back behind the 10.
Yeah, he wasn't playing aggressively there. A player of his caliber is going to know that the pace he hit that at, for how thin of a hit it was, the ball did not have a chance to go. He was trying to spin down below the 10. But unfortunately for Rafael, he contacts the 10, sells out the shot on the 1 for Shane, and another open table for Shane Wolford. Very simple out here. The toughest thing about this would be that the 7 doesn't have the corner where the 9 is, but even that, if he wanted to go to that side, would be a hang or a combination. Definitely look for Shane to be able to get out here and increase the lead to 3-1. He is going to take a 1 rail position to go to the other side of the 7 for the corner pocket that he's standing nearest now. Straight down the table. Crosses the line just enough, he'll be able to stun straight up above the 8, I believe. Yeah, right where he's pointing his cue at there is where he wants to go.
Comes over a little far, he's going to have to back cut this, but the 9 is hanging right in the pocket. Nothing to worry about besides making the 8-ball here.
Yeah, he won't mind this back cut. He just wanted to make sure he took the side pocket completely out of play with that cue ball position there.
Yeah, good point.
Oh, this is about the worst thing that could have happened on that shot. Not the end of the world, he still has a shot on the 10, but if there was any way that this could have become a little bit of a difficult out, this was it. Cueing off the rail, full table shot on the 10, but don't have to do anything with the cue ball. That makes this much easier. You just kind of roll it in or stun it, whatever your stroke you're comfortable putting on from here. Don't have to do anything at all here. Just make the ball. And he does not. Wow, that was kind of crazy how that rolled. He back cutted the 8, but he rolled it in. He kind of took for granted that the 9 ball was hanging, and with the position play that he did, he contacted the 9, it pocketed. The cue ball traveled straight across the table and finished.
It looked like he force followed the 8 there. It looked like he was trying to run into the 9. Whether or not he was trying to make it, I have no idea, but he had that ball loaded with some top.
Yeah, I don't think he thought he could get into the 9 from where he was. And man, for just a seemingly such a small little error, it's going to be a big swing in this match. 2-2 instead of 3-1. And Rafael will be breaking.
I don't think DeBrio thought there was any chance at all that he was going to be taking that point there, but he does. Bodes well for him. Andy's going to be breaking. Trying to take a lead back in the match here. Wonder how that works for the players.
Guess they can't go outside and smoke.
That's going to be a factor in Joey Korziak's match the rest of the night. I think he's, as far as I know, the only remaining player in the tournament that is a smoker.
You see everybody running up to the front real quick. They're like, wait, let me get out real quick.
And we actually mentioned it a couple times watching Joey, that he has that little bit of an outward showing nervous energy about his game, and man, that could actually be a little bit of a big factor. Interesting.
Yeah, there's definitely a few people.
Now, can Rafael, he's locked onto the back of the 4 here. I don't know that he can see the 1 cleanly. Might have to be going rail first here. And if he does have to go rail first, he either has to play it at a very soft speed to hold for the 2 ball, Or if you can't do that, he's going to have to go into traffic and back out. Of course, that cue ball path one rail would take him over in between the 3 and the 7, and then ideally, of course, back out past the 4 again. And I think if he could see this ball cleanly, he would have already shot it. And we're about to find out right now. Yeah, he's really massing this a lot. Well, he doesn't even have the rail first shot, it doesn't seem. He's massing to play the rail first. Needs that to slow down. Or stop right there. That's going to be in the gap. Wow. So first of all, nice shot. He had to control the masse and he tried to hold it. I think he got a little bit fortunate to get into the gap there between the 4 and the 8 for the 2. Yeah, I agree that was strong, but I think a little bit of a roll. I think he wanted to hold that and did not, and the gap between the 4-8 was fortunate that he found. And he tried to spin straight up between the gap for the 4 and the 7. Contacts the 4 and he finishes close in proximity with the 7. He's going to be elevated over the 7 to shoot this shot. Really appreciate that feedback there from Will in the comments. That's a really high praise there. Appreciate all the love that we get in the comments. And yeah, I agree with you. You know, I'm here in the booth with these guys this week, but generally I'm either home or at one of these tournaments watching the stream the same as you guys are now. And I agree, the BSN production is just as top-notch as it gets. Shout out to Jake Lawson, Josh Setterfield, and of course Del Sim, who had to leave us a little early to get back home. Had a long drive to get back to New York, of course, with work tomorrow morning. So, but of course, as always, big shout out to all the BSN guys. This is about as good of a billiards production as you can possibly find anywhere in the world. And I appreciate it, and I've had just a blast being here this weekend and getting to spend some time in the booth with these guys.
Man, I appreciate that. We've loved having you here. You're welcome anytime you're available to stop by, man. This is looking like Wolford's going to have a chance to take the lead here. I feel like he overhit this ball. He's going to have to... He might be banking at this. I don't know if it's going to cut by the 9. He just leaned over and peeked at it, but I don't see him looking at it very seriously. I see him looking at the side pocket here.
Now, position's a lot simpler if the bank is on than the cut would be.
Yeah.
Kind of just a stop shot if you're banking it.
Yeah, he calls the bank here. Let's see how Willie hits it.
Looks like he wants to go forward, though. Still same thing, though. Very simple play.
Yeah, he hit it well.
Nah, he did. I agree, he hit it well, but because he followed that, it made that bank just lengthen out, and he hit the far point. I thought the stop shot was there, and
this is the second time that I thought he was going to run away with a point that should have been Rafael's, but
yeah, not a glaring mistake there from Shane by any means. But, yeah, again, second time, you're kind of expecting Shane to make that bank. I was, again, a little surprised that he chose to roll that. I thought a stop shot would have played very naturally to get the ball on the short path that it needed to go to the side pocket, and didn't gain much positionally by rolling the cue ball forward off the rail like he did. So obviously Shane Van Boning's still a big favorite to win this tournament. He's in the hot seat. But so between the other 3 guys left in the tournament, this is going to come down to which guy can just find the energy that they need to get through the rest of this grind. I mean, this is getting really, really late finish here, Josh. And one of these guys is going to have to handle fighting through some fogginess in the brain and some just... You make a couple funny mistakes that you're not accustomed to making for players at this level once you get this deep into a really grinded out long tournament.
Yeah, you're gonna really see a lot of fundamentals.
Maybe breaking down a little bit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think whoever's got the most rock solid fundamentals in a very long race is the one who ends up coming out ahead, which is why longer races always favor the stronger player. And this is like, it's not a long individual race, but man, it's a marathon of a weekend, right?
Man, I think the longer this gets, you have to favor the kid.
Yeah, it becomes it can become a game of stamina. Sometimes your stamina to stay focused can win, but if somebody else just has better fundamentals, then your focus can't outbeat their mechanics sometimes, the fundamentals of their decision making, all of it. But we're still seeing Shane stay very, very sharp here.
Yeah, I think I don't think there's anything in Shane's game that would lead you to think that his stamina would be better than the other guys, but if you asked me to pick a player that's going to be able to fight through the playing at 2 o'clock in the morning here, I think that you have to go with the young guy.
I agree with you.
Not that the other guys are necessarily old, but I mean, Shane is a 22-year-old kid. I mean,
I'd say he's a 22-year-old man.
yeah, you're definitely right about that. And that's a testament to how he plays, how he handles himself as an individual on and off the table. But with that, he may still be in a spot where the young man energy is going to be a big factor moving forward through these next 2 matches. And if you're Shane Van Boning, you're in a really advantageous spot here. You could probably even go take a nap if you wanted for a while.
Yeah, I got the strong suspicion that it's nowhere near SVB's bedtime yet.
Yeah, that may be true.
Life of a, lifelong pool hall, pool junkie.
Vinny asked me specifically, who do I think plays the best on 9-footers out of these 4? So if you're asking me out of these 4, the answer is Shane Van Boning, hands down.
Minus Shane, who are you picking?
So minus Shane, I don't believe that I have the information to answer that question. I can tell you what my thoughts are. I know for a fact that Shane Wolford, I got to see him play Friday night on the big table. That was very impressive. But Joseph Korziak is from the New York area, plays almost all of his pool on the big table. And Rafael DeBreo is a semi-pro player that plays in a lot of big tournaments. I don't think there'd be much in it.
Yeah.
Any which way you looked at it, I think it would be about the same as what you're seeing here. Not really an edge between the 3 of them. Just going to come down to who was breaking the best and making the best decisions for that particular day. But if you're, again, he asked me out of the 4, I'm saying Shane is pretty far out in front of the rest of these guys. Even though you saw that Shane Wolford was able to play with him the other night, I think over the course of a longer set, Shane obviously big favorite.
Yeah, and we can't forget that it's an exhibition too. So I definitely, if it was a money match, I definitely think you see a couple scenarios where Shane buckles down a little bit more. I think there's definitely the fact that it's an exhibition, let him play a little bit looser than usual. But that doesn't take anything away from Wolford still showing up the way that he did, bringing it back. Shane gave him opportunities, but it's still up to Wolford to take advantage of those opportunities, and he was able to. Almost knotted it up like you were saying, took a lead. Right now he's bridging over the top of this 5, so it's going to be a little bit funny queuing here, but I don't see this being a problem for him. Give you a good angle of the queuing action here.
Really nicely controlled and not afraid to be above this ball shooting with the angle. This is, for a 9-foot player, this shot is not anything. This is, this is a half table shot on the big table.
I mean, that's
a little bit longer, but not. You get the idea of what I'm saying. Like, this is just a cut shot you play down the rail on the 9-footer and don't even think about it.
Well, I tell you what, he's definitely thinking about it, because this is going to be the key shot of this rack here.
Yeah, the reason he's thinking about it is because the natural pace takes him back over behind the 7 again. He's going to have to either take a little bit off or add a little bit here.
Yeah, you see, takes a little bit off.
I think he killed that with draw. That was a really impressive shot, actually. Did you see how he played that, Josh? He drew that ball.
No, I didn't catch that part.
Which actually slowed down the cue ball considerably coming off the contact point with the ball. Very European style shot, a very snooker style shot there. You see a lot of snooker players kind of using the draw to kill the cue ball on the cut shots. Not something you see very often in rotation play. Yeah, once again, that showed a very deep understanding of the cue ball by a young man there. A lot of players would have just amped it up and gone the extra couple feet to come the third rail there. And Shane knew that he could kill that ball with draw. Very impressive. And takes a 4-2 lead here over Rafael. And it will be Rafael's break here. And just getting a ton of love in the comments for, Shane Wolford and his family and the room down there in Virginia. Everybody has kind words about him. Nobody with anything negative to say about this young man and the person that he is and the player that he is. Good stuff.
Alrighty, let's see. It's 4-2 here. Wolford's advantage. So you got the one hanging in the pocket here. 2 balls got a pocket, 3 balls got a pocket. Every ball has a pocket. Just got to get on the right side of them here.
I don't think this is exactly what he needed here. He's going to have to roll forward and figure out how to navigate the 6 and take a longer cut on the 3.
Yeah, I think...
and make sure...
There we go.
He hit that very well. Had to also make sure to not let the 6 travel back into the way of the cue ball. That was a nicely controlled shot. Ideally, he would have been a little bit straighter on that 2 ball and been able to roll forward into position for the 3. But this is fine now that he's controlled that. Let's see how he likes to play this. Probably forward around the back of the 9. No, he was able to just play outside and come back through the traffic. That was simpler. I couldn't tell if he had the angle for that from the side view here, a little farther away from the table from the overhead shot. And this is prime position. I I've really enjoyed watching Rafael play in this tournament. He's got one of the cleanest cue balls that we've seen from any of these players. Just no wasted motion. The cue ball finishes about exactly where he wants almost every time. And just seems like there's no wasted movement with the cue ball at all for Rafael. Very impressive stuff. He's just going to roll forward a little bit here and actually lets his stroke out. And I thought he was straighter on that ball from this angle. You can't quite see. Yeah, so he had more angle on the 8 than I thought. He was able to go forward and get back above the 9. A little bit steep here, but this is fine. He'll go forward, staying below the side pockets. Oh, this kid. Oh, no, oh, no, oh, no, oh, no, oh, no. Oh, he needed more inside. He stunned it. Played just a touch of inside, but the stun took it up table a little bit.
We are 100% seeing the grind wear down Rafael right now. The mistakes that are coming out in his game are 100% from fatigue. We watched this man play a few matches on the TV table, and I mean, he was playing stronger than just about anybody else that we had on the TV table. And in fact, he was part of one of the better matches that we had. And so to see things going this way is it's pretty difficult here. You can tell him sitting in the chair. He's
yeah, I kind of blinked his eyes a little bit. Definitely showing signs of fatigue there. A little bit of not even a mental lapse, but you just get down to shoot that ball and then hit a different stroke than you really intended to play on it. You want to just roll that ball with inside, go across the table a couple times, and he stunned it and came up table and scratched 2 rails in the opposite side pocket.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, and we had it right on camera. Real good view of Rafael there, kind of blinking his eyes, trying to shake off some of the fog that he's feeling right now. And really, you're trying to wake yourself back up, and when you get your eyes wide open, you see Shane Wolford on the other side of this match at the table now, looking poised, not really showing so much the signs of fatigue. Again, the youngest player remaining in the tournament, looking absolutely primed.
He's gonna try to snap this thing off and go home, play some Warzone, man. You still got another 4 hours in the tank. That's what I was doing when I was 21, 22. I was pulling all-nighters. I'd stay up for 36 hours at a time. I'd stay up all night, play in a tournament, wake up, go to work the next day.
I remember the day that I decided that video games were a waste of my time. That was a very difficult decision, Josh.
Oh, I can imagine. I remember everybody trying to convince me that it was a waste of my time, and then I showed them my bank account.
Well, I was gonna say, yeah, and it's funny because how old are you, Josh?
I am 29.
Okay, so I'm a hair older than you, not by much, but I think about the time that I quit playing video games is about the time that guys started making bank on YouTube and Twitch.
Right. You're like, dang it, man, I missed it here. What's that? Oh, wow.
Wow, there was some action on that cue ball.
A lot of power behind that shot.
That cue ball carried so much high and force follow through that rail that it bounced 3 feet off the rail and still had the high English to go back up the table some more before it rolled backwards. Crazy looking cue ball on that shot.
Yeah, Angelina brings up a good point. It's exhausting even as a viewer just trying to follow along with the whole event, much less trying to be one of the players out there, in the battle.
Oh, this is going to be a really effective shot from Shane. The 8 and the 2 have any kind of path to the corner closest to the 1 blocked for a kick. And the 10 has a lot of the 1 ball going the other direction. I don't really know what Rafael can do other than try to go into that gap behind the 10 and clip the 1.
Yeah, man, this is going to be a heck of an effort. Good news is it's a little bit off the rail here, so it does open up like an extra 4 inches to be able to. Wow, he just
he's looking
in from behind.
Yeah, Z shot here actually. That looks long.
Yeah, had a little bit too much running on it.
I think he needed to kind of draw that ball a little bit, but he had a specific gap he had to go between for the 5 and the 6 there, so Just again, like we were saying, very effective safety play from Shane.
Yeah, he might be looking to play safe again. I don't know that there's enough of this one ball
Is
for it to
Rafael
have
on?
a pocket.
Is Rafael on 2? I think he is.
I don't
No,
know if that
no,
was
he
two or if that
wasn't.
was- yeah, I think that's 1.
That was 1. Yeah, he played that crazy shot. It wasn't a foul, but Shane was close to the 1 and played a real nice safe.
So this is going to be a good safety here. He's going to want. He can either hit this really soft or he can hit it with a little bit of pace. A lot of players are. Oh, he's going for it. He's ripping it up. I didn't realize if there was enough to make it or not. Look, and there's a gap right here between the 5 and the 6 for this to go on the side. So this rack's actually going to come together pretty nicely. You just didn't realize there was a.
Yeah, it didn't quite look like. Yeah, it didn't quite look like the 1 cleared the 10 ball there. I didn't mean to cut you off there, buddy. I'm sorry.
No, you were totally fine. I was just wrong on that call.
No, I agree with you. I saw it the same way you did. And again, the overhead view, sometimes when the balls are right next to each other, can be tough to tell if they pass or not.
So Shane's making light work of the rest of this rack, though. I tell you what, every chance that he's getting to where you expect him to get out, he's executing at that level still. It's very impressive to see. It's impressive to see in general, from somebody still on the come up. But especially after 2 days of grueling play, 3 days for him. He had SVB and then the tournament. So,
yeah, and I
can
don't
tell you, Shane is watching closely on the sidelines right now. I'm watching Shane play. He knows he might be looking at his future.
It's a little bit surprising to me. I really think if I was Shane, I would have gone to my car and took about a 4-hour nap starting right after that last match.
Well, I've been watching. So obviously, I talk a lot about the He did it to himself. That's absolutely brutal.
That's fatigue.
This is
again.
Yeah, it just could be. Also, the room keeps continuing to clear out as we get into the wee hours of the morning.
Yeah, but Shane Wolford knows that he doesn't need to get anywhere near straight on that ball. He just has to pass the 9 and accept the angle that takes him naturally across the table for the 10 ball. I don't think under normal
highlight reel shot. Here it comes. He's going to kick at the bank.
Under normal circumstances, I don't think you see Shane Wolford come anywhere near that side pocket.
Let's see. He's going to mark up his angle here. He's finding where he wants to be able to hit the 9.
Yeah, I think he'll call it cross side here.
That's exactly what he's doing. He's gonna kick bank cross side. Hold on tight.
This is going to be a good safety.
Yeah, I think he's definitely favored to make the ball under these circumstances. Let's see how his focus shows up here.
Yeah, the 9 ball kind of stopped rolling and the cue ball kept rolling just a hair after I said what I said, and now Rafael has a makeable shot.
He's calling the bank. I actually like playing the bank over the cut whenever I'm tired. I feel like it's just easier to see a line than it is to see the fine edge of a ball whenever I got distance like this.
I wouldn't mind if that is a great comment by Angelina there. I wouldn't mind Red Bull just taking me on as a sponsored commentator right now, even if they just gave me like 1 free drink or something.
Yeah, you don't really get a better role than that if you're coming back to the table here. Expected Rafael to potentially be able to take one back, but leaves him tough. And I mean, this match has been a whole lot of Shane Wolford at the table, I tell you that much.
I'm surprised he was able to miss that bank short when he was rolling the cue ball forward the way that he was. I thought the difficult part of that bank was being able to get up table and not miss it long. A little bit surprised by that result, but anyways, all that being said, Shane Wolford gets away with one there, takes a 6-2 lead over Rafael, and not that anybody's cheering against Rafael by any means here, but at the same time, I don't think there's anybody in the room that would mind seeing a little bit of a quick match here.
They're earning their money today, I tell you what. Shout out to Center Pocket coming out, letting us set all this up. They've been a fantastic hosting location. You guys have been all enjoying the beautiful TV arena that we've been able to put here. That's only possible because they have the 24 7-foot diamond tables and the 5 9-foot wrestling tables. Beautiful establishment here in Bowie, Maryland. If you're ever out in the area, you definitely got to come stop by, show some love. We got to support those that support us, guys. Center Pocket is definitely on the come up. We got a couple more racks left in this set here, maybe. If Wolford can keep stringing them together like this, there's still a chance for Rafael to fight back, though.
Yeah, and we talk about how all these great players never have any give up in them, but this is an even tougher spot than it normally is. Rafael is just grinded so long today, and then to get down in this match, you really got to dig deep here to understand how much more of a grind you have in front of you, even if you get back into this match. If Rafael shows a lot of heart in this spot, it's even more than what you would normally see. There just gets a point in the night where you start weighing the prize money against the pillow, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know.
How much am I making tonight versus how much can I make tomorrow if I sleep better? That's the constant state of my existence. Do I stay up and keep grinding, or go to bed and have it better tomorrow?
Oh, that's
Be a little more productive.
So funny. Shane at the table, he has just an edge he can clip on this too. He actually might be able to cut this in the corner if there isn't an easier safety. He did take on the cut in the corner. There wasn't a real obvious safety play there. I don't mind the shot. As you see, position on the 3 was fairly automatic, and he did not miss that by much. Yeah, real simple position here. The 5 clears the 7 and goes into the side pocket. All 3 of these balls go to the side pocket here. But might see him play the 6 in the corner. Let's see what he wants to do. Yeah, it was more natural to let his stroke out and just stun straight down below it. So 6 in the side. You can roll forward a hair and play the 7 up in the corner if he wants. Yeah, it uses the 10 as a stopper and a stop shot here with the 8 hanging in front of the side. Rafael's going to get out here and make it a 6-3 match. And just a little bit of a lapse in the cue ball there. Could have rolled that a hair softer and had a little easier shot here. As it is, he's going to come all the way around the back of the 10. Bumps the back of the 10, and this is going to be fine. I'll play a stop shot up to the corner pocket. 6-3. Rafael cuts the deficit, and Shane will be at the table breaking in the 10th rack. Pretty monstrous break here from Shane. Did not have an offensive play on the 1. Should have been a fairly simple safety play on the 1 there, but Shane overruled that by a ton. And that is a shot where you are hitting it a lot softer than you think you need to. But he missed that by a considerable margin. And now it's, Rafael at the table, only trailing by 3 racks, and this is a wide open table and the simplest of position plays going from the 1 to the 2. And if you look around the table for a trouble ball, I think the toughest part is just getting a decent look at the 6. It does go into the side, but you're not going to want to be above it playing for the corner pocket. It's pretty risky. You'd have to lay the cue ball right on the rail. So you'll see Rafael try to get a good angle here to play off the 5 and get down below the 6 ball. This is perfect. I think you'll see Rafael. He actually has the option here. He could come out. Oh, I don't like what he's looking at now. He's looking at playing with inside and getting this cue ball over to the rail, but you have to be so accurate with it, and we've seen how difficult it is on the new cloth to get the cue ball to spin against the angle with the inside. I kind of like stunning the ball around to get the natural path backwards to the short side of the 6. And he could also get to the short side playing a high left ball, coming straight down the table to the, the high side of the 9 ball as we're viewing the table now. He does play the first shot that he looked at, and he played it really well. He took a long look at that and came to the decision that he wanted to play it the way that he initially looked at it, and that's fine. He understood how accurately he had to hit that ball, and he really took his time and bared down and made sure that he hit it perfectly. And he's actually past the line, back cutting this ball very slightly, still just going to roll forward and accept the 7 ball. Oh, but he's overrun this again. And you really see that both players showing some very, signs of fatigue there. Rafael overran his position there by a considerable margin. He really needed to not be even straight on this ball. I think you want the angle the other way, ideally. That being said, he's still okay. I mean, he can still pretty easily pocket this back cut into the corner pocket. He just has to manage the position play. And he doesn't even take it on. He just decides to play a safety. Hit it pretty well, controlled the 7 nicely, but Shane does have an edge. And so this is about the 3rd time in this set that we've seen Rafael at the table looking like he had a simple out, and just the simplest lapse in concentration with the fatigue manifested itself in a big way on the table. And Shane's going to overhit this ball. That was a very tough safety to control. You have to hit the 7 so thinly and then really control the speed of the cue ball. Kind of control the speed of both balls, really, on that shot. And most of the time when you get to a spot where you have to control both balls and play the shot from distance, you're asking a lot. And I think it was the shot that he had to play. It just was very difficult to execute. And once again, a little bit of a reprieve here for Rafael. He's back at the table after an error. He played a safety. Didn't quite hit the safety as perfectly as he would have liked, but effective enough to get him back at the table with a look and trying to close this gap to 6-4. Rafael is able to get out there, closes the gap to 6-4, and he will be at the table breaking. Both players definitely showing signs of fatigue. This is not the level of play that we've seen from either of these guys throughout the tournament. They've made some and the errors haven't been like missed balls or anything, but just not the concentration on some of the simpler shots, and they've made slight positional errors with the cue ball that have cost both of them a few racks in this set. We've seen Shane really could have controlled and had a huge lead in this set, and then also Rafael kind of helped Shane get the lead that he had early in the set with a few mistakes of his own. And now there's not much in this match, 6-4, and which guy is going to be able to fight through the fog?
If I fall out of my chair, Jeremy, just cover me up with a blanket.
I really appreciate all the love I'm getting in the comments right now. That's so humbling to hear all the positive feedback from everybody. This is my absolute favorite thing. And I don't want to say my favorite thing in the world. I just recently got married and I have a newborn child. So,
real life priorities, right? Those are definitely up at the top. But when it comes to everything else besides, the familia.
So So if we're not talking about the wife and the little boy back home, this is absolutely my favorite thing in the world to do.
I'm glad you're here for it, brother man, because one of us has to have a little bit more energy than I do, and we're happy to have you, man. You've been doing fantastic all weekend in the booth with us.
Yeah, and I'm going all the way back to that comment from, I believe her name was Angelina, a little while ago. I'm just working on that Red Bull sponsorship. If we can't get it for the players, I just want to get it for the commentary booth. Just like a free case per tournament would be a real nice thing,
Hey, you know what? I actually, back in the day before, the entry into all this stuff, my background was in gaming and esports, and I had an esports company called Tilt Esports, and I ran tournaments for Call of Duty and Halo and all the fun stuff, right? I did that for years and years and years, and I mean, I have a Halo 3 tattoo on my forearm. I mean, you can't hide my nerd, right? And that's the background. That's how I learned how to do the stream and the production and Photoshop and editing the videos and all the stuff. I'm from esports.
Josh, maybe someday you'll be able to get a chance to meet my little brother. And right in the same spot on the forearm there, he has Mario.
Oh yeah.
Big old full sleeve Mario
That's
tattoo.
Awesome.
Yeah. So,
that is so awesome, man.
Yeah. So you're not the only one for sure.
I don't even really remember where I was going with that, so I'm just gonna stop there.
I think you were just coming out of the closet. You've been trying to say that you're a low-key nerd all weekend, and then here it is.
Oh yeah, everybody.
The cat is out of the bag.
There's no way to hide. Oh, look at this. We got some elevation. I don't think that's gonna get it done here. I'm just gonna rearrange the furniture and spot the 10 ball. Rafael's gonna take a peek around and see which path he wants to take to the cue ball here. Shane's really giving Rafael a way back into this match here.
Yeah, you're just gonna play some low outside here, drag the cue ball down off the rail into the line for the 2. The 2 leads to the 3 very nicely. And if you get to a good spot, I'd like to be across the line for the 3 here and not have to go 3 rails back into the gap, or 2 rails back into the gap. So I would work hard to get across the line for the 3 here and be able to play either a stop shot or kind of a little bit of a pinch hold to maintain the angle for the 6.
This is a little bit touchy over a shot now because he's going to have to bridge over the 10 and extend his bridge, or he's going to have to try to bend his elbow and get his hand planted in between the 2 here. And he has to force follow this 3 ball to get it to go up and down the table here and have an angle on the 6. This is a lot tougher just because the 10 ball.
Yeah, so
Why is eyeballing it so much?
Barely not across the line that I talked about, going to the position for the 3 there. Just slightly going the wrong direction.
Yeah.
You talked about queuing around the 10 here.
You see him? He just went up there and touched the point on the side of the rail there, so he can have a good idea.
Oh wow!
He plays for the small window.
Wow,
very well played.
Small window, but very natural with the pace that he was hitting that shot off for it to get right there. Great understanding of the cue ball there by Rafael. Sometimes a certain shot looks risky, but really it's just cue ball knowledge is what got him there. That's not cue ball control. That's cue ball knowledge. A little bit of check side there. And you can still roll this 8 ball on the side going forward. Could play it in the corner. I think he can clear the 9 for that if he wants. But very simple to play this in the side and just roll up, take a little bit of an angle on the 9. That was a really big shot. To get to that window there, he talked about he was a slightly jacked up over the 10. Not jacked up, just kind of a long, slightly elevated bridge. That was a really, really big shot to get into that gap there. And
he's definitely finding a different layer of focus here that wasn't present in the first set of the match. The first few racks of the set here. And it's going well for him here. He's about to bring it back within 1 if he can just close out these last 2 balls, and definitely say he's favored to do so, especially after he played last couple of racks.
Yeah, I'd probably bet the house on this one. So 6-5, and Shane will come to the table for the break here in the 12th rack.
That's oh yeah, that's where I was going with that esports story. Is really, it was just a build up to say that one of the partnerships that I had developed was getting in with Anheuser-Busch, and Anheuser-Busch owns Budweiser, and they also own Monster, which meant that I had Budweiser and Monster as my two main sponsors. And literally, I would show up to the Anheuser-Busch warehouse, and they would just fill my entire car up with as much Budweiser beer and Monster as I could fit in it. And it was a very, very, very fun 3 or 4 years. We'll just say that. Everything good has to come to an end, right? Nothing great lasts forever. But,
yeah, I think, you know, if you do enough of that for a long enough time, you get heart attack on one hand, liver damage on the other. So
oh yeah, no, it was
all
just
good things must come to an end.
Right, it was more so about having it for the events, right, and the spectators and everybody coming out.
That's awesome.
And it's really just the groundwork for what you guys are seeing now with BSN. You know, all that's it's possible from everything that I accomplished there, and you know, getting partnered up with the right people like Jake Lawson and you know everybody else here on the BSN staff. So Wolford back at the table here.
Will in the comments said he tried to call the bar to order us a Red Bull and they didn't answer.
That is hilarious. Someone DoorDashed them some Red Bull.
Oh, that's pretty awesome.
Could you imagine? Like, yeah, I'm actually watching the stream. I'll PayPal you. Take a Red Bull over there to the booth.
Yeah, so I have a lot of weekends where my Friday nights go like this. A lot of weekends where my Saturdays go like this. Friday night and Saturday back to back. Very rare to get me out this late on a Sunday. I'm going to pay for this one in the morning for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, that was a really great shot. You have to take so much care on that shot. The pace he played it at, if that hits the four just a hair fuller than it did, you don't get a rail. And he just, you know, got dead weight cue ball to the rail there. Is he hooked or no?
I
don't know
think
now.
he is hooked. I do think there might be a sliver. Oh, no, there's way more than
he
it
can
looks
see.
like.
I think he can see the shot here.
Can he? Yeah, I think he can make this in the side pocket.
Yeah, I really think he can. It's just a matter of what the cue ball is going to do going between the 3-7 or contacting them.
The magic of having the right angle to see, right? It's all in the perspective.
Yeah, he just called the 2-ball to the side pocket. He's playing it. He might be going straight in the gap between. You just don't want to hit the kind of like a 3/4 hit on the 7. You can go straight in the corner pocket if that's the angle he's got. But have to think he knows what this cue ball is going to do if he's taking this on. What a shot!
Wow.
That's unbelievable that shot was there. I thought Shane had played an awesome safety and did not have the hook, and more so, left the shot to the side pocket. That's wild. Not out of the woods yet if you're Rafael. The 8-ball's tied on the 9, might have the side pocket for that, but right now, thin cut shot on the 3 and the 4 balls on the other side of the table. And he does just drop back and punt. Doesn't get the hook. Does tie the 3 onto the back of the 9. And I think Shane is going to be able to just roll this 3-ball to the rail and tie the 1 onto the 9. And this will be dead weight. The 3 will barely get to the... he might go 2 rails around. Yeah, instead he decides to play the thin side of the 3 and come around 3 rails. And I think that's going just a hair long as well. I think he does not have the hook, and Rafael will be able to play a safety behind the 4. I don't know. It's possible that the first shot that I called there wasn't there, but if it was, I think it would have been the preferred way. But again, the level of fatigue you're going to see from the players in this spot, there's going to be some things that they're going to miss and not see at the table that any other time they would definitely see. And that's, I say that, I don't know for sure that the shot that I called was there. I mean, there's a chance that Shane looked at it, saw that it wasn't there, and went for the shot that he played. But yeah, definitely a propensity to miss a few things that you wouldn't normally. And Rafael tries to play the same exact shot that Shane just played. He hit it much better. Controlled the cue ball very nicely. Shane lining up this. I didn't actually get a look. I was a little distracted looking at the chat there for a second, but I didn't catch if he's going 1 or 2 rails at this ball. Let's see what he does. Just a straight 1 rail kick. And not going to be very effective, I don't believe. Good hit there, but he's almost left Rafael straight into the corner pocket for the 3 ball, and all he has to do is roll forward for the 4 in the other corner. Yeah, you know, Tim, with the comment there, I agree with you. Like the fight in Rafael, and I highlighted just a few racks ago that, you know, you're never going to see any quit in any of these players, but sometimes when you get a really, really late night like this, it can be a little bit harder to find that fight. And Rafael was down 6-2 here, and he has not shown any quit at all. As much fatigue as he's fighting through, as long of a grind as he still has, even assuming he goes on to get through this match, no quit, showing the heart of a lion in this match. And he's in good shape here. I think he's going to roll forward, has to clear the 10. He could go all the way to the head rail if he wants. Might be the preferred route as he's going away from his shot line here. Yeah, this is perfect position here for Rafael. He's just going to roll forward here. The 8 goes in the side, then 8 leads to the 9. Everything's real simple here. And looking like he's going to get it back to 6-5. And a moment ago, it was a 6-2 deficit. Really strong player from Rafael, a lot of momentum in his corner. And Shane, and if you're Shane, you got to kind of reset here. Can't think about what the score was. I think it's one of those spots. If you would have told Shane before the match that 11 racks later he'd have a 6-5 lead over his opponent here, he'd probably take that. You can't think about how you got here, just kind of reset, and you know, I've got to lead on my opponent's playing well, I gotta wait for my next opportunity and capitalize. And the only thing that's been lacking in Shane's game these last couple of racks is he's lost a little bit of that ability to grind it out and really play those safeties at a high level. He's played the right shots and just not quite executed them at the highest level, the way we're accustomed to seeing the young man play all those safeties. So let's see how he bounces back from this. We've seen a lot of heart from Rafael. Now it's Shane's turn to see a little bit of a gut check here. And of course, that being said, it is Rafael's break. So Shane will sit in his chair and await his next opportunity at the table. Yeah, the guys in the comments are telling me that we missed a rack on the scoreboard there. The score is actually 6-6. I apologize for that. Thanks for being on top of that, guys. Josh is actually out of the booth right now. I don't have the ability to change that score for you right now, but note to anybody out there that hadn't seen those comments, the score is 6-6. Yeah, which makes sense because I do remember Rafael did win the lag and he broke off there. So 6-6, locked up. Thanks for the guys that are locked into this match here late night back home, keeping us straight when we're, you know, deep into this run here in the commentary booth. So, wow, that was a bit of a flyer cue ball there for Shane. I think he was trying to... I'm not exactly Not exactly sure what he was trying to do on that shot. I normally I would say he was trying to draw just below the 2 for the same pocket, but I've never seen that jabby of a stroke from the young man, so thought that he had tried to been bumping that ball somewhere. And you know, he took his time there, collected himself, didn't take the shot for granted at all, just wasn't able to pocket it. He didn't hit it very bad, hit the outside point of the corner pocket there, so there you go. Josh back to the booth to update the score for you guys. 6-6 deadlocked, a race to 3 the rest of the way here. One of these players will be out in 4th. One of these players will advance to take on Joey Korziak in the 2nd-3rd match. And of course, as you all well know, Shane Van Boning awaits in the hot seat match. I think I just answered your question there, AC Henry, but this is not the final on the one-loss side. This is the semi-final of the one-loss. The winner advances to take on Joey Korziak, who we saw play a great match in the hot seat match against Shane Van Boning. Had it deadlocked at 6 before Shane was able to close it out by a score of 9-6. So the winner of this will take on Joey. Another question in the comments. Kevin West finished in the... I gotta double check myself here. I think it was I want to say it was the 9th through 12th position, but I'm gonna double check that for you guys. And if anybody that does have any more questions about the results of this tournament, if you want to view full results at qscore.com/BSN, and if you go to that link, you will get there will be a URL linked at the top of their page at qscore.com for this particular tournament, and you can see all the results throughout the entire tournament. Oh, Kevin West, I was wrong. Kevin West did not finish 9th through 12th. He actually finished tied for 7th. And I'll give you the rest of the top 8. Mark Nanashe, Kevin West, tied for 7th. Matt Craw, Derek Daya, tied for 5th. And here you have, right in front of your eyes, the 3rd-4th match between Shane Wolford and Rafael DeBreo. Winners set to take on Joey Korziak. And of course, Shane Van Boning awaits in the hot seat. I think you can see this 3-ball. This is the first time that I've glanced back down at the action on the table after looking at qscore.com, checking out the comments quite a bit here. He doesn't. He's going to try to jump the edge, but this is a long reach for the jump shot. I think this is one that you're going to see him go out on the table, find out if he can reach it, and then he will decide then if he's going to take on the jump. The one thing about it is he's barely going over an edge of the 9. He doesn't have to elevate much. He puts a knee up on the table, stands on the side, reaches out across, and he is able to reach this jump shot fairly easily. That was a really nice shot from Rafael. Got set into the stretch, jumped the edge of the 9, pockets the 3, and was able to even control the cue ball. Had to take care not to bring the cue ball out backwards and get hooked on the 8 there. The 4 ball does not have the upper corner pocket here, so we'll see if he wants to take on this 4-7 combination. Doesn't have to. There's a safety option. You could thin the 4 ball, try to bring the cue ball around a couple rails back down into cover. You could also bank the 4 ball down table and just kind of looking to control the 4 ball only. Let's see what he does here. I think he is playing that shot, banking the 4 down table, holding the cue near the side pocket. Oh, I'm sorry. Wow, I did not see that coming. Man, and nobody's in the booth with me right now to capture that replay, but that was one for the highlight reels. He just cuts it right off the rail. There was just enough room between the rail and the 4 to cut it all the way across the table to the far corner pocket, and flirted with the scratch in the side, but absolute perfect position. What a great shot from Rafael de Breu in a huge spot. Tons of momentum in his corner, and he's right in line. Big favorite to get out here and take his... I don't know if it's his first lead of the match, but he trailed 6-2. And it would, I'm thinking back, it would be his first lead of the match. He was down 2-0, got it back to level at 2-2. And then Shane won 4 racks in a row to go up 6-2. And since then, it's been all Rafael. This to take 5 racks in a row, get the 7-6 lead over Shane Wolford. Wow, what just incredible cut shot on the 4 with shape for the 5. And of course, backing up the shot before that, stretched out across the table, one knee up on the table, jump shot over the edge of the 9 to pocket the 2. Highlight reel out from Rafael de Breu. 7-6, he leads Shane Wolford, and Shane, the wrong side of 5 racks in a row, is going to walk out of the arena and take his tactical timeout right now. Good timeout from Shane. Just tons of momentum in Rafael's corner right now. That was a ridiculous out. Couple of highlight shots back to back. Really strong play and unbelievable heart that Rafael has shown from down 6-2 in this match. No give up, no let up. And now it's Shane's turn. Goes to the bathroom to get a quick break here, quick regroup, and he's the one now that has to take a gut check. Coming back on his break. Let's see if he can come up with a break that he needs to control and somehow try to do what is the hardest thing to do in pool, and that is reverse momentum.